In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, the ordinary young man Lin An, endowed with extraordinary abilities, finds himself reborn before the onset of chaos. He encounters the mature and composed figure of Hua Cheng, leading to a melodramatic tale of mutual understanding and love as they navigate the trials of survival together. Guide to Consumption. Point 1. The protagonist is a seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted young man, while the mature counterpart embodies a tender affection akin to gently boiling a frog. 2. This narrative centers on the theme of farming in a post-apocalyptic setting. It does not aim to save the world or portray exaggerated heroics, but instead chronicles the lives of ordinary individuals amidst calamity. 3. The story does not feature grand disasters or epic spectacles. The author's limitations in narrative scope are acknowledged with understanding. 4. The quality of the narrative is assured. With a structured outline in place, readers can confidently immerse themselves in this tale. Lin An, a minor character, meets his demise in the 5th year of the apocalypse, surrounded by encroaching hordes of zombies. However, he is granted a second chance, awakening his powers and embarking once more on a journey of survival, gathering resources and evading dangers. Early in this new life, he encounters Hua Cheng, a connection that alters his fate. As Lin An grapples with his awakening abilities, Hua Cheng remains steadfastly by his side, and together they forge a partnership. Their journey towards the safety of Zhao City is fraught with challenges, where they confront adversaries and overcome obstacles with ease. The narrative is grounded in realism, employing warm and straightforward language to depict an alternative existence in a post-apocalyptic world. Lin An, having grown up with a lack of affection, presents as cold yet harbors deep gratitude for the care shown by Hua Cheng. Conversely, Hua Cheng, reserved yet attentive, offers thoughtful consideration to Lin An's needs. The characters are vividly drawn, and the prose, while simple, exudes a profound warmth throughout. The rebirth of a minor character. Regal Hotel, a modestly sized budget hotel situated in the urban area of Jincheng, boasts a grand name. Yet it is merely a 3-story building. The first floor serves as a dinina REA, while the second and third floors are designated for accommodations. The manager of the hotel's dining department, Mr. Wang, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, possesses a commendable character. At this moment, although it was time to conclude the workday, Manager Wang remained seated in his office, gazing at the young man before him with a sigh. Shaolin, he began, you have been working at the hotel for quite some time now, and you are on the verge of being promoted to lobby supervisor. There is no need for such despair. I understand that you are feeling troubled, but there are plenty of wonderful young women in this world. In a few days, the hotel will be hiring new servers, all of whom will be charming young ladies. With your qualities, you could easily find someone appealing among them. There is no need to. Must one truly hang oneself from a gnarled tree, aged and leaning towards an affluent older man? The youth seated across the desk shook his head with a bitter smile, his handsome brows furrowed in despondency. Lin An sighed and replied, I appreciate your kindness, manager, but I believe I need to take a break for a while. His mind was resolute, yet not for the sake of any waitress resembling a gnarled tree. In truth, Lin An could scarcely recall the visage of the woman who, moments before their relationship seemed destined to blossom, had vanished with a wealthy older man. The reason was simple for one who had returned from a post-apocalyptic rebirth 5 years later. It was a feat to remember even the taste of steamed buns, let alone the appearance of people from that bygone era. Beauty in a person often evokes an inexplicable fondness, irrespective of their actual capabilities. Manager Wang, completely oblivious to the fact that Lin An was internally reminiscing about the flavor of braised pork, observed his steadfast demeanor and sighed, lamenting the loss of a fine young man that he waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall not insist. At your tender age, being a waiter is hardly a lifelong pursuit. Take this time to rejuvenate your spirit and perhaps learn a trade while you are still young. Ah, I understand. Thank you, manager, Lin An replied sincerely, though he was inwardly skeptical. A trade? He feared it was too late for that. He wondered if shooting zombies and excavating crystal cores could be considered a skill. If so, he might just qualify as a seasoned practitioner. Lin An is an unequivocal minor character, having dropped out of school early to navigate life in society, leading a rather mundane existence. However, after the apocalypse, he experienced a turn of fortune, awakening a somewhat formidable spatial ability. He was unfortunately ensnared by a certain faction, rendering him devoid of freedom for 5 long years. This rare ability did not bestow upon him the deserved honor and power instead. The leader harbored selfish intentions, choosing to conceal his ace up his sleeve and compelling Lin An to masquerade as an ordinary team member. Ultimately, Lin An met his demise during a siege by zombies. In just a few brief words, this encapsulates a significant portion of his life. At this moment, the insignificant individual resigned from his job at a hotel and returned home, lying on his little soft bed in his bedroom, deeply sighing as he reflected on his life. Was neither grand nor particularly honorable. He lived a life akin to that of a mere minor character. And how could he be content with that? Heavenly fate does not concern itself with one's contentment. Death is merely death. Nor does it heed one's wishes, for rebirth is inevitable. Did Lin An wish for this? Not in the slightest. Before long, the true apocalypse would descend a time of global catastrophe. Fire, floods, earthquakes, zombies. Each element capable of instilling sheer terror, threatening one's very existence. As Lin An contemplated the days ahead, anxiety enveloped him. Fortunately, the abilities from his previous life had accompanied him. This second-tier spatial ability served as his sole source of confidence in the face of the impending apocalypse. With a gentle rub against the mattress beneath him, Lin An's eyelids began to droop, and the prospect of a restful slumber felt utterly delightful. It was October 19th, 2001X, a mere month before the impending apocalypse would unfold. While others occupied themselves with enhancing their physical prowess and stockpiling supplies upon their rebirth, Lin An's first instinct upon waking was to dash to the local market. In pursuit of meat, he savored a generous portion of braised pork, the intoxicating aroma wafting through the air as he stood in his kitchen, devouring alongside steamed buns until not a drop of GRAVY remained. Anyone who had endured years of subsisting on wild vegetables, corn cakes, or even bean dregs during the bleak days of the apocalypse would surely understand his current indulgence. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon with urgency, prompting Lin An to swallow the morsel in his mouth and lick the remaining grease, reluctantly making his way out of the kitchen. Who could be so insistent at this early hour? As the heavy wooden door swung open, the middle-aged man who had intended to make a formidable entrance was taken aback by the sight of the youth, whose face was smeared with grease, and whose expression was one of unwavering disdain. The man's bravado instantly deflated. Lin An, disturbed in the midst of his meat feast, was in no mood for visitors. The sight of the man outside only heightened his irritation, and he could scarcely contain the urge to kick him out of the hallway. The visitor was none other than his father, Lin Fugue, an old scoundrel. In his previous life, it was this very man who had brought about his misfortunes, leading him to an untimely demise in the apocalypse. The backstory was rather melodramatic. Lin An's mother had passed away when he was merely 3 years old, and in the prime of his life, Lin Fugue had been unwilling to be burdened by a mere infant. By a stroke of fate, Lin Fuqian's elderly aunt, who happened to be Lin An's grandmother's sister, had lost her husband long ago and had chosen not to remarry. By the time Lin An reached the tender age of 3, this aunt had entered her 56th year, having retired to the comforts of home. When one finds themselves idle, a sense of solitude often creeps in, leading to the contemplation of adopting a child to alleviate loneliness in one's twilight years. Thus, a mutual desire emerged, one seeking a child to nurture and the other yearning for a home. Lin Fuqian hastily packaged little Lin An, leaving behind a sum of 2,000 yuan, and departed without a backward glance. In an era when the average worker's monthly wage was merely 200 or 300 yuan, this amount was not insignificant. As Lin Fuqian put it, he had done all he could in terms of duty. His intention was clear. This 2,000 yuan was to cover Lin An's entire upbringing until he reached the age of 18, and he would not part with a single extra cent. The claim of financial incapacity was but a fad. The truth lay in his reluctance to contribute further. After all, at that time, Lin Fuqian's romantic interest in the factory was also expecting his child. One was a wife chosen by his parents who had succumbed to illness, a burden during her life, while the other was a cherished love from his past. Without hesitation, Lin Fuqian's internal scales tipped decisively towards his new bride and the unborn son. As for Lin An, with such a father, his life was destined to be fraught with difficulties. Fortunately, his aunt had always treated him kindly. Together, the elder and the younger supported one another, and thus they navigated through life. When Annie adopted him, she was already over 50. The two of them, a grandmother and grandson, spent more than a decade together in harmonious companionship. Eventually, the elderly lady passed away at the age of 71. Having suffered little in her final days under the attentive care of her eldest grandson, she departed this world. With remarkable tranquility, truly deserving of the term peacefully at rest. She lived her life with clarity and departed without regrets. Before her passing, she bequeathed her modest home and the little savings she had set aside for her old age entirely to her beloved eldest grandson. Although the possessions were few, they ensured that the child she had nurtured since infancy would have a shelter from the elements and a small sum of money to rely upon. Regrettably, with the old woman's departure, only Lin An, a mere 18-year-old, remained. After enjoying a brief period of tranquility, this sanctuary soon attracted unwanted attention. Outside, Lin Fugue was precisely the one with eyes on the property. His precious son, Lin Bin, was on the verge of engagement. The girl's family had already made it clear that they did not demand a high level of education or an impressive job. The absence of a home would preclude any possibility of settling down with their daughter. In this age of skyrocketing real estate prices, Lin Fugue, who had spent his life relying on a meager salary from a state job, simply could not afford to purchase a new home. Fortuitously, one day, while drinking with a well-connected friend, his inebriated companion confidently declared that the Liu community on Huaza Road had caught the attention of a certain developer who was currently in negotiations with government officials for redevelopment. When the time came for the original residents to be relocated, each household would receive a spacious apartment as well as a substantial relocation fee. Lin Fugue suddenly felt a jolt, the remnants of alcohol dissipating instantly within him. Wasn't his deceased aunt residing in the Liu Pond community? Moreover, the modest 50-square-meter apartment she left behind had been bequeathed to his eldest son upon her demise. This presented a splendid opportunity. Overjoyed, Lin Fugue hurried home to discuss the matter with his wife. He intended to persuade Lin and to relinquish the apartment to his younger brother for his marriage surely would acquiesce. Regrettably, Lin An proved resolute in his refusal. Lacking any innate academic aptitude, he had been unable to continue his studies even with his aunt's support, ultimately completing only junior high before dropping out. Since the age of 15, he had been navigating the tumultuous waters of life, having encountered every conceivable situation. Thus, how could Lin Fugue dare to propose such an audacious demand? In response, Lin An merely scoffed. With a single phone call, he summoned a group of associates to disrupt Lin Fugue's workplace and their fruit stand. They did not engage in extensive antics. Instead, they loitered with sticks at the entrance, waiting for someone to emerge. Once they did, they followed closely, casting an unwavering gaze upon Lin Fugue and his family. No physical violence was necessary. They merely threatened to vandalize property and uttered intimidating remarks, petty tricks that served to instill fear. Even when the police arrived, there was little they could do. After all, no one had struck a blow. At most, they would face a brief detention, ostensibly for education, before being released. Yet, upon release, they would undoubtedly continue to pursue Lin Fugue's family. Such intimidation was sufficient to instill a profound sense of dread in the Lin family, who had lived as ordinary citizens all their lives. Ultimately, on the last day, Lin An personally armed himself and ventured to Lin Fugue's home. This marked his first and final visit to his father's residence in his lifetime. He did not engage in any other activities upon arriving. Instead, he forcefully kicked open the wooden door of Lin Fugue's home, berating him in front of the curious neighbors who had gathered in the hallway. Lin Fugue, if your family dares to cause me any more trouble, beware that I will sever Lin Bin's hand. Go ahead and test me. I, Lin An, fearlessly confront any challenge. Lin Bin, the youngest son of Lin Fugue, resembled his father in his cowardice, hiding within the confines of the house, too frightened to confront his so-called elder brother, Lin An. His mother, however, was quite bold. Hands on her hips, ready to unleash a tirade. Yet, upon witnessing Lin An produce a butterfly knife from his pocket, she promptly subdued her outburst. Her husband's assessment was accurate. The eldest son of his ex-wife was indeed a ruffian. In this day and age, who among the common folk would willingly court the wrath of a thug? After delivering his ominous warning, Lin An spat disdainfully and departed with a cold smirk. Did they covet his house? Lin Fugui wouldn't dare. However, circumstances had changed with the impending apocalypse looming in just a month. The fate of the house seemed inconsequential. What Lin An truly lacked was not a home, but money. As fate would have it, his thoughts were soon realized, for here came an unexpected visitor bearing gifts. Is there something you need? Lin An stood at the threshold, his expression a blend of amusement and feigned ignorance. Lin Fugui replied with a smile. Hey, what do you mean? You are my son if there's nothing amiss. How could your father not come to see you? In truth, Lin Fugui had no desire to provoke his eldest son, as he had already been intimidated by the gang of thugs armed with steel rods and bricks during their last encounter. However, witnessing his beloved son, whom he had cherished since childhood, unable to find a bride, Lin Fugui felt a profound sense of despair, compounded by the sight of his waifu. Eeping in their room daily, with a resolute heart, he decided to bring a bag of bright red apples from his wife's fruit stand. Lin Fugui found himself trapped outside the door, unable to advance or retreat, while the neighbors in the corridor scrutinized him without exception. That little rascal is deliberately making a fool of his father. Embarrassed by their gazes, Lin Fugui cursed Lin An, who was blocking the entrance, in his heart, yet he managed to maintain a forced smile, feeling utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, Lin An, oblivious to his father's inner turmoil, stood lost in thought. In his previous life, he had sold their house, with Lin Fugui ultimately receiving $300,000. Unaware of the impending demolition news and irritated by his father's persistent pleas, he had reluctantly agreed, thinking the sum substantial. After selling the house, he was hastily expelled by the Lin family, forced to take refuge in a makeshift staff accommodation behind the work hotel. Subsequently, in that room with a plastic door, he was unprepared for the cataclysmic events that would soon unfold. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin An propped his arms and inquired, "Stop wasting time here, what do you truly want?" Lin Fugui rubbed his hands together, wearing a smile as he ingratiated himself, saying, Shaolin, please let your father in. I have matters to discuss with you, let us talk slowly inside. Lin An, blocking the doorway, paused momentarily before scrutinizing Lin Fugui. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, dark, and luminous, imparting an impression that he was acutely awa. Of everything that transpired. Lin Fugui felt a chill as his eldest son scrutinized him with such a gaze, his initial 5 parts unease escalating to 7. At that moment, as the Lin family found themselves in a stalemate, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. A young mother, adorned in high heels, hurried down, accompanied by a little girl of about 5 years. Upon noticing the 2 individuals by the entrance of the 3-room apartment, the elegantly made-up woman disdainfully curled her lip, offering no greeting as she briskly departed. With her daughter, outside the hallway, their conversation could be faintly heard. "Mommy, what are they doing? Why is that uncle standing outside? Don't ask such things, who knows what's going on with their family? Nyonyo, listen to your mother. You must never speak to those living in the 3-room apartment." "Why, Mommy?" "Never mind the reason, just do as I say." The atmosphere in the hallway became somewhat awkward, yet Lin An shrugged nonchalantly, pretending he hadn't heard. The woman from upstairs was named Li Ruian, who had moved in just under 6 months ago. It was said that both she and her husband were white-collar workers in a prominent local company, holding a certain disdain for those residing in the factory district's residential buildings. Now, Lin understood why Lin Fugui was so desperately fixated on his house the previous time the property was sold. News of the impending demolition of the Liu Pan community had shortly followed. He speculated that the woman's family might have also acquired information about the demolition through certain channels, prompting their hasty relocation. The compensation for demolition and resettlement in their city is contingent upon the actual population residing in the houses. Only those who genuinely relocate can procure greater sums from the developers. As for Lin Fugui, Lin An scoffed internally. It was evident that the man's interest lay not in his old home, but rather in the impending demolition, resettlement housing, and compensation funds. This so-called father had never cared for him in life, yet he was relentless in his pursuit of exploitation. Noticing Lin An's silence, Lin Fugui mistakenly assumed he was agitated by the woman's remarks and quickly donned an expression of indignation, urging, "That woman clearly lacks civi. Lighty. How could she possibly educate her children? My son, such a fine young man, should not be denied the right to speak." With a self-satisfied grin, Lin Fugui continued, "Let us not stoop to her level. Observe how unseemly it is for people to linger at the entrance of this building. Why don't you allow your father to enter first?" Lin was wholly unimpressed by Lin Fugui's tactics. His gaze casually shifted to the apples that Lin Fugui clutched, and his mouth watered in response. Suppressing the urge to snatch them away, Lin An turned impassively and stepped inside, with Lin Fugui shamelessly trailing behind. Yet his eyes discreetly flickered toward the bag of bright red apples carelessly abandoned on the living room floor, stirring a tempest of restlessness within the young man's heart. Lin Fugui observed Qing Lin sitting silently on the sofa, evidently harboring resentment from their previous incident and deliberately ignoring him. Inwardly, he cursed, "You little brat, I have yet to settle accounts for your summoning those ruffians, yet you dare to act so aloof. Once I acquire this splendid house, I shall certainly cast you out to the streets." Lin Fugui, a man who had always been spineless, found a sense of relief in his thoughts, yet he maintained a facade of bravado, forcing himself to speak first. "Well, Shaoan, you see, your dear brother is on the brink of breaking up with his partner over a house. As an older brother, could you not lend a hand?" Lin An snapped back to reality, scoffing, "What nonsense is this? Brother? My mother bore only me, where would I have a brother from? You." Lin Fugui was momentarily taken aback, taking a moment to collect himself before saying, "I know you hold resentment towards me after all these years. Yes, your father was absent, but consider your situation. Not only have you been raised by your aunt, but you also stand to inherit this house. You haven't fared too poorly, have you? If your aunt were not my sister, would she have taken you in, given that you are my son?" Reflecting on this, Lin Fugui felt a surge of frustration. Logically, the elderly woman, having no children of her own, should have left the house to her own nephew. Yet, inexplicably, she had drafted a will that bequeathed all her benefits to this ungrateful wretch before him. The fairness of her last will left no room for their family to contest for the inheritance. Ugh, that wretched old woman. She deserved to remain childless throughout her life. Lin Fugui inwardly cursed with fervor, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts due to his apprehension of Lin An. He attempted to persuade Lin An from various angles, but Lin An merely regarded him with a faint, enigmatic smile, as if he were anticipating further antics from him. Lin Fugui felt an inexplicable discomfort under the scrutiny of the young man, who seemed to penetrate his very soul. He averted his gaze momentarily, but after a moment of reluctant contemplation, he pressed on. "After all, both you and Lin Bin are my flesh and blood ties are unbreakable. Your educational background is lacking, and your employment situation is far from stable. While youth may mask this inadequacy now, in the future, you will inevitably need the support of your brother." Lin An remained unmoved. "Lin Bin to support me? Are you attempting to deceive a fool?" The young man was indeed impervious to reason. Lin Fugui licked his parched lips, gritted his teeth, and declared, "If you refuse to comply, there's little I can do. I should have known you were not one to value familial bonds. However, your brother is eager to marry and is in dire need of a home. You, on the other hand, have no partner, so renting an apartment would serve the same purpose, wouldn't it? We are not asking for something for nothing if you agree to relinquish the property. Your mother and I will reimburse you in full according to current market prices. When the time comes for you to marry, you could always use that money to invest in a new apartment, which would certainly be more advantageous than your current situation, wouldn't it?" Seeing Lin An's eyes flicker, as if swayed by his own words, Lin Fugui felt a surge of joy and cast out another enticing offer. "Though this house may not be large and is situated in an old community, I am still your father, and I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. Based on the market price, we shall offer you 300,000 surely. That does not seem unfair, does it?" In Lin Fugui's mind, the calculations were ringing with clarity, offering Lin An 300,000 would be a mere trifle, for once the house is demolished and resold, it could fetch double or even more. What a lucrative deal it would be. Let this ungrateful child weep in despair when the time comes. In his previous life, Lin An was oblivious to the intricacies of relocation. Back when his aunt was still alive, they had contemplated saving money to purchase a better residence. Their old house had been inhabited for several decades, with the paint peeling off the walls and the furnishings reminiscent of the outdated styles of the 80s and 90s. Once Lin An married, he feared that his wife might not find the antiquated living conditions satisfactory. Lin Fugui, in his past existence, had confidently proposed a sum of 300,000. Lin An deemed this price reasonable, reflecting on the discussions he had shared with his late aunt. After calculating his savings, he realized that, combined with the 300,000, he could afford a more desirable new apartment, and thus he acquiesced. He remained cautious, ensuring that the paperwork was only processed after the funds were secured. Initially, he anticipated resistance from the Lin family, but to his surprise, they were eager to finalize the transaction. Within less than a week, all formalities were completed. Who could blame them for their eagerness? The Lin family was anxious, fearing that if they delayed, the news of the relocation would slip away, along with their chance at unexpected wealth. 300,000? Lin An repeated the amount proposed by Lin Fugui. Mistaking Lin An's repetition for interest, Lin Fugui felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, 300,000, he would not part with a single cent less. He urged Lin An to inquire throughout the city, aside from himself, who would offer such a price. If not for the fact that Lin An was his son. As Lin Fugui continued to speak, he increasingly convinced himself that he was aiding Lin An, subconsciously dismissing the significance of the relocation. The more he spoke, the more justified he felt in his stance. You always resented me for not wanting you as a child, for neglecting the bonds of kinship as you matured. Yet now, it seems, you must rely on your father for a new home. Lin An averted his gaze, ignoring Lin Fugui's ramblings. This was just how he was, acting like a benefactor while simultaneously seeking recognition for his deeds, wanting to bask in the glow of both profit and reputation. Lin An had grown accustomed to this behavior. 300,000, in an old community like theirs. With low-rise buildings occupying a vast expanse, once the houses are demolished, the compensation will surely reach that figure, not to mention the relocation properties. Lin Fugui, for the sake of his precious son, has indeed calculated his moves astutely. As the saying goes, if you are unkind, I shall be unprincipled. If you dare to scheme, do not blame others for being more competent. Lin An, with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, couldn't help but skeptically inquire, 300,000? Why not purchase a new home instead of trying to swindle me? Do you take me for a fool? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive here. What ulterior motive could there be, my child? Why are you so suspicious? 300,000 in cold hard cash. What scheme could possibly exist? Really? Lin An feigned skepticism. Then I must investigate further. Lin Fugui, feeling a pang of guilt and fearing that Lin An might uncover something, began to sweat nervously. What is there to investigate? It's simply that our family is not well off, and your brother is eager to marry. The old house can be had for less. Your mother and I have discussed it. An old house is still quite good, and it has a large area. Stop. Lin An's demeanor suddenly turned cold. Do not make false connections. My mother has long passed away, and your family member has no relation to me. How dare they be associated with my mother in any regard? Lin Fugui choked, his face turning pale, and after a moment, he forcibly suppressed his rising anger. Managing a forced smile. Your father knows that you still hold resentment towards me for the past. I have wronged you. Yet, you are my flesh and blood, and I would never harm you. If you save a bit more at your young age, combined with this 300,000, you need not worry about marriage in the future. On the day of your marriage, I will contribute a bit more, and we can purchase a new home in the city center. Wouldn't that be splendid? This sentiment sounds appealing, yet Lin An is acutely aware that Lin Fugui, this so-called father, is utterly unreliable. Matters of the future can be addressed in due time. Do not attempt to placate me now, Lin An interjected, calmly proposing her terms. 300,000 is rather insufficient, considering my dear younger brother. If you desire the house, I shall set a firm price of 500,000. Offer anything less, and you may as well seek another buyer. The buying and selling of property is a significant affair, often requiring 1 to 2 months for both parties to reach an agreement. However, Lin Fugui cannot afford to wait that long. Within a fortnight, the news of the demolition of the Liutang community will be officially announced, and at that point, no one will be inclined to part with their property easily. Lin An anticipated that Lin Fugui would not be able to delay, thus she boldly made her demands. Lin Fugui, upon hearing this, was both astonished and enraged, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "You audacious little brat. How dare you make such exorbitant demands? This dilapidated house requires additional funds for renovation before it can even be habitable. Offering you 300,000 is already generous. 500,000. Why don't you go rob a bank?" He had never encountered such a sum in his life. Lin An, unfazed by Lin Fugui's fury, leisurely reclined on the sofa and nodded, stating, "You speak the truth. This apartment was indeed worth around 300,000 in the past. Yet it is now sought after by a major investor for demolition." Disregarding Lin Fugui's sudden look of panic, Lin An offered a faint smile. "Very well. Buy if you wish. I have no intention of selling. In a year or two, when the houses are demolished, I shall hold the compensation funds and patiently await my relocation. Who would still covet your mere 300,000? You. What nonsense are you spouting? Who says our area is to be demolished?" Lin Fugui's expression tightened, his heart sinking as his tone faltered. What developer would even consider this dilapidated community? "Spare me the deception. With such a rundown property, once it slips through our fingers, you won't be able to sell for even 200,000 in the future." Though Lin Fugui spoke with bravado, he was already rendered powerless by the weight of Lin An's explosive revelations. "Humph, do not feign ignorance with me," Lin An retorted, shaking his head with a grin. "Are you suggesting that you alone are privy to information that I cannot access? Let the matter linger. I am in no rush. Once the news of the demolition is announced, the substantial compensation will be mine. Who would care about your trifling sum then?" With a sly smirk, Lin An added, "And do not think of seeking other options. Believe me, I could easily post a notice in the hallway to share this good news of demolition with the neighbors, allowing them to rejoice in advance." The implication was clear. If Lin Fugui wished to purchase a home in the Liutang community, he would find no alternatives outside of Lin An's family. There was no chance of that happening. After delivering his message, Lin An did not rush Lin Fugui to make a decision. Instead, he unceremoniously ushered him out, confident that Lin Fugui could take the time to ponder his options thoroughly. Lin An was not in a hurry, but Lin Fuqi was quite anxious. On one hand, they were eager to purchase a home and marry. On the other, considering the demolition compensation, a price of 500,000 was not exorbitant. Even if they received that amount, their family would benefit significantly. After all, the Liutang community was a well-established neighborhood, with low-rise buildings of 3 to 4 stories that developers favored, leading to higher compensation. Upon returning home, Lin Fuqi was restless, fearing the opportunity would slip away. He hastily sought out a friend from the dinner table, offering numerous gifts and favors, and finally secured the information. Developers were still in final negotiations with the government, and the likelihood of demolition was nearly certain. The Lin family then felt a wave of relief. Their spirits lifted as they convened several family meetings. After much deliberation, they resolved to borrow money to purchase the apartment without delay. They were aware that as news of the demolition spread, the opportunity might diminish, leaving them with no advantage. Fearing that prolonged hesitation might lead to regret, the Lin family decided it was essential to obtain the property deed as soon as possible to truly put their minds at ease. Lin Fuqi visited Lin An's home again 5 days later. The hallway of the old apartment was cluttered with construction materials, and the sounds of clanging and banging echoed from the living room. The original wooden door of Lin An's home had been removed, replaced by a brand-new steel security door, also known as a physical door. This significant investment was Lin An's first major expenditure since his rebirth, aimed at preparing for the initial 2 months of the impending apocalypse. The door was crafted from cold-rolled steel plates, with the entire door panel made of steel. The door leaf featured double layers of steel plates filled with rock wool for insulation and fire resistance, ensuring it was secure against theft, fire, and provided thermal and acoustic insulation. Although the price was considerable, it was undoubtedly the finest door available on the market. Lin Fugui gazed longingly at the imposing and sturdy door. On the balcony, several workers were installing a stainless steel railing, applying a coat of silver paint, the pungent odor infiltrating the entire kitchen and living room. Observing the house, now equipped with doors and windows, Lin Fugui's heart sank as he feared that Lin An, that little rascal, might indeed have no intention of selling the property. This seemed to indicate a renovation was underway. According to the old customs of urban development, a well-furnished house could yield greater compensation from the developer. The more he pondered, the more he felt that Lin An was concocting this scheme. In a state of urgency, Lin Fugui rushed indoors to confront him, immediately inquiring, "Are you really renovating? I have prepared 500,000. You initially promised to sell this house to me, and you must honor your word. Your brother is counting on this house for his marriage." "Counting on marriage?" It seems you are more concerned about the demolition. Lin An replied, casually glancing at Lin Fuguwei from the sofa, his expression indifferent. Renovating doesn't concern you. Fine, I will keep my word. Bring the money, and we shall proceed with the transfer immediately. With Lin Fuguwei's heart finally at ease, an overwhelming joy surged within him. As if the developer's contract were floating before his eyes. He was unwilling to wait even a second longer, urging, let us go now, right now. I'll cover the taxi fare. Seeing Lin Fuguwei's demeanor, Lin An felt exasperated and coldly remarked, do you expect me to pay for it? The handling fees are also your family's responsibility. If you are unwilling, then this matter is settled. In a fit of impatience, Lin An stood up and retrieved the property deed he had long prepared from the drawer. Lin Fuguwei's eyes brightened instantly as he reached out, eager to snatch it away. Lin An abruptly yanked his belongings back and scolded, is this extortion? The house is not even yours. No, take it, take it. Lin Fuguwei awkwardly withdrew his hand, reluctant to provoke Lin An over such a trivial matter. The boy was unpredictable. What if he changed his mind? Lin An carefully placed the property deed and all relevant documents into a bag, glanced at Lin Fuguwei, and said leisurely, as you can see, I never intended to sell this house. It would be much better to wait for the demolition in peace. I merely felt pity for my brother and decided to show a bit of kindness by offering it to you. Now, Lin Fuguwei dared not oppose him. He quickly echoed, yes, yes. You speak true. Little Lin, you are a good child, always thinking of family. Father has wronged you in the past, but I shall amend my ways going forward. After all, as long as he could genuinely benefit from this arrangement, what flattery was too much to offer? Enough, spare me your insincere words. I am willing to give you the house, but I have one condition. Lin An, growing impatient with his feigned concern, frowned and urged Lin Fuguwei to be silent. I agree to sell the house, but I require 1 month to reside here after the transfer. To pack and move at my own pace. Lin Fuguwei immediately grew displeased. What? You still want to live here? Isn't that inappropriate? The house will belong to us. You shouldn't linger. Do you intend to stay and refuse to leave? In his mind, Lin An should take the money and promptly vacate. Allowing this young rascal to remain for another month was risky. What if demolition policies changed and he became greedy, refusing to depart? Upon witnessing the expression on Lin Fuguwei's face, Lin An could not help but discern his intentions. A cold smile flickered within Lin An, who replied coolly, relocating is not merely a matter of saying so. I must first organize my affairs and seek a suitable residence. Lin Fuguwei remained reluctant, hesitatingly stating, well, it shouldn't take an entire month to find a place. Lin An raised an eyebrow and continued, as you can see, I am currently replacing the front door and installing a balcony cover, both of which are among the finest available on the market. Just these two enhancements, considering labor costs, have already cost nearly 20,000 yuan. I will not count this against you. If you allow me to stay for an additional month, I shall consider these new installations as compensation for rent, all to be transferred to your family. Lin Fuguwei's heart stirred, and he relented. Who would refuse the opportunity to offset a month's rent with items valued at over 10,000 yuan? Having thought it through, he readily agreed, adding, let us not allow money to create distance between us. It's just 1 month, I shall decide. And you can reside here at ease while you search for a suitable place. With their objective achieved, Lin An had no desire to engage in further idle chatter with Lin Fuguwei. He promptly took a taxi to the relevant authorities to complete the necessary paperwork. After a 2-day wait, the procedures were finalized, and the two met again to exchange payment for the property, thus concluding the matter. Without delving into Lin Fuguwei's triumphant return home with the property deed, where his family rejoiced at the prospect of future compensation, we turn to Lin An, who now held a card displaying a substantial sum of 500,000 yuan. This amount, while not insignificant, also required meticulous planning regarding its allocation. In the following 2 days, after bidding farewell to the renovation crew, Lin An surveyed the sturdy new door and the specially reinforced anti-theft covers on the balcony and bedroom windows, feeling increasingly relieved. With these 2 fortifications, he felt sufficiently prepared to confront the level 1 zombies that marked the onset of the apocalypse. By the time level 2 zombies emerged, he would have long departed from Jin City, heading towards a safe haven. Memories from his previous life revealed to him that Jin City, where he had grown up, was among the first locations to witness the emergence of level 2 zombies and the onset of seismic upheavals, ultimately becoming one of the earliest places to succumb to devastation nationwide. Its vast expanse, dense population, environmental degradation, and position within the Pacific Ring of Fire rendered it particularly vulnerable. This homeland, which had nurtured him, transformed into a desolate city ravaged by the apocalypse within just 2 years. When questioned why he did not leave now for the safer locales he had known in his previous life, the answer was straightforward. During the outbreak, chaos reigned across the globe, especially in areas designated for large-scale bases that would later be established. Before the construction of these bases, conditions were even more tumultuous and perilous. With an abundance of both people and zombies, along with countless conflicts, it was far wiser to remain discreetly hidden in a smaller city for a time. While he sought refuge, he also needed to stockpile adequate provisions. The greatest blessing bestowed upon him by fate was his return to the pre-apocalyptic world with his unique abilities. His spatial powers, classified in the future as a peak level 2 auxiliary ability, granted him a personal storage space of nearly 300 square meters. The classification of spatial ability users was relatively straightforward. A beginner level 1 could command over 70 square meters, and with each ascension in level, the area would expand by more than double. A level 2 beginner could access 150 square meters, while someone of Lin An's caliber, at peak level 2, could approach the 300 square meters characteristic of level 3. The entire space allows for the retrieval of objects, but forbids human entry. Akin to a realm forcibly established by those with extraordinary abilities utilizing unique mental powers within parallel dimensions. Existing across different planes, time stands still, and the flow of air is non-existent. In the days before greenhouses, the people of the North cultivated a tradition of storing winter cabbages. Known for their frost resistance and crisp flavor, these cabbages can be prepared in various ways, and even in modern times, they remain an indispensable staple in the autumn and winter markets. However, this year, many vegetable farmers in the suburbs find themselves in a predicament. The harvest is plentiful, and with an increase in cultivation, the overwhelming yield has turned into a calamity. Trucks laden with cabbages stream from the county to the market, only to return with half their load unsold, leaving both farmers and merchants in a state of anxiety. With improved living conditions, fresh vegetables are now available year-round, allowing people to purchase them at their convenience. Without the intention of pickling, no household would stockpile cabbages as they did in the past. Witnessing the abundance of vibrant produce rotting in the fields, local farmers from surrounding counties feel a deep sense of loss, not only for the cabbages left unharvested but also for the laborious efforts of their families that seem destined to go to waste. Local television stations have reported on the situation, urging the citizens to rally together to buy and consume more, assisting farmers through this trying time. Yet, who could possibly consume such produce daily? The unsold cabbage is a significant issue, particularly for the dozen or so major cabbage cultivators in Xinhua Village, who are likely to face a difficult year. Uncle, there are visitors at home. My aunt says you should hurry back. In recent days, Wu Baojin has been troubled over his few acres of cabbage, sighing heavily as he worked. From a distance at the edge of the field, he heard his nephew's voice calling out. Wu Baojin was somewhat puzzled. After all, it was neither a festival nor a holiday, so who could be visiting their home? He put down his hoe and shouted, "Who is it? Who's come?" The boy at the field's edge grinned broadly, exclaiming, "A big customer. A big customer. They say they want to buy our cabbages." Wu Baojin was taken aback, feeling a mix of confusion and joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed after his nephew, leaving his hoe behind. He could hardly fathom which vegetable wholesaler would still be interested in purchasing large cabbages, but if his nephew's words were true, it would indeed be wonderful. It pained him to see such fine cabbages going to waste in the fields. Upon arriving back at his courtyard, Wu Baojin hastily discarded his tasks in the field. As he entered, he noticed his wife pouring water for a young man in his 20s. The young man sat beside the stone table in their yard, smiling, his skin fair and delicate. Wu Baojin observed him closely, feeling a hint of disappointment. The young man appeared less like a vegetable trader from the countryside and more akin to an office worker from the city. Lin An, hearing the commotion, looked up and, upon seeing a middle-aged man in his 40s at the door, quickly understood the situation, especially noting the black-haired boy who had just rushed out to find someone following closely behind him. He chose to disregard the suspicious gaze of the man and approached with a smile, casually producing his work ID from his pocket. He extended it forward with a warm tone. "Uncle Wu, is it? Greetings, I am Xiao Lin, the procurement officer from the kitchen of the Lijiang Hotel on Wenbei Road in our city. Here's my ID." Hello. Wu Baojin promptly returned the greeting. Before Wu Baojin could utter another word, Lin An smilingly continued, "I apologize for the sudden visit without prior notice. Please do not hold it against me. The issue of unsold cabbage made it onto our city's television recently, and our hotel management felt anxious upon learning of it. lamenting how hard it is for farmers to cultivate their crops, and that it pains the heart to see good produce wasted. Beside them, Aunt Wu, pouring water, empathized, indeed. None of us cabbage growers are without concern. Lin An possessed a visage that appealed to older women, clever yet youthful, which made Aunt Wu quite fond of him, harboring no suspicions. She eagerly inquired, "Young brother Lin, please tell me, are you truly here to collect our vegetables? How much can you take?" Lin An smiled reassuringly. "Any. There's no need to rush. Our management specifically sent me here to assist as much as we can, alleviating the burden on our farming brothers." His heartwarming words considerably eased the doubts in Wu Baogan's mind. He skeptically accepted the work ID and glanced at it. Indeed, it bore the words employee of Jingli Hotel. Lin An, accompanied by the hotel's official seal, and the photograph matched the young man before him. The rural folk are indeed straightforward, placing their trust in these stamped documents. After personally inspecting the credentials, Wu Baogan felt his lingering anxiety dissipate, and a smile of 3 parts blossomed into 9 on his rugged face. Returning the work permit, Wu Baogan warmly exclaimed, "Welcome, welcome, Mr. Lin." Having toiled in the fields all his life, he was not adept at socializing. After his greeting, he found himself at a loss for words, rubbing his hands together, contemplating a handshake with the refined Mr. Lin, but hesitated, fearing he might be rebuffed. Thus, he stood awkwardly in the courtyard. Conversely, Lin An possessed a thicker skin. To avoid drawing attention while secretly procuring supplies, he boldly wielded the hotel work permit from which he had just resigned, unashamedly flaunting it. What was there to fear in a handshake? After all, we are either purchasing cabbage or alleviating the burdens of farmers. With a hearty smile, Lin An grasped Wu Baogan's rough, dark hand and shook it vigorously, exuding sincerity as he continued to persuade. "Our leader also hails from the countryside and understands the plight of farmers struggling to sell their cabbages. Uncle Wu, I just inspected the growth of cabbages in various fields, and yours are the most vibrant. Since our leadership trusts me to come here, I shall take the liberty of informing you that our hotel will purchase all your cabbages." Wu Baogan found himself somewhat dazed as the young man's clean, long, and fair hand shook his right hand firmly. How can this city lad's hands be so tender, devoid of calluses? He pondered. In less than 5 minutes, a deal concerning such a vast quantity of cabbage was struck. A tremendous stroke of good fortune had come knocking at his door. Upon hearing that the other party intended to purchase all of his cabbages, Wu Baogan momentarily regained his senses, his heart swelling with joy. His face flushed crimson as he hastily withdrew his hand, stammering a promise. "You truly wish to take them all? This is wonderful. I am grateful to your leadership, and thank you, Lin, for your procurement. Our cabbages are undoubtedly the finest in the village, rest assured. Every single one is sweet and crisp." Lin An nodded vigorously in agreement, reflecting that he had already sampled the produce from Wu's fields and could attest to their delightful crunchiness and sweetness. After assuring Wu that he was not deceiving him, Lin An continued, "Now, Uncle Wu, how many pounds of cabbages do you have in total? Shall we discuss the price as well?" Wu Baogan, brimming with excitement, repeatedly exclaimed, "Absolutely. Come inside, come inside. Lin, why not stay for a meal? I shall have my wife prepare a chicken. We can chat while we eat." The mention of a meal struck a chord with Lin An, causing him to beam with delight. After a few polite exchanges, he was warmly welcomed into the home of the simple yet hospitable farming couple. A well-tended acre of cabbages can yield over 10,000 pounds. But given the current market slump, this quantity would fetch at most a mere 1,000 yuan. The wholesale price would be even lower, and one must find a buyer, or else risk not recovering the initial investment. Cabbages contain a significant amount of water. Thus, while 10,000 pounds may sound substantial, much of that weight is comprised of water. This year, Wu Baogan cultivated a full 8 acres of cabbages, which translates to approximately 10,000 plants. In the vegetable wholesale market, this figure is not particularly large, as many growers tend to cultivate much larger plots. However, if those 18,000 pounds of cabbage were to rot in the field, the new year would be quite challenging for Wu Baogan's family. 8,000 yuan is no trifling sum for a vegetable farmer. It is essential for household expenses and their children's education. Nowadays, Lin An's declaration to take over the entire crop has brought immense joy to Wu Baogan's family. His little nephew was instructed to go to the village shop to purchase wine and prepare dishes, while Aunt Wu busied herself with her culinary skills, simmering fish and stewing chicken, filling the yard with delightful aromas. The family was in high spirits, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. At the dining table, while Lin An gnawed on a piece of chicken, He suddenly spat out a bone and remarked, "Uncle Wu, we need to discuss the pricing in detail. The wholesale vegetable prices can't possibly match the market rates, can they? We will handle the transportation ourselves, which means you won't incur any shipping costs or stall rental fees, and we can even save on labor." Wu Baojin took a sip of liquor and responded readily, raising his hand. Lin, to be honest, we plan to replant a season of radishes this winter, and we cannot spare anyone to sell at the wholesale market. Thus, if you truly can take care of everything as you say, we can offer you a discount of 15% off the market price. Lin An shook his chopsticks and laughed. 20%? Uncle, do not try to deceive me. In our line of work, to speak frankly, cabbage prices will have to decrease. Based on the current market rates, we would incur a loss. Eat, Wu Baojin urged, not saying anything further, persistently encouraging Lin An to indulge. After several rounds of drinking, Lin An consumed a considerable amount, yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of yielding on the price. Upon witnessing this, Wu Baojin set down his chopsticks, pondering for a considerable time. After conferring briefly with his wife, he sighed and nodded. Fine, 2/10 it is. However, you must send a large cart to collect it from the field. After all, 2/10 is certainly better than not selling anything at all. With amiable exchanges, Lin An shared a couple of drinks with Wu Baojin and discussed the details without any pretense. Engaging in light banter, he relished the sumptuous fare before him, effortlessly indulging in delectable morsels of chicken and fish, unabashedly filling his belly without waiting for the host's invitation. During the meal, he half-jokingly, half-sincerely praised Sister Wu's homemade pickled vegetables and sauerkraut, boasting that he would recommend them to the leadership, encouraging them to procure these agricultural products for their hotel business. The hotel served as a mere fade. In truth, he was keen on stockpiling some of these pickled delights himself. Such items, rich in salt, possess a long shelf life, and in a post-apocalyptic world, both salt and sugar become rare commodities, seldom available. Yet, the human body cannot thrive without salt, making the preservation of pickled vegetables an excellent strategy. They not only replenish essential salt, but also serve as a delightful accompaniment to meals. Well-preserved pickles can be quite flavorful. Sister Wu, upon hearing Lin An's words, merely smiled, not taking him seriously. After all, what exquisite delicacies could possibly be lacking in the city? Who would truly crave their humble offerings? Yet this young procurement officer, with his hearty appetite and remarkable gusto, could rival even the most robust farmer. To the astonishment of all, the following day, the Wu family drove their vegetable transportation truck to deliver cabbages to the suburban warehouse. After settling accounts with the procurement officer Lin, they discovered that he genuinely represented the hotel in commissioning them to produce dried and pickled vegetables with a substantial order at a favorable price. Lin An elucidated, "Given the considerable quantity, it will be consumed swiftly in our hotel's buffet breakfast, and you need not fret. A deposit of 30%, as with the cabbages, is assured, ensuring your profits remain intact." The Wu family, unfamiliar with the hotel industry's customary practices, was unaware that hotels typically engage with a fixed cadre of vendors and seldom send individuals to the countryside for purchases. After a brief deliberation, they concluded that with the farming season now at rest, the hotel's prompt payments meant they would not suffer any losses from the cabbage sales. They decided to accept this order, hoping to earn a decent sum to celebrate the upcoming new year. Wu Baojin, being astute, suggested, Lin, considering the sizable quantity of dried and pickled vegetables your hotel requires, we might need to enlist assistance from other families in the village. Lin An was indifferent regarding who would undertake such tasks. The quality was inconsequential to him. Eager to attend to other matters, he promptly nodded and paid the deposit, entrusting the Wu family with this endeavor. Cabbages and pickled vegetables held little value, and with 50,000 in his bank card and an additional 70 to 80,000 in savings, he had only spent a fraction of it. The pressing concern was the forthcoming expenses he needed to manage personally, for when disaster struck, the currency in hand could swiftly turn to worthless paper, insufficient even for kindling. In the ensuing fortnight, Lin An seldom returned home. Instead, he traversed various rural locales and wholesale markets for food supplies on the outskirts of the city. He sought to swiftly fill the void with his available funds, finding the branded oils and grains in supermarkets to be unprofitable. His best option lay in the surrounding villages and county towns of Jean City, where substantial grain wholesale stations operated. The oil sold there was extracted locally, dispensed in large barrels, and favored by restaurants and small eateries for wholesale purchases. The rice, flour, and grains were largely self-produced, packaged simply, yet offered considerable affordability. Out of prudence, Lin An intentionally visited multiple livestock farms, placing substantial orders for freshly slaughtered livestock from different establishments, parting with a significant sum, over several $100,000, without a moment's hesitation. The staff at the slaughterhouse were astounded. It was uncommon for a hotel to order dozens of pigs in one go. They speculated about the scale of this regal hotel, wondering if it was newly established, as they had not previously heard of such a large establishment. Regardless of its size, the prospect of profit was enticing. Lin An, indifferent to whether curious individuals might inquire about him at the hotel due to his considerable undertakings, had no relatives or friends to concern himself with. He simply replaced his phone card, ensuring that even if the hotel sought to verify his situation, they would be unable to locate him. Furthermore, in the realm of survival, who would have the leisure to keep a watchful eye on such a minor character? Concurrently, poultry farms, duck farms, cattle and sheep farms, and even fish farms around the city received substantial orders, though the clients insisted on having the fish pre-slaughtered, refusing to accept live specimens. Labor costs are, of course, to be expected. However, in order to retain significant clients, the breeding farm executes its tasks with meticulous precision. Fresh meat is carefully placed in refrigerated plastic containers, while the internal organs are neatly arranged in separate boxes, cushioned with ice beneath. Before the clients depart, they expressly request the offal and feathers from both chickens and ducks. Such frugality is unheard of in any establishment, even demanding the pelts of the animals. Typically, these remnants are retained by the slaughterhouse for sale to those who manufacture down jackets. But now, for the sake of a major client, all the feathers are swiftly gathered and stuffed into burlap sacks, to be delivered alongside the order. It is often said that earning money is arduous while spending it is swift, after all is said and done. Lin An finds that from the over 500,000 yuan in his possession, less than 30,000 remains available for his own discretion after reserving funds for pickled vegetables. With merely 10 days remaining until the impending apocalypse, he has managed to fill a considerable portion of his storage space. Given the constraints of his financial means, he has refrained from theft or deceit, achieving what he can under the circumstances. With provisions secured, he feels a sense of calm and decides to visit Xinghua village to collect all the pickled vegetables. Afterwards, he intends to return home, as he has been busy for several days and deserves a proper rest. Meanwhile, the Wu family received Lin An's call early on and summoned several neighboring households to gather their pickling jars in their courtyard for a joint delivery. Feeling reassured, they trust Lin, a commendable individual, to handle this task, confident that the final payment will be distributed fairly among them. As Lin An's vehicle approaches, he can already hear Aunt Wu's boisterous voice before he even steps through the door. Lin An chuckled softly, stepped through the doorway, and declared, "What Annie said holds true. Whatever the cost may be, today's delivery shall be accounted for without a single penny less. Brother Lin has arrived." Aunt Wu greeted him with a warm smile. "What do you mean by that? Do we not trust you, my brother? Come, take a look. Everything has been prepared for you." As she spoke, a sense of relief washed over her. Lin An, however, paid no heed to the expressions of those in the yard and proceeded to inspect the goods. Before him lay a spacious farmhouse courtyard filled with an array of uniformly sized large plastic barrels, all procured at his expense, meticulously filled with neatly arranged pickled cabbage. Additionally, dozens of slightly smaller barrels contained an assortment of pickled vegetables, cucumber strips, radish heads, ginger, and sizable pickled dumplings. The quantity was indeed impressive. The fresh vegetables, having undergone nearly half a month of slicing and drying, had been compressed into these small, wrinkled, dried vegetable pieces, bundled and neatly stacked. Despite their unassuming appearance, when combined with meat, noodles, or prepared in a stew, they offered a delightful flavor. As a true local of Jin City, Lin An particularly relished the hearty dishes made from these dried vegetables and pickled cabbage. A steaming pot filled with meat and vegetables, served alongside bowls of white rice, was pure bliss. Satisfied with the arrangement, Lin An promptly settled the outstanding balance with several families and expressed his gratitude to the Wu family members who assisted him. With their warm hospitality, they helped load the goods into the back of the prearranged truck. Due to Lin An, the Wu family has earned a considerable sum over the past month. Grateful, Aunt Wu insisted on gifting him a generous portion of homemade dried goods and cured meats as a token of appreciation. These homemade treats may not be of great value, but they reflect my heartfelt gratitude. Please do not look down upon them, dear Lin, she said. Such delightful offerings, who would ever turn them away? Lin An replied warmly. Oh, it's merely something made at home, nothing extravagant. If you enjoy it, Aunt, then I am relieved. Aunt Wu chuckled. Look at me, rambling on and holding you up. I shan't delay you any longer. Do hurry and get on the vehicle. Just before boarding, Lin An suddenly called out to Aunt Wu. A smile gracing his face as he lowered his voice. It's nothing urgent, but I recently overheard our hotel manager mention that grain prices might be on the rise. Aunt Wu paused, her expression shifting to one of concern. Is this true? She inquired eagerly. Truth is subjective. I cannot say for certain. Lin An replied with a gentle smile. However, if I may offer advice, Aunt, if your family does not urgently need the funds this year, it would be wise to hold off on selling the grain for now. There is no need to rush in the next 10 days or so. Upon reflection, Aunt Wu agreed. Indeed, what if prices do rise? She nodded, a smile spreading across her face. Originally, my husband had planned to sell the grain in a few days. But if prices increase, that would be splendid. We can wait another month. As she regarded Lin An with growing fondness, Aunt Wu said, Dear Lin, I truly must thank you for all your help to our family. Thus, next month, when we slaughter the pig for the new year, you simply must come over. Aunt Wu will prepare a splendid feast in your honor. Lin An chuckled, half seriously, half jokingly remarking, Next month, I shall not hold back. I will boldly come to your home for a meal. I hope, dear sister-in-law, you won't mind my hearty appetite. Sister-in-law Wu responded with a smile. There will be plenty of delicious food to go around. Next month, feel free to indulge yourself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin An drove away, feeling a tinge of regret for the delightful feast he would inevitably miss. A glance at the 2 bags of dried goods that Aunt Wu had insistently pressed into his hands brought a faint smile to his lips. Let these items serve as a token of gratitude for those earlier words. He had always preferred to avoid the burden of owing favors. After more than half a month of bustling activity, Lin An returned home that afternoon. Breathing in the familiar air of his old house, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, mingled with an inexplicable sadness. This was the home he had lived in for over 20 years. He was reluctant to leave yet compelled to move on. Emotions surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Shaking off his momentary melancholy, Lin An reclined on his bed and indulged in a refreshing nap, only waking as the sun dipped low in the evening sky. After lingering in bed for a while, he sprang up, splashed water on his face, donned his jacket, and headed straight to a nearby night market. Although the Liutang community was somewhat aged, the adjacent night market was renowned. A veritable paradise for mobile vendors and young couples alike. Rows of stalls overflowed with an array of affordable clothing and accessories, showcasing innovative designs and a variety of choices, making it a favored destination for young women in search of treasures. The street-side eateries were bustling with patrons, offering a variety of delights such as deep-fried stinky tofu, grilled squid, stir-fried seafood, barbecues, and ice cream stalls, each merely a few steps apart. The tantalizing aroma of grilled skewers mingled with the refreshing scent of chilled beer, awakening Lin An's appetite. Overcome by the enticing fragrance, he called out, Boss, I'll have barbecue and stir-fried seafood, accompanied by a large mug of cold draft beer. He ordered an array of dishes, disregarding the astonished gaze of the stall owner, and settled down alone, eagerly devouring his meal with a bamboo skewer. This indulgence felt like it might be his last opportunity to savor such street food, and he intended to relish every bite to the fullest. Typically, these roadside stalls were occupied by groups of 3 to 5 who gathered to chat and nibble on snacks. Rarely did one encounter someone like the young man on the far left, monopolizing an entire table. Ironically, he had ordered a considerable amount, leaving the owner hesitant to ask others to share the table. However, it seemed implausible that one person could consume such a vast array of food, especially since this young man appeared rather slender and genteel, with a fair complexion. His stark contrast as a voracious eater drew the attention of several nearby patrons, predominantly young women, who cast curious glances in Lin An's direction. It was no surprise, really. Lin An inherited his striking looks from his grandmother, possessing an attractive visage that belied his youth. Otherwise, he would not have been relegated to a more leisurely role as a server in the hotel where he once worked, rather than being utilized in the kitchen's demanding tasks. After all, having a handsome waiter tended to please the clientele. Nearby, the young women whispered and giggled among themselves, nudging each other as they contemplated approaching him for his phone number, when 3 unexpected guests made their entrance. 3 men approached, their appearance exuding a certain unruliness. They donned tattered jeans adorned with jangling embellishments, their torsos bare, showcasing tattoos of a blue dragon and a white tiger. Their hair was styled in a garish, multicolored manner reminiscent of a certain rebellious subculture. Unsteadily, they settled at the table with Lin An, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. The nearby table of young girls, who had been whispering to one another, immediately fell silent, lowering their heads cautiously while stealing furtive glances at the newcomers. Their voices diminished to whispers, as it was evident that these three ruffians were likely to cause trouble. The girls, all university students from the vicinity, hesitated, contemplating whether to call the authorities, yet feared provoking a confrontation. The owner of the barbecue stall, wary of potential trouble, wiped his hands and was about to approach when he observed the young man at the original table waving him off with a smile, assuring, "It's all right, they're my friends." The stall owner, though skeptical, replied with a smile, "Very well, enjoy your meal. Just let me know if you need more." After watching for a while, he noticed that the three ruffians indeed seemed to be engaging amicably with the young man, sharing drinks and laughter, rather than preparing for a fight. With other customers pressing for orders, the owner felt relieved and returned to his business. One of the ruffians leaned over to Lin An, grinning mischievously. "You've got it good." "Lin, I could see from afar that the girls at the next table were all eyeing you. Good looks really do have their advantages." Another picked up a skewer of grilled meat, taking a couple of bites, then made a feeble attempt to whistle at the girls next door. The young women, startled, quickly stood up and left, their expressions betraying a hint of alarm. "Get lost, you're scaring them," one of the others remarked. Lin An chuckled at him, not bothering to stop, and took a generous swig of cold beer. It was perhaps for the best that he left. The matters to be discussed were not suited for the ears of those nearby. The three men observed his demeanor, their expressions grave. Realizing he was not in a light-hearted mood, they ceased their teasing and, after a sip of beer, inquired, "What's wrong? Is Lin Fugue's family causing trouble again? Just say the word, and my friends and I will immediately take care of that fruit stall of his wife's." Lin An set down his beer bottle, lightly clicked his tongue, and shook his head with a derisive laugh. "Forget about that family. They're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. We put them in their place last time, and I can't be bothered with them anymore. I'm here this time to ask a favor from you guys." The small-time thugs replied, "What is it? Speak freely. We won't hesitate to help if it's within our means." They were not overly formal, after all. They were merely a group of street toughs, capable of brawling or stirring up trouble. Lin An had been their middle school classmate, and they had shared a decent camaraderie during their school days. Although their paths had diverged since then, Lin An's straightforward nature had earned him their respect. The last time he sought assistance, he had generously offered 3,000 yuan, simply to intimidate his unscrupulous father and his family. With money on the table, they figured he could afford a few days in jail if it came to that. Nothing too serious. However, as they observed Lin An's expression, a hint of unease crept into their minds. They wondered if he was asking them to eliminate someone, perhaps that wretched family of his father's. That was a line they dared not cross. If caught, they would face serious legal consequences. No amount of money could sway them. Chapter 7. What are you thinking? I just need you to help me find a few items. Upon observing their expressions, Lin An first felt an involuntary amusement, which quickly morphed into irritation as he uttered a reprimand. If he were to eliminate someone, he indeed harbored intentions towards the individual who had controlled him for a full 5 years in his previous life. In truth, it was only a handful of individuals he considered as true adversaries. However, there was no need for others to intervene in this matter. Should fate allow their paths to cross again in this life, he possessed ample methods to exact his revenge. As he contemplated unpleasant individuals and events, the previously composed young man revealed an unusual smile, and within his bright black eyes flickered a hint of malevolence, sending a chill through the three street thugs, who had grown up in an era of peace. One of them swallowed hard, and, feeling somewhat uneasy, inquired, Lin An, what exactly do you want us to assist you with? Please give us a clear answer." They were well aware of Lin An's character. He rarely initiated trouble but could be recklessly fierce when provoked. After all, he was a solitary figure, unencumbered by attachments. Another thug, sharing a sense of unease, added, "Yes. Do tell us what you need. Your expression is rather frightening. Who has offended you?" Lin An snapped back to reality and, feigning nonchalance, responded with a smile, "No. You misunderstood." He concealed the tumult of emotions in his eyes, reverting to his previous image of a clean-cut, handsome young man. Taking a swig of beer, Lin An retrieved a note from his pocket and handed it over. This time, he sought their assistance in procuring something, assuring them that he would not impose without recompense. "Once I obtain the items, I will pay this amount." He gestured to indicate the sum. The leading thug examined the note with a furrowed brow, but upon noticing Lin An's gesture, his expression brightened. The three exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of intrigue. Only a few well-crafted machetes and spring knives, devoid of firearms and ammunition, posed no challenge for such individuals. Moreover, the price offered by Lin An was truly enticing, 20,000. with a commendable profit margin to be made. This was a deal worth pursuing. After a brief, hushed conversation among the trio, one of them lowered his voice to inform that Lin An's requested goods would be ready in 3 days. Lin An nodded in agreement, establishing the time and place for their transaction. With shared smiles, they resumed their banter over drinks and skewers, engaging in trivial talk before taking their leave. Lin An, undeterred by the surprised gaze of the barbecue stall owner, continued to place his orders. After indulging in a lavish feast, he leaned back, satisfied, and arranged for a substantial batch of assorted raw vegetables and meat skewers, claiming he would host a barbecue at home, too lazy to prepare these items himself. Whether the owner believed him mattered little. What was important was the prospect of profit. The barbecue stall owner, indeed, responded with enthusiasm. Having settled on a price, Lin An ordered an extensive array of items, including ample seasonings. After all, in a few days, the money would render itself as meaningless as a blank sheet of paper. It was far more practical to stockpile some skewers for leisurely consumption later. On November 17th, 2001X, Lin An received the final batch of goods valued at $20,000. With the scant money remaining, he purchased large containers of purified water to bring home. Subsequently, he firmly secured the doors and windows, closing himself off from the outside world. Naturally, being alone, there were no visitors to disturb him. As depicted in typical apocalyptic novels, disaster approached without warning, its signs evident yet largely overlooked. In the past fortnight, the city has witnessed a series of alarming incidents involving citizens afflicted by rabies, resulting in aggressive behavior. In response, Jincheng television station seized the opportunity to produce several segments on the safe management of pets, while the dog control team actively patrolled various neighborhoods with their nets. After a few days of chaotic disturbances, the situation gradually subsided. Few took the time to inquire about the conditions of those hospitalized due to rabies. Once the news had been broadcasted, it was swiftly forgotten. As for the unfortunate individuals bitten by rabid patients, they merely received a few injections at the hospital and continued with their lives as usual. The city, in its relentless hustle and bustle, continued to operate at a breakneck pace, easily overlooking the subtle changes occurring in its corners. These changes, however, brewed, fermented, and expanded, ultimately leading to irrevocable calamities. Lin An watched as the glamorous female host on television fervently urged the public to adhere to proper dog ownership practices and to regularly vaccinate their pets. His palms, damp with sweat, clenched tightly, and his heart raced anxiously. It was imminent, it was approaching, today, it would soon arrive. In his previous life, no one could have anticipated that the so-called rabid patients would surge dramatically after this day. What resided within them was not merely the rabies virus, but rather the T-virus, a zombie pathogen originating from a meteorite that had fallen from outer space. This meteorite had fortuitously been frozen within the polar ice until that layer eventually thawed, allowing the virus to merge with the ocean, evaporate into the atmosphere, and subsequently return as rain. One link connected to another, as nature, through a series of serendipitous events, bestowed upon humanity an insurmountable gift of calamity. In the early hours of the 18th after midnight, the viruses that had long lurked within the human body, insidiously introduced by water and air pollution, would erupt as if a switch had been flipped, catching humanity off guard. Subsequently, the bustling city would descend into a paradise for the undead. Lin An took a deep breath, and ultimately, a sense of calm enveloped him. What was inevitable could not be evaded. Fear served no purpose. At 1:23 in the morning on November 18th, the sound of frantic knocking reverberated through the corridor, gradually escalating from a faint disturbance to a cacophony that shattered the nocturnal silence. Lin An opened his eyes in the darkness, rose, and sat quietly on the bed, almost foreseeing the unfolding events. "Where have you been, you scoundrel? How dare you return?" The new tenants next door, a middle-aged couple, were embroiled in a quarrel as the wife scolded her husband for returning home late, reeking of alcohol. After a brief silence, a piercing scream erupted. "Ah, there's a ghost. Help, save me." At that moment, the newly risen zombie outside was drawn by the tantalizing scent of fresh flesh emanating from the plump woman. A guttural sound of excitement echoed from its decaying mouth, saliva dripping. With a stiff gait, it lurched through the open door, advancing towards the woman, who had collapsed in terror, disregarding her desperate cries. Its sharp claws and teeth mercilessly tore into her flesh. What a commotion! It is the dead of night, yet they disturb the peace, utterly inconsiderate. Following this uproar, the sound of a door creaking open from the neighboring unit erupts, accompanied by a torrent of curses and discontent. Suddenly, Piercing screams shatter the stillness, plunging the entire corridor into chaos. The cacophony of doors opening and closing in rapid succession, relentless shrieks, the frenzied hissing of the undead, and the thunderous banging on doors ensue. A faint scent of blood wafts through the air, drawing in more of the prowling zombies within the neighborhood. Thus begins a grotesque feast that heralds the apocalypse. As dawn breaks and the sky lightens, Lin An, deprived of sleep throughout the night, finally exhales with relief and collapses onto his bed. Residing on the ground floor, his home endured numerous attempts by the zombies to batter down the sturdy front door, all of which were thwarted by the robust security door that held firm against the onslaught. Though the first-tier zombies lack intelligence, they instinctively seek out easier prey. Many residences in such aging complexes do not boast reinforced security doors. Some are merely equipped with heavy wooden doors that may deter thieves but fail to withstand the relentless assault of the undead. This particular building comprises only 4 stories, with 3 households on each floor, totaling a mere 12 families. For the time being, Lin An is unaware of the circumstances above him, but on the ground floor, his household stands as the sole survivor of the night. With the immediate threat of being devoured by zombies temporarily abated, Lin An burrows beneath his covers, trembling with anxiety as he attempts to sleep. His slumber is fitful and fraught with unease. Any slight noise outside jolts him awake, gripping his steel machete tightly, existing in a perpetual state of vigilance. After mustering his dwindling spirit, he grasped the steel knife tightly and treaded lightly towards the kitchen, lowering himself to peer out the window. The presence of zombies was nearly blind, yet their auditory and olfactory senses were alarmingly acute, particularly their sense of smell. They were exceptionally sensitive to the scent of blood. This sensitivity resulted in a significantly lower number of women surviving in this post-apocalyptic world compared to men, as they were subject to physiological cycles that caused them to lose blood monthly. Any woman who managed to endure the harrowing first 2 years of this new world was undoubtedly a formidable character, not to be trifled with lightly. Lin An endeavored to minimize his movements as he gazed out from the kitchen balcony. Merely 2 meters away, 3 zombies wandered aimlessly while on the nearby lawn. A solitary one swayed back and forth, meandering without purpose. Lin An's mind was busy calculating. Given the small number of residents in the old neighborhood and the previous night's events, there were likely 2 or 3 zombies lurking in the stairwell. For him, a seasoned survivor after 5 grueling years in this world, these low-level zombies posed little threat. It was the emergence of second- and third-level zombies that would truly warrant his concern. After all, his spatial abilities were of a supportive nature. As a second-level spatial ability user, his combat prowess was diminished by half in comparison to his peers. In a one-on-one encounter, he could handle first-level zombies with relative ease, barely managing to survive against second-level ones, while facing third-level zombies would leave him with no option but to flee. The circumstances were far from ideal for him. Chapter 8. There is always a way out. Despite being categorized as a supportive ability, once reaching the pinnacle of the second level, he could barely execute a few offensive skills, such as spatial blades, spatial confinement, and object teleportation, among others. The so-called attack and support systems, along with the classification of abilities, are all designed to assess the strengths and weaknesses in combating zombies. Many support-type abilities may prove ineffective against the undead, however. This does not imply that they would be at a disadvantage when confronting fellow humans. For example, a level 2 water ability user can create a water shield that has no impact on zombies, who do not require breathing, yet becomes a lethal weapon against humans, who are perpetually dependent on air. Each time an ability user levels up, their mental fortitude significantly enhances, and their physical capabilities are correspondingly fortified. To ascend in rank, an ability user invariably requires one essential item, a staple in apocalyptic narratives, the crystal core. It serves not only as a universal currency in the days to come, but often acts as a catalyst for conflict, as depicted in numerous stories. A unique crystal found within the brains of zombies facilitates the enhancement of abilities. This is referred to as the crystal core. Even a level 1 zombie's brain can produce a crystal core, known as a level 1 core. The method of utilizing the crystal core gradually became known to humanity only after a span of 6 months. It is neither the commonly believed method of mental energy absorption nor the so-called act of devouring it raw. Following the apocalypse, it took a considerable duration of exploration for humans to uncover the correct usage of the crystal core. Encased within the core's resilient shell is a small droplet of liquid, no larger than a bead of water, which can directly enhance one's abilities when consumed. The core's exterior is exceptionally hard, impervious to ordinary metals. Only those of equivalent ability can utilize their mental power to fashion a blade that pierces through, allowing the liquid to escape. It can then be mixed with water or consumed directly. It may sound repulsive at first, yet subsequent studies by scientists reveal that the density of the crystalline nucleus's outer shell is astonishing, impervious to all known small molecular substances, not to mention the grotesque contents of a zombie's brain. If one were to regard the crystalline liquid merely as an energy drink, it would not seem so distasteful. In a post-apocalyptic world, enhancing one's strength takes precedence, and no one can afford to be overly discerning. Before the crystalline nucleus was discovered and harnessed, Lin An's objective was to accumulate as much as possible. In his hand was a steel knife, formerly known as a Nepalese kukri. This formidable blade, nearly 20 centimeters in handle length and 50 centimeters in blade length, is crafted entirely of black steel. Its perfectly curved edge is ideally suited for severing the necks of zombies, providing both agility and efficiency in hand. Contemplating the days ahead, Lin An's expression turned grave, yet an extraordinary calm enveloped him. At last, he was to confront these creatures once more. The iron door, which had remained tightly shut for days, suddenly swung open, stirring the zombies in the adjacent building who were still indulging in their feast. The enticing aroma of fresh blood and flesh wafted through the air, tantalizing their feeble sense of smell. Before they could drool and rise from the ground to pounce on their new prey, a chilling breeze swept through, slicing across their necks. With a dull thud, a highly decomposed head rolled to the ground. Lin An swallowed with a hint of excitement, pivoting to evade an attack from behind. With a swift motion of his steel knife, yet another head detached from a zombie's neck. Expertly, he sliced through the soft brainstem, extending 2 fingers into the red and white brain tissue, soon extracting a translucent white crystal, no larger than a peanut. Using the same method, Lin An found 2 more crystal cores. He, not caring about the filth, hastily wrapped the one still smeared with brain matter in tissue paper and tossed it into his backpack. At that moment, the zombies lurking outside the corridor heard the commotion within. The enticing scent of fresh prey wafted through the air, causing 2 of them to excitedly shuffle forward, their stiff limbs moving awkwardly as they approached the narrow entrance of the hallway. As a supernatural being, both Lin An's senses and physical capabilities would gradually be enhanced with each elevation in level. Having returned to his 5-year younger self, his hearing and vision were markedly superior to how they had been at the age of 23 in his previous life. He keenly detected the sound of a door opening upstairs, likely someone curious about the commotion on the first floor. Dismissing the idea of unnecessary entanglements with the residents in the building, Lin An tightened his grip on the knife and swiftly advanced, severing the neck of the leading zombie with a single stroke. Despite their slow movements and severe decay, the zombies possessed an extraordinary hardness in their bones, making it necessary to exert considerable strength to decapitate them. With his palms still tingling from the impact, he had no time to catch his breath. He deftly dodged the claws of a zombie to his left and aimed for a lethal strike. After a few labored breaths, he successfully acquired 5 crystal cores. To conserve his energy, Lin An did not linger. Ensuring that his front door was securely locked, he hastened towards the supermarket outside the community. Although his physical condition was commendable after 5 years, the stamina of his 5-year younger body was significantly lacking. The level 1 zombies in the community moved sluggishly, yet their numbers were considerable. To avoid being pursued, Lin An sprinted until he was nearly breathless, finally vaulting over the supermarket's barrier, achieving temporary safety. The Koi Pond community spans a vast area, flanked by 2 older neighborhoods. 5 years ago, an affluent businessman from out of town recognized the area's strategic transportation access and substantial consumer base, prompting him to invest in the establishment of a comprehensive supermarket. The location was strategically chosen just 6 buildings away from Lin An's residence, adjacent to a bustling road. The supermarket operates daily from 8 in the morning until 10 at night, and the zombie outbreak occurred in the early hours of yesterday. At this moment, the supermarket is largely devoid of mutated customers and staff, with only a handful of security personnel and stock clerks present, making it an optimal venue for resource gathering. Lin An, having previously held on to a significant sum of money, refrained from visiting the supermarket earlier, waiting for this precise moment to seize opportunities. Now that the apocalypse has just begun, most people remain oblivious and are hesitant to engage in unlawful activities. Additionally, the presence of numerous man-eating creatures outside has caused many to waver, reluctant to risk venturing outdoors, thereby missing the ideal time to collect supplies. Conversely, Lin An harbors no such apprehensions. He understands that no rescue will come, food will only dwindle further, and there will be no righteous enforcers to punish him for raiding the supermarket. Breathing heavily, he strides towards the supermarket entrance, his eyes drawn to the obviously shattered glass doors. Cursing under his breath at the realization that someone has beaten him to it, he begrudgingly slips through the broken doorway. His previously foul mood is swiftly lifted upon encountering 3 decapitated zombies, still clad in security uniforms, lying just inside the entrance. Surveying his surroundings, he swiftly located several headless zombie skulls and expertly extracted their cores in a single fluid motion, acquiring 3 luminous crystals that elevated Lin An's spirits considerably. He resolved to pardon the individual who had audaciously intercepted him to collect resources first. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Hua, who was inexplicably granted forgiveness, stood before the shelves in the biscuit aisle when he suddenly unleashed a colossal sneeze. The wandering zombies in the supermarket, alerted by the sound, began to converge upon him with guttural growls. Hua Cheng's brow furrowed, and his sharp gaze darkened. He casually stuffed a few packets of biscuits into his bag, gripping his fire axe tightly, and cautiously approached the end of the shelf. In a sudden, agile movement reminiscent of a leopard, he darted out. The first zombie to reach him barely had the chance to extend its claw before the keen edge of the fire axe severed its neck. Although there were others in the supermarket, and this other had indirectly assisted in dealing with the zombie security, Lin An remained vigilant. His powers were too exceptional. At least for now, no other abilities had awakened, making him conspicuous. Caution. Regardless of strength or a formidable background, in this apocalyptic world, nothing could surpass the virtue of caution for survival. Of course, strength remained crucial. Once he reached level 3, once his powers ascended to level 3, he could venture forth with greater freedom. Comforting himself, Lin An dashed to the relatively open expanse of the frozen goods section, swiftly decapitating a zombie clad in supermarket attire. After confirming that no one else was around, he concentrated his mental energy to form a slender, sharp blade, shattering the nearby surveillance devices. Afterward, Lin An ceased to squander time and swiftly raided the frozen aisle, seizing the frozen fish and meat. In merely 2 days, the city's water and electricity would collapse. Rendering these perishables worthless, it would be more prudent to let them go. Upon completing his sweep of the frozen food section, he left a line of empty freezers in his wake. Lin An assessed the remaining space and turned to dispatch 2 zombies that approached, swiftly beheading them. He then tread lightly towards the staple goods and drinking water. Rice, flour, and oil represented the most common currency in this post-apocalyptic world. He had calculated well. Anyone else in the supermarket, unless they possessed spatial abilities, would likely prioritize convenient foods like biscuits and instant noodles. The 3 zombies sprawled at the entrance bore clean severing marks at their necks, indicating they were formidable adversaries. It was best to avoid conflict. Lin An silently hoped for a peaceful encounter. Should a confrontation arise, it would be troublesome, especially with others present, making it difficult for him to clear the shelves openly. The realization that his originally straightforward stockpiling mission had devolved into a constant evasion of others left him somewhat resentful, though he refrained from recklessly seeking trouble. Before the canned goods shelf, the stoic and expressionless Hua Cheng unexpectedly let out a loud sneeze, much to his chagrin. Despite the absence of any zombies around, this incident made Mr. Hua, who had maintained a cool and masculine demeanor throughout his life, feel quite embarrassed. His hand paused momentarily in the act of gathering cans, and his expression darkened. After mentally chastising those who had arrived before him, Lin An quickly regained his composure and continued his relentless pursuit through the daily necessities aisle. The remaining space was limited, and after gathering soap, toothpaste, and daily necessities, Lin An paused opposite the toilet paper shelf. Despite the assurance that no one was around, she furtively glanced around and casually stuffed another batch of sanitary pads into her space. Embarrassment aside, these items were essential to acquire in abundance during certain times. These small packets of cotton and non-woven fabric miraculous composites could be even more precious than food. In a year, no, in just 6 months, these items would transform into highly sought-after commodities. Surviving as a woman in a post-apocalyptic world is particularly challenging. Those who endure possess remarkable skills, and their spending becomes more extravagant. Sanitary pads, a wondrous invention, are waterproof, breathable, highly absorbent, and voluminous. They can even effectively obstruct the dreadful sensitivity of zombies' sense of smell. Even some well-endowed superpower teams from the previous life would provide their members with a couple of pads before embarking on missions, using them for emergency bandaging when injured. Far superior to gauze. After all, when faced with zombies attracted by the scent of blood, maintaining one's dignity is hardly worth the price. What does it mean when the brave triumph in a narrow encounter? This was precisely such a moment. Just as Lin An was about to leave the supermarket after her frenzied shopping spree, a man with a backpack and a bag happened to reach the entrance. Lin An. Hui-chung. Their eyes met, and both were taken aback. Hui-chung stood still, gazing at the young woman not far away. His brow slightly furrowed, his expression calm, yet a faint surprise flickered in his heart. There were indeed others in the supermarket. Confronted by a similarly hesitant young man standing at a standstill, Hui-chung maintained a composed demeanor, silently awaiting the other to make the first move. Such an encounter seemed remarkably serendipitous. Although Lin An was aware of the presence of others in the supermarket, he was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer size of the establishment, realizing it was quite fortuitous to cross paths at such an opportune moment. The man before him appeared to be in his 30s, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, a height that is indeed rare even in the northern regions. Lin An discreetly assessed him. Broad shoulders, long legs, and a robust physique that hinted at the muscular definition beneath his attire. Lin An silently concluded that this individual was likely someone who engaged in physical training. This man, with his impressive stature and rugged features, exuded a mature and profound aura, which even Lin An, a man himself, could not deny was rather striking. He mused, perhaps this was the quintessential type that women currently found most appealing, successful, and accomplished. Lin An scrutinized Hui-chung, who was simultaneously evaluating him in return. The young man across from him stood less than 5 meters away, tall and slender, with a fair and handsome visage that might easily be mistaken for a university student. However, his eyes, dark and piercing, suggested a complexity that belied his appearance. Silence enveloped them as the man remained mute, while Lin An felt an urge to break the stillness. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the fire axe clutched in the man's hand, still stained with the dark crimson blood that had dripped from a zombie's body. Lin An raised his eyes to meet the man's gaze, discovering that the other was also observing him. After a few moments of quiet confrontation, the atmosphere around them seemed to thicken with an unspoken tension. The man stood motionless, subtly nodding to indicate that Lin An should proceed. In an instant, Lin An comprehended the unspoken message, feeling an inward sense of relief. With a discreet glance that traversed the imposing figure before him, he weighed his options and managed to muster a friendly smile, nodding in acknowledgement before deciding it prudent to take his leave. Hui-chung, with an impassive expression and a demeanor devoid of emotion, silently observed as the young man, burdened with numerous bags, swiftly exited through the glass doors and hastened away. The lithe youth moved with agility, deftly wielding a machete to dispatch the zombies lurking outside, all while effortlessly vaulting over the railing of the supermarket and sprinting into the distance. For a fleeting moment, Hui-chung's gaze lingered on the retreating figure. Having returned with a bounty of supplies, Lin An felt relatively content. Even the unexpected encounter with a formidable adversary had not stirred any complications, and all seemed to unfold smoothly. Upon exiting the supermarket, he raised his eyes to assess the sky, abruptly pausing before his expression soured, prompting him to quicken his pace. Reaching the railing at the supermarket's perimeter, the young man did not falter. With one hand gripping a plastic bag and the other wielding his knife, he skillfully carved a path as the zombies began to encroach, slicing a clear space. With a quick step and a powerful push, he leapt over the railing. He dispatched the 2 nearest zombies with swift precision, severing their heads without pausing to collect the crystal cores, seizing the opportunity to escape while the undead were still in motion. In his previous life, Lin An had grown accustomed to a life of poverty in the apocalypse. So upon encountering the abundance of supplies in this life, he was overwhelmed with excitement, inadvertently neglecting the passage of time. In the apocalyptic world, those seeking survival are acutely aware of a fundamental truth. It is prudent to avoid encountering hordes of zombies during midday, for it could spell doom. As the sun reaches its zenith, the rising temperatures render the once stiff joints of the undead increasingly agile. At the peak of noon, a first-tier zombie can match a human speed, while a second-tier zombie can even pursue a moving vehicle. Conversely, the night brings a different story. As the clock approaches 8, the zombies roaming the vicinity begin to enter their active phase. If one were to delay for another hour or two, they would inevitably find themselves besieged by hundreds, if not thousands, of frenzied zombies. It would be utterly impossible for Lin An to escape safely on his own. How careless of him. Lin An chastised himself for his negligence, relying too heavily on the experiences of his past life, and now he awaited his own demise. Turning back to Wucheng, he had exited the supermarket just after Lin An, with a few deft movements. He tore a wooden board from a promotional stand outside the store and used it to barricade the shattered glass door. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from afar. When he turned, he was surprised to see the young man, who had previously dashed away, returning. The youth stood there, panting heavily, a piece of door panel inexplicably in hand, his cheeks slightly flushed from exertion. Wucheng regarded him with newfound appreciation. This seemingly ordinary young man displayed a commendable attentiveness. Lin An, holding the wooden board, stood there, somewhat embarrassed, just as he was about to successfully navigate back to the community, having evaded the wandering zombies in the street. A sudden realization struck him. He had forgotten a crucial detail. How foolish. The supermarket door remained unsealed, and that meager 1-meter-high railing surrounding the store was utterly futile. The supermarket served as a vital supply depot for him before he left Jean City. If the railing were to be damaged and the glass door shattered, how could one expect to enter with zombies lurking inside? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin An swiftly tossed the shopping bag he had been using for concealment into his spatial storage and darted into a nearby corridor. He dispatched a zombie still feasting within a household, pried off their door panel, and with all his strength, dragged it back with great effort. Upon his return, utterly exhausted, he realized his endeavor had been in vain. Standing before the supermarket, Lin An held the door panel in his hand, glancing between the barricaded glass door and the man observing him. In his moment of frustration, he was at a loss for words. Should he toss aside the panel and turn to leave? It felt decidedly awkward. Noticing the young man's discomfort and his wandering gaze, Wucheng felt a stir of compassion and approached to take the door panel from Lin An's grasp. Lin An was taken aback by the man's gesture. Once he saw Wucheng position the panel against the wooden barricade of the glass door, he finally regained his composure and offered an awkward smile. Thank you. I appreciate it. No need, Wucheng responded, his voice deep and resonant, carrying an indescribable essence that could be broadly categorized as the allure of a mature man. Lin An hesitated, contemplating whether to continue the conversation. It would be impolite to simply walk away after receiving help. My name is Lin An, a resident of Jean City, living nearby. Wucheng, from Xinjiang, he replied succinctly. He habitually maintained a stern expression, his thin lips pressed tightly together, exuding an air of seriousness that made him seem difficult to approach. However, when he spoke, his demeanor was remarkably polite. Xinjiang City, isn't that the economic development zone of Huagua? Lin An mused, nodding as he greeted, Hello. Hello. It seemed that this man, Wucheng, was indeed not very sociable. Lin An would say one thing, and he would respond in kind. After a moment of silence from Lin An, Wucheng paused and took the initiative to speak again. He gestured toward the gathering horde of zombies outside the railing and said, We need to leave quickly. There are more of them coming. Upon hearing this, Lin An glanced at the group of zombies surrounding the supermarket, counting roughly a dozen. Wucheng was correct. With the rising temperature, these creatures would only continue to proliferate. Chapter 10. Lin An cast a glance at the fire axe in Wucheng's hands, then hefted the machete in his own, smiling as he said, Let's split the work. Wucheng nodded and swiftly charged forward, raising his axe to sever the neck of the zombie closest to the inner side of the railing. The decayed head rolled to the ground, the wound clean and smooth. This man possessed remarkable strength. Lin An marveled inwardly, but there was no time to ponder. He followed suit, lifting his machete and bringing it down. Another head falling to the ground. A closer inspection would reveal that while his strike was indeed precise, there was a momentary hesitation in his movement as the blade connected with the zombie. This illustrated the disparity in their strength. The enhancement of an ability user's physique through mental fortitude could only go so far without proper training to hone their skills. Unless one possesses the awakened power type of abilities, ordinary ability users engage in no training whatsoever. At most, they may run a bit faster, possess greater strength, and enjoy better health. Lin An discreetly shook off the tingling in his hand, reminding himself that he must not embarrass himself in front of others. His subordinates became increasingly nimble in their movements. All the zombies near the railing had their heads severed, and Lin An promptly followed Wucheng, leaping over the railing in opposite directions. They did not linger in battle, swiftly dispatching the surrounding zombies before making their way toward the nearby residential area. During this time, they merely exchanged nods without further farewells or departing in the same direction. By the time Lin An, breathless, arrived home safely, He was utterly exhausted and could barely utter a word. He collapsed onto his bed, resting for quite a while, feeling somewhat despondent as he sighed. Realizing that his stamina was indeed markedly inferior to what it had been 5 years later. What could he do? He would simply have to train gradually. Progress is always a matter of steady advancement, and impatience would serve no purpose. With a resigned sigh, he nonchalantly retrieved a vacuum-packed sausage from his space, chewing it thoughtfully as he contemplated the path that lay ahead. In his previous life, when the apocalypse had just begun, most people firmly believed that if they could just hold on for a while, the government and military would soon come to their rescue. At that time, he himself was one of those individuals, hiding in the staff dormitory behind the Regal Hotel with a makeshift team, anxiously waiting for help to arrive. After much anticipation, the military finally came, and the city's broadcast announced they would escort them to the nearby Shojing safety base, igniting a wave of excitement among the survivors of the entire Jincheng city. Everyone endeavored to reach the designated assembly point set by the military within the stipulated time. Yet he, suddenly stricken with a high fever, was left behind on the makeshift bed by his companions, his face flushed and unconscious. In such a critical state, with no medicine at hand, who could ascertain the severity of his condition, it would be best to depart swiftly. The military was offering 200 pounds of provisions, and we ourselves could scarcely gather enough, let alone concern ourselves with him. Indeed, it is quite vexing that he fell ill at such a crucial moment, as if he were deliberately causing trouble for others. Let us disregard him, for he is neither kin nor acquaintance. Lin An could still vaguely recall the words he heard during his unconsciousness, filled with fear and helplessness. Longing to awaken but unable to do so, the fever raged within him, parching his throat yet leaving him too weak to rise for a sip of water. And those individuals were unlikely to show kindness by offering him any. When he regained consciousness, the timeline had become a blur in his mind. They were right, being strangers. No one bore the obligation to concern themselves with another's fate during such times. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to the fever nor fallen prey to the zombies. Instead, he awakened to newfound abilities. In his previous life, after awakening his powers, he ultimately failed to catch up with the military, joining a small group of survivors who also could not make it in time to the capital's safe base. Subsequently, they encountered another group along the way, a band of rogues from Jincheng, armed and well-supplied, with vehicles at their disposal. Lin An, due to his extraordinary abilities, was recruited by a group of individuals, harboring hopes of achieving greatness through his unique spatial powers. However, he soon found himself at the Shojing base, unknowingly transformed into a mobile warehouse for the gang. After several attempts to escape, he became the target of the gang leader's suspicion, gradually losing his freedom. Freedom, a concept often taken for granted, reveals its true value only when it is stripped away. He could not venture out alone, and even in sleep, he was constantly monitored by his dormitory companions. Accompanied to the restroom and forbidden from conversing with anyone outside the group, he was compelled to keep his identity as an ability user buried deep within. Although he possessed a rare and precious ability, he was forced to masquerade as an ordinary person under duress. Concepts such as self-respect, honor, and pride were ground away under the threat of bullets and powers. Had it not been for the zombie siege, he might still be a mere plaything in the hands of others, easily squashed and molded like a small grasshopper. With a cold smile curling his lips as he finished the sausage in his hand, a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes, resentment towards the scoundrels of his past life and towards his own foolishness. Had he not boasted about his abilities, lacking self-awareness and indulging in vanity, he would not have fallen into his current predicament. Thus, the quality of one's life is shaped by one's own choices, with others merely acting as catalysts. Lying on his bed with nothing to occupy his mind, Lin An began to contemplate. The Shojing base was a place he could never return to. While it was indeed the largest safe haven in Huagua after the apocalypse, rife with chaos due to the power struggles among various military and political factions, it was a world of confusion and peril. The foremost reason that solidified his resolve to absolutely avoid the Shojing base was the impending zombie tide 5 years hence. In that time, propelled by several fourth-tier intelligent zombies, a multitude of first, second, and third-tier zombies would converge, launching a formidable assault on populous large-scale bases. The Shojing base would bear the brunt of the onslaught, suffering catastrophic losses, whereas smaller bases, relatively less scrutinized by the horde, would manage to survive unscathed. Lin An himself perished during a minor counterattack following the culmination of the zombie tide. At that juncture, the Shojing base, severely weakened, was averse to sacrificing its precious superpowered individuals and thus issued orders to select ordinary members from various superpowered teams to form a sacrificial squad. Under the guise of an ordinary person, Lin An inadvertently found himself on this list of expendables. Naturally, the leader of his team was loath to part with this invaluable asset and refrained from revealing Lin An's true identity. A mere small team dared to conceal a space-type superpowered individual from the base, and should this transgression be unearthed, while Lin An might evade punishment, the higher-ups would undoubtedly exact retribution on the others in the team. Ultimately, the preservation of one's own life took precedence. Lin An transitioned from a controlled asset to a mere pawn. In the intricate tapestry of human existence, each person harbors their own self-interest, the base leaders, intent on safeguarding their remaining forces, and the small team leader, striving to maintain his influence. Both faced a moment when, upon the zombies' approach, instinct led the team members assigned to protect the warehouse to prioritize their own survival. Thus, the intertwining of various selfish motives wove a dense web that ensnared him, the insignificant bug leading to his demise. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, one cannot truly blame others for their own inability to protect themselves. Reflecting on past events, Lin An felt a lingering discomfort within, and just then, his stomach began to protest. Shaking his head, he cast aside his fleeting melancholy and silently made his way to the kitchen. A modest portion of rice set alongside a generous helping of pickled vegetables and meatballs. His appetite had grown substantially since returning from the apocalypse. A person is like iron, and rice is like steel. Missing a meal stirs a sense of unease. In the corridor of Building 6 at Liupan Community, Hua Chung entered, wielding a fire axe in one hand and carrying 2 large bags of food in the other, a massive backpack slung across his back. He had chosen a route with fewer zombies, navigating his way through a series of fortunate mishaps. Unbeknownst to him, someone he had just encountered moments ago happened to reside in this very building. The intricacies of fate are truly remarkable. One might assume that a first meeting would be the last, yet under the heaven's design, it is often not the case. After dispatching 2 zombies that had approached in response to the noise outside the corridor, Hua Chung's expression remained neutral. He quickly surveyed the first floor and settled on the apartment with the security door wide open. Just before entering, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the neighboring unit, which was securely sealed behind a thick, reinforced security door, prompting a flicker of surprise in his mind. Through the layers of steel bars and wire mesh, he could faintly discern that within, there lay an equally formidable wooden inner door. Hua Chung had a good memory, recalling his earlier passage. He noted that the balcony of that household was similarly encased in a stainless steel covering, perfectly sealed, aptly described as being under stringent protection. It was as if the very design of the house was intended to confront the undead. Shaking his head to dismiss the absurd conjectures swirling in his mind, Hua Chung silently stepped inside and closed the door. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would need to reside here for a while. In the living room, Lin An joyfully finished a large bowl of sauerkraut with meatballs and rice, its tangy and fresh flavors steaming hot, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. It felt as though his minor frustrations were flowing away with each drop of perspiration. Upon hearing the sound of a door opening in the corridor, his movements hesitated momentarily, but he did not venture outside to investigate. The house was uninhabited. Whoever entered held no concern for him. If noon marked the peak of the zombies' activity, then nighttime undoubtedly represented their period of lethargy. The zombies, already burdened with poor eyesight, became akin to the blind once darkness fell. Additionally, the cooler temperatures of the night rendered their joints even stiffer. Midnight could be deemed the safest hour and the optimal time for supernatural beings to hunt for crystal nuclei. Of course, this only applied to first-level zombies. Once they ascended to the second level, their joints would become more agile, their vision enhanced, and their sense of smell remarkably acute, allowing them to hunt even in the dark. Unfortunately, first-level zombies were predominantly present during the initial stages of the apocalypse, a time when supernatural abilities had yet to manifest, leaving ordinary individuals struggling to deal with the undead. Few would consider that these repugnant creatures harbored treasures within their decaying minds. The notion of opening a zombie's skull was utterly revolting. Anyone not deranged would refrain from the grotesque act of probing into the brains of the deceased. What, then, does this imply? This signifies that Lin An, having endured 5 years of poverty during the last apocalypse, has finally reaped the rewards of his perseverance. ushering in a splendid era where crystal cores are scattered about, unclaimed by others. Should he muster the courage to gather as many crystal cores as possible before a multitude of superpowered individuals awaken and recognize their utility, he could assure himself a tranquil existence for at least the first 5 years of the apocalypse. This pivotal moment, which holds the key to a future filled with happiness, demands his determination. As night descended, having indulged in a sumptuous dinner to restore his strength, Lin An patted his distended abdomen and resolved to venture out for a stroll. He retrieved the steel machete he had previously used from his space, carefully wiping its blade with a clean cloth. Pressing his ear to the door, he listened intently to the sounds outside before quietly opening it. Once illuminated by the light from within, Lin An's gaze fell upon a gruesome sight at his doorstep that ignited a surge of anger within him. A severed foot, bloodied and grotesque, lay sprawled on the ground, still adorned with a tattered shoe. Despite his self-assured demeanor in the face of adversity, Lin An felt his heart race and his brow furrow at this blatant provocation. In Jean City, or indeed in many northern locales, there exists a prevalent belief: if someone hurls refuse at another's doorstep, it signifies an intent to ruin that family's fortune. A clear invitation to conflict. The presence of a discarded shoe only served to amplify the insult, suggesting illicit affairs on the part of those residing within. Though it may seem trivial in the grand scheme of things, given the abundance of corpses both living and deceased that now litter the landscape, it is entirely plausible that the living individual, in passing, inadvertently lost a foot. Certainly, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this was a deliberate act by someone. Lin An was acutely aware that his sturdy door, within the current environment, was indeed a magnet for trouble. The residents of the Liutang community lacked civility, and one could never tell who might harbor ill intentions, ready to resort to such underhanded tactics. Such behavior must not be tolerated. In these chaotic times, all manner of fiends and monsters have emerged. If he were to overlook this once, he could only anticipate more repulsive acts to follow. The zombies that had been roaming the corridors had been dealt with earlier that morning, granting a temporary reprieve for Holmes Lin. He was in no rush to venture outside. With his beautifully furrowed brow, he scrutinized the entire hallway with unwavering intensity. It was likely that the third and fourth floors still harbored some undead activity. Typically, sensible households would remain indoors, unwilling to risk their lives for such futile endeavors. Judging by the commotion from the previous night, it seemed that only one household remained on the second floor. The male and female occupants of that unit boasted impressive academic credentials and regarded themselves as far superior, looking down upon ordinary citizens like him. It was unlikely they would resort to such despicable acts as tossing filth at someone else's door. Moreover, the man of that household appeared frail, his slight frame suggesting he would be too terrified to step outside, let alone provoke others. Lin An found a sense of schadenfreude in this realization. Their arrogance had led them to underestimate others. Now, in this apocalyptic world, while he, a mere worker, thrived on the bounty of crystal nuclei, they remained holed up with their meager supplies, waiting for government rescue. Having analyzed the situation on the upper floors, Holmes Lin fixed his gaze upon the tightly shut door of the second unit, a sudden epiphany striking him. Someone must have moved in that very morning. It was undoubtedly the scoundrels within that room who were responsible. Mr. Bastard from room 2 silently entered the corridor while drying his hands, unexpectedly locking eyes with the young man ahead. What a coincidence! Fate seems to play its hand. Hua Chung held a favorable impression of the youth before him, agile and perceptive, a person who never failed to elicit goodwill, and Hua Chung was no exception. Just as he intended to greet this temporary neighbor, before he could utter a word, he heard the young man inquire in a rather accusatory tone, "Did you do this?" Following the youth's fiery gaze, Hua Cheng's puzzled eyes fell upon the ground at the entrance of room 3. Hua Cheng. He cleared his throat awkwardly, stepping forward to pick up the bloodied, severed foot still clad in a tattered shoe. It was truly unintentional. Holding the gruesome, disfigured remnant, he raised his eyes to meet Lin An's, contemplating how to ease the tension. He anticipated residing here for some time and had no desire to antagonize this seemingly reliable young neighbor. In his 30s, having achieved success before the calamity struck, he was at an age marked by maturity, stability, and a sense of responsibility, yet unencumbered by family ties. Individuals of such a character often exhibit a willingness to concede to those younger than themselves. Perhaps it was a subconscious manifestation of masculine confidence in one's own strength that deterred him from engaging in disputes with younger counterparts. Or perhaps it was something more complex. For instance, Hua Chung had a penchant for men, particularly those slightly younger, like the youthful and handsome individual before him, who appeared to be in his early 20s, perfectly fitting within his preferred realm of deference. It was not to suggest that he was immediately inclined to develop any romantic notions towards Lin An, much like a man's inclination towards a woman. Even when she is not his girlfriend, there exists a habitual tendency to extend a measure of care towards her during fleeting moments of interaction, as a demonstration of gentlemanly decorum. Ultimately, this behavior can be distilled to primal instincts, as the male psyche engages in its subtle machinations, perhaps unconsciously striving to present oneself favorably, with the understanding that such recipients of attention could, under certain circumstances, evolve into something more. However, in the context of Huacheng, the object of his interest has shifted from women to men, particularly favoring youthful, handsome, intelligent, and vibrant young men who align with his tastes. Yet, in this instance, having only encountered Lin An twice, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts. Rather, he instinctively felt compelled to take a step back. Huacheng turned his gaze towards Lin An, his taut expression softening slightly as he offered an explanation. "I apologize. I was tidying up and didn't realize this had fallen at your door." As he spoke, he glanced at the severed limb in his hand, still oozing blood, silently communicating with the young man. "I will clean this up properly." Lin An, however, failed to grasp the nuance in Huacheng's expression, not fully understanding the unspoken message conveyed. The man before him, Huacheng, was not only tall and robust, but also bore an expression of seriousness as he fixated his gaze upon Lin An, frowning in annoyance. Lin An thought, "What's the deal? You make a mistake, and yet have the audacity to look at me like that." Huacheng, observing Lin An's wide-eyed silence, found humor in his agitated demeanor, resembling a squirrel whose nest had been disturbed. His expression relaxed, and just as he was about to take a step closer, Lin An tensed up in response. "What are you doing?" Lin An inquired, his brow furrowed and body taut with vigilance. Huacheng replied, "Don't misunderstand. I'm merely going outside to dispose of this foot." Unbeknownst to him, he instinctively leaned a fraction closer to the young man. "Just throw it away. Why are you approaching me?" The young man stood rigidly in place like a porcupine with its quills raised, vigilantly observing every move of the man before him. Huacheng was bewildered by the sudden tension radiating from him. He found himself at a standstill, unable to advance or retreat. The man's mature and robust exterior bore an air of seriousness, and his stoic demeanor did little to suggest benevolent intentions. Fortunately, Huacheng discerned that Lin An was harboring some misunderstandings, although he could not fathom the reason behind the other man's sudden tautness. Lacking the ability to articulate his thoughts, he chose silence, conveying his lack of hostility. Indeed, the atmosphere began to ease. Lin An relaxed his brow, confirming several times that he was to take the initiative. It seemed as though he had been overly anxious, making a mountain out of a molehill. What was this about? Was he to be blamed for the other's peculiar behavior that led to such misinterpretations? Huacheng would naturally not cast blame nor instigate conflict. He simply remained quiet, standing his ground. Given the circumstances, Lin An found it difficult to persist in his scrutiny, especially since the man's demeanor, despite his silence, was relatively amicable. Clearing his throat, Lin An awkwardly declared, "Let us forget about today. You didn't mean any harm. There won't be a next time. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he sidestepped to avoid Huacheng's injured limb, hastily descending the stairs without a backward glance, slipping out of the corridor. The tension dissipated abruptly, as if the earlier discomfort had been but an illusion. What had frightened him? He had done nothing at all. Could it have been because of this? Huacheng glanced at the dripping, severed limb in his hand, puzzled. In contrast to the earlier display of bravado by his counterpart in vanquishing those creatures, it was evident that he was not one to cower in fear. Huacheng remained in place, casting a perplexed glance at the severed limb in his hand, followed by a bemused smile at the sight of the youth hastily retreating. There was an undeniable charm to his demeanor. Lin An slipped out of the corridor, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, accompanied by a slight trepidation as he patted his chest. He could not fathom what Huacheng had been engaged in prior. His unwavering gaze had an unsettling quality that was hard to ignore. What truly unsettled Lin An was the strong intuition he had upon first encountering Huacheng, a premonition that the man had taken a life. Having witnessed many such individuals in the apocalyptic world, he recognized that they, like Huacheng, exuded an aura that was distinctly unsettling. In stark contrast to the chaos of the apocalypse, a person who had committed murder in peaceful times could hardly be deemed benevolent. Despite Huacheng's seemingly amiable demeanor, The shadowy depths of his eyes and his stern expression left Lin An with a profound sense of unease. He had no desire to provoke such a figure. This was the lament of those endowed with supportive abilities. Their inherent lack of strength rendered them vulnerable. Even when pitted against formidable ordinary individuals, caution was paramount. This predicament elucidated why many in the later world sought refuge within powerful factions, hoping to align with formidable allies for their own protection. It was not that some wished to wander alone. Rather, such independence was predicated upon the assurance of their own survival. Feeling somewhat cowardly about his recent actions, Lin An burst out of the corridor, wielding a long machete with the intention of venting his frustrations on the weaker, loathsome zombies. If he could not confront others, surely he could take on this detestable horde of lowly creatures. All day long, the incessant noise from his back window was unbearable. What a nuisance. Do they not bear any responsibility for disturbing the peace? Do not think that being a zombie will exempt you from the moral consequences. Surrender your crystal cores, you detestable, decaying creatures. Lin Xiaoan resided in Building 6, which comprised a total of 3 entrances, 4 floors, and 3 households per floor, amounting to a mere 30 or so families within the entire structure. The 3 entrances were entirely disconnected from one another. This building, a remnant of the early days of urban reform and opening up, has become one of the most advantageous hideouts in the post-apocalyptic world. Even if the majority of the residents had transformed into zombies, the lack of interconnected hallways between the entrances significantly mitigated the threat. In a single corridor housing 12 families, even if they all succumbed to zombification, there would only be a few dozen zombies, and with many trapped on different floors or confined within their rooms, the risk to the surviving residents remained relatively low. In stark contrast, the newer buildings featured 1 or 2 entrances, with each floor accommodating a dozen or 20 households, all linked by long corridors. The staircases were positioned on either side, and every building was equipped with elevators. However, it would not be long before the city's water and electricity systems collapsed, rendering the elevators useless. Devoid of water and power, with corridors teeming with zombies, the challenges faced by residents on the higher floors were nearly insurmountable. Gazing towards the southwest of the city from the low-rise residential buildings, one could see the once bustling skyscrapers in the city center, which should have been illuminated year-round, now stood with only sporadic lights flickering in the darkness. The edifice stands in the heart of the city, amidst a bustling hub where towering skyscrapers encircle a crescent-shaped commercial district, teeming with throngs of people both day and night. A sight that could be quite overwhelming. Thus, it is said that those who manage to emerge from the zombie-infested city center are truly remarkable individuals, the epitome of masculinity. After this reflection, Lin An swiftly ascended the stairs to the 7th floor, his knife in hand. The 6th floor was relatively devoid of the undead. He had already dispatched a few earlier that morning, possibly aided by the subsequent actions of Hua Cheng, who may have eliminated several more. The remaining zombies were scattered throughout various stairwells and residential quarters, leaving the exterior surprisingly tranquil, even unusually safe. As dusk descended, many of the corridor lights in the aging community had ceased to function. Lin An was reluctant to venture into the darkness, risking a sudden ambush from a lurking zombie. Utilizing the dim light from the street lamps, he deftly maneuvered past a sluggish zombie on the road, reaching the back window of his residence. With a firm grip on the knife, he swiftly dealt with the incessant nuisance outside the window, taking refuge in the shadow cast by the aluminum cover of the window. He quickly pried open the zombie's skull with his blade, securing the precious crystal core. Cautiously, he then replaced the skull cap on the creature's head. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, from the elimination of the zombie to the acquisition of the core, all accomplished in a mere 5 minutes. Lin An was a somewhat selfish individual, with a shrewd mind. He aimed to amass crystal cores to enhance his abilities amidst the apocalypse, wary of drawing attention to his endeavors. The potential for others to notice his actions and spread word of his core collection was minor. However, being remembered by those with ulterior motives posed a significant concern. In the early days of the apocalypse, while others were preoccupied with survival, he alone understood the importance of accumulating crystal cores in advance. In the realm of rebirth, such resources could be a lifesaver when utilized wisely. Yet mismanagement could expose one to peril. Thus, caution was paramount. As for the eventual discovery and exploitation of crystal cores by others 6 months hence, he believed that the inexorable march of history was unstoppable. 6 months was ample time. By then, he would have ascended to level 3, rendering the energy contained within these level 1 cores negligible, relegating them to mere currency. In a buoyant mood, he flicked the brain matter off his blade and, after ensuring no one was following, stealthily crawled out through the window, making his way to the nearby market with swift strides. It is often said that ordinary citizens are astute. They never entertain the notion of wreaking havoc within their community while simultaneously ridding it of threats. Human nature is inscrutable, and in the wake of the apocalypse, it has become even more susceptible to trials. He had no desire to reveal his abilities under the watchful eyes of the survivors in the neighborhood. One could easily surmise that while the survivors remained holed up in their homes, cautiously rationing their supplies, the sudden emergence of a deft individual capable of dispatching zombies would raise eyebrows. Furthermore, as families struggled to survive on their limited provisions, this individual brazenly ventured into the supermarket to procure resources. Even if this person were to eliminate the zombies within the community, ensuring the safety of others, and subsequently shared their supplies or assisted in resource gathering, the outcome would likely be far from favorable. A grain of kindness could easily turn into a bushel of resentment. Gradually, many may come to perceive these circumstances as entirely natural. If one possesses remarkable skills, it is expected they should safeguard the collective, otherwise they are deemed callous. If one has the capacity, they ought to procure resources for the community, and to act solely in self-interest is considered selfish. To witness another's demise without extending aid is perceived as inhumane, and failing to assist those in need is regarded as utterly heartless. When peril arises, this individual is inevitably thrust to the forefront. Who else but the strongest? The savior is often propelled into the role of hero in such dire times. Lin An perceives himself as a mere ordinary individual, devoid of any grand aspirations for salvation. Selfishness is inherent to human nature, and being preoccupied with one's own survival leaves little room for thoughts of rescuing the world. Such endeavors are the province of heroes. On the balcony of a 4-room apartment on the 6th floor, a woman clenches her long fingernails into her palm, glaring through the glass at the youth's retreating form, her frustration bubbling to the surface. That little rogue has indeed left, abandoning the myriad monsters in his wake, and instead, he chooses to flee with a knife in hand, her meticulous plans rendered futile. Lin An is a fortunate woman, hailing from a well-to-do family, living a life free of worries. Blessed with beauty, and nurtured under the affection of her parents, she graduated from a prestigious university and selected her husband from among a plethora of suitors. Both are accomplished professionals in the prosperous corporate landscape of Jean City, enjoying generous salaries. The couple resides in a beautifully furnished 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment in the city center, blessed with a daughter who mirrors her intelligence and beauty. Such a life is the envy of many in their small to medium-sized city. When her parents received news from an old friend about the impending demolition of an aging neighborhood, the astute woman felt a stirring of excitement. After a discussion with her family, she decisively gathered a sum of money from her parents and relatives to purchase a 2-bedroom apartment in the community, moving in with her husband and daughter. During the demolition, she would also receive a compensation fee from the developer. With a keen sense of financial acumen, she felt quite satisfied with this old house, which would soon yield substantial returns, her only grievance being the neighbors. The Liutang community was originally constructed as employee housing by a nearby steel mill, and decades later, most residents remained either employees of the mill or their relatives, along with individual vendors from the market and workers from local supermarkets and restaurants. These small-town citizens and employees had limited education, and the overall quality of the residents was rather mediocre. Lin An prided herself on her higher education and her position at a renowned enterprise in the city, arriving here with a sense of superiority. She looked down upon the housewives who spent their days gossiping and picking vegetables by the walls outside, regarding their trivial chatter with disdain. However, one matter piqued her interest. One day, she overheard from an unknown middle-aged gossiping woman that a young man lived below her, someone who had dropped out of school after middle school, an orphan who mingled with street delinquents. She recalled having seen this young man, tall and slender, with a handsome demeanor, and was taken aback by his background. Her concern intensified when she witnessed the Lin family embroiled in disputes over the property, and how Lin An associated with local ruffians, instructing them to confront his father's family. This experience made Lin An increasingly wary of her neighbors. Observe the nature of this household. Her child is still so young, and their family's reputation for affluence within the community is well known. Should that rogue find himself in need of money, he might harbor ill intentions. The gossip of the neighborhood women flits through her mind. Tales of school dropouts engaging in brawls and mingling with unsavory characters, threats made to seize property, and various malicious fabrications. These idle individuals, who have spent their lives at society's margins, envy Lin An for his aunt's well-appointed two-bedroom apartment and his substantial savings, which amount to a fortune in their eyes. Lacking such wealth themselves, the thought that someone could effortlessly possess it incites their envy to the point of reddening their eyes. Some individuals, accustomed to harming others rather than benefiting themselves, will voice whatever unkind words come to mind whenever they feel discontent, safe in the knowledge that they bear no legal repercussions. Typically, reasonable individuals would merely smile at such transparent, emotionally charged rumors and dismiss them. Yet, the woman believed them. And from that moment on, she regarded Lin An, residing in the three-bedroom unit below, with heightened suspicion and disdain, wishing for an utter lack of connection with the so-called villain her neighbors had painted him to be. As for Lin An, he found no interest in engaging with the neurotic family above. Both the men and women exhibited a pretentious air, regarding others as if they were refuse, their expressions dripping with disdain. What audacity! Lin An owed them nothing, and their behavior was simply absurd. Initially, they lived in mutual contempt, ignoring one another entirely. However, in a single night, the self-important Li Ruian and her family found themselves reliant on Lin An's seemingly casual actions to safeguard their very lives. Last night, the couple, Li Ruian and her husband, were abruptly awakened from their slumber by a series of anguished screams emanating from the neighboring apartment. With trepidation, they cautiously opened the door a mere crack, only to be paralyzed by the horrific spectacle unfolding in the corridor, an appalling scene of carnage. Overcome with fear, they collapsed to the ground, expending every ounce of strength to secure the door. Li was bewildered. How could her once blissful and privileged existence be upended in a single night? Outside lurked monstrous beings, and the emergency hotline was utterly unreachable. Her parents and mother-in-law were besieged by the same dreadful creatures, and several relatives and friends had become completely unreachable. That night, Li Ruian and her husband repeatedly dialed their phones, their hearts racing with terror as they listened to the incessant thuds against the door. After a sleepless night, the realization that their home was devoid of provisions intensified their dread. What to do? What could they possibly do? Throughout the morning, Li Ruian was too preoccupied to attend to her frightened daughter. Her gaze was fixed on the balcony, her eyes wide with hope of seeing law enforcement or military personnel arrive. Alas, the only entities outside were the ravenous monsters. The silence of the building, punctuated only by hissing sounds, was deeply unsettling. Who could that be? As she observed, several creatures suddenly made their way towards the stairwell, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Yet, within 5 minutes, a tall, lean young man emerged from the corridor, wielding a long machete with remarkable agility. It was none other than Lin An from the three-bedroom apartment below. Had he vanquished the monsters that had just entered the corridor? Li Ruian's eyes sparkled with a mix of emotions. The very man she had scarcely regarded in the past now appeared more formidable than anyone else. Chapter 13. In the morning, Li Ruian concealed herself behind the window, witnessing Lin An's unexpected return as he valiantly vanquished several monsters in the street, subsequently carrying away their severed heads. Shortly thereafter, a tall, unfamiliar man entered their hallway after dispatching 2 more creatures. Observing the now desolate yet secure space outside her building, Li Ruian's gaze flickered with hope. The monsters in front of the building had been nearly exterminated, and their vehicle was parked in the vacant area behind the building. If those 2 individuals could eliminate the monsters on the 7th floor, she and her husband could drive to the nearby supermarket. No, they could simply flee to the capital. Yes, they could drive to fetch her parents in the capital, where safety was assured. Regrettably, throughout the day spent peering from behind the curtains, the young man downstairs did not emerge again, and the stranger who had moved in only disposed of the monster corpses in the hallway during the evening, thereafter remaining inactive. Undeterred, Li Ruian remained vigilant on the balcony, neglecting to entertain her daughter and hardly touching her meals. As nightfall descended, she eagerly awaited Lin An to emerge with his knife, barely containing her elation as she called for her husband. The couple anxiously positioned themselves by the bedroom window. Once he had cleared away the monsters, she would hasten downstairs to start the car, cradling their daughter in tow. She had observed during the day that those creatures moved sluggishly, unable to match the speed of a vehicle. As long as they acted swiftly, they could gather provisions at the supermarket and then retrieve her parents to escape this cursed place together. Li Ruian's husband, Li Wei, nodded in agreement, a hint of resentment in his tone. Let's proceed as such. It seems the government has no intention of intervening for us. So many lives have been lost without a word of response. Who knows what may unfold in the coming days? It is prudent to bring more provisions for peace of mind. The hostess harbored her own calculations, her thoughts racing, yet she regarded Lin An, who was below, fervently dispatching the creature's head with a sense of disdain. Truly, a cultureless ruffian, lacking in wit. Here he is, playing the hero, while the wise remain sheltered, observing. Yet, it seems his reckless bravado has inadvertently benefited his family. Perhaps not just them. Who knows how many others in the surrounding buildings are waiting for that fool to charge forth and eliminate the monsters. Humph, they call them monsters. But are they not merely humans transformed? In killing them, he may face unforeseen consequences. A prison sentence would not be unjust. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the situation took an unexpected turn. She watched as the young man below, after dispatching one creature, suddenly rose and swiftly departed along the neighborhood road. What is he doing? With so many monsters still around, why is he not continuing the fight? How can he leave? What will happen with those monsters? What shall we do? Different voices, echoing with similar exclamations, emanated from several rooms in the buildings ahead and behind, indicating that there were several households sharing the same intentions as Li Ruyan's family. Ugh, I knew that scoundrel wasn't so benevolent. After waiting for a while, seeing that Lin An had not returned, Li Ruyan, filled with indignation, drew the curtains and, clutching her growling stomach, ventured into the kitchen in search of sustenance. Truly, relying on oneself is more reliable than seeking help from others. Fortunately, their family possessed a car, which would provide them with greater convenience, whether for departure or escape. Mom, I'm hungry. The little daughter, Nyonyo, who had thrown several tantrums during the day, had only managed to take a long nap in the afternoon, soothed by her father. Now, rubbing her belly as she woke, she sat up in bed, clamoring for steamed egg custard. I want to eat. I want steamed egg custard. I wasn't full at lunch. Noticing her parents' silence, the little girl began to kick her legs and throw a fit on the bed, having been unable to play outside during the day. And only having consumed a small bowl of rice porridge at noon, she was filled with a sense of grievance. Seeing his daughter about to wail, Li Wei quickly approached to cover her mouth, softly coaxing, "Be good, Nyonyo, don't make a fuss. Daddy will ask Mommy to make you some steamed egg custard right away." The monsters outside had keen ears. The cries of their daughter throughout the day had already caused their front door to be battered several times, leaving the couple in a state of lingering apprehension. They could not allow her to disturb the peace again. "Go on, we must first ensure the child is well fed," Li Wei said to his wife. Li Ruyan exchanged a glance with her husband, furrowing her brows, and with a sigh, turned to retrieve 2 eggs from the refrigerator in the kitchen. The sight of the refrigerator, nearly barren save for a few scattered vegetables and fruits alongside a couple of jars of pickles, stirred within her a sense of frustration towards her daughter. It was all too apparent that her father had spoiled her, leaving her utterly clueless at such a critical juncture. Their family enjoyed ample resources, and unlike the neighboring housewives who would seize every opportunity to stockpile discounted vegetables from the supermarket, she had never indulged in the grimy produce of the local market. Everything in their home was purchased fresh, prepared on demand, resulting in a pitifully scant inventory within the refrigerator. As Lin Ruyan cracked an egg, her mind wandered to the dwindling supplies of rice and flour in the cupboard, and she worried about the possibility of a delay in relief from the city. Should assistance be prolonged, their provisions would indeed run short. After soothing their daughter, Li Wei entered the kitchen, casually opened the refrigerator, surveyed its contents, and closed the door with a heavy sigh. Troubled by the situation, perhaps he could venture upstairs to see if he might borrow some food. It would be ideal to request provisions from the neighbors. If that failed, purchasing some would suffice. Moreover, those families who had been ravaged by the monsters might still possess a few supplies. He had heard minimal commotion from the upper floors last night, suggesting their plight might not be dire. Recalling the young man in room 3, who effortlessly dispatched monsters as if slicing through melons, Li Wei felt an innate assurance that these creatures were not insurmountable. Lin Ruyan pondered for a moment before conceding with a nod, though her spirits remained low. The thought of humbling herself to seek aid from those she had always regarded with disdain weighed heavily on her heart. Nevertheless, she reasoned, assistance would not come without a cost. They could always purchase what they needed, as their family was not lacking in means. That evening, Li Wei took a considerable amount of cash from his home and ascended the stairs with a wrench in hand. Suddenly, a grotesque creature, reeking of decay, lunged from a spacious room above. It was Li Wei's first close encounter with this abomination. Its putrid, festering skin, a gaping maw oozing a viscous yellow-green liquid, and the nauseating stench that enveloped him, causing dizziness. Sharp teeth stained with remnants of flesh and long, claw-like yellowish nails added to the horror. The man stumbled, his heart racing, legs weakening, and his mind a blank slate. As the monstrosity drew nearer, instinct kicked in. With a sudden rush, he swung the wrench instinctively. Once, twice, thrice, splattered brain matter dotted his face and lips. The creature, its skull caved in, collapsed onto the ground, and a small, round crystal, no larger than a bean, rolled unnoticed into the corner of the cement steps. Exhausted, Li Wei slumped to the floor, gasping for breath. After a prolonged moment, he steadied himself against the railing and staggered to the front door. "What happened to you, dear? Don't scare me," his wife exclaimed. "It's nothing. Just close the door and put away the food quickly. Don't worry about that. What happened to you? Why are you covered in blood?" Li Wei allowed his wife to help him to the living room sofa, trembling for what felt like an eternity before finally managing to swallow and utter, I killed a monster. This is all its blood." "What? You killed someone?" The woman gasped, her voice rising, her face paling. The couple exchanged a long, silent gaze. And she finally broke the silence, asking in a hushed tone, "No one saw, right?" The man shook his head, sensing that someone must have heard the commotion but dared not venture out to investigate. "That is well, indeed." Li Ruian murmured a couple of phrases, her heart stirring as she lowered her voice. "If no one saw, we shall consider this incident as if it never transpired. Should it come to light in the future, we shall simply attribute it to that young man downstairs. After all, many pairs of eyes witnessed his battle against the monsters below. One additional witness does not change the count." Li Wei felt a wave of anxiety subside, nodding in agreement as his trepidation diminished considerably, allowing him to relax. Those monsters were once human, and he harbored a genuine fear of being wrongfully accused of murder. Yet, no one had seen anything. As for Lin An, he remained blissfully unaware of the absurd machinations of a couple plotting against him. Upon successfully arriving at the community market, he felt as if he had reached a paradise abundant with treasures. The blind, wandering zombies caught the scent of fresh food, grunting and creaking their stiff joints as they gradually moved in a singular direction, guided by their sense of smell. Unfortunately, lacking a firearm, Lin Xiaoan, who had honed his marksmanship during the apocalyptic trials, felt a tinge of regret as he gripped the hilt of his knife, embarking on an entire night of hunting. Nightfall proved to be the optimal time for slaying zombies, a principle that remained valid even 5 years later. The market was merely separated from the night market by a narrow road. The roaming zombies were predominantly the vendors who resided in their shops at night and those who meandered across the street from the night market. The entire market was less than 6 meters wide and over 200 meters long, cramped and rudimentary, yet it consistently catered to the daily needs of residents from 3 nearby communities. On one side, there are small eateries, grain and oil shops, and grocery stores, while on the other side lies a 1-meter-high platform constructed of concrete, designated for the sale of vegetables. These platforms are artificially divided into several meter-long sections, utilized during the day for purchasing fruits, vegetables, poultry, and meat. At this moment, the entire market is teeming with no fewer than 100 zombies. Had the apocalypse erupted during daylight, their numbers would likely swell to nearly tenfold. With Lin An's arrival, the unmistakable sound of his footsteps and the scent of fresh blood stirred the dormant zombies from their eerie slumber. Hissing, hissing. Groups of 2 or 3 zombies, with eyes that served little purpose in the darkness, drooled as they trudged forward with stiff movements towards the tantalizing aroma of food. Lin An took a deep breath, feeling a bead of sweat form in his palm as he faced the horde of nearly 100 zombies. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, he leaped behind a fruit stall at the nearby entrance. This concrete platform, serving as a stall, lacked doors or barriers. Vendors would simply haul their goods away at the end of the day, leaving behind a vast expanse covered in cloth and plastic. The internal space of the platform is quite ample, measuring about 1.5 meters in width. The stalls are interconnected, with only 2 entrances located at either end of the market. For vendors not positioned along the sides, it requires some effort to navigate in and out. However, for the zombies trapped outside, that 1-meter-high stone platform is beyond the capabilities of their stiff joints. Lin An, ever cunning, had already devised a method to effortlessly and safely acquire the 100 or so crystal cores he intended to devour. In the present moment, he concealed himself within the stall, pressed against the wall, while the zombies outside reached out with their arms, unable to grasp him. The entrance on the fruit stall's side was fortuitously barricaded by a door plank he had found en route, resting upon the protruding concrete edges on either side, effectively obstructing the way. The zombies struggled to lift their legs. The half-meter-wide plank acted as a formidable barrier beneath them. They could only rely on their instincts, thrusting their decaying, foul-smelling arms in a desperate attempt to squeeze inside, with those in the rear pushing the ones in front, leading to a clumsy tumble of the unfortunate who tripped over a leg and fell into the stall. Lin An, quick-witted and agile, seized the opportunity to advance, wielding his machete with precision to sever the heads of the zombies in swift motions. He set the severed heads aside, suppressing his revulsion as he kicked the headless corpses behind him or flung them outside, completing the grim task. Though it required some exertion, it ensured relative safety. Even though those with abilities would not be infected by the virus upon being harmed by zombies, exercising caution was always prudent. However, this energy-saving method would not remain effective indefinitely. Soon, the door plank began to buckle under the relentless onslaught of the zombies, the concrete edges gradually crumbling and falling apart. Noting the precarious situation, he turned his attention away from the zombies outside and crouched down to swiftly deal with the heads of the zombies around him, searching for the coveted crystal cores. At this moment, from behind, the chaotic sound of footsteps and the distinct hissing of approaching zombies grew louder as dozens of them, drawn by the scent from the other end of the market, staggered closer. Listening to the increasingly menacing hisses surrounding him, a sheen of sweat formed on his palms, prompting him to hasten his actions. He hastily opened the last two skulls in his grasp, disregarding his distaste, as he plunged his fingers inside, deftly stirring to extract the hard crystals within. In that very moment, he sprang to his feet, pivoted, and swung the steel blade in his hand, swatting away the claw of the zombie that had encroached upon him. With agility, he leaped onto the concrete platform, deftly kicked aside a decaying arm that had reached for him, and then, gripping his weapon, sprinted along the wide platform towards the far end of the market, swiftly outpacing the horde of zombies that had been drawn to him. Upon reaching the opposite end of the market, Lin An forcefully kicked open the door of a mutton soup restaurant. With remarkable speed, he advanced a few steps and dispatched a staggering zombie that had stumbled towards him. Drawn by the commotion, before the pursuing throng could close in, he hastily secured the door, wedging it shut, and then randomly selected a seat to catch his breath. Exhaling deeply, he released a warm breath, shaking his numb arms in frustration. He pondered if only his future self, even as a support-type ability user, would not be left breathless after such a short dash. His physical condition was still far from adequate. An involuntary thought crossed his mind. What if he had an offensive partner? He quickly shook his head, casting the idea aside. Not only were ability users yet to awaken, but even if they did, he would not necessarily feel at ease teaming up with others. The most reliable person in this world was oneself, rather than entrusting his back to another. It was far wiser to diligently accumulate crystal cores and upgrade his own capabilities. With each upgrade, the extraordinary individual's mental prowess enhances, leading to a corresponding elevation in physical capabilities. This encompasses not only the five senses, but also the body's resilience, commonly referred to as potential, gradually fortified by the infusion of mental strength. Regrettably, although he was reborn with a secondary ability, the physically transformed body he had acquired through two upgrades had indeed vanished. A series of resounding thuds echoed from outside. As anticipated, Lin An exhaled his final labored breath, rose to stretch his limbs, and then slipped into the back kitchen of the eatery. With a forceful kick, he sent a water bucket tumbling, leveraging the momentum to ascend to the countertop. Armed with a knife, he deftly severed the four corners of the exhaust fan affixed to the wall, detaching it to reveal a vent barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Swiftly, Lin An poked his head out to survey the scene beyond the window. The back of the modest restaurant led directly into a narrow alleyway, which at its end connected to another residential area, merely separated by a market from the Yuli-Yutang community. It was within this vicinity that he had attended kindergarten and elementary school, making the route familiar to him. The alley lay in tranquil silence. Devoid of any signs of the undead, it had always been a seldom visited area behind the small restaurant. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated as the front door was breached, and a horde of zombies surged into the quaint mutton soup establishment. A few became ensnared at the threshold, emitting guttural sounds, while the majority stumbled into the kitchen, drawn by the scent of food. Now was the moment. In the face of the approaching swarm, Lin An, who had initially felt a twinge of anxiety, experienced an unexpected calmness. He adeptly summoned all his extraordinary abilities, preparing to employ, for the first time since his rebirth, the offensive techniques associated with spatial powers. In the humble kitchen of a small lamb soup restaurant, an astonishing scene unfolded in eerie silence. Dozens of zombies, in the instant they lunged towards their prey, seemed to be frozen in time, abruptly halted in place. Some of them even retained their clawing postures, their decayed mouths agape, revealing their dismal oral cavities and the viscous, fetid drool that clung precariously to the edges. Everything had come to a standstill, in the span of a mere breath. The cramped little enclosure felt as though it had been stripped of air, a silence so profound it resembled existence within a vacuum. Then, this stillness was shattered in an instant, as a powerful force of tearing energy surged through the air. Within mere seconds, this silent yet palpable force violently wrenched the heads from the zombie horde, which were then guided with precision by Lin An's mental prowess, swiftly exiting through the ventilation shaft. In less than 2 minutes, several zombies met their demise in an instant. The spatial blades and spatial confinement he employed were abilities rarely utilized by a second-level support-type ability user. They bore semblance to offensive techniques, albeit in a far more limited capacity. The consumption of mental energy required for a support type to unleash offensive abilities was significantly greater than that of an attack type. The simultaneous use of a spatial blade and spatial confinement, paired with a few moments of teleportation, had already drained Lin An's mental reserves considerably within that brief span of 2 minutes. The 2-minute confinement rendered the zombies immobile, while the spatial blades harvested their lives. By the time he executed the teleportation to transfer his spoils to the alley outside the ventilation shaft, Lin An was utterly spent, the depletion of his mental energy having also sapped a great deal of his physical strength. The author has something to say. The trope of spatial abilities is a familiar one. Do not inquire whether Lin is an offensive or supportive type. I can only retreat. He belongs to the category of spatial abilities, possessing elements of both offense and support, albeit with certain limitations. Efforts are made to ensure that his abilities do not appear overwhelmingly powerful, for we are engaged in a slice-of-life narrative where excessive power would render our days quite uncomfortable. Once again, the sounds of shuffling feet of zombies echoed from outside, accompanied by the putrid stench that wafted into the kitchen. The wheezing breaths of the undead, thick with viscous slime, sent shivers down one's spine. Lin An gritted his teeth and rose, managing to crawl out of the ventilation duct. However, as he hit the ground, his arms lacked the strength to cushion his fall, resulting in a direct crash to the earth. A dull thud resounded as Lin An hit the ground, his body landing squarely on the solid, earthen surface, every bone in his body protesting in pain. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, propping himself up to sit against the wall of the narrow alley. From the kitchen of the small restaurant just a wall away, the shambling steps and congested movements of the zombies could be distinctly heard through the ventilation. The exhaustion of his mental energy left his muscles aching, and after the fall, his shoulder and thigh throbbed painfully, undoubtedly swollen. While mental energy is exceedingly useful when in application, its depletion can be quite the burden. Particularly troublesome is the fact that it comes bundled with additional effects. When it increases, one receives a delightful package of enhanced physical strength and heightened senses. But once it is exhausted, not only is the package temporarily retracted, one is also gifted with the added misery of aching limbs and a pounding headache. Truly the worst kind of irony. At this moment, Lin An lifted his arm, which was both sore and painful, reluctantly regretting his earlier overestimation of his mental fortitude. Fortunately, the fruits of his labor were substantial. The fall had not been in vain. Gathering the decapitated heads of the zombies scattered on the ground, he disregarded the rotting flesh and pus-filled sores. With an expression of calm determination, he began to extract the crystal cores, his movements becoming increasingly deft after adjusting to the temporary numbness in his arm. However, how he managed to navigate through the zombie-infested marketplace and residential area with his aching body had slipped from his recollection. His final memory crystallized at the moment he safely returned to his sanctuary, throwing himself onto the small, soft bed that he had longed for. Nestled under the covers, he surrendered to a deep, restorative slumber for an entire day. There was no greater pleasure in this post-apocalyptic world. When he finally awoke, it was already the next afternoon. Habitually stretching his stiff limbs, Lin An felt rejuvenated after sufficient rest. His body no longer ached, and his mind had regained clarity. As a second-tier ability user, his depleted mental energy would replenish within 8 hours, while first-tier users required a full 24. Delighted by his bountiful harvest from the previous night, Lin An cheerfully hummed a tune as he made his way to the bathroom. After finishing his business, he sighed in relief, pulled up his trousers, and reached for the toilet flush button. To his dismay, only a couple of labored gurgles echoed from within, accompanied by a small amount of rust-colored dirty water pooling in the bowl, a sight that was utterly repulsive. Lin An frowned, temporarily using the water from the red bucket that had been sitting next to the washing machine to flush the toilet. He then tugged on the light cord affixed to the bathroom wall, but the light did not illuminate. His expression darkened further. He could not recall the exact day when the water and electricity were severed in the aftermath of the apocalypse, yet he distinctly remembered that once they were cut off, they never returned. Initially, the zombies, though terrifying in appearance, posed little threat, as the first level of zombies was not particularly formidable. Many were able to remain safe within the confines of their homes. During this period, despite their fear, people relied on their stored provisions and clung to the hope of rescue, managing to endure without succumbing to despair. However, when the water and electricity were abruptly discontinued, a profound sense of crisis enveloped all survivors. A person can endure without food for 14 days, but without water, survival dwindles to merely 3. Even those who had been prudent enough to stockpile some bottled water found their resources limited by the capacity of their containers, barely sustaining themselves for a short while. As the government and military failed to provide any aid, the dwindling supplies of food and water cast a heavy shadow of dual crises over the entire city of survivors. The urgency of survival compelled many to abandon the safety of their homes, braving the peril of being devoured by the undead in their desperate search for sustenance. As resources became increasingly scarce, conflicts inevitably arose wherever people gathered. Struggles for supplies led to the emergence of various factions. And it was not long before the advent of those with supernatural abilities plunged human society into further chaos. When civilization's veneer was stripped away, and primal instincts took precedence in the battle for survival, desires and bestiality ran rampant, that marked the true onset of the apocalypse. The cessation of water and electricity heralded the final curtain before the genuine cataclysm unfolded. In Jean City, the water and electricity were interrupted around 9 o'clock in the morning, first the power, then the water, almost in succession. On the very night the apocalypse descended, the water and electricity company ceased its normal operations. The on-duty personnel either transformed into zombies or met a tragic end at the jaws of the undead. Those who remained either fled or escaped, leaving little room for concern about their jobs. Survival was their foremost priority. As for the upper management of the utility company, they vanished without a trace within mere days of the chaos, their fates unknown, whether they hastily sought refuge or similarly fell victim to the horrors. For the past 2 days, the city of Jean had managed to maintain a steady supply of water and electricity through the automatic emergency systems installed in the factories. Typically, the city would occasionally experience outages due to maintenance, at which point these systems would activate, utilizing stored emergency resources to ensure the citizens could carry on with their daily lives. Such emergency equipment is mandated by national regulations in every city. However, the reserves are finite and intended solely for urgent situations, incapable of sustaining prolonged periods. Now, 3 full days have elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the emergency reserves of the Jean City water and electricity plant have been completely depleted. As of this morning, the survivors of Jean City and, indeed, all of Huagua began to face a grim reality marked by rampant zombies, dire shortages of supplies, and a complete lack of water and electricity. In stark contrast to Lin An, who slumbered soundly through the morning, the residents of the Liutang community, who had been living in fear and anxiety for the past 2 days, were thrown into a state of utter panic by the abrupt cessation of water and power. In room 312 on the 6th floor, Ms. Qian, an elder resident of the community, once again inspected her large water barrel, which was filled to the brim with tap water. Seeing this, the elderly lady felt a slight easing of the worries that had plagued her. In such aged neighborhoods, the deterioration of facilities leads to frequent water and power outages. The more seasoned residents typically keep a water bucket or tank at home, regularly filling it for emergencies. This morning, the sudden water stoppage startled Grandma Qian. If it were a usual occurrence, it might not have been alarming, but now, with the lurking monsters outside, they find themselves trapped at home, unable to venture out for bottled water. Without water, how can one survive? A few days without it could spell disaster. The elderly lady, wise from her years, contemplated that the Li couple on the lower floor likely did not have the foresight to store water. Mrs. Li is quite particular, disdainful of the local market's dirtiness, preferring the supermarket instead. Perhaps she finds the sight of a water bucket in the restroom unsightly. How ironic that the very person who looks down on others now finds herself in need of assistance. Last night, Grandma Qian had sold a small bag of potatoes and sweet potatoes, which she had procured from the market, to Li Wei at a high price. Throughout her life, she has been stingy and fond of making a profit. Thus, she felt quite pleased with this unexpected windfall. However, today she resolved to guard her water supply fiercely. No amount of money, be it 500 or 1,000, would tempt her to part with it. Who knows when the water will return or when help from the city might arrive. This water is a matter of survival. Reflecting on this, Grandma Qian began to regret selling her food supplies the previous day. If the government delays in providing assistance, she wondered how long their rations would last. Mom, is dinner ready yet? Qian Jun, the only son of Qian Dama, furrowed his brow as he impatiently sauntered into the kitchen. For the past few days, his mother had been stingy, providing only 2 meager meals a day, leaving his stomach grumbling incessantly. Qian Dama hurriedly brought forth the freshly steamed dishes, setting the table while heaving a sigh and incessantly murmuring, "Alas, I wonder when the government will send someone. Our supplies won't last much longer." She ladled a bowl of rice for her son, picked up a piece of warm sweet potato, and handed it to him, before turning back to knead the dough. "Hurry and eat. I'll steam some more buns and rolls." Thankfully, the gas hasn't run out. Otherwise, how would we manage? With the electricity also cut off, the refrigerator was rendered useless, and she reasoned that the food could last 5 or 6 days in the autumn chill. "Don't worry about that. Just eat quickly." Qian Jun remained silent, lowering his head and devouring the rice voraciously. In truth, when Li Wei had come downstairs yesterday to sell food, he had mentioned teaming up to scour the nearby supermarket for supplies, but Qian Jun had declined, genuinely wishing to avoid the venture. The outside world was fraught with peril, and only a fool would venture out to meet their doom. His mother had always preferred to stockpile discounted rice and flour, and he calculated that their provisions could last over 10 days, by which time the government would have surely come to their aid. Why rush out recklessly to the supermarket? Moreover, the supermarket belonged to someone else. If they went to take things now, once the crisis passed, the owner might accuse them of theft. Compared to their neighbors upstairs, the situation in the Li household was decidedly less favorable. As anticipated by Qian Dama, Li Ruiyan indeed did not have the habit of storing water at home. Their family relied entirely on bottled water. Once they finished a bottle, they would simply call the delivery service to bring another one, never worrying about water outages. Inconveniences such as sending clothes out for cleaning or dining out posed no significant impact on their lives. However, one afternoon, when Li Ruiyan turned on the tap with the intention of preparing a meal, she was taken aback to find that not a single drop of water emerged. The 3 of them managed to steam rice and cook vegetables using the water from their dispenser. After their meal, their daughter, who had been unable to go out to play or enjoy any delicacies, sulked at home all morning and eventually fell asleep for her nap. Noticing her daughter frowning in sleep, Li Ruiyan exited the bedroom with a troubled expression. In the living room, Li Wei, rarely seen indoors with a cigarette in hand, sat on the sofa, silently exhaling smoke, his demeanor reflecting deep concern. "I'll Wei." Li Ruiyan sat beside him, hesitating to speak. "Is Nyonyo asleep?" The man comforted her by wrapping his arm around her shoulder and gently patting her. "Just sit down for now. Don't worry too much. Our water dispenser has just been refilled. It should last a few more days. I'll check upstairs tonight and perhaps pay a little extra to stock up." "That will have to suffice," Li Ruiyan sighed, unable to think of any better solution, and simply nodded in agreement. Deep down, she truly wished for her husband to venture out in search of supplies, much like Lin An from downstairs. However, after years of marriage, she understood this man beside her all too well. Timid and conflict-averse, he bore little responsibility. It was nearly impossible to persuade him to brave danger unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, during such perilous times, both she and Nyonyo depended on him. If anything were to befall Li Wei, their family would be doomed. One might wonder, would the government come to their aid? Nestled in her husband's embrace, the woman, who had lived in fear and anxiety for 3 days, quietly voiced the question that had been swirling in her mind. Li Wei exhaled a puff of smoke, furrowing his brow as he muttered, "Stop overthinking. It won't be long before help arrives. We've supported so many troops with our taxes. If they don't act now, when will they? I suspect those creatures might be infected with some virus, or perhaps an experiment from a lab escaped and spread. Soon, someone will come to eradicate them." "Let us hope so," Li Ruiyan replied, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "Once this is over, we'll return home, even if it means receiving less in compensation." I refuse to remain in this dilapidated community. In our old home, those monsters wouldn't dare ascend the higher floors. Just the thought of something potentially lurking outside our door keeps me awake with dread all night. It's all right, it will pass soon. I'm here with you too. Don't be afraid. Thank goodness you're still by our side. I just wonder how Mom and the others are faring. It's been so many days without a word. Sigh. Let us wait a little longer until circumstances improve. I wish to catch a glimpse. That night, under the cloak of darkness, Li Wei once again knocked on the door of Aunt Qian's apartment above. However, despite having stuffed his pockets with a considerable sum of money and wearing a constant smile, he could not procure even a drop of water from the elderly lady. Not only was there no water, but she bluntly informed him that this time, she would not sell food to his family either, advising him not to trouble her with further knocks on the door. No, food is precious for every household nowadays, and we barely have enough ourselves. The last time I sold to you was out of compassion for the neighbors. It was a one-time favor and cannot be a recurring arrangement. Returning empty-handed from room 12, Li Wei sat in the living room for an entire night, finishing the last half-pack of cigarettes he had left. The following day, with bloodshot eyes, he informed his wife that he intended to venture out in search of food. The decaying corpse of the monstrous creature in the hallway instilled a sense of confidence in this ordinarily timid man. He pondered that these creatures were not as formidable as they seemed. After all, he had slain one, and what of that fellow Lin downstairs? He appeared unremarkable, yet had managed to survive. Away, you cannot go out. It is far too dangerous. Even though she often criticized her husband's ineptitude. In this dire moment, the woman grasped his arm tightly, her eyes glistening with tears, vehemently opposing his decision. Their food supplies could last a few more days. Perhaps even until rescue arrived. If Li Wei took the risk and something befell him, leaving her and their daughter alone in a world teeming with monsters, it would truly spell doom for them both. Li Wei grasped his wife's hand, resolutely deciding that no further words were necessary. How much longer could their family endure under such circumstances? Little Nyonyo was too young to withstand hunger. If they suffered for a few more days, they would lack even the strength to flee. With food and water finally secured, their family of 3 could either patiently await rescue at home or venture out of Jin City with renewed confidence. Yet, a deep fear lingered within him. Li Ruian's voice trembled with emotion. It's all right, Ian. As you've observed these past few days, that lad in the 3-room apartment downstairs goes out daily without incident. I cannot be much worse off than him. If I cannot manage it alone, I will gather a few more people to accompany me. There are several households upstairs that have remained unharmed. I will seek them out to join us. Upon hearing his words, Li Ruian contemplated and ultimately resolved to let go of her apprehensions. It was unbearable for little Nyonyo to go hungry at such a tender age. And she herself had refrained from eating much over the past few days, feeling anxious with each passing night due to hunger. If this continued, their family would find themselves with no way forward. Li Wei's reasoning was sound. Bringing along a few more companions would likely mitigate the dangers. If they could enlist those 2 individuals from downstairs, their safety would be further assured. Not only was Lin An quite capable, but the other man who had moved in a few days prior radiated an aura that suggested he was no ordinary person, as discerned by a woman's intuition. Then I shall go and summon others, Li Wei declared. After finishing the relatively generous breakfast that his wife had prepared for him, he felt a surge of vitality. Wiping his mouth, he donned his coat in preparation to venture out. Li Ruian quickly rose from the sofa, admonishing at the entrance, remember to call those 2 people downstairs. Do not venture into dangerous areas. Rest assured, I shall go at once. Exercise utmost caution. Even if food is scarce, one must return safely. All right. I shall not encounter any mishap. You should hurry inside. Soon, Nyonyo will awaken and cause a fuss. Tell my dear daughter that her father is off to procure some delicacies. Be careful on your way. Lin An had rejuvenated himself the previous night and made another trip to the market for hunting. With each visit, he grew more familiar with the terrain. This time, he was careful not to overestimate his capabilities and managed to acquire dozens of crystal cores. When his mental energy began to wane, he refrained from pushing himself further and retraced his steps home, collapsing into bed upon entering. He was roused from slumber by knocking at the door as dawn broke. Who is it? His gaze was sharp, betraying none of the grogginess of just awakening. Lin An pressed his ear to the door and listened for a few seconds. Outside was eerily quiet, save for faint footsteps and breaths. No groans of the undead. Who is it? He inquired again, lowering his voice. After a brief silence of about half a minute, a somewhat tentative voice from outside responded. Brother Lin An, we are from upstairs. We wish to discuss a matter with you. Could you kindly open the door? Lin An furrowed his brow as he opened the door, feeling little surprise at the visit from several neighbors. After all, his outings over the past few days to eliminate zombies were bound to attract the attention of the observant. Lin An gazed through the security door's wire mesh, observing the three men outside. One was Li Wei from the second floor, while the other two were brothers from the Gao family residing on the fourth floor. The Li family had only moved in 6 months prior, whereas the Gao family had long been established in the vicinity. The Gao brothers were a year or two older and had grown up in the same building, yet they were not particularly acquainted. The children of this neighborhood, having been raised under their parents' guidance, naturally refrained from befriending Lin An, the orphan boy. Though Lin An had felt the sting of loneliness in his childhood due to the absence of playmates, he had since matured and no longer cared much for such matters. Consequently, he felt no inclination towards these so-called childhood acquaintances. After all, they were not of the same ilk. With a neutral expression, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Li Wei, stepping forward, smiled slightly, though a hint of discomfort flickered in his demeanor. "Lin, my brother, we were wondering if you would like to join us in going out to procure some food and drink." He gestured aside, allowing Lin An to see the Gao brothers behind him, and continued, "As neighbors, I thought it would be fortuitous to come together in these trying times and support one another through the hardships." "Oh," Lin An nodded, feigning ignorance. "So, what you mean is," Li Wei's gaze flickered momentarily, followed by a congenial smile. "To speak candidly, given the circumstances, with no assistance from the state, we are all uncertain about what the future holds. Our household is running low on provisions, and it appears that the Gao brothers upstairs are in a similar predicament. We deliberated and concluded that the creatures outside may not be as formidable as they seem. Thus, we contemplated the idea of banding together to face the danger. I wanted to inquire if you would be willing to join us." Lin An seemed to ponder for a couple of minutes before breaking into a smile, knowingly asking, "Why did you choose to approach me?" These three individuals appeared to be a burden. The Gao brothers were somewhat capable due to their laborious work at the factory. But Li Wei was a different story. With his slender frame accustomed to office life, he would likely be winded after a short sprint. The sudden proposal, veiled in the guise of mutual aid, seemed to suggest they intended for him to act as their protector. To Lin An's unexpected directness, Li Wei hesitated and awkwardly replied, "Well, I thought it would be nice if we could all partake in something good together. Brother Lin, since you live alone, I figured you might not have much food at home, so it would be fitting for you to join us." He gestured subtly towards the Gao brothers. Gao Fan, the elder of the Gao brothers, quickly chimed in, "Exactly. Brother Li Wei thought that as neighbors, we shouldn't let one person feast alone. If there are supplies to be gathered, it is only right that we all go together." Lin An regarded them with a bemused expression and remarked, "Is it not true that you approached me because you witnessed my prowess in slaying creatures these past few days and now wish for me to clear the path for you?" He paused, his tone shifting to one of calmness as he stated plainly, "I advise you to abandon such notions. I have no interest in acting as a shield for others. Apologies, but you may seek the supplies on your own without my assistance." Upon hearing this, the unease that had lingered in the hearts of the three men was swiftly replaced by indignation, their faces taking on an unflattering hue of green and red. Although they were indeed contemplating such an idea, being called out so bluntly was undeniably embarrassing. This Lin An was truly uncouth, his words cutting and harsh. They were not inclined to place all the blame on him. After all, he was capable, and it was not unreasonable for him to exert a bit more effort. But must he speak so ungraciously? Li Wei had long anticipated that this individual was a thorny character, unlikely to acquiesce easily to his wishes. He himself was reluctant to completely sever ties, for Lin An was a ruffian with a propensity for mischief, anger him, and he might retaliate in unspeakable ways. Hadn't he shown ruthlessness even towards his own father? The second son of the Gao family, known for his quick temper, immediately raised his voice. "If you don't want to go, then don't. There's no need to speak so ungraciously. We invited you out of good intentions. We three grown men are not so indispensable that we cannot proceed without you. There exists a certain type of person who, despite their own shortcomings, will not hesitate to scheme against others. When their schemes are exposed, they shamelessly refuse to acknowledge the truth, adopting a posture of righteous indignation and turning the tables. Engaging in argument with such individuals is a futile endeavor." Lin An cast a dispassionate glance at his interlocutor, letting out a cold snort in his heart as he resolutely closed the door. "Brother Lin, wait," Li Wei, showing a semblance of rationality, quickly gestured for the second son of the Gao family to be silent, calling out to Lin An. The latter halted his action of closing the door and turned to Li Wei. I have said all that needs to be said. I do not have time to engage in idle chatter with you. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? His demeanor was decidedly unwelcoming, and his words lacked courtesy. What a situation! Were it not for the calamity, would such a person dare to speak so arrogantly before me? Li Wei took a deep breath to suppress the flames of anger within, forcing a smile that was far from genuine. Ah, Brother Lin, please do not take offense. The Gao brothers are merely speaking without thought. If you are unwilling to assist, we shall not press the matter further. But, a flicker of intense reluctance crossed his eyes as he gritted his teeth and continued, Brother Lin, do you happen to have a knife? Could we possibly borrow it? To humble oneself to borrow from someone he had always looked down upon was a source of great embarrassment for the proud Li Wei, his face burning with shame. As he thought of his wife and children at home, resentment bubbled within him. A true man must endure and persevere. He could tolerate Lin An for now. But should the opportunity arise, he would repay this humiliation tenfold. Borrow a knife? Such a notion was absurd. Humph. To beg while maintaining a facade of dignity, what kind of lofty persona did he think he possessed? One who cannot adapt cannot achieve anything. Lin An scoffed inwardly. Dismissing the request without a moment's hesitation, I'm afraid I can only offer you my single knife, which I must retain for my own protection. So I cannot lend it to you. Li Wei's expression darkened, feeling that Lin An was intentionally making things difficult for him. His words turned sharp. We are neighbors after all, and it would be a mere trifle for Brother Lin to lend a hand. Rest assured, we shall return your knife after use. If necessary, I can even pay to rent one. Are you truly so devoid of compassion as to watch us march to our doom? Lin An chuckled. That is quite amusing. Am I to relinquish my means of survival simply because of your trifling sense of obligation? Why should I owe you anything? To put it bluntly, your fate holds no bearing on mine. If you wish to avoid peril, you may remain safely at home. The monsters will not hesitate to invade and devour you. I have not compelled you to venture forth in search of supplies. Who speaks of obligation at a time like this, when disdain is the order of the day? Seeing their persistence, Lin An's patience wore thin. He cast a cold glance at the three pallid-faced individuals and remarked, Return it after use? How can I trust that you will even come back? What assurance do you offer me? Li Wei, left speechless, was about to retort when a resounding bang echoed as the door slammed shut once more. Goodbye, Lin An interjected, not allowing him a moment to respond before firmly securing the entrance. Li Wei glared at the sturdy door with a mix of resentment and envy. If only his own door were as impenetrable, his wife and daughter would not have to suffer nightly from the terror of monstrous assaults. It was well known that Lin An was a fierce individual, unyielding when angered. As Li Wei glared, nearly compelled to kick the door, the Gao brothers hastily intervened. Let it be, brotherly. We can inquire elsewhere. If we provoke Lin An, today's endeavor may end in futility, and with their supplies dwindling. They are relying on this outing for sustenance. Humph, what a nuisance, Li Wei muttered, exchanging glances with the Gao brothers before turning to knock on the door of the adjoining room. 2 days ago, a man arrived, his prowess seemingly surpassing that of an ordinary individual, as they all observed him through the window. After a second knock, the door swung open to reveal a tall man standing within, his piercing, dark eyes sweeping across the three of them with an expressionless demeanor, uttering not a single word. An unspoken pressure emanated from the man's stern visage, enveloping the room. The Gao brothers, accustomed to labor, were evidently unprepared for such an encounter, their mouths agape, hesitating to articulate their thoughts. The congenial words they had intended to share seemed to dissolve into thin air, much like a stomach's grumbling digestion. This man was no ordinary presence. Li Wei, possessing a keener intuition, immediately recognized that the man before him was more formidable than Lin An. Under the weight of that oppressive gaze, it felt as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare, stripped of all concealment. He swallowed nervously, clenching his fists, and spoke. Hello. We are the residents from upstairs and would like to discuss a matter with you. His tone instinctively adopted a more courteous inflection. What matter? The man's voice resonated with a steady, deep timbre, imbued with an indescribable authority that instinctively diminished the trio's bravado. Certain individuals possess an inherent gravitas, a commanding presence that renders others hesitant, even in silence, their aura unmistakable and impossible to disregard. Li Wei, serving as the temporary leader of this small group, noted the Gao brothers' silence and, steeling himself against the palpable tension, took a step forward. Sir. We reside upstairs and wish to inquire if you would be willing to accompany us in gathering supplies. My family possesses a vehicle, and there lies a supermarket in close proximity from which we could procure items to divide among ourselves. However, lacking interest, Cheng promptly dismissed their proposal without a moment's hesitation. The door of this residence offers little soundproofing. He had already gleaned the unfolding events within. Before Li Wei could utter another word, he interjected, stating resolutely, "Weapons shall not be lent," and, much like Lin An, he shut the door with finality. The fire axe he had casually picked up along the way hardly constituted a weapon in his eyes, and he was contemplating the acquisition of something more suitable. Although the fire axe had lost its relevance, his reluctance to part with it stemmed solely from the previous antics of these three individuals concerning their neighbor. Li Wei found himself momentarily speechless, having faced repeated rejections, his frustration simmering beneath the surface, yet he dared not push further in light of Cheng's imposing demeanor. Once the door was firmly closed, he spat vehemently on the ground and muttered curses under his breath. What an insufferable person. This house does not belong to him. He has the audacity to act so arrogantly after sneaking in. He spoke as if the residence were his own, oblivious to the fact that the owner had been devoured by zombies on the very first day of the apocalypse. Forget it, brotherly, he consoled himself. They're unwilling to lend. We need not rely on them. Even with just the wrench and kitchen knife from home, we can venture forth. The voices of the Gao brothers faded into the distance, while behind the door of the three-bedroom apartment, Lin An smiled, his eyes curving with delight. Cheng appeared to be a difficult individual to engage with, and his terse responses were indeed infuriating. In the dimly lit room, Cheng nibbled on a somewhat stale piece of bread, setting aside the crinkled packaging after a few bites. He twisted open a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and wore an expression of melancholy as he resumed his gnawing. Minutes passed, and he eventually laid down the nearly finished bread, rummaging through a shopping bag to retrieve a tin of beef. With the knife he carried, he deftly pried open the can and savored the meat alongside the bread. Perhaps it was an illusion, but his chewing seemed to quicken. Shortly thereafter, the sound of an engine ignited outside, stirring the zombies into action, turning the once silent street into a bustling scene. Residents hidden within their homes remained vigilant, cautiously peeking through the corners of their curtains. Upon witnessing a vehicle departing, their eyes flickered with envy or intrigue. The thoughts and intentions of these individuals remained a mystery, as did their subsequent actions. In the journey of life, each person follows their own path. Decisions may lead to roads either smooth or fraught with challenges, reliant both on fate and one's own navigation through it. Lin An polished his machete, listening as the sound of the vehicle gradually faded into the distance, his gaze serene. It would not be long before others attempted to venture out. Li Wei, a man of timid disposition, was fortunate. The current moment was one of relative safety, as zombies were at their least aggressive, providing survivors with an opportune time to gather resources. Those brave enough to step outside, if blessed with a stroke of luck, could expect a bountiful harvest. As the T-virus outbreak escalated, the awakening of superhumans also heralded an upgrade for the zombies. Ordinary first-level zombies experienced enhancements in both speed and strength, while second-level zombies began to emerge. At that juncture, it would be utterly impossible for an ordinary person to venture outside with such casualness. The supermarket in the community was under the watchful gaze of numerous eyes, and it could not remain unguarded for long. Lin An wiped the blade of his knife, contemplating that he should refrain from visiting the market tonight. He had already cleared out the local oil and grain shops of their supplies, and the remaining zombies were sparse, barely numbering a few dozen. There was no need for a special trip. Rather, the supermarket demanded immediate attention, otherwise, there would soon be nothing left. Having endured considerable hunger during the apocalypse, Lin An felt an acute lack of security. The anxiety of not filling his space with supplies left him perpetually uneasy, fearing the day he might face starvation once more. In the throes of hunger and thirst, one's principles dissolve, leaving only the desperate desire for a sip of water or a morsel of food. Lin An was determined not to descend into the plight of those powerless individuals in the apocalypse, who, for a mere bottle of water or a small piece of bread, became subject to the whims of others, stripped of their dignity. That noon, perhaps feeling the weight of his chaotic worries, he sliced a piece of 5-spice smoked meat, prepared a plate of cucumbers, and retrieved some steamed rice and chilled beer from his space. The meal was steaming and hearty, while the beer was refreshingly cold, retaining the state it had when placed in storage. Once the food and drink graced his palate, the satisfying combination of flavors quelled the unrest within him, bringing solace to his troubled mind. He savored the final sip of his beer, hastily gathered the dishes, and returned to the bed in his room, contentedly releasing a hearty belch. Reclining backward, the young man settled comfortably against the pillow, examining a translucent white crystal that he held before his eyes. The crystal had been thoroughly cleansed, devoid of the acrid stench of blood and decay. It was a smooth, bean-sized orb, delightfully radiant. Anyone who beheld it would scarcely believe that this seemingly innocuous object had originated from the brain of a grotesque zombie. The sheets and bedding had been freshly laundered just before the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, still faintly exuding the fresh scent of soap, mingled with Lin An's own essence, creating a familiar and comforting aroma that embodied what a home should feel like. The well-known surroundings and scents allowed one to relax instantly after a hearty meal. He felt drowsy and lethargic. However, this was not the time for relaxation. As he turned over, he noticed scattered around his pillow several diminutive primary crystal nuclei, each no larger than a peanut. These were the fruits of his labor from the past few days, totaling fewer than 60 in number. In many instances, urgency had dictated the course of events, and even when he vanquished zombies, there was often no time to extract the nuclei from their skulls. Lin An was uncertain whether these nuclei would suffice for him to break through to the second-tier pinnacle. The energy contained in primary nuclei was too meager, and mere quantity could not compensate for that deficiency. Yet, time was running short before the zombies evolved, the virus spread, and the survivors in the city were forced to flee. After that point, the concealment of his spatial abilities would be unsustainable. He must endeavor to make his move before the tides of conflict began to swell. The condensed mental energy, as fine as the tip of a needle, is invisible to the naked eye, yet it seems almost tangible as it drills a minute hole the size of a sesame seed into the hard crystal core. Only those endowed with extraordinary abilities can perceive the fluctuations of this mental force. To an ordinary observer, Lin An merely appears to be holding a transparent orb from which a small hole gradually materializes, resembling a sleight of hand. A droplet of liquid, reminiscent of water, begins to flow slowly from the inverted hole, and with remarkable agility, Lin An pours it into a glass that has been prepared in advance, merging seamlessly with the clear water within, indistinguishable from one another. Following this, a second droplet, then a third. Extracting the crystal liquid is not particularly taxing, and within the span of an hour, Lin An sets down the last discarded crystal core, raising his hand to drink the contents of the glass. Colorless and tasteless, it bears no difference from ordinary drinking water, though the thought that the crystal core was excavated from the decaying brains of zombies stirs a hint of nausea within him. For those who have navigated the apocalypse, a slight queasiness is hardly a concern. The resilience of human life often manifests in the face of existential threats. One can find themselves savoring even the most putrid food in the name of survival, let alone a mere droplet of crystal liquid. In any case, as Lin An consumes the glass of water, he feels no unusual sensations. As the mixture of crystal liquid and water is fully ingested, subtle changes begin to occur within his body, perceptible only to him, as if every pore is expanding, eagerly absorbing nourishment. It is akin to a seedling inhaling moisture, gently yet eagerly drawing in the power within, in a soothing and rhythmic manner. The entire process of transformation is not burdensome. Rather, it induces a sense of relaxation. Lin An lay quietly on his bed, his eyes slightly squinted, fully indulging in the sensation of comfort akin to being immersed in warm water, while simultaneously relishing the gradual strengthening of his being. Every man harbors a desire to grow stronger. Regrettably, as the afternoon slipped away, he found himself devoid of that exquisite feeling associated with the shattering of internal barriers. His mental prowess had indeed increased, yet it remained confined within the realm of a level 2 esper. Once again, he faced defeat, mere strands away from breaking through the pinnacle of level 2 to ascend to level 3. Alas, that frail strand proved insurmountable. It is no wonder that in his previous life, people often remarked on the increasing difficulty of advancing as an esper. The leap from level 2 to level 3 is akin to crossing a minor chasm, while the transition from level 3 to level 4 is, without exaggeration, a monumental shift from strength to divinity. The hierarchy of levels has persisted throughout history, which level 4 esper does not command great influence in their respective bases, while ordinary espers can only gaze in admiration. The crystal cores in Lin An's possession were all derived from level 1 zombies, containing limited energy. After countless attempts at absorption, he had only managed a slight enhancement in his mental acuity. However, his spatial capabilities had expanded considerably. In comparison to the initial 300 square meters of a level 3 esper, he was not far off. The increase in spatial abundance was indeed a blessing, providing him the leeway to acquire more resources. Continuously enlarging his space, filling it, and then expanding it once more resembled the instinctual behavior of animals hoarding food before winter, instilling in him a sense of security. Understanding the advantages of this process, Lin An no longer felt disheartened by his inability to upgrade smoothly. The advancement of abilities relies not solely on the quantity of energy absorbed, but also on one's innate talent and fortune. Fortune favors those whose bodies can entirely absorb the energy contained within the crystal core liquid, resulting in an enhancement that is merely a matter of accumulation. Conversely, for those of lesser aptitude, no amount of crystal core liquid will yield benefits, as they are incapable of absorption. It is a futile endeavor. This bears resemblance to the spiritual roots found in cultivation novels, where the accumulation of energy hinges upon the quality of one's spiritual roots. Those endowed with superior aptitude amass energy swiftly and are destined for significant breakthroughs, while those lacking such gifts struggle even to gather energy. In a post-apocalyptic world, aptitude is a divine gift. Some individuals awaken extraordinary abilities that surpass those of their peers at the same level, progressing rapidly and growing increasingly formidable. Despite starting from the same baseline, while other practitioners toil along the way, these fortunate few ascend to the pinnacle early on, drawing admiration from others. Some awakened abilities are exceedingly rare, like Lin An's, which, even if he remains among the ranks of level 1 practitioners indefinitely, is treasured as a gem by others. The higher one's status, the more coveted such rarity becomes. Who wouldn't desire a portable repository that is both convenient and secure, capable of concealing numerous valuable items? The quality of one's aptitude, the potency of one's abilities, and their rarity are all predetermined at the moment of awakening, an immutable aspect of fate. In terms of misfortune, one could argue that those who fail their awakening and become zombies are far worse off. Thus, one ought not to constantly compare oneself with the fortunate, as it may lead to discontent. Occasionally measuring oneself against the unfortunate can provide a sense of comfort. Reflecting on this, Lin An found himself feeling significantly more at ease. Life, after all, cannot consist solely of misfortune. Within adversity, there lie glimpses of goodness, contingent upon one's perspective and satisfaction. The evaluation of one's own qualifications remains an enigma, even to oneself. The ascent to a higher level is a matter of personal perception, imperceptible to others. Even 5 years post-apocalypse, despite the emergence of numerous talents, no one has devised a method to assess the capabilities of those with supernatural powers. At most, one can ascertain that those at the pinnacle possess undeniably superior qualifications. Generally, other than observing the speed of their advancement, no one can discern the nuances of their abilities. Nor can they judge those who progress slowly yet wield formidable powers. Additionally, those in auxiliary roles may advance at a leisurely pace but have significant impact. Who can definitively declare superiority or inferiority among them? Lin An has come to realize that his primary focus should be on diligently gathering resources and collecting crystal cores. As these are the extent of human endeavors, the remainder is left to fate. With the expansion of his spatial capacity, he seizes the opportunity to gather more supplies. The mere thought of filling his space to the brim dispels the last remnants of his gloom. The author wishes to clarify, I have amended certain inconsistencies regarding the dimensions of the space. To elucidate, each level increases the area twofold. Level 1 encompasses 30 to over 70 square meters. Level 2 doubles that. Variations depend on one's qualifications, as excessive advantages would render the narrative implausible. If the protagonist were to possess a space capable of containing an entire world, it would surely astonish even the author. Once again, I emphasize that this is a tale centered on agrarian life, primarily dedicated to the pursuit of a fulfilling existence, devoid of any aspirations to save the world or defy destiny. On that very afternoon, Li Wei and his companions returned triumphantly. In comparison to their departure, a noticeable transformation had occurred in their demeanor, particularly in Li Wei, whose previously timid countenance was replaced by an air of self-satisfaction and a hint of aloofness. In simple terms, he had become less empathetic. Zombies are transformed humans, and while survivors are engulfed in fear, they cannot help but shrink back, dreading the possibility of being branded as murderers. After all, no one knows if those monsters can be cured. What if they could? Yet, a small faction among them, predominantly men who have seldom garnered respect in their everyday lives, find themselves repeatedly taking the lives of these half-brothers in humanity for various reasons. Suddenly, they experience the intoxicating sensation of wielding power over life and death, and they instantly feel elevated. Li Wei is clearly one of them. He is well aware of the numerous households peering at them from behind their curtains as he strides ahead of the Gao brothers, brandishing a butcher's knife he procured from who knows where. With a swift motion, he dispatches a zombie that approached the community in response to the commotion. In that fleeting moment, it is as if he can sense the myriad gazes directed toward him: admiration, envy, fear. His heart swells with pride as he raises his gaunt chest, chuckling softly. After exchanging pleasantries with the Gao brothers, the trio ascends the stairs, carrying large sacks of rice and flour, along with jugs of water. Once on the first-floor cement platform, they deliberately cough a couple of times and stomp their feet, as if fearing that someone might not hear them, before clambering up with exaggerated heaviness. How absurd. Lin An, listening intently from within his room, cannot help but chuckle at their transparent intentions, and he genuinely feels no desire to engage with them. Lying on his bed, with nothing pressing on his mind, he idly recalls Li Wei's car, a modest family sedan worth over 100,000, with mediocre performance and a low chassis. Adequate for casual driving, but somewhat cumbersome for long journeys. However, one must acknowledge that he belongs to the fortunate class of car owners, and the convenience afforded by a vehicle becomes even more pronounced in the apocalyptic landscape. He had contemplated acquiring a car himself, for indeed, there were numerous abandoned vehicles lining the streets, yet the endeavor proved challenging. Many of these cars were either besieged by zombies or obstructed in some manner, rendering them incapable of being moved, which explained their role in obstructing traffic. Even if he were to find a suitable vehicle on the road, extracting it would be no simple task, as the roads were choked with debris. As for the cars parked in the vicinity of the community, regardless of ownership status, they were of little use without keys. He was not a cinematic prodigy capable of hot-wiring a vehicle with mere wires. Even if he successfully drove one away, the original owner would inevitably present complications. Would they acknowledge the theft or demand restitution? Even in these chaotic times, Lin An could not bring himself to commit such a morally reprehensible act as stealing from another. Furthermore, he lacked confidence in his own driving skills. He had never been inclined to spend several thousand on formal driving lessons, having only received a brief and rudimentary education from a colleague in the hotel kitchen, focusing solely on maneuvering a small van. Although he could operate a vehicle, he had never been permitted to navigate public roads. If one were to believe that some individuals could live 2 lifetimes, it would be reasonable to assume that in a past life, they honed exceptional driving skills in a world ravaged by calamity. Alas, Lin An was no ordinary individual. The leader of the abilities group kept a watchful eye on him, fearful that he might abscond with the mobile warehouse, and thus prevented him from ever touching the steering wheel. Sometimes, fate intervenes, regardless of one's desires. The heavens orchestrate events. Just when Lin An found himself troubled by the question of whether or how to procure a vehicle, Mr. Hua, the neighbor from the adjacent unit, arrived in a Land Rover of unknown origin, parking it at the entrance of Building 6, Door 3. As he exited the vehicle, the man's face, imbued with a mature masculinity, bore a stern expression. He disregarded the bloodstains on the car window, maintaining an unwavering gaze as he lifted 3 large barrels of mineral water into the building's corridor, regardless of whether the filling beneath the surface was sesame or sugar. The exterior faade exuded an air of faint seriousness. As night fell, Lin An, having rested sufficiently, finished his dinner and stepped outside wielding his machete, only to encounter Hua Cheng, who was just emerging through the grand entrance. Upon seeing Lin An, Hua Cheng's serious and handsome visage remained stoic, his naturally thin lips, when pressed together, appeared even sharper, yet they relaxed slightly as he offered a formal greeting. "Going out?" "Ah, yes, are you going out too?" Lin An replied with a somewhat uncomfortable smile. Recalling previous events, he felt a twinge of unease, though he understood it was merely a misunderstanding that should not weigh on his mind. The true reason for his hesitance to move was an inexplicable sensation that arose upon facing this man. It was akin to a small-time thug venturing out for a brawl, only to be caught red-handed by the neighborly police officer returning home from work. The awkwardness was palpable. He felt trapped, unable to advance or retreat. The man before him radiated an undeniable aura of authority and intimidation. At first glance, one might mistake him for a soldier or an officer, but a closer inspection revealed otherwise. While the former exuded righteousness, Lin An sensed none of that nobility in Hua Cheng. Yet, Hua Cheng possessed an instinctive quality that suggested he was not to be trifled with. This instinct had surfaced before, during Lin An's previous life, when he inadvertently encountered some formidable figures at the Shojing base. Though dangerous, the peril they represented felt distinct from that emanating from the man before him, a difference he could not quite articulate. To put it simply, the former, despite wearing a smile, is intentionally signaling their authority to others. Lin An only needs a fleeting glance to realize that it would be wise to keep his distance. The latter, with a naturally serious demeanor, rarely speaks or smiles, appearing somewhat unapproachable. However, they have not deliberately engaged in any menacing behavior. At least, Lin An does not feel the urge to steer clear upon encountering them. "Well, I'm heading out," Huicheng acknowledged with a nod. After Lin An took a couple of steps forward, he suddenly paused, recalling something, and turned back to inquire, "Where are you headed? I can give you a ride." His tone was casual, akin to encountering an acquaintance on the road and offering a lift without a second thought. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, finding a ride is exceedingly difficult. Few would pick up a stranger without asking their destination or worrying about wasting fuel. Even if it was merely a polite gesture without genuine intent to assist, Lin An found Huicheng to be somewhat agreeable. His impression of Huicheng improved slightly, and he smiled as he declined, saying, "No, thank you. I'm just going to the supermarket to grab some food." One must not take such niceties too literally, especially when their paths might not align. After all, it is only the timid, like Li Wei, who would drive for 10 minutes for such a short distance, attracting zombies with the noise and wasting gasoline. However, contrary to Lin An's expectation that they would part ways after the polite exchange, Huicheng lingered for a couple of seconds, scrutinizing him intently before saying, "Get in, it's on my way." Lin An, what a coincidence. This must be a trick, right? Yet, after much contemplation, he could not fathom what the man before him could possibly deceive him about. Nevertheless, Lin An decided to enter the vehicle. With such insistence, he felt it would be rude to decline. There exists a peculiar type of individual in this world, like Lin An, who appears formidable yet is easily vulnerable. When faced with ill-intentioned requests, he offers no concession, brusquely rejecting them with a tongue as sharp as a blade. However, once he is assured of another's goodwill, he softens instantly, neither refusing nor failing to express gratitude, always pondering how to reciprocate the favor in due course. Such individuals possess an innate lack of guile. They resist the art of flattery and prefer to navigate life according to their own whims, never worrying about presenting one face in public while concealing another in private. Displeasure is openly displayed, leaving no need for clandestine remarks. Huicheng, with his keen perception, could discern the essence of a person after only a few encounters. He had never encountered someone with Lin An's disposition before. His circle consisted of astute individuals who, regardless of their feelings, ensured no outsider could detect their true sentiments. Huicheng himself embodied this trait, maintaining a stern demeanor that served as a protective facade, concealing his thoughts from prying eyes. Birds of a feather may flock together, yet it does not imply a fondness for one's kind. A fleeting memory of the young man in the passenger seat crossed his mind. At around 20, he still seemed but a child, his innocent fidgeting endearing in its simplicity. In moments of embarrassment, her eyes instinctively cast downward, presenting a visage both timid and pitiable. When angered, her already considerable eyes widen dramatically, flickering like tiny flames within. As she softens, those flames transform into a pool of tears, evoking an irresistible urge to gaze longer. The young man in the passenger seat, oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in the mind of the composed driver beside him, sat with palpable excitement in the luxurious confines of a Land Rover, a seat he had never imagined occupying. Under the weight of the environment, the youthful exuberance he had suppressed began to resurface. He subtly shifted in his seat, his eyes sparkling with wonder, reflecting on the comfort of the leather upholstery, a true testament to the luxury of the vehicle. Glancing through the rearview mirror at Huicheng, he mused silently about the source of this man's vehicle, certain it was not his own. Huicheng's calm and profound gaze, however, met the young man's bright eyes through the mirror, causing Lin An to momentarily falter before resuming his composed demeanor. Redirecting his gaze forward as if he had been quietly contemplating throughout the journey, he remained unaware of the subtle tapping of his pinky finger on his thigh, his expression so serene that it belied any hint of discomfort. The driver's gaze swiftly traversed the young man's seemingly indifferent face, landing on the animated pinky finger. Perhaps it was a matter of genetics. Despite his tall and slender frame, his hands were rather diminutive for a man, his fingers slightly shorter, yet elegantly shaped, pale and plump, with no visible gaps between his fingers. When held, they likely conveyed a delightful blend of softness and firmness, offering a remarkable tactile experience. His gaze lingered momentarily on those hands for 2 seconds before returning to the road ahead. However, Lin An felt a touch of discomfort under the penetrating scrutiny of Huicheng's gaze, which seemed almost tangible. His restless mind spun in circles, ultimately concluding that Huicheng was intentionally making him aware of his observation, perhaps hinting at something through that look. What could it possibly signify? Given the context of their coincidental journey, it was apparent that Huicheng had chosen to take him along, despite it being out of his way, an overture of goodwill. But what could Lin An possibly offer that warranted such kindness? The truth of the matter was that his background could not be revealed. What remained was his identity as a local of Jean City, familiar with the routes, possessing commendable skills, and harboring no malicious intent. He had not exhibited an overwhelming sense of responsibility or a savior complex previously. In essence, Lin An considered himself to be an ideal candidate for collaboration in this apocalyptic scenario. Thus, Huacheng seemed to be assessing whether he could form a temporary alliance with him, or perhaps he was merely overthinking it. As they traveled, Huacheng inquired about Lin An's plans. Leaving him momentarily taken aback, what plans could he possibly have other than to venture into the police station to eliminate zombies and gather supplies? Huacheng paused in his driving, contemplating for a moment before responding. Just follow my lead. The location of the equipment depot is not easy to find. Lin An replied, wait, there's an equipment depot? Isn't it's supposed to be like in the movies, where guns and bullets are stored in a locker? Huacheng retorted, where did you see such a film? With a sigh and a shake of his head, he felt foolish for believing in the fantastical elements of the movies. What would have become of him if he had ventured alone to the police station, lost and disoriented? Lin An's face flushed with embarrassment as he suddenly realized he had inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts. His cheeks burned, and he felt an overwhelming sense of shame, particularly in the presence of the man beside him. Initially, he had taken pride in his perceived worth, thinking that even someone as formidable as Huacheng had taken an interest in him. Yet, he now felt like a mere commoner, understanding that Huacheng's kindness in accompanying him was simply that, kindness. He scolded himself internally. Lin An, do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? Who would remember you in the absence of a connection? So what if you possess skill? There are countless individuals whose abilities surpass yours. Stop indulging in such baseless thoughts and false self-importance. Huacheng, glancing through the rearview mirror, noticed Lin An's drooping head and despondent expression, his once bright eyes now dimmed. In an unprecedented moment of compassion, he offered a comforting remark. It's all right. The location of the equipment depot is classified, so it's only natural that you wouldn't know. Lin An, not lacking in awareness, had simply been mulling over his frustrations. After hearing Huacheng's words, he replied, I understand. It was presumptuous of me. Thankfully, I am with you this time, or I would have surely found myself utterly lost. This time, he had indeed taken things for granted. According to Huacheng's assertions, matters deemed confidential by the state were not easily discernible even to the usual ruffians frequenting the Public Security Bureau. It was inconceivable that someone like him, who had never set foot in such places aside from obtaining an ID card, could ever grasp the location of the equipment depot. Lin An, often perceived as a carefree slacker, had, in truth, committed no significant transgressions apart from his lackluster academic performance that led to his dropping out of middle school. At that time, he had an elderly aunt to consider. Despite his shortcomings, he could not bring himself to worry her. This time, he genuinely felt grateful to Huacheng. Without the latter's assistance, he would have arrived at the bureau completely disoriented, utterly unaware of his surroundings, and in a dire situation surrounded by zombies. Escape would have been nearly impossible. Stealing a glance at the man driving with utmost seriousness, Lin An sighed inwardly. A faint smile gracing his lips, he now owed Huacheng a favor and needed to find a way to repay it, lest it linger in his thoughts. Naturally, Huacheng remained oblivious to the young man's silent resolution to return the favor. He had merely intended to take a casual detour to the police station, with Lin An accompanying him purely on a whim. The sound of tires grinding against the concrete was distinctly audible in the stillness of the night as the imposing black SUV came to a halt in the open space before the Jean City Public Security Bureau. Nearby, a few zombies, alerted by the commotion, stumbled toward them, two of which were clad in police uniforms, illuminated by the vehicle's headlights. Get out, but be cautious, Huacheng advised Lin An before swiftly exiting the vehicle, his expression unwavering as he confronted the approaching undead, hastening towards them without hesitation. You too. Lin An closely followed, gripping the machete tightly as he abruptly swung open the car door, forcefully ejecting the zombie that had approached the window first. Whether they were once police officers or soldiers, having once defended the populace, they now existed as mere shells of their former selves, mindless creatures driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh. When confronting zombies, their prior identities held no weight. Mercy was a luxury that could lead to one's own demise. Huacheng cast a sidelong glance at the young man. Calm and decisive amidst the encircling undead, a faint smile barely discernible at the corners of his mouth. The sharpened axe glimmered with a chilling light under the moon, and with each swing, decaying skulls rolled lifelessly to the ground. Having survived in this apocalyptic world for 5 years, Lin An, despite not being in peak physical condition, possessed an unwavering mental fortitude. Without hesitation, he wielded the machete, calculating his strength to strike the neck of the nearest zombie at the most efficient angle. The blow, lacking in force yet delivered with precision, was executed with remarkable fluidity. Though they had known each other for a short time and exchanged few words, an unspoken understanding blossomed between the two. There was no need to consider one another. They simply focused on eliminating the nearby undead, their movements perfectly synchronized. As the final zombie's head rolled away, Lin An suddenly felt that having a partner like Hua Cheng was, in fact, quite advantageous. Silent, composed, and powerful, these qualities were rare treasures in a world like this. Just a little longer, Lin An thought to himself, still wary of revealing the secrets of his space before the awakening of the abilities. Having only met a few times, he was insufficiently inclined to risk revealing himself. Even though it was evident from their brief interactions that Hua Cheng was indeed an admirable individual. Once again, he found himself indebted to the other. Patience was required. Let us proceed. Hua Cheng shook off the grime from his fire axe, bent down to remove the sensor key from the corpse of the zombie police officer, and glanced at Lin An before taking the lead into the entrance of the police station. Despite his preference for men, he managed to refrain from viewing those who met his standards for companionship as mere objects of protection, choosing instead to shield them under his wing to showcase his own capabilities. This, too, was a form of respect. Lin An, of course, was oblivious to the fact that the individual ahead of him favored men. He simply found it agreeable to interact with someone like Hua Cheng. When collaboration was necessary, they engaged without unnecessary words, their actions synchronized. Once their tasks were completed, they parted ways, granting each other ample freedom without the need to remain inseparably close. This arrangement made it convenient for both to pursue their respective intentions. Maintaining a distance of approximately 5 meters, Lin An followed Hua Cheng, utilizing the moonlight streaming through the entrance to survey the expansive hall of the police headquarters. The vast, empty chamber bore witness to a floor marked with streaks of blood, chaotic and indistinguishable in origin. Lin An remained composed, mentally noting the emergency exit signs in the staircase corridor diagram, calculating his escape route should any complications arise. As he gazed ahead, Hua Cheng navigated the familiar reception area with ease. With a swift strike, he dispatched the zombie trapped behind the reception desk. He then stepped forward, passing the lifeless body of a police officer turned zombie, and noticed a keyring dangling from its waist. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to seize it. Traversing the corridor that connected to the case handling area, he found Hua Cheng waiting before a sensor-operated door. Upon his arrival, Hua Cheng remarked, "No key." Lin An handed over the keys, feigning an innocent gesture as he retrieved 2 flashlights from his backpack, offering one to Hua Cheng with a sly smile. "How did you know I would bring the keys?" he inquired. Hua Cheng replied, "Because you would. You are meticulous and astute." Lin An raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Was that intentional? I'm not so lacking. If nothing else, I can slay zombies." He had never been one to succumb to baseless self-doubt. He refused to believe that Hua Cheng, having vanquished the zombies, could overlook the keyring adorning the corpse. Hua Cheng, appearing contemplative and somewhat brooding, perhaps feared that Lin An might dwell on his earlier thoughts, spiraling into self-deprecation, which prompted this seemingly trivial action. Taking the flashlight, Hua Cheng turned it on, securing it under his arm while remaining silent with the keys in hand. He swiped the sensor key against the access control at the door between the reception and case handling areas, and the door obediently opened. He did not intend for this action to impress Lin An. Rather, he aimed to convey that, aside from being unfamiliar with the police station's layout, he possessed a multitude of other capabilities, such as the utility of this flashlight. Ultimately, the other party had good intentions. Lin An graciously smiled at Hua Cheng and was the first to push the door open, stepping inside. With the aid of a flashlight, he scanned the precinct's investigation area, a sight he had never encountered before, and marveled at its resemblance to a well-crafted cinematic setting. They should be grateful that the vital government departments in Gene City were equipped with their own emergency power supplies. Otherwise, even with a key in hand, accessing the sensor door made of special materials would have been nearly impossible. The investigation area, isolated by a sensor door, was disconnected from the outside world, with only 4 police officers turned into zombies trapped within. The zombies were initially huddled in a corner, feasting on a decaying corpse, but as the door swung open, the scent of fresh flesh wafted in, prompting them to rise and shuffle towards the 2. In the pitch-black room, Lin An illuminated the darkness with his flashlight, revealing a zombie clad in a police uniform approaching him. Remaining calm, he deftly sidestepped, luring the creature into the adjacent office cubicle, where he swiftly dispatched it with a single stroke before hastening to Hua Cheng's side. Hua Cheng had similarly neutralized another zombie, and without exchanging glances, they each wielded their flashlights, illuminating the space as they dispatched the remaining 2 zombies with their blades. "Is that all?" Lin An inquired, sweeping his flashlight around the area. "All clear. Stay close to me." Hua Cheng appeared remarkably familiar with the layout, guiding Lin An past the warning signs that prohibited unauthorized entry, leading him through various departments such as information gathering, interrogation, and detoxification. From behind the closed doors, heavy thuds intermingled with the distinct raspy sounds of the creatures within, clearly suggesting that something was locked inside. It was evident that whatever was trapped behind those doors was not human, yet, since that entity was securely confined, the two chose not to meddle further. At the end of the first floor, a sensor door stood before the staircase leading to the second level. Using the key acquired earlier, the door swung open with a soft click. The two exchanged a brief glance before ascending to the equipment room on the second floor. Naturally, there were still guards stationed outside. It appeared that the officers from the headquarters had not been particularly fortunate, as those who remained seemed to have undergone mutations. Of course, it was also possible that some had managed to escape. The equipment room's door loomed shut, suggesting that few had truly made it out. The guards, being more attuned to danger than the average citizen, had likely sensed the urgency of the situation and prioritized their visit to the armory. However, this was of little concern to them. Lin An swiftly dealt with the zombie lurking behind the counter, yanking the key from its waist and tossing it to Hua Cheng, as if he were a professional key thief. Hua Cheng, maintaining his stoic demeanor, accepted the key in silence and approached the equipment room's entrance to unlock it. Hua Cheng retrieved a police tactical bag, methodically filling it with useful items. In addition to a tear gas canister, a powerful flashlight, 2 police daggers, and a basic first aid kit, his primary objective was to secure firearms. Given Jin City's proximity to the capital, there were no station troops nearby, leaving the police station as the sole source for weaponry. The Municipal Public Security Bureau was well equipped. Despite being a prefecture-level city, its safe contained 8 handguns, with ammunition neatly arranged in another safe nearby. Lacking a combination, Hua Cheng simply pried it open with an axe, causing Lin An to fret anxiously from the sidelines. Despite being a safe designed to house firearms, its formidable exterior raised concerns about the potential for explosive triggers. Such scenarios were often depicted on television. The youth, though meticulous and cautious in his actions, could not entirely mask his expressions, revealing a natural candor and straightforwardness that prevented him from feigning ignorance. At that moment, Lin An's eyes widened in astonishment and anxiety, betraying his inner thoughts. Hua Cheng, perceptive as ever, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, shaking his head. After all, it was merely a municipal police station. Such sophisticated equipment was hardly to be expected. Noticing Lin An standing motionless, he took the initiative to select 4 handguns, complete with holsters and serial numbers, casually tearing off the stitch labels from the holsters. He also gathered some ammunition, leaving the remaining 4 untouched, evidently reserved for Lin An, a gesture of considerable grace, ensuring each had their fair share. Lin An stood there, hesitating, his lips moving slightly as he declined. "Just give me 1 or 2 handguns. I haven't contributed much." He understood that without Hua Cheng, he wouldn't have even found these items, so acquiring anything at all felt like a stroke of fortune. Hua Cheng, maintaining an impassive demeanor as if he hadn't heard Lin An's words, crouched to organize his belongings with remarkable swiftness and efficiency. Once he had packed his equipment, he rose, his tone flat. "I will go take a look outside." He intended to acquire a vehicle of similar quality. With that, he turned to leave, disregarding the remaining 4 handguns, allowing Lin An to make his own decision about whether to take them. Take them? How could Lin An possibly resist? With a complex expression, he cast a glance at the door that the man had pushed open and then closed again. Sighing inwardly, he finally resolved to acknowledge a debt of gratitude to Hua Cheng, regardless of whether the latter cared. This matter must be remembered. Once Hua Cheng departed, a fortunate turn of events aided Lin in setting aside the gun. He could not bear to leave behind the multitude of equipment in the arsenal. Initially, he had planned to return the following day under the cover of darkness. Seizing the rare opportunity, Lin An hesitated no longer. With ample space available, he collected everything of value without discrimination, including 3 guns which he stored away for ease of access. All that remained was a gear bag nearly identical to Hua Cheng's. When he tucked the last pistol into his pocket, the bountiful haul filled him with a renewed sense of gratitude towards Hua Cheng. This individual was truly generous. To speak candidly, had he been in Huicheng's position, he would scarcely have been willing to share such fine firearms. Clenching his fist, Lin An, though no paragon of virtue, held the principles of gratitude and reciprocity close to heart. After gathering his belongings, Lin An hastened downstairs to reunite with Huicheng, who was wandering in the front yard. They both climbed into the vehicle, and Lin An inquired, "Why are you in the front yard? It would have been better to wait for me in the hall. The yard is perilously dark." Huicheng, unable to find a suitable vehicle, chose to remain silent. Feeling somewhat out of sorts, he pondered that it was peculiar for him to care so much. Lin An was not a close acquaintance, and while it was natural to look after someone in passing, it was unusual for him to feel compelled to assist in finding a car. Such thoughts seemed excessive and decidedly abnormal. It is of little consequence that he himself notices the oddity. What truly concerns him is whether Lin An, by his side, might sense something amiss and distance himself. Though Huicheng appears to be straightforward, he possesses a certain shrewdness. Until he fully comprehends his own feelings, he chooses to remain taciturn, prioritizing the stabilization of the situation. Lin An, aware that the man beside him is not one for idle chatter, interprets his silence as a signal to refrain from further contemplation. With a slight pout, he remarks, "Do not underestimate the danger. Those ravenous creatures may be easily dispatched. Yet who can ascertain if they harbor any diseases or toxins? A mere scratch could lead to dire consequences. Countless souls have escaped the clutches of zombies, only to succumb to infection from a minor wound in the aftermath. While there are certain truths he cannot articulate, he harbors the hope that the man beside him absorbs this wisdom, for he has rendered invaluable assistance, proving himself to be an exceptional ally, capable, composed, and generous, a rarity in these tumultuous times. It would indeed be a tragedy to lose such a person." "I shall remember," Huicheng responds, fortunate to be one who heeds counsel, or perhaps more accurately, one willing to consider Lin An's guidance. As he drives, his deep voice resonates through the vehicle, eliciting a smile from Lin An, who leans back in the passenger seat, surrendering to relaxation. Heeding the young master's advice will not lead to misfortune. That night, they journeyed to various police precincts scattered across Jin City, gathering a plethora of supplies, regrettably, none of which included firearms, as only a few remained in the city, likely taken by the police during the initial chaos. The remainder lay in the possession of Lin An and Huicheng. The true bounty, however, was Lin An's subtle collection of items, while Huicheng's attention wavered. Unable to locate any firearms, Huicheng only managed to acquire standard knives and a first aid kit. Aside from food, the remaining space in the vehicle could only accommodate so many items. The better vehicles had already made 2 rounds without success. Perhaps they had been taken by others at the onset of the disaster. Given the circumstances, Huicheng refrained from mentioning his desire to assist Lin An in finding a vehicle. His tendency to speak little and avoid flattery was a significant flaw in his character that he had been unable to amend over the years. The two of them toiled throughout the night, thoroughly scouring various establishments across the city. When they passed by a community clinic, they alighted to procure a substantial supply of commonly used medications, before finally returning to the Liutang community as dawn's gentle light began to break. The zombies on the 6th floor had been largely cleared away after several efforts, rendering it notably safer compared to other floors. As they parked, they coincidentally encountered Li Wei and his group emerging from the stairwell. In addition to the previously encountered Gao brothers, this time the assembly included Qian Jun, the sole son of Aunt Qian from the 4th floor, along with the male heads of 2 households from the 3rd floor. At that moment, apart from Lin An and Huicheng, the entire surviving residents of the 6th floor 3-door unit had joined this team organized by Li Wei. It was no surprise, given that the remaining food supplies in each household were scant, and the previous haul from Li Wei's group had been particularly enviable. Collaborating as a collective was certainly more advantageous than going it alone. Upon seeing each other, both parties exchanged nods. Yet the expressions on Lin An and Huicheng's faces reflected a hint of displeasure. With their spirits dampened, neither group felt inclined to engage in further conversation. After a brief greeting, they parted ways, each returning to their own paths. They were not allies by any stretch. When calamity struck, everyone had their own methods of survival, and the ability to endure depended solely on one's own capabilities. Despite having lived in the neighborhood for many years, Lin An harbored little affection for his neighbors. As an adopted child without parents, struggling academically and lacking a pillar of support at home, he had often been bullied by the local boys during his childhood. The members of Li Wei's team had mostly observed Lin An's prowess in combating monsters through their windows, initially contemplating inviting him to join their ranks for added protection. However, they had often heard Li Wei mention that Lin An looked down upon their team, unwilling to join or even lend them weapons. Now, witnessing the current situation, their feelings turned to resentment. It was no wonder he refrained from collaborating with them. He simply deemed them unworthy. They were all neighbors, yet despite their capabilities, they were reluctant to protect one another. How heartless. Such is the nature of humanity. In a peaceful society, individuals can coexist without conflict, but when disaster strikes, most revert to self-interest, oblivious to the obligations others might have to safeguard them. Before entering, Huicheng called out to Lin An and retrieved something from his pocket, extending his palm towards him. Here. What is it? Lin An squinted in disbelief, momentarily stunned. How did you know? How did you know there are crystal cores in the zombie's head? In Huicheng's strong, broad palm lay 5 or 6 shimmering crystal cores, their bean-sized forms nestled together, seemingly exquisite. No one could fathom that they originated from the repulsive skulls of zombies. Noticing that Lin An's expression indicated he was not repulsed, Huicheng felt a sense of relief and leaned forward, insisting, "Here, I saw you eyeing them last night." Lin An's mind raced for a moment, and he quickly grasped the situation. Last night, he cast a lingering glance at the scattered, lifeless heads of the zombies strewn across the ground, and the flicker of reluctance within him was seemingly noticed by the man before him. It must have been after their initial encounter at the police station. This individual appeared rather somber yet possessed an unusual attentiveness. However, considering the origins of the items extracted from a zombie's cranium, it was evident they were extraordinary. To his astonishment, the man was willing to part with them. Lin An cautiously accepted the crystal core from Huicheng's palm and inquired, "All for me? These might be quite valuable." Indeed, the crystal cores were poised to become the most widely accepted currency, aside from food, in the future. Observing Lin An's acceptance, Huicheng felt a surge of joy and began to rummage through his pockets, declaring, "I have more." As he spoke, he intended to hand over all the crystal cores he possessed, uncertain of their purpose and unable to cleave them with an axe. He figured it best to relinquish them to Lin An since he seemed to appreciate them. Wait. Lin An hastily interrupted him, stowing the core in his backpack. "I have enough with these. You should keep the rest." After a moment's contemplation, he earnestly advised, "Take care not to discard them frivolously. They may prove invaluable in the future. For instance, should Huicheng awaken any extraordinary abilities down the line, possessing more crystal cores would enable him to absorb them promptly." Yet, Lin An chose to withhold further elaboration on such matters for now. He had resolved that if Huicheng were to become an awakened being in the future and expressed interest, he would gladly team up with him. For one, Huicheng was genuinely commendable, at least compatible with Lin An's temperament. Additionally, having a reliable and sufficiently strong companion in a post-apocalyptic world was an invaluable stroke of fortune. Lin An cast a discreet glance at the tall figure of Huicheng, contemplating that with the latter's physical prowess, the likelihood of awakening extraordinary abilities must be considerably higher than that of the average individual. Upon hearing Lin An's remark, Huicheng pondered for a moment, nodded, and refrained from insisting on emptying his pockets of the items within. These trinkets occupied little space. If Lin An desired them later, he could always provide them. As he touched the bulging side pocket of his backpack, Lin An considered and said to Huicheng, "Please wait a moment." He turned to enter the house, using the door as a shield to retrieve several apples and a portion of braised pork knuckle stored in an insulated container from his space. This dish was the signature specialty of the hotel where he once worked. On his last day, Lin An had deliberately spent a considerable sum to have the master chef prepare an extra batch, treating it like a precious treasure for future indulgence. Having worked alongside the kitchen staff for several years, he had concocted a tale that the knuckle was for a wedding banquet hosted by a relative in the countryside. The kitchen, considering them to be their own, had spared no expense in the preparation, resulting in a tender, fragrant dish that was still steaming when placed into his spatial storage. As Lin An handed the apples and the food container to Huicheng, he spoke with utmost sincerity. "I cooked this with an alcohol stove at home and just finished it. If you don't mind, please take a portion back to enjoy." The low flame of the alcohol stove had sufficiently simmered the meat to perfection overnight. Huicheng naturally did not inquire further. His usually tightly pressed lips seemed, perhaps by a mere illusion, to have relaxed slightly, and his gaze softened. In response, he expressed his gratitude for the offered items. This time, the words were spoken aloud, and the voice did not possess the usual low and grave tone. Instead, it carried a lighter intonation, laced with a subtle warmth. "Ahem, well, please go in," Lin An said, somewhat awkwardly gesturing with his hand before closing the door and entering the room. Some individuals, accustomed to being tough on the outside yet soft at heart, dread the kindness of others and fear the burden of owing a favor. Once a debt is incurred, they are compelled to find ways to repay it for their own peace of mind. Lin An pondered that a mere offering of food was hardly sufficient to settle the debt he owed to Huiqing. Nonetheless, it represented a gesture of goodwill. This hidden aspect of his character, deeply embedded within, remained unrecognized by Lin An himself, yet Huiqing perceived it with clarity, regardless of his outward calm and composure. The fondness for meat was an inherent trait among men, especially one who had been gnawing on bread and sweet treats for an extended period. Upon returning to his temporary abode, he tidied up briefly before preparing instant noodles over an alcohol stove, savoring them alongside the steaming, richly flavored braised pork knuckle, devouring it heartily without concern for its greasiness. After the meal, he enjoyed an apple, the perfect remedy for heaviness. It must be said that Lin An maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards unrelated outsiders, observing them with a detached curiosity, while when he genuinely considered someone, his thoughts became astonishingly intricate, attending to even the minutest details. Such a person may seem ordinary in daily interactions. Yet those who become his family or loved ones will come to appreciate the profound benefits of his nature. A few days later, the Li family had been enjoying a relatively good life. Ever since Li Wei began organizing a team to venture out in search of food, they had no longer worried about their sustenance. Instant noodles, biscuits, and ham sausages, these once despised junk foods by Li Ruyan have, after experiencing the pangs of hunger, transformed into delicacies. With the small alcohol stove that Li Wei managed to retrieve, she dares to prepare a modest meal of noodles for her daughter. After all, the uncertainty of when rescue might arrive looms heavy in their hearts, and it is prudent to conserve what little they have. Over half a month has passed since the emergence of the monsters, and while each person harbors a faint suspicion about whether help will come, none dare to voice their thoughts. If the government abandons them, how will they survive? No, that cannot be. They have paid so many taxes. Surely someone must care for them. These various doubts remain buried within, as no one dares to break the silence. That noon, the outside world was still accompanied by the moans of zombies. The residents of the community huddled in their homes, some sighing over their dwindling food supplies, while others cast envious glances at their neighbors. "Mommy, I want chocolate," came the morning plea from Nyonyo, who had just awakened and shuffled into the living room. Rubbing her eyes, Li Ruyan, seated at the dining table nibbling on bread, had just bitten into a ham sausage when she noticed her daughter was awake. Without hesitation, she reached into the candy box on the table and handed Nyonyo 2 pieces of chocolate. "Here you go, enjoy it. But be good and don't cause a fuss." Nyonyo chewed on the sweet confection, nodding absent-mindedly. To prevent their daughter from crying and attracting zombies, the couple had completely relinquished restrictions on her snacks. The spoiled little girl soon caught on to this pattern. If her parents denied her treats, she would cry, and her mother would become particularly anxious, unable to scold her. Under the concession of the Li Wei couple, the young girl became increasingly unrestrained, subsisting solely on the snacks and candies that Li Wei procured from the supermarket, neglecting even her meals. Perhaps, in her subconscious, Li Ruyan did not contemplate rectifying her daughter's habit. After all, snacks were harmless. And if Nyonyo indulged in these treats, it would not only keep her quiet but also conserve some food at home. After finishing her lunch, Li Ruyan glanced at the candy jar on the table with a frown and remarked, "Why has the candy diminished so rapidly? When your father returns, I shall mention it to him and find you some more." Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. "Your father is back," Li Ruyan exclaimed with delight, hastily rising to open the door. However, it was not Li Wei standing outside, but the Gao brothers who were ascending the stairs. "Sister-in-law," the Gao brothers greeted Li Ruyan, their eyes evasive, as they hurriedly attempted to pass by. "You're back," Li Ruyan said, her brow furrowing as she leaned over to glance downstairs, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. "Where's Li Gu? Did he not return with you?" Li Gu, he. "Sister-in-law, you might want to ask Qianjun and the others." "Li Gu did not come back with us," the Gao brothers stammered, their expressions growing more uneasy. Li Ruyan was taken aback, raising her voice. "What? How could he not have returned with you? He always goes and comes back with you. Don't leave. Clarify this for me. Where is Li Wei?" The Gao brothers found themselves trapped on the second floor, unable to move forward or retreat, their faces contorted with discomfort as they struggled to articulate their thoughts. At that moment, another set of footsteps echoed up the stairs, prompting the Gao brothers to breathe a sigh of relief. They hastily remarked, "It's Qianjun, sister-in-law. You should ask him. Brother Li truly did not accompany us." At the supermarket, he complained about the limited selection and went with Qianjun and the others to the back warehouse. This was the truth. A group had gone to the warehouse. Yet Li Wei had not returned. Qianjun had not shared any specifics about what transpired. Li Ruyan, feeling helpless, stepped aside to allow the Gao brothers to pass, blocking the staircase herself as she trembled, pointing at Qianjun with shaking fingers. Qianjun, I ask you, where is our Li Wei? Qianjun appeared in a dire state. His hair was disheveled. His clothes bore 2 significant gashes, oozing blood, and he exuded sheer exhaustion. He lifted his head, casting an irritable glance at Li Ruyan, and coldly stated, Li Wei? He's dead. Li Ruyan's mind went blank, her thoughts a cacophony of confusion. What did you say? Clarify your words. What has happened to Li Wei? What has happened? He's dead. Transformed into a monster and killed. Qianjun grimaced as he pressed against the wound on his arm, recalling the grotesque visage of Li Wei when he had suddenly morphed into a creature. His expression darkened at the thought. If he had contracted some virus, it would spell disaster for him as well. Was it you who caused this? Did you harm him? Li Ruyan stood frozen, then suddenly erupted in a shriek, staggering down the stairs as she clutched Qianjun, striking and berating him. Was it you? You killed Wei. Murderer. You owe our Wei his life. Bah. Me kill him? Qianjun forcefully shook her off, cursing. If it weren't for Li Wei suddenly transforming into a monster intent on devouring our brothers, would he have met his demise? What a despicable creature. He concealed his illness, waiting to endanger others. Look at the injuries he inflicted upon me. If I were to contract some virus, none of us would escape unscathed. You wretched woman. Just wait. Let go. Don't think I hesitate to strike a woman. No, it's impossible. Wei isn't ill. Our Wei is not sick. It's all you're doing. If you don't believe me, ask others. I am not the only one who witnessed Li Wei's transformation into a monster. Don't obstruct my path, you miserable creature. Qianjun, cursing while clutching his wounds, ultimately chose not to engage further with a woman and left in exasperation. No. Wei is not a monster. You all have harmed him. Li Ruyan sat on the ground, initially muttering to herself in a daze for a moment, before suddenly unleashing a heart-wrenching wail, her voice sharp and piercing, resembling anything but a human sound. Damn it, if you wish to cry, do so at home. Don't disturb the hallway. As if there weren't enough monsters already. Someone from upstairs yelled in frustration. Nyo Nyo, drawn out by her mother's cries, tugged at her arm incessantly, asking, Mommy, why are you crying? Where is Daddy? I want Daddy. I want chocolate. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Your father is dead. You can forget about chocolate from now on. The woman gasped as she stood, her complexion pale and her teeth clenched. She raised her hand and slapped the sobbing little girl, dragging her inside and slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Once again, the hallway fell into a profound silence. In the apartment below, a man with a serious countenance performed push-ups, his bare torso glistening with sweat that cascaded from his muscular shoulders and shattered upon the floor with a soft thud. In the adjacent room, Lin An lay on the bed, hands supporting his head, diligently executing sit-ups, blissfully unaware of the commotion above. His body arched and fell back, the slender frame moving with a measured precision. Without anyone to hold his feet, they occasionally grazed the sheets, while his once soft abdomen began to tighten. Should someone be peering through the crevice of the bedroom door, the sight of his slightly plump, round, and fair feet sliding across the pale blue sheets might provoke a flurry of imagination. Meanwhile, Wucheng parked his vehicle in front of the complex, lingering inside without haste. Through the window, he observed several men emerging from the stairwell, armed with knives or axes, swiftly converging with a group of 10 men from the 6th floor. Among them was a Chevrolet belonging to Li Wei, who, however, was conspicuously absent from their ranks. Over the past month, Wucheng had encountered these individuals on several occasions. In their corridor alone, Li Wei had vanished first, followed by a man from the 3rd floor, and the building had echoed with the sounds of women's cries and curses. Many unsettling truths had become glaringly evident. The outside world was not as secure as it once seemed. A growing awareness had prompted many to act with increased caution. Recently, an iron gate had been installed at the entrance of the stairwell, typically secured with a 3-finger-thick chain. The guy was reluctant to sever ties with the 2 individuals residing on the ground floor. They had not taken things to the extreme. Among them, one key lay on the mailbox outside the corridor, while another rested in the electrical meter box within the hallway, allowing anyone needing to exit to unlock the door themselves. Wucheng unfastened the chain and pushed the door open, revealing a little girl with a dirty face standing on the steps. Upon hearing the noise, she immediately approached him. Blocking his path, Uncle, Please give Nyonya something to eat. Nyonya is hungry. This was not his first encounter with a little girl named Nyonya. She was likely the daughter of a man named Li Wei who lived upstairs. With Li Wei absent, she had begun to roam the various floors in search of food. Hua Cheng furrowed his brow, saying little as he retrieved a pack of biscuits from his backpack and handed it to her. Without waiting for the girl to respond, he attempted to step past her and enter his home. The little girl swallowed hard, clutching the biscuits tightly, and suddenly hurried after him, clinging to the door to prevent him from shutting it. Her voice trembled with tears as she pleaded, "Uncle, please give me a little more. Nyonyo's stomach has been empty for several days, and it hurts so much." Hua Cheng glanced at the small, grimy hands gripping his door, his frown deepening. He was not particularly skilled in handling children, especially those who were troublesome and prone to tears. He could neither strike nor reason with them. Just then, a door nearby swung open, and Lin An leaned out, shaking 2 oranges in his hand. Upon seeing this, Nyonya released her hold on the door and dashed over to snatch the oranges, hastily stuffing them into her pocket, fearful that the older boy might reclaim them. "Hey, listen here, you're not allowed to bother us again, or I'll throw you out to feed the zombies," Lin An declared, ignoring the 2 oranges. Instead, raising an eyebrow in a fierce manner and pointing towards the door. Nyonya, indifferent in her heart, clutched the orange in her pocket and nodded absent-mindedly. Just as she intended to cry as her mother had taught her, the imposing figure of a stern older brother suddenly stepped forward, grasping her arm and leading her down the stairs. "Silence! No wailing allowed," Lin An commanded, dragging Nyonya to the iron gate. His actions appeared fierce, yet he exerted little force. Though he held disdain, he could not truly harm a child. At most, he could instill a sense of fear. After all, children are shaped by their upbringing, and it is the adults who often lack understanding. Lin An forcibly brought Nyonya to the iron gate, compelling her to gaze upon the approaching zombies outside. With a cold glare, he instructed, "Return and inform your mother that should you dare to pester again, I shall cast you out to feed the monsters. Now be quiet, consume your orange, and return to your own home." Nyonya was thoroughly frightened by the creatures outside, stifling a sob as she covered her mouth. The moment Lin An released her, she dashed back towards the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Casting a timid glance at him, noticing that he paid her no further attention, she hastily retrieved the orange from her pocket, peeled it with rapid movements, and stuffed the segments into her mouth, devouring them voraciously, the juice mingling with the dirt on her small hands and trickling down her chin. Lin An frowned and tossed a pack of wet wipes onto the ground before the little girl, indifferent to whether she would pick them up, while casting a fierce glare upstairs. "TCH, bringing a child here. What kind of mother does that?" He then shifted his focus back to Hua Cheng, who lingered at the door, his expression stern. "You seem to be eager for me to play the villain. Next time, if you meddle with good intentions and let her cling to you, you'll soon find yourself in a predicament." Children are generally untroubled. The real concern lies with their often anxious mothers. Hua Cheng, receiving a pointed glance from Lin An, was unfazed and fixed his gaze upon her. "Thank you," he said earnestly, extending his hand. "I shall no longer involve myself in such matters. These are for you. Whatever you choose to do is your own affair." Lin An, feeling a bit awkward, glanced at his open palm. "What? Why are you giving me these? You should keep them for yourself." Hua Cheng remained silent, resolutely presenting his hand, which held a dozen glistening crystal nuclei, meticulously cleaned. "Enough, consider it a debt. Whenever you feel regret, you may reclaim them." Ultimately, Lin An could not resist the allure of the crystal nuclei. Her ears flushed with embarrassment as she snatched them and turned to close the door. At this moment, she desperately needed these to advance to the 3rd level. She could always repay Hua Cheng double in the future. As a 3rd-level ability user, acquiring 1st-level crystal nuclei would be effortless. Meanwhile, the man gazed at the closed door, indifferent to whether the person behind it could hear him. He wished to gift Lin An these nuclei without expectation of repayment, nor would he ever retract his offer. On the other hand, Nyonya followed Lin An's instructions and finished her orange before heading upstairs. Li Ruyan, who had been waiting anxiously at the door, could no longer contain herself and swiftly approached to take the food from her daughter's hands. "Is this all? Where's the orange? Did you really eat it?" Nyonya instinctively licked her lips, still savoring the sweet and tangy fragrance of the fruit. "It's gone. The big brother only gave me a segment." "Really?" "Indeed, Mama," she affirmed. A single utterance of "Mom" softened the countenance of the woman, who had been beleaguered and somewhat haggard in recent days. With a sigh, she retorted with a displeased tone, "What big brother? The ones downstairs are not good people. Just now, they frightened you, so do not go near them again." They only offered a slice of orange. How miserly. As Li Ruian ushered her daughter inside, she continued her tirade. Pa. Scaring even children. What kind of scoundrel are they? Truly despicable. Nyo, later we shall visit Grandma Chin upstairs. Remember what your mother taught you. If they do not give you anything, just cry. Do you understand? After lunch, Aunt Qian settled into a chair on the balcony, twisting the knob of the radio, humming a tune while gradually tuning into different stations. Following the calamity, this little device had only emitted the incessant static of a busy signal. However, the elderly woman, having nothing to occupy her time at home and possessing ample patience, fiddled with the radio idly, twisting it left and right. The static persisted, buzzing incessantly. Leaning back in her chair, her murky eyes gazed outside while she continued her leisurely adjustments. The static continued, now the broadcast, when suddenly the old lady halted, sat up straight. And with trembling, wrinkled hands, she adjusted the frequency back to the previous channel. In the city of Jin, the survivors gathered at the Shojing base, where the third broadcast announcement was underway. Suddenly, a series of forceful knocks reverberated through the door. The elderly lady, with a furrowed brow, resolutely finished listening to the broadcast before rising to open the door. Outside stood Li Ruian, accompanied by her daughter, radiating fury. You old hag, are you deliberately refusing to let us in? Explain why you assaulted my daughter today. If you do not provide a satisfactory answer, this matter will not end here. A cold laugh escaped from Aunt Qian. Why? Truly, the character of a mother reflects in her daughter. Your child knocked on our door this morning, intending to seize our food. Did you really think I would allow that? Li Ruian retorted. What is wrong with taking a few things from your home? After all, they were transported back by our vehicle. As for Aunt Qian, that vehicle belongs to us, so return the keys immediately. At the mention of the vehicle, the old lady fell silent, her eyes darting as she attempted to close the door. It was she who had suggested taking advantage of the vulnerable mother and child by withholding the vehicle. You wish to close the door? Dream on. This matter shall not conclude today. Li Ruian forcefully pushed the elderly woman aside, entering the room with her daughter in tow. Either return the vehicle today, or provide us with food in compensation. Aunt Qian continuously protested. We have no food available. The vehicle will be discussed only when my son returns. Li Ruian scoffed. Wait for him to return? Huh, I cannot afford to wait any longer. If you refuse to give it to me, I shall take it myself. You dare. Help. This madwoman is robbing us. Let go of me, put down that item. That afternoon, Qianjun returned home to find his mother collapsed in the kitchen, her head bearing a gaping wound the size of a fist, blood pooling around her. Mother. In the aftermath, Qianjun knocked on several neighbors' doors, inquiring about something unknown, and returned home in silence. Li Ruian, anxiously awaiting his arrival for 2 days, felt a sense of relief when he did not come to seek her out. After all, it was the old woman's own misstep that had led to her fall. What concern was it of hers? Rescue from the military was imminent, bringing with it a glimmer of hope. The radio, not solely belonging to Aunt Qian, spread the news of the Shojing base throughout the community, which was rife with despair and hunger. In an instant, a wave of unexpected joy enveloped the residents. Even Qianjun's endeavors to gather supplies took on a renewed vigor, as many survivors who had previously hidden themselves at home seized the opportunity to join in. Food was essential wherever one went, and with the arrival at the capital, the nation would surely bring about a turn of fortune. In an unexpected twist of fate, Qianjun found himself stepping into the role of a leader, taking the place of Li Wei. He became a figure of some importance, garnering followers who called out to him as Brother Qian, which lifted his spirits that had been somewhat deflated in recent days. Rest assured, Brother Qian. Once we reach the capital, we shall find a good doctor to tend to Aunt Qian properly. Some were aware that Aunt Qian had recently fallen and had been bedridden since, urging him to take care. Qianjun's expression turned slightly unnatural as he responded curtly. Those traveling with him sensed the underlying tension regarding Aunt Qian's fall and, recognizing his distress, chose to remain silent. The world has descended into chaos, revealing a multitude of nefarious individuals. It is disheartening to witness an elderly woman being assaulted. Such actions reveal a deeply troubled heart. Attention, residents of Jin City. We are now commencing the third broadcast of the day. The rescue forces from Shojing Base will begin organizing the evacuation of residents starting December 20th. Please make the necessary preparations for your departure. We will remain in Jin City for a duration of 20 days, and due to limited space, residents are advised not to carry excessive luggage. Adults are allowed a weight limit of 10 pounds, while children under 1 meter in height are restricted to 3 pounds. This announcement will be repeated. The incessant broadcast reverberates through countless households in Jean City daily, eliciting ecstatic responses as families hurriedly pack their valuables, cash, jewelry, antiques, and paintings. Lin An turned off the radio application on his phone and unfurled a map. Pausing his finger over a dot located slightly southwest of Shoujing, it was Jiaoshi Huaiqiang County, a prominent agricultural hub situated 500 kilometers from Shoujing. This county, home to a mere 200,000 inhabitants, boasts an impressive cultivated area of 400,000 acres and was once a pilot region for the promotion of mechanized farming. Little did anyone anticipate that this seemingly ordinary agricultural county would, within a mere 5 years of the apocalypse, ascend to become one of the top 20 bases in Huaghua. This was not due to the population density of Huaiqiang County, but rather the formidable strength of the base and the significant proportion of superpowered individuals. In his previous life in Shoujing, Lin An had heard tales of this place, where food was abundant, and the acceptance of survivors was relatively lenient, regardless of whether one possessed abilities, as long as they were willing to work diligently and contribute to the base. There would always be sustenance available. The area is under the control of the local garrison, evoking a sense of feudal fragmentation, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the outside world. However, this so-called paradise pales in comparison to the treacherous and intricate realities of the capital base in a post-apocalyptic world. Genuine tranquility is but a mirage. Presently, Lin An has set his sights on Huaiqiang County. He understands that he is merely an ordinary citizen, possessing a modicum of insight, yet far from being truly astute. It is peculiar that an ordinary person like him has awakened a rare spatial ability if he were to venture into the capital. A place rife with cunning and powerful figures, he would inevitably find himself ensnared in their machinations. Avoiding confrontation is wise, while Huaiqiang County may be small, and its future-based development and living conditions may not rival those of the capital. It offers simplicity. The advantage of a military-controlled base lies in its strict discipline, minimal complications, and lack of malicious intent. One can diligently fulfill their responsibilities without the constant threat of being undermined. This simplicity is precisely what Lin An desires. As for the military forces from the capital, although he has no intention of heading there, following them partway is not out of the question. Traveling under their escort offers a greater sense of security than traversing alone. In the adjacent room, Huaiqiang has just completed his final push-up, seated on the floor. He wipes his sweat with a towel and turns off the radio he found on the original owner's bedside. The man's expression reveals little joy. As if the notion of rescue bears no significance to him, he lifts his gaze, casting a glance through the wall towards the adjacent room. This wall should be directly opposite Lin An's bedroom, on the second floor, in room 6. Lin An eagerly packs her few pieces of jewelry, carefully sewing the remaining cash from her household into the lining of her clothing. She gently nudged her daughter Nyonyo, who was clutching a plush doll, and rare as it was, handed her a piece of candy, smiling as she said, "My dear child, in a couple of days, the soldiers will come to rescue us. Now, hurry upstairs and gather some food for us to take on our journey." "Mom, I don't want to go," the little girl protested, her mouth full of candy, her expression one of distress. "Grandma Qian upstairs will hit me, it hurts." Lin An scoffed, "Don't be afraid. That old woman is bedridden and can't even get up anymore." She had originally thought that the fall had truly killed Grandma Qian, and had hidden at home for several days, fearing that Qian Jun would come looking for them. Fortunately, she later learned it was merely a minor bump. Nyonyo remained obstinate, pouting and refusing to move from her spot. Observing this, Lin An's expression darkened, and she jabbed her finger sharply against Nyonyo's forehead. "You don't want to go? What will we eat then? All you think about is food. Why should I even bother raising you? Hurry up." Nyonyo felt a swell of grievance, tears welling in her eyes. Ever since her father disappeared, her mother was no longer the same loving figure she once was. She shouted at her, struck her, and even let her go hungry. "Mom," the little girl sniffled, wiping her tears, her once chubby face now dirty and slightly gaunt. A stark contrast to her previous rosy complexion. "You still know I'm your mother, yet you are so disobedient. What purpose does it serve to raise you?" Lin An, feeling somewhat flustered, waved her hand dismissively. "Enough with the tears. Don't go to the 4th floor to that money-grubbing old woman. She might be harboring resentment and waiting to take revenge. Go to the 3rd floor instead, or perhaps visit Uncle Gao on the 4th. In any case, keep your distance from the Qian family." Lin An recalled the bloodshed from that fateful day and, feeling guilty, feared that the Qian family might be plotting something sinister. She did not dare let her daughter get too close. Nevertheless, Nyonyo ventured upstairs, knocking on the doors of the two households on the third floor, but was met with nothing more than half a block of instant noodles before being ushered out. Scram, aren't you tired of knocking every day? If you're hungry, let your mother take care of you. Not everyone has an abundance of food, and we certainly don't relish the idea of constantly supporting others. Bah, and yet you use our car without a word. Li Ruyan rushed upstairs, snatching the half block of noodles from her daughter's hands, and urged her onward. Go to Uncle Gao's place upstairs. Get what you need, and then come home. I'll open the door for you. With that, she tread lightly back downstairs, aware that people might pity a child, but they were far less forgiving towards an adult. Li Ruyan understood all too well the precarious state of her neighborhood relations. Nyonyo, afraid of being scolded by her mother, hesitated before finally making her way to the fourth floor, clutching her growling stomach, just as she was about to knock on the door of the Gao household. It swung open unexpectedly. She and June stood there, holding a piece of candy, smiling as he beckoned her. Nyonyo, come in. Uncle has some candy for you. Nyonyo shook her head firmly. Mommy won't let me in. June said, it's all right. You can sneak in without letting your mother know. Uncle has plenty of candies. Once you come in, I will fill your bag to the brim. As if savoring the sweetness of the candies, saliva pooled in her mouth. Nyonyo hesitated for a couple of seconds while sucking her finger before she walked over. June closed the door and handed her a piece of candy, asking, Nyonyo, if you behave, Uncle has a question for you. Answer correctly, and all the candies in Uncle's house will be yours. Nyonyo quickly unwrapped the candy and stuffed the fruit candy into her mouth, saying, Go ahead, Uncle, ask me. June continued, All right, Uncle wants to know. When your mother brought you to Uncle's house that day, did you see how Grandma fell? Nyonyo shook her head. I don't know. Mommy said not to speak of it, or I'd get punished. June reassured her. Good child, just tell Uncle in secret. Mommy won't find out. Uncle also has chocolates. Do you love chocolates? Nyonyo licked her lips. I love them. June persisted. Then tell Uncle the truth, and I'll give you chocolates. Nyonyo lowered her head and hesitated for a long time before whispering. It was Mommy. Meanwhile, Li Ruyan waited at home, her stomach growling. Unable to resist, she took a couple of bites of the instant noodles in her hand. Just as she was chewing, a sharp scream pierced through the window, followed by a loud thud. The sound was so familiar. The woman froze for a moment, her hand pausing, before her face turned pale. And she rushed to the balcony window. Nyonyo. On the cement expanse in front of the 6th floor, the lifeless body of a young girl lay twisted. Her fragile neck contorted against her left shoulder. Her shattered skull oozed brain matter, and blood slowly seeped forth, pooling around her form. Not far away, a few zombies, drawn by the scent, shuffled eagerly towards the scene, their guttural sounds echoing in the air. Lin An stood in the kitchen, his fingers tightening around a cup of water. His brow furrowed as he gazed through the balcony window. 2 or 3 zombies attracted by the smell of blood were crouched low, voraciously feasting upon the remnants of the girl's mangled flesh. Pale, pus-dripping tissue and saliva dripped from their mouths, their pupils constricted to pinpricks. Devoid of awareness and filled only with a primal hunger. From above came the anguished screams of a woman, her voice sharp and tearing, unlike any human sound, while below, the zombies emitted their chilling howls, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. After crying out for her daughter, the mother ultimately lacked the courage to descend and reclaim her child's body from the jaws of the undead. The remaining neighbors kept their doors tightly shut, and by nightfall, when peering out from the window again, there was nothing left on the ground but a pool of darkened blood, devoid of even the slightest remnants of bone. With the absence of sustenance, the zombies staggered aimlessly, resuming their purposeless wanderings. The collapse of societal structures and the decay of morality revealed the New World Order, extending its cruel fangs to devour those unable to adapt. On December 20th, a convoy of military trucks, laden with live ammunition and equipped soldiers, rolled onto the highway of Jincheng. Under the relentless barrage of machine gun fire, the horde of wandering zombies on the road was struck in the head, collapsing like a row of dominoes. Some were hit in other parts of their decaying bodies, pausing momentarily before staggering in pursuit of the departing truck. The heavy wheels crushed these putrid corpses as 2 vehicles split apart, heading towards the residential complexes in the city of Jinshe, including the despair-laden Liutang community. A squad of 2 trucks, comprising around 10 soldiers, entered Liutang community, expertly setting up barricades at the entrance and clearing out the zombies lingering between the buildings. They circled the entire community, broadcasting their message. After more than a month, this place had finally regained a fleeting sense of safety. Attention, residents of Liutang community. We are the rescue team from the 6th Legion of the Shojing base. From this moment on, we will organize a systematic evacuation. Each adult is required to submit 200 gene of food, while children under 1 meter tall must contribute 100 gene. You have only 2 days. Upon hearing this announcement, please swiftly bring your provisions to the open area in front of the neighborhood committee. The young soldier, stern-faced, stood in front of the vehicle, ensuring that his voice carried throughout the entire community via the loudspeaker. The residents of Liutang community were thrown into a state of panic. Comrades, are you not the People's Army? Why are you demanding grain from us? We currently have no food available. Would money suffice? Indeed, we can offer money. Each 100 grams of gold can be exchanged for 50 gene of grain, and we will not accept any other currency. This is robbery. How can you charge such an exorbitant amount? 100 grams of gold is worth several tens of thousands of yuan, while 200 gene of grain costs only a pittance. You are grossly inflating prices. I demand to see your superior. Young comrade, please show some leniency. How can we poor common folk possess such a vast quantity of gold? The armed soldiers, clad in uniforms from an unknown regiment, remained utterly unmoved, coldly reiterating the orders from above. Chapter 24. Amidst the insults, pleas, and negotiations, an ever-growing crowd of people gathered in the once desolate open space in front of the residence committee of the empty community. The residents of the Karpon community, who had remained hidden in their homes for over a month, emerged, their faces grimy and unkempt, whether frail elders or hungry children. These individuals faced the armed soldiers with firm resolve, uttering not a single superfluous word. Nearby stood the soldiers responsible for registering the grain. They stated plainly that once sufficient supplies were provided, individuals could board the vehicle and be transported to a temporary settlement. Yet, who among us could possibly possess such an abundance of grain, after hiding in our homes for over a month? Simply surviving without perishing from hunger is already a considerable achievement. 200 gene per person. Does this not equate to a demand for lives? Some individuals, filled with indignation, approached with clenched fists, exclaiming, I have paid so many taxes to support you, and now you dare to demand things from us. What nonsense is this? I shall report you to the authorities. Others resorted to more theatrical means, throwing themselves in front of vehicles, refusing to budge. The government leaves us no choice. This is a matter of life and death for us, the widows and orphans. The People's Liberation Army is driving us to despair. If you prevent me from boarding, I shall perish right here, and none shall be spared. Alas, those clad in uniforms, wielding firearms, were far from the People's Liberation Army. A perceptive individual would have recalled the broadcasts, recognizing the stark difference. The 6th Corps of the Shojing base was not the familiar structure of the pre-apocalyptic world. With a dismissive gesture, a young officer, adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant, ordered a nearby soldier to fire a warning shot towards the woman rolling on the ground in front of the vehicle. The bullet struck the earth, sending shards of gravel flying and creating a small crater. Instantly petrified with fear, the woman scrambled to her feet, fleeing in a panic, leaving a trail of water behind. They are killing people. Help! This gunshot silenced the crowd, instilling a sense of terror. No one dared to protest further, for those wielding guns showed no mercy. Some quick-witted individuals contemplated seizing the opportunity to venture to nearby supermarkets or convenience stores, now that the area had been cleared of zombies. Yet, they were met with dismay upon discovering that the majority of the food shelves were barren. In frustration, they cursed, Damn those money-hungry bastards, raiding the supermarkets and leaving us with nothing. Let us proceed to the warehouse at the back. I refuse to believe that the matter concerning the surname Qian is related to the rats. How could anyone possibly possess the capability to empty an entire supermarket? To be candid, Qianjun and his companions have been unjustly accused, while they indeed managed to procure a considerable amount of goods. It was far from sufficient to clear out the supermarket entirely. Who knows what transpired during their visit, as the edible items on the shelves had already been largely depleted. It remains a mystery which scoundrel was responsible for this, leaving no good provisions behind. Those audacious enough to venture into the perilous rear warehouse of the supermarket faced grave dangers, and many did not escape the jaws of the zombies. Countless individuals sustained injuries, and within less than a morning, some had gathered enough provisions to take their families to the military for registration. The joy radiating from these individuals was palpable, however. For those who had not managed to secure sufficient food, such happiness was met with resentment. Malicious glares incessantly roamed towards those possessing supplies, embodying jealousy, ferocity, and greed. With their intentions laid bare, some, sensing the animosity surrounding them, hastily approached the military vehicles, imploring the soldiers, "Comrade, my family possesses food. Will you accompany me to retrieve it? If we finish loading, can I board the vehicle first?" The soldiers replied affirmatively, stating, "As long as you provide enough provisions, we can ensure your safety all the way to the Shojing base. There will be a place for you on the vehicle." Implicit in their words was the notion that the food offered was not just a means for transportation, but also a form of protection. Once the stipulated amount of supplies was handed over, the soldiers were quite amicable. The inquirers, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their spirits lifted as they eagerly led others to gather food. With the military safeguarding the route to the safe zone, any possessions surrendered seem a worthy trade. In these times, what is life not worth more than material wealth? Li Ruyan concealed herself within the crowd. Her hair was matted, her once meticulously groomed visage, now pallid from the relentless upheavals of recent days, bore a weary countenance. Her eyes flickered, and her skin glistened with an oily sheen. Anxiously glancing about, she chanced upon Qianjun leading a group of individuals, some of whom had previously collaborated with her husband in the search for supplies. They were the first to surrender their rations, receiving coveted seating placards on the military vehicle. A flash of resentment crossed her features, accompanied by a peculiar smile that curled at the corners of her mouth. Once Qianjun and his companions had departed, she cautiously approached and said, "Comrade, I too have grain at my home. Could you send someone to assist me in retrieving it?" Those lingering in front of the community committee were taken aback to discover that a woman could possess such a substantial supply of grain, especially with no men accompanying her. And their scrutinizing gazes became increasingly unabashed. Li Ruyan flinched, her demeanor betraying her unease. The young lieutenant, observing this, scanned the surroundings with a warning glance and gestured for a young soldier to accompany her. A youthful soldier, cradling a firearm, stepped forward with a reassuring tone, "Sister, do not worry. Once you surrender your grain, we will ensure your safety. Please, lead me to your supplies." Thank you. Li Ruyan expressed her gratitude repeatedly, finally exhaling in relief as she guided the soldier toward her home. Along the way, she covertly eyed the weapon in the soldier's grasp, her brow furrowing. Gone was her former air of confidence and pride. Upon arriving at room 606 on the 6th floor, the woman indeed had concealed a considerable stockpile of provisions beneath her bed: a whole box of bottled mineral water, a haphazard collection of candy and jelly, several packets of biscuits, instant noodles, and 3 unopened bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds. These supplies had been brought home by Li Wei before his untimely demise. Being somewhat educated and possessing a modicum of foresight, the man had often remarked that it would be prudent to store food, as one could never predict when water and electricity might be restored. Memories of her husband's life flickered through her mind. She had often criticized him for his perceived inadequacies, lamenting his lack of strength and resolve. But in the end, it was this imperfect husband who had granted her countless opportunities to survive. The woman blinked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The young soldier, possessing a tender heart, mistook her emotions for reluctance to part with her home. After assisting Li Ruyan in carrying the rice and water, he kindly remarked, "Sister, do not be disheartened. There may come a time when you can return. Keep the smaller items with you, as food is scarce, and meals on the road may not suffice. I will take only the rice and mineral water." Upon hearing this, Li Ruyan's gaze shifted, and she quietly expressed her gratitude. Once the provisions were relocated, just as the soldier was about to suggest they head downstairs to register, Li Ruyan suddenly knelt before him with a soft thud. The soldier, unaccustomed to such gestures, became flustered, repeatedly urging, "Oh dear sister, please rise. What are you doing? Get up." Li Ruyan found herself on the ground, having knocked her head twice with a thud. Grasping the trouser leg of the young soldier, she wept bitterly, "Comrade, you are a kind-hearted person. I implore you to assist me. My husband and daughter have been cruelly taken from me. My heart is in turmoil. Please, help me." The force with which she struck her head on the ground had drawn blood, and now she knelt half-prone, her face drenched in tears, her voice piercingly sorrowful. Passers-by could not help but feel sympathy for her plight. Despite the young soldier's understanding that he should remain resolute in such a moment, he could not help but respond. "Alas, sister, please rise. Let us speak first. I will do my utmost to help you." After much coaxing, he managed to pull Li Ruyan to her feet. "You mentioned that your daughter and husband are in distress. Please, do not rush, refrain from crying, and speak slowly." The woman recalled her daughter, who had been left without even a complete corpse, and her sobs became choked. In fragmented words, she confessed, "My daughter. She was brutally thrown to her death by that beast, Qianjun. Please, you must help me. That monster is a murderer. He is no human. He is a killer." The young soldier supported the woman as she recounted, amidst her tears, how Qianjun had first caused the death of her husband in his quest to seize their vehicle, and then callously hurled her 5-year-old daughter from the building, leaving no remains behind. If what this sister said was true, then indeed, Qianjun was a fiend. In his youthful fervor, the soldier felt a surge of righteous indignation. He comforted the grieving woman, urging her to descend and register for a seat, advising her to find a place on the truck. "Rest assured, dear sister, there is no vehicle in our convoy that is safer than ours. Please refrain from weeping. Find a suitable position to settle down. We shall investigate the matter concerning Qianjun." The soldier made arrangements for Li Ruyan and turned to the second lieutenant to explain the situation. "Sir, Qianjun is truly despicable. If this is indeed the case, we cannot allow such a beast aboard." The second lieutenant furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "The higher-ups have instructed us to come to Jin City with supplies and survivors. Qianjun has delivered grain and has not violated any regulations. Thus, this matter is beyond our jurisdiction." "But," the soldier interjected indignantly, "I heard from the sister that he has a paralyzed mother at home, and he doesn't even intend to care for her." "What?" The second lieutenant's brow knitted even tighter, his expression darkening. He himself was dutiful and filial, having voluntarily taken the risk to come from Shojing for this mission, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to bring his parents and elders from his hometown in Jin City. He was aware of Qianjun, who had organized a moderately sized group in the neighborhood, possessing an abundance of grain, and was among the first to receive a seat assignment. To neglect even his own mother while having grain in hand, could he still be considered human? Furthermore, if what that woman said were true, he could even harm children. The second lieutenant instructed, who went to Qianjun's house to collect the grain, "Have him return and take another look. If you have no other matters, you should also inquire further to ascertain the truth of these claims." Sighing, the soldier replied affirmatively, observing that his comrades were all occupied. He did not wish to trouble anyone else and proceeded to the building where the sister had just resided. "As I entered the corridor, I spotted a rather clandestine-looking man knocking on a door, with 2 large bags of flour at his feet. The young soldier, unfamiliar with Qianjun, did not recognize that this was the very target of his mission. He ascended the stairs without casting a glance aside, but just before turning the corner, he inexplicably glanced back and fortuitously witnessed the heavy door swing open, revealing a young man. The homeowner was quite handsome. The young soldier smacked his lips in admiration, silently lamenting as he continued his ascent. Standing at the door was Lin An, the strikingly handsome homeowner, who, with arms crossed, brusquely inquired, "Is there something you need?" Due to certain circumstances, he presently held a strong aversion towards Qianjun standing outside. The apocalypse, rather than merely a chaotic amalgamation, had become a revealing agent, exposing all that was vile and foul, making it difficult to behold. Lin An's demeanor was unwelcoming, yet Qianjun remained indifferent. They were old neighbors, and everyone was well aware of each other's personalities. He knew that this individual had always been irritable, reluctant to mingle with them, and harbored grudges. Qianjun recalled a boy from his middle school days who, perhaps overwhelmed by the excitement of entering a new environment, often spoke of others' affairs to capture the attention of his classmates. Eventually, in the course of conversation, they unwittingly came to speak of Lin An. Unlike the others, Lin An had always stood out. From a young age, his fair and delicate features seemed to defy the identity of a worker's child from a dilapidated neighborhood like theirs, resembling more of a pampered young master from a wealthy family. Upon entering middle school, he captured the attention of many female classmates. Qianjun vaguely remembers that at that time, Lin An was indeed quite popular. Every day after class, girls from other classes would sneak a glance at him by the classroom door, and occasionally, senior girls would also take notice. Perhaps the boy was envious. Or perhaps Lin An's private matters genuinely attracted considerable attention. Ultimately, he brazenly began to spread rumors about Lin An throughout the school, claiming he was adopted, that he had no mother since childhood, and that his father had left him for a younger woman. Most of those remarks were slanderous, and reflecting on it now, they seem rather excessive. Yet, back then, everyone was just a child. What did children truly understand? When Lin An first learned of these incidents, he said little, leading everyone to believe he was simply enduring it, and thus the matter was considered resolved. As time passed, it was unclear when it began, but the boy found himself inexplicably beaten on his way home from school every day, his face bruised and his nose bleeding. When asked about his assailants, he could not provide clarity, only insisting that several individuals had dragged him into an alley and blindfolded him while they struck him. This incident stirred quite a commotion at school, yet despite thorough investigations, the culprits remained elusive. Eventually, it was attributed to local delinquents, and with no arrests made, the case faded into obscurity. Years later, Lin An dropped out of school and began frequenting the company of local troublemakers, who all remembered that incident from years past. When they reminisced, it would invariably send a chill down their spines. Since that time, Qianjun maintained a respectful distance from the neighbor residing in the same corridor. He had always harbored the belief that individuals like Lin An, who appeared silent and unassuming yet could resort to violence, were the most formidable. Even as a mere middle school student, this seemingly insignificant child had the ability to confront those who wronged him and deliver harsh retribution. The circumstances have shifted somewhat. He has slain both zombies and humans. In the brief span of a month, the previously mediocre and somewhat timid Qianjun has gained a sense of confidence, his demeanor now exuding a touch of ferocity. He feels no longer intimidated by Lin An, and with a light chuckle, inquires, "Is there any significant matter? I merely wish to know if you intend to depart with the army outside. Why should I disclose whether I am leaving or not?" Lin An retorts coldly, unwilling to reveal his intentions. Observing Qianjun's unwelcoming attitude, he feels no desire to engage in further pleasantries. Qianjun, frowning, nudges the sack of flour at his feet and states, "There is indeed a matter at hand. I have already submitted my grain quota, and these 2 bags of flour are cumbersome to carry. I am aware that you have no shortage of provisions. If you are also contemplating leaving with the army, you will need to submit your grain as well. Thus, why not trade with me? Each person is permitted to carry only 10 pounds of provisions. And given that he cannot take even 1 bag of flour with him, it would be wiser to exchange it for something lighter and more valuable." Lin An, maintaining a stoic expression, glances at the flour sacks by the man's legs, raises an eyebrow in sudden interest, and steps aside to open his door. "Come in," he says. Qianjun feels a wave of relief as he carries the 2 bags of flour inside. Lin An closes the door behind them and gestures with his chin towards the sofa in the living room, inviting Qianjun to sit. "Now tell me, what do you intend to exchange?" he inquires. Lin An is not in need of grain. He has stacks of flour accumulating in his space. However, he recognizes that engaging in business with those who come to him is preferable to turning them away. While biscuits and instant noodles may satiate immediate hunger, true sustenance comes from grain, steamed buns, flour rolls, and rice are what truly satisfy. As the various bases gradually took shape in the later stages, equipped with supplies of water, electricity, and gas, commodities such as rice and flour became increasingly valuable. Qianjun pondered for a moment before stating, "You likely have no gold, silver, or jewelry. Feel free to barter whatever you deem suitable." Lin An raised an eyebrow and replied, "Are you so certain I possess none? Let us see. If you are willing to negotiate, we may discuss a price." With that, he casually retrieved 4 gold bars from the backpack resting on the sofa. These items, taken during his recent excursions to gather supplies from the mall's gold and silver counters, were trifles in his eyes, yet in the perspective of most survivors, they remained highly coveted treasures. At present, a single gold bar could procure 100 pounds of grain in half a year. It might barely suffice for even half a bon. The allure of wealth is undeniable. The gold gleamed brilliantly in the living room, capturing Qianjun's attention and revealing the insatiable greed that he could no longer conceal. Having only visited the nearby supermarket, a modest 2-story establishment catering to local residents, he had never encountered a place with gold and jewelry counters. Although he had contemplated seizing an opportunity amidst the chaos for a windfall, the sheer volume of shoppers at a larger mall quickly extinguished such thoughts. Previously, he had recognized Lin An's capabilities but had never fathomed the extent of his resources. In that moment, Qianjun's emotions were tumultuous. The pride he had felt among the group of neighbors who accompanied him to the supermarket had swiftly diminished. Despite the discomfort in his heart, his gaze remained fixated on the gold casually placed upon the coffee table. "Name your price. I am prepared to barter," Lin An stated. "Let us adhere to the military's pricing. 100 grams in exchange for 50 pounds of grain. Each gold bar weighs 200 grams. You may keep those 2 bags of flour, and I shall give you 1 bar." Without a moment's hesitation, Qianjun replied, "I accept the deal." He hastily clutched one of the gold bars in his hand, declaring, "The gold bar is mine, and the 2 bags of flour are yours." Grasping an object he had never anticipated touching in his lifetime, Qianjun's heart raced as he stood up, eager to depart. Lin An, seated leisurely on the sofa, spoke in a calm tone, Rest assured, once the exchange is made, it is yours. Do you think I could simply reclaim it? If you have a moment, do not rush off. Let us discuss a business proposition. With the remaining 3 gold bars occupying his thoughts, Qianjun felt a stir of curiosity and turned back to sit down, inquiring, "What business?" Lin An smiled enigmatically. "Isn't the military departing only in the afternoon? If you have some free time, you could discreetly inform those around you that anyone with an excess of grain should come to me. I am trading gold at the same rate as the military, 1 for each. Once the deal is struck, I will not leave you empty-handed, whether it be goods or gold. You shall receive a 10% share." This venture appeared exceedingly lucrative, a guaranteed profit with no initial investment. Just as Qianjun was about to nod in agreement, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He feigned skepticism and asked, "Where do you acquire such a vast amount of gold? It wouldn't happen to be of dubious origin, would it? If I assist you in trading illicit goods, what will become of us if someone investigates later?" Everyone in the neighborhood knew that Lin An was a mere pauper, and Qianjun understood all too well the dubious origins of the gold. Lin An was acutely aware that the other party aimed to inflate the price and extract more benefits. However, he was no fool easily intimidated or manipulated. He leisurely leaned back against the sofa, casting a bemused gaze at Qianjun. The latter, feeling unsettled under Lin An's scrutinizing stare, stammered, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Not for any particular reason," Lin An replied. "I merely recalled something and wished to inquire about the source of your abundant provisions. Is there not a certain Aunt Qian involved?" At the mention of his mother, Qianjun's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He faltered through an explanation, "My mother, she doesn't require any." "Yes," at home. Before he could finish, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Lin An observed coolly as Qianjun stumbled over his words, then interjected with measured calm, "Never mind, it's your family matter. There's no need for extensive explanations. I merely brought it up." With that, Qianjun exhaled sharply. His lips pressed tightly together as if to seal away any further thoughts. Lin An maintained a nonchalant demeanor on the sofa, feigning weariness as he waved his hand dismissively. "Well, I have said all I needed to. If there are no further matters, I shall not see you out." Nothing more. Qianjun quickly rose, his urgency evident as he expressed a desire to depart without further delay. "I can leave on my own. No need for you to see me out." With that, he hurriedly opened the door, his steps betraying a sense of being pursued, eager to escape any additional remarks from Lin An. The man who had approached with confidence now departed like a stray dog. Regardless, Qianjun has established quite a network over the past month, utilizing the convenience of his situation within the community. That afternoon, several households gradually arrived, eager to exchange their remaining grain for gold. They believed that once aboard the military vehicles, their basic needs for food, shelter, and transportation would be secured by the army, rendering it unnecessary to carry excessive belongings. Instead, they preferred to convert everything into gold, which retains its value at all times and is easy to carry. Seizing the opportunity to acquire more at a lower price, they hoped to possess a safeguard once they reached the capital. Lin An welcomed these individuals without hesitation, offering fair prices and providing ample commission to Qianjun, the introducer. Just as previously discussed, by the end of that brief afternoon, all the gold he had on hand had transformed into grain stored in his space. As evening approached, the military, transporting a portion of the community's survivors, departed in a grand procession, much like their arrival, under the watchful eyes of various onlookers. They aimed to take advantage of the darkness, when the zombies were less active, to approach the stadium along the national highway and rendezvous with the main force. Before their departure, the leading lieutenant announced that the military would remain at the stadium for an additional 3 days, awaiting those survivors lacking sufficient food to organize themselves into vehicle convoys to follow. The army would not provide these individuals with food, seating, or protection, but would not deter them from trailing behind the convoy to the capital base. This directive had been clearly established prior to their departure. The base required construction and reinforcements. With the increasing number of monsters, the meager troops and ammunition of the army were far from adequate. This news undoubtedly injected a surge of hope into those desperately struggling to gather enough food. With merely a vehicle and some provisions, they could follow the army and make their escape. In an instant, more and more individuals began to take action, transforming the previously tranquil night into a bustling scene. Groups of 2 or 3 scoured nearby supermarkets and shops for supplies. Survivors from other parts of the city also mobilized, seizing the opportunity to search for resources while the army dealt a significant blow to the zombies. Although some sustained injuries, the wounds appeared minor, and thus went largely disregarded. The brilliance of the leaders at the Shojing base lay in their strategy. By dispatching merely a small contingent of soldiers, they instilled hope in the hearts of the city's survivors, compelling them to willingly scavenge the urban supplies, while simultaneously bringing back a considerable workforce to expand their own influence. A true case of killing two birds with one stone. Yet, amid their calculations, these individuals often overlooked the unpredictability of nature. The masterminds at the Shojing base likely never anticipated that their meticulous schemes would be upended by a viral outbreak, resulting not in benefits, but rather a devastating loss. Lin An stood by the window, watching as the military vehicles departed. Each truck typically accommodated 200 fully armed soldiers, while unarmed survivors could easily squeeze in 400 to 500. Among those 400 to 500, how many bore the marks of zombie attacks? How many would succumb to the T-virus outbreak in the coming days, mutating in the process? And how many might awaken as powers users, successfully escaping the encirclement of the undead to reach the Shojing base? Reflecting on the events of a past life, Lin An felt a shiver run down his spine. His resolve to leave solidifying further. He had to escape to a place of safety. Remaining in Jin City was untenable. To linger in a city devoid of a secure base amidst the apocalypse was tantamount to courting death. He could not go to Shojing either. The only viable option was Zhaoshi, specifically the Huiqiong base, which was the best refuge he could currently conceive. The recent departure of the military had stirred a heightened sense of urgency within him. With a mind burdened by thoughts, Lin An hastily finished his dinner and, for the first time, knocked on the door of the adjacent apartment, as if sensing his presence. The man inside opened the door just as Lin An was about to knock a third time. Huiqiong, upon seeing Lin An, allowed a fleeting glimmer to cross his steady, composed gaze as he stepped aside to invite him in, saying, "Come in and sit." Lin An paused for a moment, nodded, and entered the room, taking a seat on the sofa in the living room. He hesitated for quite some time, at a loss for words. Huiqiong sat beside him, equally at a loss for conversation. This was his inherent nature. When faced with someone he cared about, words eluded him, leaving him unable to articulate his thoughts. Huiqiong found himself inexplicably concerned for Lin An. Despite their limited interactions, he had unwittingly grown attached, often thinking of him no matter what he was doing. He longed to see him, but struggled to conjure a suitable reason to knock on the door next door. Now that Lin An had taken the initiative to visit, he found himself speechless, internally chastising his own lack of fortitude. The two sat in silence on the sofa, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Lin An felt uncomfortable, acutely aware of Huiqiong's gaze upon him, even without looking. He must think I am quite peculiar. Lin An began to regret his impulsive decision to seek out assistance. But he felt he had no alternative. His mind was filled with recollections of tales he had heard at the Shojing base in his past life, which deterred him from embarking on this journey alone. In his previous existence, the Shojing base had dispatched a contingent of soldiers to the nearby Jin City during the early days of the apocalypse for a rescue mission. Unfortunately, they encountered the outbreak of the T-virus en route, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of those soldiers, along with a considerable amount of supplies discarded along the way. The so-called T-virus outbreak was the second wave of zombie awakenings that occurred shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, during which supernatural beings and second-tier zombies began to emerge. With so many convoys and survivors setting out from Jin City, if another outbreak were to occur mid-journey, the resulting scene would undoubtedly be horrific. Lin An contemplated the idea of trailing behind the military for a free ride, already devising a plan to detach from the group and venture out on his own before the virus's resurgence. He was not ignorant of his own limitations. He understood that apart from his spatial abilities, his combat skills and mental fortitude were merely average. Without the military leading the way, embarking on a journey to Zhaoshi, a place he had never visited, presented countless unknown dangers. Life was precious, and recklessness was not an option. He needed to find a dependable partner to provide mutual support. At the very least, he required someone who would not hinder his progress or betray him from behind. Huiqiong seemed to be the most reliable candidate he had encountered thus far, strong and possessing commendable character, at least for the time being. With that thought in mind, Lin An steeled himself and turned to Huiqiong, saying, I have something I would like to ask you." "What is it?" Huiqiong replied, effortlessly breaking the silence as Lin An began to speak. He rose to his feet and ventured into the kitchen to fetch a clean cup, pouring a glass of mineral water for Lin An before offering it to him. He then took a seat beside Lin An once more, inching a bit closer, almost imperceptibly. He recalled that Lin An had not taken much water during their last visit to the supermarket. "Thank you," Lin An said as he accepted the cup and took a couple of sips, gradually relaxing. In matters of collaboration, harmony brings people together, while discord leads to separation. There was truly no need for hesitation. With this thought, Lin An felt more at ease. Holding the cup, he smiled at Hua Cheng and inquired, "I was just wondering, are you planning to leave with the military?" Hua Cheng paused for a moment, responding with a question of his own. "You haven't left either. Do you not wish to go to Shojing?" Lin An pondered this, gathering his words before stating, "I intend to follow the military tomorrow, but I will not be heading to Shojing." He took another couple of sips of water and continued, "Let us be straightforward. We have collaborated after all. I think quite highly of you, and I wanted to ask if you had any plans before you depart." "He thinks highly of me." Hua Cheng didn't quite catch the subsequent words, but a smile crept onto his lips as he stood up, appearing nonchalant as he took the empty cup from Lin An's hands. "You stay seated. I'll refill your glass." "Oh, all right." Lin An relinquished the cup, momentarily unsure of Hua Cheng's intentions. As he received the replenished glass of mineral water, he lowered his gaze and took a few sips, uncertain of what to say next. He is not truly thirsty. However, having endured hunger and thirst many times in the past, he has developed the habit of instinctively wanting to gather food at the sight of it and to drink water whenever it is within reach. It seems that this tendency will remain with him for life. The man beside him has once again settled down, unknowingly adjusting his position slightly. Yet Lin An, preoccupied with drinking water, fails to notice. "I wish to inquire whether you have the desire to depart together with me." Lin An, unable to restrain himself, takes another sip of water and responds, "I believe that traveling in pairs offers a degree of mutual support. However, I am uncertain about your thoughts on this matter. What does Hua Cheng think?" Without a moment's hesitation after Lin An's words, he replies, "Very well, we shall go together." His gaze fixates on the half-empty cup of water, pondering, "Indeed, he must be thirsty. Should I pour him another cup? If you prefer to travel alone, that is perfectly acceptable. It is entirely up to your own inclination." Wait. Did you truly agree? You really accepted without further consideration? Lin An suddenly pauses mid-sentence, his eyes widening in astonishment, forgetting even to drink. He genuinely did not anticipate Hua Cheng's prompt agreement, leaving him momentarily unsettled. "Aren't you going to ask where I intend to go?" "I do not plan to accompany the military to the capital. Presently, the most coveted destination for everyone is undoubtedly the capital base." A hint of amusement flickers across Hua Cheng's mind as he casually inquires, "Where do you intend to go? If I do not speak, you do not plan to ask, do you?" Lin An replies, "Zhao City." This time, Hua Cheng truly smiles, the corners of his mouth lifting in rare delight, as he states, "I will accompany you." Originally, he intended to escort the young man to his destination before proceeding to Zhao City, even if their paths diverged. The phrase "I will go with you" carried an air of ambiguity, yet Lin An, as a perennial Na'vi male, remained oblivious to its implications. His mind was consumed with the thought that Hua Cheng had acquiesced to his proposal. "Are you truly resolved? Is there nothing you wish to inquire?" Lin An found himself momentarily dazed, expecting the other party to question him regarding his reasons for traveling to Zhao City, or perhaps even take the opportunity to negotiate terms. After all, he had initiated the contact, and it was only fitting that he adopt a more humble stance. However, he was utterly taken aback when Hua Cheng, without uttering a single superfluous word, nodded in agreement. "So, when shall we depart?" Hua Cheng inquired, aligning with Lin An's sentiment, casually seizing the cup from his hand and adding, "Are you still thirsty?" No. I'm no longer thirsty, thank you," Lin An replied awkwardly. Shaking his hand, he was not a bottomless vessel. Nevertheless, Hua Cheng rose to refill the cup, placing it on the coffee table for later use. Lin An assumed it was merely for Hua Cheng's consumption later that evening and did not dwell further on the matter of water. "So, you have indeed agreed to leave with me tomorrow?" Lin An reiterated, specifying, "What I mean is temporarily forming a team, traveling together to Zhao City." Observing Lin An's lingering skepticism, Hua Cheng felt compelled to clarify, "The truth is, I had already planned to go to Zhao City as well." What a coincidence! With Hua Cheng stating it so plainly, Lin An had no retort, merely sighing inwardly at the serendipity of the situation. In Lin An's heart, there was a fleeting moment of doubt regarding such a coincidence. However, upon deeper reflection, what could possibly compel Hua Cheng to fabricate a lie on such a journey? When contemplating the matter, it became evident that he was the one reaping the benefits. It was likely mere serendipity, in the bustling metropolis of Shojing. Teeming with people and rife with diverse factions, Hu Qing, if unwilling, would surely recognize that it was not an auspicious destination, having cast aside his initial misgivings. Lin An smiled and said, "Very well, let us proceed together. May our collaboration be fruitful." With the establishment of their partnership, Lin An's demeanor towards Hu Qing became markedly more amiable, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly relaxed. Sensing this ease, Hu Qing's gaze softened, and a hint of a smile graced his lips as he suggested, "Tonight, why not prepare your belongings and stay over?" His expression was serene, and his tone utterly casual, as if the proposition was merely for their mutual convenience. Lin An, without suspicion, nodded in agreement. He had also contemplated inviting Hu Qing to his place for the sake of convenience on their morning departure. Since the suggestion had come from Hu Qing, he decided to embrace the idea of moving in himself. Lin An replied with a smile, "All right, I will return to pack and come over later." Hu Qing chuckled in response, "No hurry, take your time. I shall unlock the door for you. That's enough, you need not see me off. I will come over once I have gathered my things," Lin An assured, standing up with a smile and making his way toward the exit. Hu Qing rose as well but, adhering to Lin An's words, refrained from escorting him, instead watching intently as the young man departed through the door. In a state of feverish discomfort, Lin An departed from the confines of Hu City. As he turned to unlock his door, a fleeting glance revealed the iron gate at the corridor entrance ajar, slightly open. The soldiers, along with Qian Jun and the others, had departed, neglecting to secure the entrance. Puzzled, he furrowed his brow and hastened towards it. Upon bending down, he noticed a long, damp trail upon the concrete floor, a pale red mingled with yellowish, viscous liquid, meandering in a somewhat indistinct manner. Without hesitation, Lin An secured the corridor door, crouched down, and inhaled deeply. A faint yet unmistakable odor of decay wafted into his nostrils. It was the unmistakable scent of zombies. His brow knitted tighter. This scent was subtler than that of a primary zombie, yet tinged with a metallic sanguine essence, indicative of a secondary zombie. He quickly raised his gaze, fixated on the staircase above, scrutinizing it for a considerable time. Perhaps it was the distance that muted any discernible sounds. This was peculiar, for secondary zombies were known for their agility, sharp claws, and formidable skeletal structure, making them more active and ravenous than their primary counterparts. Once within the corridor, it was improbable that there would be absolute silence, and even less likely that they would overlook two living beings, him and Hu Qing, in favor of retreating upstairs. To his knowledge, the remaining households above had either followed the military or vacated in their vehicles. After dinner, the premises had been deserted. As long as they posed no threat, whatever the entity may be, it mattered little. Lin An relaxed his brow and returned home. He and Hu Qing were departing the following day, and there was no need for overthinking. Upon arriving at his residence, Lin An circled his house twice, gathering a few essentials into his backpack. He had long since gathered the useful items into the space, collecting some small belongings left by his aunt and packing them away, while excluding the larger furniture and appliances. The old house was nearly empty now. Though he hadn't noticed it before, the thought of leaving filled Lin An with melancholy. A place where he had spent nearly half his life would now be forever inaccessible. He suddenly understood why brides often shed tears just before departing, even if they were marrying nearby, still able to see their parents daily. The room where they had grown from children to young women could never again be their nightly refuge. Though this analogy might seem trivial, Lin An, a man, found himself with misty eyes, much like a bride, as he inhaled deeply, turned away without looking back, and closed the door behind him. This had been his home throughout his life. Since Lin An's departure, Mr. Hua had remained seated in the living room, motionless. Once the person had left, his expression came alive and private. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he grasped the cup from which Lin An had sipped, bringing it to his lips for a taste. It was sweet. The sound of a door closing next door made the man spring up from the sofa with a start, moving silently to the entrance to wait. When the third knock echoed from outside, he promptly opened the door. There stood a young man, a large backpack slung over his shoulders and a tote bag in hand, gazing innocently with wide eyes, as if he were a little squirrel moving homes. Mr. Ho was immediately delighted by his own imagination and stepped aside to invite him in. "Thank you," Lin An replied with a smile. "Not at all. I am very pleased that you could come," Mr. Ho responded. Hu Qing shook his head inwardly. His gaze softened as he beckoned Lin An into the secondary bedroom. "You can sleep here. It's getting late. There's water in the bathroom bucket. Go wash your face." Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but tonight Hu Qing's demeanor seemed notably gentler, his words markedly more abundant. It was indeed a fortunate circumstance for a newly partnered ally to exhibit kindness. Lin An rummaged through his backpack for his toiletries, smiling at Huacheng as he said, "I'll wash my face first." Having once been a miner's dormitory, the layout of the Liutan community was uniform: 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. With a towel in hand, Lin An confidently entered the bathroom, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover a full bucket of clean water beneath the red sink. The toilet was also impeccably flushed, contrary to Lin An's expectation of a typical survivor's dwelling, where water shortages often led to neglected sanitation, forcing one to endure the discomfort of pinched noses. He had prepared himself for such an ordeal. After joyfully washing his face and brushing his teeth, Lin An emerged from the bathroom, towel draped over his shoulder, and coincidentally encountered Huacheng stepping out of the kitchen, a cup of warm milk in hand. Here, the milk cup was extended towards him, and Lin An's eyes widened in surprise as he awkwardly accepted it, stammering, "For me? Thank you. No need to mention it." Huacheng offered the milk, then, as if instinctively, raised his hand to pat Lin An's head. However, at the sight of Lin An's puzzled expression, his hand hesitated and instead landed gently on Lin An's shoulder. "Drink up and get some rest." After saying this, he awkwardly held onto that hand for a moment before turning back to the bedroom. Thank you." Lin An cradled the warm cup of milk, watching as the man entered the house, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. Indeed, seeking out Huacheng proved to be a fortuitous decision. He had never anticipated such kindness from the other party. In these times of scarcity, not only did Huacheng allow him access to water, but he also prepared a cup of warm milk for him. Water, milk, and fuel were all precious commodities. Huacheng was truly benevolent and generous. The milk, as expected, possessed soothing properties, and after placing the empty cup on the bedside, Lin An savored the lingering sweetness, quickly drifting into slumber. However, as midnight approached, perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings, the occupant of the bed began to toss and turn restlessly, furrowing his brow, drenched in sweat, his sleep particularly uneasy. In his dreams, Lin An felt an overwhelming heat, as if he were being roasted upon a fiery hearth. The damp quilt clung to his skin, resisting his attempts to kick it off. And despite his efforts to awaken, he found himself unable to do so, trapped in discomfort. Throughout the night, he was unaware of the number of dreams he traversed, each one a reminder of past grievances. In his childhood, he witnessed a poignant scene outside the school gate, where his father warmly greeted another son after school. He felt like an outsider, standing aside and merely observing. At the funeral of his aunt, stark black and white photographs contrasted sharply with the vibrant hues of the floral wreaths, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Whispers surrounded him, most discussing how the elderly woman's lifetime savings would be bestowed upon a grandson who was not truly legitimate. The acrid scent of burning paper wafted through the air, causing him to cough uncontrollably. In a distorted dream, Lin Fugue appeared with his naive demeanor, his eyes briefly flickering with greed as he rubbed his hands, contemplating the house. This filled Lin An with an overwhelming disgust, igniting a surge of anger that compelled him to curse in his dreams. "Get lost, you old bastard. You are not my father. Go away. All of you." His fragmented mutterings concealed a multitude of repressed sorrow. The once calm and seemingly indifferent youth, stripped of his former resolve in the dream, revealed himself as merely a child wounded by family betrayal since his earliest memories. Indeed, Lin An was still young, in his early 20s, and the tortured expression on his face as he spoke in his sleep was a heart-wrenching sight. Who would choose to live like a hedgehog, unless they had suffered? The feverish flush on his pale cheeks accentuated his handsome features, which twisted in discomfort. His dry, peeling lips moved rhythmically, whispering curses, the words slurred and indistinct, requiring one to lean in closely to decipher the remnants of his grievances. He cursed the neighbors who bullied him in childhood for lacking parents, condemned the teachers who looked down upon him, berated the classmates who gossiped behind his back, and scolded his despicable father. After muttering a few words of disdain, he began to whimper again, appearing both adorable and pitiable. In Chapter 28, Huacheng adjusted the towel on his forehead and, after a moment of silence, said, "Do not overthink, just rest well." Lin An, although his eyes were closed, smiled slightly and ceased to speak. He felt an overwhelming sense of peace. Huacheng remained by the bedside for a while, watching as the young man's breathing gradually steadied. He gazed at Lin An's peacefully closed lashes and handsome nose for a moment, his eyes softening, before rising and exiting the room. Lying on the bed, Lin An felt utterly weak, his muscles aching from the high fever. He He heard the sounds of the door opening and closing and turned onto his side, burying his face into the pillow as if to erase Hu Qing's burning gaze. A hint of shyness crept into his heart, yet his melancholic mood lifted considerably. Hu Qing was truly a remarkable person. Even without knowledge of Lin An's rebirth or his extraordinary abilities, he had not abandoned him. Lin An had never imagined that he would experience the fever of awakening his powers once more in this lifetime. Despite the spatial abilities being carried back with his rebirth, it seemed he should not awaken again. Life is unpredictable. What one often believes to be assured can turn out to be elusive when it actually arrives. The second awakening of his powers was still of the spatial variety. With the fever and viral onslaught, he could distinctly feel his mental strength expanding, the space gradually increasing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Perhaps it is true, as some researchers of viruses in later generations have posited, that individuals with extraordinary abilities are not immune to the T-virus. On the contrary, they were among the first to succumb to its infection following its outbreak. The virus has transformed their bodies in a manner akin to how it has altered the zombies. The processes involved may differ only by the slightest nuances, resulting in entirely disparate outcomes. To put it succinctly, from a human perspective, zombies represent the unfortunate failures of viral transformation, while those endowed with extraordinary abilities constitute the rare successes within this realm. With the burden of anxiety lifted from his heart, Lin An spent the day languidly alternating between sleep and wakefulness, ensconced in his blankets and drenched in sweat. Throughout this time, Hu Qing diligently offered him water and thoughtfully prepared kanji for him to consume. The typically taciturn individual revealed an astonishing depth of care when it came to the well-being of others, particularly towards those who had long been starved of affection. In the span of a single day, Lin An, who had previously harbored a subtle wariness and caution towards everyone, found himself profoundly grateful to Hu Qing, growing increasingly fond of him from the depths of his heart. By the time evening descended, around 7 or 8 o'clock, Lin An's fever had largely subsided, although he still lacked strength. This was a normal reaction following the awakening of his extraordinary abilities, as his mental faculties began to reshape his body. Most individuals experienced weakness in their limbs and a sense of dizziness, a state that typically persisted for about a week. I now feel like a burden. Had it not been for me, Hu Qing would have already joined the army. Lin An sighed in self-deprecating frustration, his gaze complex as it lingered on the door that Hu Qing had secured before stepping out. To label him as selfish might be an oversimplification. He indeed had countless opportunities throughout the day to tell Hu Qing that he could manage on his own and would leave without further ado. Yet, the words remained unspoken. With someone steadfastly by his side, unwavering during his most vulnerable moments, he found it difficult to let go, to relinquish the comfort that this companionship provided. Ultimately, he could only silently vow to repay this person's kindness in due time. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Hu Qing entered, a cup of water in hand. Approaching the bedside, Lin An had recovered from his fever and regained considerable strength. He smiled at Hu Qing, sitting up to accept the cup, taking a sip and declaring, "The fever has subsided, though I cannot expect a full recovery immediately. We must not linger any longer. We will depart tomorrow." The military would not remain in Jin City for long, and they could not afford to wait indefinitely. "We shall discuss it tomorrow. For now, you should rest well," Hu Qing replied, gently placing his hand on Lin An's forehead to check his temperature. That warm, substantial hand evoked in Lin An a fleeting vision of paternal affection, a scene that had only existed in the fantasies of his childhood. The love and encouragement from a mature male figure are indispensable in the growth of every young boy. Lin An had longed for such a presence. A tall and composed elder, as steadfast as a mountain, standing resolutely behind him, instilling a sense of security and reassurance. This feeling, which his father, Lin Fugua, had never provided, was now experienced through the care of a man barely a decade his senior. The flickering candlelight on the bedside table cast a soft, warm glow, enhancing the atmosphere with an exquisite tenderness. Perhaps due to the emotional instability brought on by illness, Lin An found his mind somewhat dulled. Surrendering to instinct as he nestled his face against the large hands of his companion, a wave of melancholy washing over him. How wonderful it would have been to have an elder brother like Hu Qing in his childhood, someone who cherished and protected him. Hu Qing was momentarily taken aback by the warmth of the young man's forehead against him, but soon a hint of amusement danced in his eyes, softening his expression. "Sleep now," he murmured. "I shall awaken you in the morning." If Lin An felt better by dawn, they could indeed depart. Lin An lay down, burying much of his face into the covers, feeling a blush of embarrassment for his earlier childishness. Huacheng, however, found that the youth's lively and spirited demeanor, in contrast to his previous calm and mature self, was far more endearing. The flush that colored his cheeks, paired with those dark, glistening eyes, was irresistibly charming. The man's fingers, resting at the edge of the bed, twitched suspiciously before he gently tucked Lin An's blanket, his face revealing not a trace of his thoughts. "Good night," he whispered, making his way to the door. "Good night," bolstered by a sense of acknowledgement and a subtle, almost imperceptible reliance on the man before him. Lin An's voice emerged softer than before. Huacheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he extinguished the candle on the bedside and stepped out. Lin An buried his face deeper into the covers, listening intently to the sound of Huacheng's footsteps receding into the distance. A profound sense of comfort enveloping him as he closed his eyes. Upon exiting Lin An's room, Huacheng was about to return to his own quarters when he heard a disturbance in the hallway. The unmistakable sound of hurried footsteps and the clinking of the iron chain on the hallway gate echoed ominously. He furrowed his brow, grasping his axe as he approached, and quietly opened the door, only to hear a gasp. "Who?" The shadowy figure outside the fence inquired uncertainly. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Huacheng replied. Upon realizing there was a person present, the other party seemed to exhale in relief, and a middle-aged man, somewhat ingratiating, said, "This brother, could you kindly open the door for us? We are residents here. We haven't been around for some time, and somehow a door has been installed." Huacheng frowned. "All the residents here have left." "Residents?" The middle-aged man's voice came through the iron gate, momentarily choked, before he continued. "In any case, this is our home, truly. I have the key. If you don't believe me, you can check." With that, he presented a set of keys through the fence, his tone urgent. "Brother, please help us. Let us in for now, or those creatures will arrive." Huacheng, holding the axe, remained silent as he stepped forward, using the moonlight to scrutinize the two men outside, a senior and a junior, appearing to be father and son. "Which household?" he demanded. The middle-aged man's face lit up with hope as he replied eagerly, three rooms, just next door to your residence." Huacheng's brow furrowed further. "The resident of the 3 rooms is Lin An. Currently, he is lying in his home. His name is Lin An. He previously sold the house to us, and we possess the keys. This house is now ours." The middle-aged man urged repeatedly, "Brother, if there are any issues, let us enter and inquire inside. It is perilous out here." Huacheng wore a stern expression, contemplating turning away. The sale of the house was of no concern to him. His intuition suggested that Lin An was reluctant to allow others to reside in that dwelling. If Lin An was disinclined, he simply would not open the door, for there were plenty of vacant houses in other buildings. "Oh, please don't leave. What is your intention? Kindly open the door for us," Lin Fuguwei implored. Clinging to the entrance, "Huacheng, please let them in. I did sell the house." Lin An perhaps heard the commotion and emerged from within, leaning against the doorway. His expression inscrutable. His hearing was keen, and Lin Fuguwei's call roused him from a light slumber. Tomorrow he would depart, having stored all the mementos from the old house in his space. If Lin Fuguwei wished to stay, so be it. Huacheng nodded slightly, turning to unlock the chain. A hint of pleasure evident in his demeanor, Lin An referred to him as Huacheng Go, a title that sounded far more pleasing than merely calling him by his name. Really, this person, having declared the house as ours, why not just let us in sooner? Lin Fuguwei, accompanied by his young son, grumbled as they squeezed inside. However, upon catching sight of the axe glimmering in the man's hand, he abruptly fell silent and hastened past Huacheng. Lin Fuchi's youngest son, Lin Bin, is now 22 years old, 3 years younger than Lin An. This means that Lin Bin was born in the year Lin An's mother passed away, indicating that Lin Fuchi and Lin Bin's mother had likely been involved long before, merely waiting for the original wife to succumb to illness to create space. Lin Bin bears a resemblance to Lin Fuchi, presenting an ordinary and honest demeanor, his gaze cast downward in silence. Only Lin An understands that beneath Lin Bin's seemingly inept exterior lies a cunning nature, one that is adept at scheming in the shadows against the weak. In his youth, Lin Bin despised school, a sentiment that was partly fueled by attending the same elementary school as Lin An. Although Lin An was older and Lin Bin dared not confront him openly, he did not hesitate to conspire with others, whispering tales of Lin An's mother abandoning him and labeling him a forsaken child. Occasionally, after school, Lin Bin would slyly notice Lin An exiting the gates and would purposefully rush into the embrace of Lin Fuchi, calling out "Daddy, Daddy," in a loud and sweet manner. Such subtle machinations went unnoticed by the young Lin An, who felt a pang of sorrow each time he saw his father wholeheartedly embrace Lin Bin, oblivious to his own feelings. However, as one matures, certain truths become glaringly evident. Lin Bin and his father share a common trait, both possessing a heart devoid of kindness. Faced with Lin An, Lin Fuqi felt an unmistakable discomfort, coughing awkwardly before stating, "Shaoan, we have purchased this house." Implicit in his words was the notion that even amidst chaos, Lin An should not continue to occupy a space that belonged to them. "You may arrange your own residence as you see fit. I shall not reside here." Lin An merely curled his lips in disdain, avoiding any glance at the father and son duo, and turned to Huaqing, saying, "Brother Huaqing, pay them no mind. Let us return inside and rest." Huaqing replied, and together with Lin An, they entered the house. Lin An had just returned from his ordeal, and it was unreasonable to leave him standing outside for long. The mere mention of the house ignited Lin Fugui's anger when disaster struck. Over 500,000 had gone to waste. Indeed, Lin An, that little rascal, was a spendthrift, and associating with him had brought nothing but misfortune. Lin Fugui exhaled in frustration and finally opened the door, entering alongside Lin Bin. Before stepping inside, he kicked the sturdy door and cursed. "This wretched door still serves some purpose." Lin Bin gazed at the solid door, his expression somber. "If only we had moved here sooner, Mother wouldn't have suffered." He sighed. "Enough, let us go in. Your mother was unfortunate, and now it's just the two of us. We must live on." The thought of his deceased wife filled Lin Fugui with sorrow, and he found himself directing his ire towards Lin An. If it weren't for Lin An insisting on staying an extra month, their family could have relocated earlier. With such a robust door, no monster could have breached it. His wife's fate would have been different. Truly, a harbinger of misfortune. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck on the night of the apocalypse. Lin Bin's mother happened to be awake, sitting in the living room watching television. When she heard a knock at the door, she thought nothing of it. As the two men of the house were present, she opened the door only to be confronted by a neighbor transformed into a monster. The Lin family's door was an old wooden one, lacking a security screen or peephole, and it was only upon opening that one could see who was there. With a forceful shove, the door gave way, and Lin Bin's mother barely had time to scream twice before her throat was bitten through. Lin Fugui and his son rushed out upon hearing the commotion, but it was already too late. Fueled by rage, they managed to slay the creature. Yet Lin Bin's mother was beyond saving. All this misfortune stemmed from the absence of a peephole on the door and the lack of a security door. Lin Fugui slammed the new door of the Lin and household shut, his resentment growing with every thought, increasingly convinced that it was Lin An, that wretched little brat, who had caused the demise of his wife. Some individuals are like this. When calamity strikes, they only seek to blame others, venting their frustrations as if that could provide some semblance of relief for their troubled hearts. Lin Fugui never considered why Lin An had spent thousands to install that door. What gave them the right to benefit from it? Even if Lin Fugui was not coveting the newly installed door and security windows, and had agreed to Lin An's request to stay for an additional month, their family had moved in solely for the compensation following the demolition. Knowing full well that their home was slated for destruction, why would they squander a fortune on doors and windows? Opportunity is partially bestowed by fate. Yet the other half relies on one's willingness to take risks. Lin An had contemplated the possibility that perhaps his previous life was merely a dream, that he had not truly been reborn, that the apocalypse was a figment of imagination, or that he had awakened in a parallel universe where the end of days would not transpire. What then would he do? He had sold his house, resigned from his job, and spent all his money. How would he survive in the future? Such burdens weighed heavily on Lin An's mind. Though he often gambled on the authenticity of his memories, wagering that he had indeed been reborn. The rewards of winning this gamble need not be elaborated upon. But should he lose, he would have to start anew from scratch with his house, job, and savings. Lin Fugui and his son were merely envious of his gambling success, living a comfortable life amidst the apocalypse. They never contemplated that the same opportunity lay before them. They might not have had the courage to gamble or to wager all their possessions. Such is fate. Half is bestowed by the heavens, and half is chosen by oneself. Should one make an erroneous choice, they cannot blame others. As for the Lin family, after Lin Bin's mother passed away, Lin Fugui and his father relied on their stored provisions to endure a month alongside the other survivors, until the long-awaited rescue from the military finally arrived. However, where could they procure 200 pounds of grain per person? After some deliberation, they decided to forego the grain and instead follow the military in their vehicle. Conveniently, their family's fruit stand had a delivery van available. That evening, taking advantage of a lull in the monster's activity. The two ventured out in their vehicle, but inadvertently entered a narrow path, becoming ensnared by a horde of creatures. Thankfully, the monsters moved slowly, allowing them to navigate with some agility and serendipitously arrive near the Liu community. By then, darkness had enveloped the area, and the absence of streetlights rendered driving perilous. A sudden epiphany struck Lin Fuguei as he recalled the sturdy new door installed during Lin An's renovations, a door made of solid steel, costing a small fortune and remarkably thick and robust. In a fit of realization, he thumped his thigh, lamenting why he had not thought of this sooner. Had he done so earlier, he would not have spent a month cowering in fear at home, dreading that their wooden door might be breached by the monsters. "Let us go to Liu community," he declared. That was their home, purchased with hard-earned money. Even now, Lin An should not dare to abandon it. Lin Fuguei felt a pang of sorrow as he recalled the hard-earned sum he had painstakingly saved for a lifetime to purchase a home. What he had envisioned as a fruitful investment had swiftly evaporated before his eyes. Yet, upon reflecting that the money borrowed from relatives and friends would not need to be repaid due to the calamity, a sense of unexpected joy arose within him. Savoring the fortune of others' misfortune, he chose to disregard the grievances of his neighbor, Lin Fuguei, and his son. Lin An's mood was equally somber. After bidding goodnight, he retreated to his room, burying himself beneath the covers, harboring a quiet gratitude for Hua Qing. He understood that Hua Qing's refusal to open the door for Lin Fuguei and his son was a protective gesture, a testament to his character. Hua Qing was the sort of person who, though he may not verbally express his appreciation, always remembered the kindness shown to him. The knowledge that someone was looking out for him brought Lin An considerable comfort, and as the fever he had recently endured began to subside, he gradually succumbed to slumber, his eyelids growing heavy in the enveloping darkness. After a restful night, Lin An was roused by Hua Qing the following morning, the clock in the bedroom indicating only 5 o'clock. "Are you feeling better?" Hua Qing inquired, gently placing his hand on Lin An's forehead. Observing the young man's dazed expression, still lost in sleep, he nonchalantly lowered his hand, brushing the back of it against Lin An's cheeks, as if gauging his temperature. "Quite well, the fever has subsided." It was only when Hua Qing withdrew his hand that Lin An slowly regained his senses, yawning widely while shaking his head to dispel the lingering drowsiness. "I believe I am well now. Let us be on our way." After awakening his extraordinary abilities, Lin An felt a lingering weakness in his body. Under normal circumstances, he would have been far more alert, acutely aware of when Hua Qing entered the room. However, Hua Qing was not someone he needed to be wary of, so it was quite fine for him to come in. As Lin An pondered in the restroom, he brushed his teeth and washed his face, preparing a rather simple breakfast of porridge cooked over an alcohol stove, accompanied by pickled vegetables. The two large men consumed nearly half a pot of hot rice soup together. After the meal, Lin An crouched on the floor, feigning an air of casualness as he rummaged through his backpack, retrieving 2 apples. He tossed one to Hua Qing, a remnant from their household supplies. Hua Qing accepted the apple with a word of thanks, a flicker of pleasure crossing his face as he began to munch on it. The bright red Fuji apple was sweet, crisp, and juicy, its skin smooth. How could it possibly be from home after sitting for over a month? As Lin An bit into his apple, a sudden realization struck him regarding the condition of the fruit. He paused mid-bite and stole a glance at Hua Qing, relieved to find him unaffected, his demeanor unchanged. It was only those who harbored guilt who would be overly concerned with such trivial matters. Hua Qing, surely. Hadn't he noticed anything amiss? What if he did? But that was a worry for another time. Lin An decided to cast aside his concerns, reasoning that their shared journey would eventually uncover the truth about the spatial anomalies. If Hua Qing truly discovered it, he would simply explain that his abilities had awakened due to a fever. Yet, that reasoning felt flawed. How then could he account for the supplies in his spatial realm? Lin An found himself troubled, realizing that his mind was not functioning as well as he had hoped, unable to concoct even a plausible excuse. He resolved to stop overthinking it. Whatever would be, would be. They would face it when the time came. As the sun dipped below the horizon on that fateful evening when the military departed, trucks laden with soldiers and survivors rumbled away from the Liu community, accompanied by a procession of private vehicles, their engines roaring like a tempest. Meanwhile, in room 412 on the 6th floor, Qian Jun, who should have been among the departing, found himself bound beside the heating pipe of his own home, his mouth sealed with tape, struggling and drenched in sweat. On the adjacent bed lay Aunt Qian, already in a state of decay, unmistakably slain by a single knife thrust. In a moment of desperation, her son had resorted to the unthinkable, eliminating his paralyzed mother to avoid being burdened by her. Even a beast would hesitate to commit such an atrocity. The young lieutenant quietly acquiesced to the soldier's actions, ordering a swift departure as if Qianjun had never existed. Such a wretch, devoid of humanity, was deemed unworthy of life, a disgrace to their ranks. The room, shrouded in darkness, echoed with a chilling silence that heightened the sense of dread. With fervent determination, Qianjun pressed his tongue against the tape, producing muffled sounds. Sweat beads cascading down his brow, his labored breaths reverberating in his ears. The living room door creaked open, left ajar by the departing soldier, who neglected to secure it. The fate of the room was sealed. Whether locked or unlocked mattered little. If by some stroke of fortune someone were to enter and rescue Qianjun, it would be a testament to his will to survive. His eyes widened in desperation as he intensified his efforts, kicking the floor with all his might, yearning to attract the attention of anyone outside. Help! Help! There is someone inside. He shook the hand shackled to the heating pipe, his heart screaming in desperation. Alas, the arrival was not that of a savior, but rather a harbinger of doom. The commotion in the living room grew increasingly bizarre. Something was dragging itself across the floor, emitting a hissing, labored breath, accompanied by the sound of viscous liquid drawing near. Qianjun's movements froze, an instinctive sense of foreboding washing over him. In the pitch-black room, he widened his eyes, attempting to discern whether the entity beyond the bedroom door was human or specter, momentarily paralyzed by fear. With a sudden creak, the bedroom door swung open, unleashing the fetid stench of decay and the acrid odor of male urine that had been trapped within. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, a grotesque mass of bloodied, putrid flesh writhed its way into the bedroom. The darkened head of this wretched form suddenly lifted. A face, grotesquely mangled, with pinprick pale pupils, gaped open to reveal 2 rows of beastly sharp teeth glistening with saliva. As the rotting tongue twisted, a hissing sound escaped from its throat. This disfigured visage bore a haunting resemblance to that of a young girl, the very same whom Qianjun had lured into this room with sweets just days prior. In a nondescript corner of the 6th floor of the Liutang community, on the cement stairs connecting the 2nd and 3rd levels, a dusty zombie core lay quietly on the ground. This was the remnant that had tumbled from the head of a zombie during the first encounter of a man named Li Wei with the undead. Twisted limbs slithered down the staircase, their broken necks askew upon their shoulders, decaying flesh dangling precariously, trailing a long wet mark of oozing pus behind. In the depths of night, the diminutive figure of a zombie gaped its mouth, emitting faint hissing sounds, as a severed white bone jutted out from its dislocated chest cavity. Lured by the tantalizing scent, the small zombie gradually approached the corner of the staircase, its damp tongue flicking out to lick the crystalline core mingled with the earth beneath. Eyes gently closing as it lay upon the ground. Hiss! 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. The little zombie tilted its head and swayed its neck, the broken bones crackling in a cacophony. It opened its eyes, the previously pinprick-sized pupils seemingly enlarged. Hiss! It began to crawl slowly, retracing its steps back upstairs, veering into a half-opened door. Inside the bedroom, an adult zombie, shackled to the heating pipe by handcuffs, tirelessly swung its arms back and forth, desperately attempting to break free and satiate its hunger. It appeared ravenous, its face awash with longing for sustenance. The soft flesh of its thighs and abdomen marred by jagged bites, remnants clinging to the bones, yet alas, the zombie was oblivious to pain. The small zombie's skeletal frame creaked as it entered in an oddly unsettling manner, suddenly lifting its head, sharp pupils fixated intently upon the adult zombie's cranium. Intuition whispered to him that there lay something potent enough to enhance his strength, and below, the delectable offerings awaited to fortify him further. At 6 in the morning, the door of room 2 on the 6th floor of Liutang community swung open, revealing the meticulously prepared Huacheng and Lin An, equipped with axes and machetes as weapons, their bags slung over their shoulders as they stepped outside. Lin An, still recovering from a severe illness, had entrusted Huacheng with the task of gathering food and fresh clothing, which he had already placed in the car. Coincidentally, at that moment, the door of the adjacent 3-room apartment opened, and Lin Fugue, along with his son, emerged. Upon seeing the two, a fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed their faces, rendering them momentarily speechless. By this point, the animosity between the parties had long since escalated. While they were not sworn enemies, they were akin to strangers. In truth, many years prior, Lin An had already regarded the Lin family as mere strangers, choosing to ignore them whenever possible. Conversely, the Lin family had previously annoyed Lin and in their relentless pursuit of acquiring the house, suffering considerable losses at his hands, culminating in a futile expenditure of 500,000, which likely fostered a lingering grudge within them. As Lin Fuguei led Lin Bin downstairs, he noticed the glinting machete in Lin An's hand, causing him to avert his gaze, opting for silence as he stepped down the stairs first. Hua Cheng stole a glance at Lin An, pausing at the doorway, aligning perfectly with Lin An's intent. The corridor was narrow, cluttered with various items at both ends, permitting only two individuals to pass side by side. He had no desire to contend with the two before him over who should proceed first. The two stood in stoic silence, waiting for the father and son to descend. Just as Lin An was about to suggest to Hua Cheng that it was time for them to leave, Lin Bin's sudden exclamation echoed through the air. "What is this?" In the hushed corridor, a sound akin to a death knell suddenly reverberated. From behind the heaps of clutter lining the walls, an entity emerged, neither wholly human nor entirely beastly. Its bones creaked ominously, and viscous, oozing fluid dripped from its form as it crawled forth to obstruct the passageway. Abruptly lifting its head, it revealed a grotesque visage reminiscent of a decayed child. The pallid whites of its eyes were punctuated by pupils no larger than grains of rice, emanating a chilling light that pierced through Lin Fuguei and his son, directly fixating on Lin An, who appeared pale after his illness. Hua Cheng maintained a stoic expression, subtly shifting his stance to shield Lin An. One hand gripped an axe, while the other retrieved a firearm from his overcoat pocket. The monster remained transfixed on Lin An, its mouth silently agape, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth and strands of flesh hanging grotesquely, drooling viscous saliva. "Monster, monster, help!" Lin Fuguei exclaimed in terror, his legs turning to jelly, nearly suffocating under the weight of fear. In contrast, Lin Bin reacted more swiftly, seizing his father's arm and urging him to flee. With a surge of adrenaline, he dragged his father up the staircase, not daring to glance back at his elder brother, Lin Fuguei trembling as he was pulled along, stumbling up to the second and then the third floor. Lin An, however, was oblivious to the plight of the father and son, gripping his machete tightly. He locked eyes with the monster, which was merely 3 meters away. A level 2 zombie, he silently mouthed the words, his heart pounding like a drum. Although he had harbored some doubts, he had never anticipated encountering a level 2 zombie at this very moment. In the previous life, the second-tier zombies emerged only after the cataclysmic outbreak of the T-virus and the subsequent awakening of the superhumans. Yet, the creature before them was undoubtedly a second-tier zombie, with its dilated pupils and sharp teeth, hallmarks of its kind. Its flesh was still in a state of decay, contrasting sharply with the typically hardened skin of second-tier zombies, indicating that it had only recently undergone evolution. No wonder there had been little commotion in the same building earlier. When zombies evolve from the first to the second tier, they acquire a degree of intelligence. Clearly, this one had intended to wait until its evolution was complete before attempting to ambush them. How cunning. Lin An took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and prepared himself, stepping forward to stand side by side with Hua Cheng, who was guarding him. Hua Cheng frowned and retreated into the room. Lin An had just recovered from a fever and was physically weakened. "I know you mean well," he said, shaking his head as he gazed at the second-tier zombie ahead. "Whether you believe it or not, this creature is not easy to handle. Even a small scratch could spell disaster. I cannot hide away in the room while you face it alone." Lin An had never been one to sacrifice others for his own survival, especially when the other party had been considering his safety all along. If he abandoned Hua Cheng to protect himself, and something were to happen to him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Hua Cheng's brow furrowed deeply as he swiftly shoved his gun into his pocket and turned to grasp Lin An's arm, attempting to force him into the room and lock him inside. "You dare." Lin An was momentarily caught off guard, feeling his arm twist as he was ushered toward the door. He quickly shouted in anger, "Hua Cheng, if you lock me in here, I will never speak to you again. Let go, let go. In this lifetime, I shall never acknowledge him." With a swift motion, Lin An kicked his calf and, with a defiant posture, glared fiercely, "Let go of me. You must release me. Listen to me. Just step inside first. I assure you I shall be fine." Hua Cheng hesitated momentarily, yet his grip remained firm, refusing to relinquish his hold. Infuriated, Lin An unleashed a torrent of curses while keeping a vigilant eye on the small zombie nearby. "Nonsense. What power do you possess? You only know how to succumb to injury. I shall count to 3, and you will promptly let go. Together, we shall deal with that creature." Hua Cheng maintained a stern countenance, though his gaze wavered momentarily. Lin An, growing anxious, declared, "Are you truly waiting for me to count? 1. Sensing Lin An's genuine fury, Huacheng released his hold before she could utter the second number. "Umph, at least you comprehend." Lin An scoffed, his eyes never straying from the small zombie, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Can you guess why it has yet to approach us?" Huacheng replied, "It has only half a leg." The creature remained motionless, not attempting to crawl closer, but rather seemed to be brewing something ominous. It turned out that the small zombie's legs had been gnawed away, leaving only 2 short bone fragments beneath the knee. Since its emergence, it had been propped up by its arms. It seems that this creature, having crawled over, is merely seeking its own demise. Lin An and Huacheng exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them as one gripped a firearm and the other tightened his hold on a machete. No sooner had the words left Lin An's lips than the seemingly stationary little zombie let out a piercing shriek, pressing its arms to the ground. With an extraordinary leap, a feat beyond the capability of an ordinary person, it lunged towards Lin An's throat, baring its jagged teeth. Fire! In almost the exact same moment. Before Lin An's command could fully register, Huacheng discharged 2 rounds from his weapon. Rather than aiming for the zombie's head, he targeted its left calf, striking the knee. With only a single tendon connecting the lower leg to the knee, both bullets struck simultaneously, severing the bone and tendon in an instant. With a part of its body lost, the little zombie stumbled, losing its balance and teetering precariously just half a meter from Lin An. In that fleeting moment, Lin An, gripping the steel blade, channeled the remnants of his waning energy into the weapon. With a swift motion, he decapitated the zombie before it could hit the ground. The creature's gaping maw remained open, its wide eyes fixed in shock, pupils contracting as life swiftly ebbed away, leaving behind a pale visage. With a sigh of relief, Lin An finally relaxed his grip on the machete, feeling the tension drain from his hand as a wave of pain surged through his head. "Are you all right?" Huacheng steadied him from behind, concern flickering in his eyes, though Lin An, facing away, remained oblivious to it. Huacheng half-supported, half-carried him toward the house. "Let us return. We cannot linger. Your health is paramount." Lin An repeatedly insisted, "There's no need to go back. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Please help me into the car." Huacheng supported him, his gaze fixed intently on Lin An's face for a moment. Noting that Lin An's complexion was merely pale and devoid of any visible pain, he paused before saying, "If you're unwell, you must speak up. I truly feel fine." "I am not deceiving you," Lin An replied, shaking his head gently, a hint of softness glimmering in his eyes. "Just help me into the car. If I feel unwell, I will let you know." He was indeed truthful. It was merely that his mental energy had been overexerted. Before an ability user completes their awakening and advancement, the meager mental energy within them is scarcely mobilized, and only after the advancement concludes does it gradually restore, rendering them stronger. Dealing with first-level zombies was manageable, but second-level zombies posed a significant challenge due to their tough skeletal structure, impervious to ordinary martial energy blades that could not sever their necks or penetrate their skulls. It was imperative for the ability user to harmonize their efforts with mental energy. Thus, Lin An could not allow Huacheng to remain outside alone. Having just begun his advancement, he was ill-equipped to confront second-level zombies and had to resort to clever tactics. Fortunately, Huacheng's remarkably accurate 2 shots had caused the zombies to lose their balance mid-air, providing Lin An with the opportunity to dispatch one with a single strike. Otherwise, with only a scant amount of mental energy at his disposal, he would have had but one chance to attack. A missed strike would have sealed his fate. Chapter 31. Huacheng supported Lin An by his shoulders and arms, half guiding, half carrying him into the passenger seat of the car. He felt quite heavy. Huacheng playfully pinched his arm, and Lin An coughed twice, feeling both grateful and embarrassed as he expressed his thanks. "Thank you." He was acutely aware of his own significance, despite his tall and notably slender stature. In reality, his frame was not particularly large, being composed predominantly of flesh. "Well, aren't you going to call me brother anymore?" Huacheng suddenly inquired with unexpected seriousness. "What?" Lin An stared at him, his eyes widening in confusion, unable to comprehend the remark. Realizing that he had been rather abrupt, Huacheng turned away without waiting for Lin An's response and re-entered the corridor. It was only then that Lin An grasped the implication of Huacheng's words, standing at the corridor's entrance with a bemused expression. A couple of minutes later, Huacheng emerged and approached the vehicle. Before Lin An could question him about his earlier re-entry, Huacheng extended his hand, revealing a small object nestled within his palm, a crystal core the size of a peanut, compared to the ones extracted from the brains of previous zombies. This one was not only double in size but also exhibited a translucent white hue with a faint red undertone. After being meticulously cleaned, it resembled an unknown gemstone, radiating a captivating brilliance. "Here, take it," Hua Cheng offered. This was a level 2 zombie crystal core, possibly the first of its kind in Jin City, its rarity evident. During times when level 1 zombies were rampant, should an ability user encounter the fortuitous opportunity to absorb the energy from a level 2 zombie. Yet Hua Cheng remained oblivious, readily gifting it away. While Hua Cheng was generous, Lin An could not simply act as if he was unaware of the implications and accept it without hesitation. Setting aside the debts of gratitude he owed Hua Cheng over the past few days, this crystal core rightfully belonged to Hua Cheng as well. Without Hua Cheng's assistance, he would have been unable to confront a level 2 zombie alone. "I'll hold on to it for now," he finally decided. Lin An said little, merely smiling as he accepted the secondary crystal nucleus. As always, he believed it prudent to hold on to this item, for it surely deserved to be shared equally with Hua Cheng. Truly, in his half a lifetime, he had never encountered a person as remarkable as Hua Cheng, so kind-hearted. Hua Cheng caught a glimpse of Lin An's gentle, smiling countenance in the rearview mirror, and he felt a surge of joy, believing that his gift had indeed found a deserving recipient. He reminded Lin An to fasten his seatbelt before setting the car in motion. Not far behind, a vehicle followed closely. Lin An glanced back, recognizing it as his own father and younger brother. They were remarkably swift in both their departure and pursuit. With a cold chuckle, Lin An remarked, "No need to pay them any mind. Let them follow if they wish." Hua Cheng, naturally, took Lin An's words to heart, responding affirmatively as he continued to drive. Having just exhausted his mental energy, coupled with his already fragile state, Lin An leaned back against the seat, feeling utterly drained. He retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, breaking off a small portion without much thought, and playfully offered it to Hua Cheng, who was at the wheel. After licking the chocolate residue from his fingers, he indulged in a piece himself, oblivious to the van trailing behind them. Lin An relaxed in his seat and began a light-hearted conversation with Hua Cheng. "This chocolate is quite sweet, perhaps a bit too much, but it certainly helps replenish energy when it matters. By the way, do you enjoy sweets? What about spicy food? Coming from the south, you must have a taste for it, right? I, on the other hand, am not fond of spicy dishes and lack the skill to prepare them." As he pondered, Lin An felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Hua Cheng for all he had done. He resolved that once settled, it would be appropriate to express his thanks by preparing a hearty meal. Hua Cheng, somewhat absent-minded, held something in his mouth, his gaze repeatedly drifting through the rearview mirror to Lin An's left finger, so distracted that he could scarcely discern the flavor of what he was consuming. Oblivious, Lin An continued to speak. "In my opinion, with the cold weather now, a bit of spice is quite delightful. However, I truly cannot bear the numbing sensation of Sichuan pepper. Just a single bite leaves my entire mouth tingling, rendering me incapable of tasting anything else. By the way, brother, what flavors do you truly enjoy? If you fancy spicy food, that could pose a dilemma, as it seems there aren't any Sichuan peppers in your space." Hua Cheng paused momentarily, diverting his gaze from the young man's finger to drive nonchalantly, replying, "I prefer salty flavors." "Well, that is splendid. So do I," Lin An exclaimed, instantly enlivened, continuing to elaborate. "You know about pickled cabbage, right? It's a specialty of our Jin City, both sour and salty. I assure you will love it. When we have the chance, let us prepare some with generous portions of pork belly and vermicelli. It's simply the best accompaniment for rice." As the youth spoke, he became increasingly tempted, swallowing hard as he continued to express his fondness for pickled cabbage stewed with vermicelli. Hua Cheng, unbeknownst to him, shifted his gaze to the rearview mirror, fixating for a couple of seconds on the slight movement of Lin An's Adam's apple before casually returning his focus to the road. He took note of the pickled cabbage. It was clear that Lin An relished it. Meanwhile, Lin Bin and Lin Fugui waited anxiously upstairs for the situation with the monster to be resolved. It was only after Lin An and Hua Cheng drove away that they boarded their own vehicle. The van they used for transporting fruit in the past now served as their means of transport, with the father and son occupying the front seats, while the back was filled with bedding and a modest supply of food and drinking water. I truly cannot fathom what that was. It felt akin to a cinematic performance. Utterly terrifying. And your brother, too, previously, I never perceived him as formidable, yet now, goodness, I am left bewildered by the identity of the man beside him. These two are indeed ruthless. They even resorted to prying open skulls. Fortunately, the matter concerning the house did not escalate with that little rascal. Otherwise, he might have come wielding a knife at our doorstep. I wonder how my aunt has raised him, for his temperament is utterly fierce, unlike his father. Lin Fuguei sat in the passenger seat, attempting to calm his racing heart while murmuring to his young son. Lin Bin, occupying the driver's seat, remained silent. His gaze fixated on the Land Rover speeding away ahead. Under Lin Fuguei's insistence, he turned the key in the ignition. He recognized the type of car Lin An was in. Only the affluent could afford such luxury, and one would require at least a couple of million to acquire it. It is astonishing that before calamity struck, Lin An was in no way his equal, be it in family, academics, or career. He surpassed him in every regard. Meanwhile, Lin An was also seated in the passenger seat. After a brief respite to regain some strength, he could no longer remain still. He straightened up to observe how Huiqing handled the driving. His previous driving lessons had occurred while maneuvering delivery trucks at a hotel, and now, perched within a luxury vehicle he had never imagined he would occupy, he could only marvel at the comfort of the seat. However, the interior was filled with a plethora of buttons, the purpose of which eluded him entirely. In contrast, Huiqing drove with remarkable composure, stealing a glance at Lin An before succinctly explaining some of the car's practical features, such as the terrain feedback system and the hill descent control, capabilities rarely found in ordinary private vehicles. Indeed, the price of an item often reflects its quality, Lin An mused. Casting a discerning glance at the several pivotal switches, she pondered how to utilize them when navigating the steep mountain paths ahead. The value of an expensive vehicle was evident. At least they need not worry about breaking down in the wilderness or becoming ensnared by the corpses of the undead due to a low chassis. The true outbreak of zombies had yet to occur. In a few days, survivors would genuinely come to witness the spectacle of the undead roaming freely. As for fuel consumption, there was no cause for concern. Both Lin An and Huiqing were meticulous planners. The trunk of their vehicle contained ample gasoline to reach their destination, and should they find it insufficient, they could devise a means to replenish it along the way. Despite their thorough preparations, one could never be entirely equipped. Much depended on the journey itself. The Jean City Sports Stadium was situated in the northeastern part of the city, being relatively close to the suburbs where land prices were affordable, resulting in an expansive area. The two-story indoor arena was complemented by a vast outdoor stadium. Following the military's orders, the stadium, parking lot, and surrounding open spaces were now filled to capacity with private vehicles. In the forefront stood nearly 40 military transport trucks, all uniform in appearance, alongside an additional 20 larger cargo trucks designated for transporting supplies. Most of the survivors from Jean City had congregated here, and combined with the military convoy, the scene was indeed a magnificent spectacle from afar. The two parked their vehicle at the outermost edge of the stadium, choosing to remain inside. After all, they had arrived late and could hardly squeeze into the throng. With merely half a day remaining before the military's departure, those capable of arriving early had already secured favorable positions in line, leaving only a few vehicles, like Lin An's, to arrive belatedly. Moreover, the conspicuousness of their high displacement off-road vehicle drew attention. As soon as they parked, several curious gazes were cast in their direction, particularly fixated on the trunk of the car. The rear seat and trunk were cluttered with supplies, but fortunately, the car windows were tinted, alleviating any concerns. A rhythmic knocking echoed as the window was rapped for the third time. Huiqing lowered the window to reveal a middle-aged woman outside, cradling a child in her arms. "Kind-hearted souls, please have mercy on us. My grandson hasn't eaten since noon yesterday." Huiqing remained silent, glancing at Lin An, silently delegating the decision to him. At this juncture, it would be disingenuous to claim that Huiqing harbored no feelings for Lin An. Nonetheless, since his affections remained undetected, Huiqing chose to refrain from speaking. He could discern Lin An's innate orientation was not towards men. Yet Huiqing had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit in this world. Particularly for individuals like them, finding someone who captivates at first glance and becomes increasingly endearing over time is a rare occurrence, an opportunity not to be missed. Perhaps such a chance would only arise once in a lifetime. Gradually nurturing the relationship, subtly indicating Lin An's role in guiding their interactions, served as a silent yet effective means of endearment. After all, in most households, it is the wife who manages the affairs and the finances. Huiqing perceived a certain wise and capable aura emanating from Lin An, which made him well suited for the role of a steward. Once he had adeptly managed the household, it would be difficult to part with him, and naturally, any accompanying men could be accepted as well. Thus, it is often the case that the silent men are truly formidable, as their shrewdness lies concealed within. Lin An grimaced, feeling impatient with the situation, yet felt compelled to inquire, "Does the child have other family? Is this truly your grandmother?" Do not mistake his caution. In apocalyptic times, One can never be too careful. The child's parents had long since vanished, and with a heart full of empathy, he thought of the child's tender age. The middle-aged woman's eyes flickered, and with a deft motion, she twisted her body against the car window's cover, causing the child in her arms to burst into tears, stammering, "Grandma, I'm hungry." This tactic, evidently learned from adults, proved remarkably effective. Before approaching Lin An's vehicle, the grandmother and grandchild had successfully procured a fair amount of food using this method. After all, many were softened by the sight of a small child. Lin An's muscles remained sore, his entire being uncomfortable, and the cacophony of the child's wailing coupled with the adult's commotion only exacerbated his headache. He waved his hand in resignation, saying, "All right, enough already, let us not prolong the crying." The sound was unbearable. Indeed, managing children could be akin to dealing with devils. With a sudden effort, the middle-aged woman encouraged the child to cry even louder, determined to provoke impatience in the onlookers, hoping to receive something to hastily send them away. Lin An, weary of further discourse, noted that it was precisely the presence of just two strong men in their vehicle that had drawn the attention of these women and children. He turned sideways, retrieving a bag of bread from the back seat. Glancing at the tear-streaked face of the child, he ultimately took out a bottle of water and handed it over. "All right. Take what you need and be on your way." "Oh, thank you, kind-hearted stranger," the woman exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile. Just as she prepared to leave with the child, her peripheral vision caught sight of the man in the driver's seat, who had taken out a packet of beef jerky. Meat. It had been ages since she had savored such a delicacy. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, then turned back, shaking the boy's arm gently and pursing her lips. Huicheng noticed Lin An frowning, clearly annoyed by the child's cries. He reached into the back seat for a packet of beef jerky, tore it open, and offered a piece to Lin An. "Have a bite." Meat could indeed uplift one's spirits. Without overthinking, Lin An opened his mouth and took a bite, savoring the familiar five-spice flavor. The annoyance on his face softened, and he smiled at Huicheng, saying, "It's quite tasty. You should try some too." Huicheng's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of delight in his eyes as he placed the remaining beef jerky in the storage compartment at the front of the car. Of course, he would save it for Lin An, who enjoyed it so much. "Grandma, I want to eat meat," came the soft, pleading voice of the little boy, echoing near the car window. "Oh dear, where am I supposed to find you meat?" The woman replied, her tone tinged with helplessness, loud enough for those inside the car to hear. The little boy's eyes darted, pointing at Lin An through the window. Brother is eating meat. Grandma, I want some too." The woman quickly feigned difficulty, saying, "That one tea do, that S for your brother." "No, I want it. I want it." The child, in a fit of frustration, cried out, "I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in days. Meat is delicious. I want to eat meat. Stop your nonsense. How can you be so inconsiderate?" A slap, neither too soft nor too harsh, fell upon him, prompting the little boy to wail even louder. Alas, what to do? This child truly lacks understanding. The woman, seemingly at her wits' end due to the child's cries, awkwardly smiled at Huicheng and Lin An, saying, "Gentlemen, kind-hearted souls, would you consider, perhaps giving him a beating? One cannot always indulge a child." Lin An, leisurely munching on beef jerky while leaning against the car, was unimpressed by her suggestion. Having grown up in a rundown neighborhood like Chiyu Pond, he had witnessed worse displays of temper and tantrum. This woman was far from impressive. Outside, the woman was taken aback by Lin An's response, momentarily surprised. Wasn't he supposed to be a wealthy individual driving a fine car? Why was he so calculative? After a brief pause, seeing that the child's commotion was being ignored by those inside the vehicle, she pinched her thigh and suddenly raised her voice. "Oh, what kind of world is this? How can you be so heartless? The child is on the verge of starving, and you show no compassion. It's merely a bit of beef jerky. Your hearts are colder than a wolf's. He's just a little child." Many nearby, drawn by her outcry, turned to observe the spectacle, whispering amongst themselves, yet no one approached to intervene. After all, this was not their problem, and why meddle in someone else's affairs? Enough is enough. Had I known earlier, I would have refrained from engaging with them, wasting a bag of bread in vain. Now, they are impossible to shake off. Lin An furrowed his brow, his mind racing, overwhelmed with frustration. Huicheng noticed Lin An's pursed lips and closed his eyes, leaning back in his seat, his brow knitting in concern. He sensed Lin An's discomfort and felt a heaviness in his heart, casting a fleeting glance at the woman outside the car. The woman, feeling the weight of his dark gaze, tensed up, her voice immediately lowering. Peering through the window towards the back seat, she opened her mouth, ready to raise her voice further, only to witness the man in the driver's seat abruptly roll up the window, initially intending to let a breeze in for Shaoan. The outside world fell silent at that moment. Suddenly, a loud knocking against the glass echoed, after several attempts with no response. The woman cursed under her breath and walked away. She was wary of causing a scene that might attract unwanted attention. TSK, using a child as a prop. Lin An leaned back with his eyes closed, listening to the footsteps fade away, muttering softly in annoyance. A gentle breeze wafted through the window that Hui Cheng had left open, providing a welcome relief. The young man, with his fair and handsome features, appeared languidly reclining, resembling a well-fed cat dozing in the afternoon sun, making one feel an irresistible urge to stroke his fur. Hui Cheng, noticing this, twitched his fingers but refrained from reaching out. Instead, he chose to keep the window open, casting a sharp gaze outward that deterred any curious glances attempting to peer inside. The man, exuding an air of arrogance, was momentarily taken aback and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he spat disdainfully. He leaned closer to another man, whispering, "Changge, their vehicle is indeed impressive. What do you think?" He gestured meaningfully, his intentions unmistakable. The man referred to as Changge possessed a menacing countenance, his eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity that suggested he was no ordinary individual. He discreetly surveyed the car parked not far away, and upon catching sight of the formidable figure in the driver's seat, he averted his gaze, pausing briefly before uttering, "They are not to be trifled with. That man appears to be law enforcement." "Surely not. Can a mere officer drive such a fine automobile?" the lecherous rogue Zhao Dong remarked, casting a furtive glance at the man within the vehicle, a chill creeping up his arm. He indeed resembles one. Individuals of their ilk, while more formidable than common thugs, do not align with the traditional underworld. They shun any connection with higher authorities and naturally harbor a deep-seated fear of law enforcement and military personnel. Such figures are their natural adversaries, and even the sight of just one can render them weak in the knees. Moreover, the individual inside that car is distinctly different from the typical officers they encounter. They possess an acute awareness of such threats. "Changge, do you think he is?" Zhao Dong inquired, gesturing towards a distant olive-drab truck and making a motion indicating rank, suggesting that the individual might belong to the military. He cannot merely be a low-ranking soldier. At his age, he must hold some position of authority. Otherwise, he would not be driving such an exceptional vehicle. Chang contemplated for a moment before addressing Zhao Dong. They likely do not belong to the front ranks. Otherwise, their position would not be so far back. As for the rest, it is difficult to say. In any case, let the brothers remain vigilant and avoid provoking them for the time being. However, there is undoubtedly something valuable in that vehicle. Zhao Dong hesitated. "Forget the vehicle. Let us assess the situation first." Chang, capable of leading a band of ruffians, possessed a measure of intellect. Dragon Chang, having garnered a modest reputation, had once rallied a group of delinquents not for the petty business of extorting protection fees, but rather to engage in transportation. Dragon Chang was shrewd and well-connected, amassing around 20 subordinates who were adept at driving and fighting. Over the years, he thrived, owning 2 or 3 large trucks. As the apocalypse descended, many of his subordinates perished, some transformed into monsters, leaving him with fewer than 6 companions. They had survived by evading danger, managing to procure a decent supply of food and drink along the way. While most things were manageable, the scarcity of vehicles became a pressing issue. During their escape, they had only managed to take 1 large truck, and it was not feasible for the brothers to remain confined in the cargo hold. Thus, Dragon Chang contemplated acquiring a more efficient smaller vehicle. The Land Rover that had arrived later caught his eye. Zhao Dong, lost in thought, inadvertently glanced towards the vehicle, only to lock eyes with a youthful figure seated in the passenger seat. Initially obscured by the driver, the individual who had been reclining had suddenly straightened up, their indifferent gaze casually scanning the outside world, inadvertently meeting Zhao Dong's gaze. The owner of the gaze paused imperceptibly, his eyes fluttering past Zhao Dong and then briefly sweeping over Long Chong, suddenly imbued with a hint of coldness. Under the weight of that stare, Zhao Dong instinctively averted his gaze, feeling an unsettling chill wash over him, a layer of goosebumps inexplicably rising on his arms. "What is happening?" Long Chong, hearing the commotion, turned back and noticed his subordinate shivering, rubbing his arms absent-mindedly, and casually inquired. Zhao Dong uncomfortably shook his head, muttering, "Nothing, nothing at all." Yet, his mind involuntarily drifted back to the figure he had encountered earlier, a fleeting sense of familiarity washing over him. though he could not quite place who it was. Who could it be? What's wrong? Inside the vehicle, Cheng perceived that Lin An's mood seemed somewhat off and voiced his concern. Lin An also shook his head, a smile playing on his lips, appearing to be in good spirits. It's nothing, just saw a few acquaintances. A few whom he had mentally wished dead hundreds of times, whom he had thought he would never encounter again. Yet here they were, familiar faces appearing effortlessly. Cheng glanced out the window, but refrained from pressing further. Around noon, dozens of vehicles approached from various directions, gradually coming to a halt around the stadium. The surrounding open spaces had become congested with an assortment of vehicles and crowds. Many people were casually spreading out their belongings on the ground, seated, chewing on dry bread and instant noodles, inquiring about news from those around them. It was rumored that the military personnel would depart in the evenings, and if there was a shortage of gasoline, one could exchange food for fuel with them. Where would one go to make such an exchange? Look. Do you see that parked truck? There are already people queuing up. Do you know the price? Our gasoline supply is quite insufficient. And our food stock is not abundant either. It seems they have a fixed pricing system. Perhaps you should take a look. The survivors were engaged in hushed conversations, sharing news with one another as they dined. Suddenly, a group from the military approached, brandishing a loudspeaker, weaving through the crowd and announcing, "Attention residents. We will depart promptly at 19 hours this evening. Please prepare in advance. We are offering a resource exchange. For those lacking gasoline or food, please bring your supplies to the temporary exchange point." They repeated the announcement. The so-called resource exchange allows individuals with insufficient gasoline to trade it for food, and those short on food can exchange it for other supplies. In essence, anything consumable or useful can typically be exchanged for urgent necessities. Even if one has no food or supplies, carrying gold bars, silver, or other hard currencies can also facilitate exchanges. Lin An thought that he would speak up when necessary. He was not a naive young man eager to pry into the thoughts of others. He would glean what he needed to know in due time. As of now, the apocalypse had only just begun, and hard currency had yet to reach a point of worthlessness. It was reminiscent of times of war when affluent families had to carry gold with them for survival. Even the prominent figures at the current Beijing base are not immune to temptation, with some even contemplating hoarding gold amidst the chaos. However, the common folk are less preoccupied with such thoughts. Many are exchanging their precious gold and silver ornaments for necessities to satiate their hunger. Lin An, seated in the car, gazes out the window and muses. These individuals may feel regret now, but they will surely find solace in their decisions later. At least currently. A gold necklace can be exchanged for 2 packets of biscuits. In 6 months, even a gold ingot may not procure a handful of rice. Shall I take a look? Cheng inquired as he rolled up the car window and turned to Lin An. Lin An squinted against the breeze, feeling invigorated after a while, and expressed his desire to step outside for some fresh air, stating, "I'll go. It's fine." They were not lacking in supplies, and with the crowd around, it would be beneficial to gather some useful information. Upon hearing this, Cheng asked, "Feeling stronger now?" Lin An smiled, "I've recovered somewhat. It's just right for a breath of fresh air." Cheng cautioned, "If you feel unwell, come back." Lin An replied with a grin, "All right. I shall take a leisurely stroll." He slung his bag over his shoulder, stepped out of the car, and completely disregarded the subtle, avaricious gazes surrounding him. In reality, it was not just them. Many seemingly decent, spacious vehicles were also being covertly scrutinized, with whispers speculating on the contents within. In tumultuous times, there will always be those seeking to take advantage of the disorder, engaging in unscrupulous dealings. The temporary exchange took place at an outdoor basketball court, where the back door of a large truck stood open, and personnel responsible for registration occupied tables and chairs in front, surrounded by several soldiers. Standing tall and imposing with their rifles, the atmosphere was charged, deterring those who cast envious glances at the truck laden with a mountain of supplies from making any sudden moves. Lin An arrived just in time to secure a spot closer to the front of the queue, where 6 or 7 individuals were ahead of him. "Hey there. Mind if I ask you something?" Lin An sauntered over, disregarding the orderly line, intentionally positioning himself near the steadfast soldiers on duty. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his backpack, swiftly opened it, and offered one to a soldier. The soldier glanced at the cigarette in Lin An's hand, exchanged a knowing look with his companion, and with an impassive expression, accepted the smoke, swiftly stowing it away in his pocket. "Go ahead and ask," he replied. Noticing the serious demeanor of the 2 soldiers, Lin An chuckled, "No need to be on edge, my friend. We understand the rules. I won't pry into anything confidential. I just have a small inquiry. With that, he produced another cigarette and offered it to the second soldier, who accepted it before Lin An continued. I was just wondering if our military vehicle passes through Feng Village. Why do you want to know that? Although it seemed trivial, revealing such information could be construed as disclosing military movements. Observing the soldier's hesitance, Lin An waved his hand dismissively and sighed. Oh, it's nothing serious. We have relatives in the countryside, and if the route coincides, I thought it would be nice to pay them a visit. The two soldiers exchanged glances, and the younger one's expression softened. Understanding the sentiment, he said, "All right, it's not exactly classified information. At a time like this, there aren't many who still think of their relatives as you do. Out of respect for your consideration, we'll share that with you. Let me be frank with you. This time, we shall not take the national highway to the capital, as it is already congested beyond measure, rendering it impassable for large vehicles like ours." He gestured toward the imposing cargo truck ahead, remarking, "Do you see that behemoth? It is filled to the brim with supplies. All the provisions for our base in the capital are contained within. The higher-ups are quite concerned and have specifically arranged for a safer route, which will lead us through the outskirts of Jinshi, allowing us to traverse lesser-known paths where traffic is minimal." Another soldier chimed in, "Whether we pass through Fengsuan remains uncertain. However, the road adjacent to Fengsuan is undoubtedly part of our itinerary. If you are truly apprehensive, perhaps you could scout the area during our evening encampment and return before the main convoy sets out the following morning. Beyond that, we cannot divulge any further information." Sighing in understanding, Lin An responded with a smile, generously offering the entire pack of cigarettes in his hand to one of the soldiers, exclaiming, "Knowing this much is sufficient." "Thank you, gentlemen. What a trifling matter," replied the two seasoned soldiers, who had evidently been in service for quite some time and possessed quick wits. One of them discreetly accepted the cigarettes, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and hastily tucked them into his pocket, feeling slightly embarrassed as he remarked, "It was merely a few words. I haven't really done you any significant favors." Lin An laughed heartily, "Not at all. Your words provide us with reassurance. Truly a great assistance." The two soldiers felt they had gained an advantage over Lin An, for that pack of cigarettes was no trifling matter. In this current climate, such commodities had become exceedingly valuable, with supplies in their unit reserved mainly for higher-ups. It was hardly within their purview to claim them. They pondered that it was rather inappropriate to receive a whole pack in exchange for mere trivial information, and thus, they said, "Where is your vehicle? We can arrange for you to get a position closer to us at the rear of the unit." Being close to the army was advantageous. There would be someone to clear the way ahead, ensuring safety. Those with ill intentions would think twice before taking action, especially in these turbulent times, where a single bullet could lead to a fate without recourse. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you," Lin An exclaimed upon hearing this, though he did not take it too seriously. Next, just as he was about to say more, a voice called out, "Next, please hurry." Sighing, Lin An acknowledged the call, exchanged pleasantries with the two soldiers, and took a few steps forward to stand at the registration table. "What can I exchange?" The registration officer, noting Lin An's modest backpack and assuming he sought to trade gold or jewels, patiently explained, "Gold and silver can be exchanged for grain by weight, diamonds by piece, and jade must be assessed for quality. Unfortunately, we have none of that. We are but poor souls," Lin An replied with a smile. He then rummaged through his backpack and produced a large bucket of Snickers, the kind sold in supermarkets. "Can this be exchanged?" The registrar, evidently more intrigued by the bucket of Snickers, immediately displayed a friendlier demeanor. "Ah, this is a fine item. What does the advertisement say? Sweep away hunger. I believe that is it. High in calories, just perfect for our journey. So, what would you like to exchange?" Lin An pondered for a moment. "I'd like to trade for a folding stove and half a box of fuel." The folding stove Lin An referred to, also known as the German portable stove, is a common necessity for outdoor expeditions and is considered military supply, though it can also be found in certain outdoor equipment stores. The entire stove is constructed from galvanized steel, boasting high strength and capable of bearing a weight of 7 to 8 pounds. When folded, it is no larger than the palm of one's hand. As for the fuel he mentioned, it consists of solid alcohol blocks, roughly the size of a palm, which some restaurants use beneath their hot pots. A half box, containing 5 packages, costs 60 yuan and can last quite a while. The registrar, clearly taken aback by Lin An's request, displayed a glimmer of interest in his eyes. "Oh, so you have experience with outdoor activities. Or perhaps you know someone in our team. Most people would think to ask for such items. Wait a moment, I'll fetch someone to retrieve them for you. They're on another vehicle." Both the folding stove and alcohol blocks are military supplies, with low consumption rates, and there is a substantial stock on the supply vehicle. How would I know? I have someone knowledgeable nearby. Lin An chuckled softly, shaking his head. He truly had no familiarity with such items. Being a poor lad who had only graduated from middle school and worked in a restaurant, where he had seen only liquid gas stoves in the kitchen, he had neither the leisure nor the funds to indulge in outdoor equipment. As for Huicheng, he deliberately mentioned upon alighting from the vehicle that he had negotiated a suitable price for Lin An. It appeared from the registrar's demeanor that the price was just right. A large barrel of Snickers exchanged for a stove and half a tank of fuel, neither more nor less. Currently, foodstuffs held the greatest value, with other supplies taking a back seat. Lin An increasingly questioned whether Huicheng had ever been in the military, as he seemed to possess an impressive breadth of knowledge. However, if one were to suggest that Huicheng was a soldier, Lin An would still assert that he did not quite fit the mold. There was a lack of any virtuous air about him, and he did not appear to be particularly law-abiding, yet he also did not seem to be involved in any illicit activities. The doubt flickered briefly in his mind, but he chose not to delve deeper. Regardless of Huicheng's past, what mattered was the present. Next in line, once the exchange was complete, the registrar called out again. Behind Lin An stood a young lady who, in a moment of urgency, produced a stunning sapphire necklace from her pocket and handed it over. Her expression anxious as she implored, "Can this be exchanged for medicine? My boyfriend has a high fever. Aspirin or ibuprofen would suffice." Lin An silently shook his head. Refraining from advising the young woman that antipyretics would be ineffective, it all depended on whether her boyfriend could endure the fever. Not just her boyfriend, but since morning, there had been more than 2 or 3 individuals around him with fevers. Lin An understood that the true outbreak of the T-virus was not far off. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after. Their departure with the military was fraught with risk, yet risk invariably accompanies opportunity. Now, having awakened his abilities for the second time, he had surged past the pinnacle of level 2, becoming a level 3 Esper. As his mental fortitude increased, the spatial area he carried with him also expanded. This surplus space necessitated filling, a compulsion that had become a habitual practice for Lin An. He could not find peace with empty space, as if he might perish from thirst or hunger without even realizing it. While clutching half a box of items, Lin An greeted the 2 soldiers he had conversed with earlier, informing them of his vehicle's license plate. Seizing the opportunity provided by the cardboard box, he discreetly slipped a few chocolate bars and 2 packs of beef jerky into their hands. He genuinely wished to secure a better parking spot, understanding that one must offer something in return for assistance. The soldiers, indeed, accepted his gesture with jovial smiles, with one assuring him, "Don't worry, my friend. We'll make sure you get a good spot. We're right here in the 4th company. If anyone bothers you, just call on us." The soldier gestured to his companion, "I'm Guo Shuai, and this is my younger brother, Tong Wenba. If you can't find the 4th company, just ask anyone in the ranks, and they will guide you." "Ah, I'll remember that. Thank you," Lin An replied with a smile, waving goodbye as he departed with his belongings. "This fellow is quite decent," remarked the younger Tong Wenba as he observed Lin An's retreating figure. Guo Shuai glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then playfully shoved a piece of chocolate into Tong Wenba's mouth, teasing him. "So, just because he gave you something, you think he's a good guy? What is wrong with that?" Tong Wenba mumbled, chewing on the chocolate, a dimple appearing on his dark face as he replied, "I just find him quite straightforward. He seems smart." "Well, look who thinks they are smarter than everyone else." Guo Shuai remarked, "All right, this person is quite considerate and straightforward. Let's greet them later and arrange a spot close to the team. After all, it's just a matter of a few words. And the food we get in return is certainly worth it." Tong Wenba, with a chocolate in his mouth, nodded in agreement. In Chapter 34, Lin An disregarded the curious gazes of those around and placed a large cardboard box filled with enticing alcohol in the trunk, slamming it shut with a resounding thud, preventing anyone from discerning its contents. "You were right. We stumbled upon something good this time. Let us enjoy a hearty meal at noon," he declared. As Lin An entered the vehicle, he accepted a bottle of water from Huicheng and drank eagerly, letting the breeze invigorate him. "Close the window first," he instructed. Huicheng rolled up the window, his gaze softening as he observed the sparkle in Lin An's eyes. "You seem quite delighted. What did you find out?" Lin An, with a smile in his eyes, responded, "I inquired and learned that we can leave under the cover of night after passing through Jinan Highway the day after tomorrow." Jinan Highway, originating from Jincheng in the northwest of Anqing, traverses through 4 cities, including Zhaoshi. Originally, The most direct route to the Shoujing base was via Jinjing National Road, which could be reached in 6 hours of fast driving. Unfortunately, the road was perpetually congested, likely choked with abandoned vehicles and zombies. Consequently, the military opted for a more cautious route, navigating through the outskirts of Jincheng via smaller roads, eventually turning onto Jinan Highway before heading towards another road with lighter traffic towards Shoujing. Thus, the convoy had traversed a circuit of moderate length, compounded by a lengthy procession trailing behind. Given the unfavorable road conditions, not only were they ensnared in traffic, but they also occasionally encountered the undead. As a result, their speed had significantly diminished. Calculating the circumstances, it would take at least 2 to 3 days to reach the Shoujing base, barring any major unforeseen events. However, Lin An was acutely aware that if his butterfly wings had not dispelled the events that were meant to transpire in his previous life, the outbreak of the T-virus was merely days away. This traveling contingent would inevitably undergo a ruthless natural selection, with perhaps less than 10%, or even 5%, of these individuals reaching the Shoujing base unscathed. Furthermore, how much of the supplies packed within the trucks could these people actually carry away? Departing from the military in anticipation of danger, moving toward Zhao City, and then opportunistically seizing what he could, that had always been Lin An's plan. Risk and fortune are intertwined. Throughout his rebirth, he had pondered and meticulously devised this plan countless times before resolutely deciding to hold fast and await the military's arrival. As the saying goes, having experienced both hunger and thirst, Lin An could not find peace unless he filled his space to the brim. With the military supplies, he could at least live a secure and comfortable life for 5 years in the impending apocalypse. We can rest for a night in Feng Village, and then proceed along the Jinan Highway. Lin An communicated his intentions to Huicheng. They would part ways with the military midway, taking a different route toward Zhao City as they passed the Jinan Highway adjacent to Feng Village. He spoke no untruths. Huicheng treated him well. In a lifetime, there are few individuals who genuinely care for oneself. If even they were to deceive him, life would become devoid of meaning. The only matter Lin An refrained from mentioning was his own intentions during that night of rest in Feng Village. He had not yet determined how to articulate his thoughts, opting instead to let things unfold naturally. When the time came and Huicheng inquired, he would disclose the matter of his spatial abilities. By then, it was likely that others with extraordinary powers would begin to awaken. The emergence of a spatial ability would not be particularly surprising. Once certain decisions are made, they often prove less daunting than initially perceived. At least, when Lin An resolved to confide in Huicheng regarding the spatial matter, he felt none of the previously imagined anxiety or trepidation. He chose to trust Huicheng and dismissed any thoughts of potential betrayal. Throughout life, one must invest trust multiple times, and there will invariably be those who do not let you down. Continuously contemplating retaliation for perceived betrayals only serves to create unnecessary discomfort, rendering life restless. Thus, the mantra remains, let things unfold naturally. Lin An reclined lazily in the passenger seat, engaging in conversation with Huicheng. The latter possessed the admirable quality of being succinct yet responsive. His earnestness in dialogue made Lin An feel valued. This sentiment was profoundly gratifying, especially for someone like Lin An, who had grown up starved for affection and attention. Though the two soldiers, Gua Shuai and Tong Wenbao, were somewhat slick, they were nevertheless men of their word, striving to fulfill their promises. In just 2 hours, they had indeed managed to secure an available spot near the military vehicle during their shift change. To be precise, the location was provided by Gua Shuai, which led Lin An to realize that this individual held the position of a minor class leader, possessing a modicum of authority. Nearby, discontent simmered as envious and resentful gazes followed the slow movement of the off-road vehicle, making its way along a narrow path towards the military trucks. Whispers filled the air, some condemning them for using connections, while others protested the perceived injustices of the military. Yet, such trifles rarely garnered attention. These armed soldiers were no longer the same as before. They had essentially become private soldiers for a certain faction. Once, they served the people. Now, they served their superiors. Those who protested were met with indifference, and any who dared to cause trouble faced gunfire, their fates disregarded. It was said to be an order from above, rendering any complaints futile. Moreover, in these chaotic times, the police and courts had long since been rendered impotent. Where could one seek recourse? To borrow a cliché from a television drama, the law? I am the law. Possession of weapons and supplies is the true law. Having parked the vehicle in a designated spot, Huicheng halted the car, and Lin An, right before him, retrieved a bag of apples from the back seat. This time, he refrained from claiming they were leftovers from home, simply offering Huacheng a smile without further elaboration. After all, it was Huacheng who had transported the luggage to the vehicle. How could he be unaware of its contents? Lin An chose not to elaborate, and surprisingly, Huacheng did not inquire further. His demeanor was permissive, eyes twinkling with amusement as he observed Lin An, like a little mouse, rummaging through the plastic bag to select the two largest and ripest apples, placing them in the storage compartment beside the seat. Then, clutching the bag, he opened the door and stepped out, cheerfully handing the bag of apples to the two soldiers. Today, I extend my gratitude to both of you for this matter. Please, do not dismiss this small token. It may serve as a refreshment. Guo Shuai graciously accepted it without hesitation, playfully teasing, "This is no trivial matter, my friend. You are indeed generous. We were right to recognize your noble character." Tong Wenbo chuckled in agreement, though he remained silent, feeling in his heart that Lin An was a trustworthy individual. He and Guo Shuai had indeed lent their assistance with the expectation of some benefit in return. The understanding was clear from the outset. You provide something, and I will take care of the task at hand. Creating a space close to the team was no simple feat, with so many eyes fixed on that spot. They had exerted considerable effort and had initially hoped that Lin An would merely provide some provisions. They never anticipated receiving a small bag of apples. Fruits have become quite a rarity these days, and the two of them had been subsisting on dry rations, which not only caused discomfort but also led to ailments. This bag of apples was indeed a timely blessing. How thoughtful of him, even knowing that this gesture might imply a desire for their support along the journey. It was enough to make them willingly accept with cheerful hearts. Lin An smiled and remarked, "There is not much, but if you don't mind, it's all good. If anything arises on the road, I will rely on you, my brothers, to look out for me." This time, Tong Wenbo was the first to speak. Thumping his chest in assurance, "Rest assured, brother, there is no question about it. We will certainly assist in any way we can. You are a friend I, Tong Wenbo, cherish. You are not alone in this regard, Lin An. I, Guo Shuai, also recognize you as a friend," Guo Shuai interjected, his tone seamlessly shifting to inquire about Huacheng, who had remained in the vehicle, and who might this gentleman be. He had noticed the other party early in the morning, and the feeling was difficult to articulate. It seemed that Lin An was not on the same wavelength. And it was just Lin An, that man appeared to be entirely out of sync with all of them. Lin An observed that Huacheng was also looking at him, and smiled as he introduced, "This is my brother, Huacheng." Guo Shuai took the opportunity to greet him. "Huagu, we are about the same age as Lin An, so we shall call you brother too." Huacheng nodded at the two soldiers, saying hello. His tone was ordinary, and his expression friendly, yet it inexplicably evoked a sense of a leader visiting the grassroots. Greeting with a warm hello, comrades, Tong Wenbo, whose mind worked a bit slower, instinctively stood at attention and nearly blurted out a formal greeting, "Hello, chief," before Guo Shuai quickly nudged him. All right, Huagu, hello." Guo Shuai held back Tong Wenbo and replied, feeling increasingly perplexed, and tentatively inquired, "Huagu, you weren't in the army before, were you?" Lin An, standing beside them, also looked at Huacheng with a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Brother, were you a soldier?" "I served in the army a few years ago, around 7 or 8 years back," Huacheng replied succinctly, which was enough to make Guo Shuai and his companion feel more familiar. So, he was a senior. Calling him brother was indeed well-deserved. Guo Shuai smiled, chatted casually with Lin An for a bit longer, and, noticing that it was nearly time to report for duty, bid farewell. Before leaving, he reiterated, "If you need anything, come find me in the team, and I will definitely help." There was one thing he didn't mention. He felt that Huacheng looked somewhat familiar. Yet he couldn't quite recall where he had seen him before. 7 or 8 years ago, he served in the military, exuding an air of authority that suggested he might have once been an officer. It was not uncommon for those in dire straits to encounter someone of rank on their journey, especially considering that even the esteemed General Do from the capital had fallen on hard times, forced to leave the city with a diminished retinue. How the mighty have fallen. Once a figure of great prestige, now, it seems, anything is possible. General Guo, however, chose not to dwell on such matters and bid farewell to Lin An and the others with a smile, urging them to seek him out should they require assistance. Tong Wenbo appeared more easily persuaded than General Guo, readily accepting a morsel of food with a beaming smile. Expressing camaraderie with Lin An and Huacheng as if they were brothers, reluctant to part ways. Truly, where there is sustenance, there are bonds formed. On the return journey, General Guo chastised him, lamenting such a lack of dignity. As for Lin An and his companions, having seen off the two soldiers, he turned to Hua Cheng with a spark of excitement. "Brother, you really were in the military?" Hua Cheng, under the intensity of Lin An's bright gaze, felt a surge of warmth, despite his usual reticence. He was inclined to share tales of his past glories. "Indeed, I joined the ranks at the tender age of 16 and later became a special forces soldier. Like my forebears, I endured the rigors of military life, clinching championships in combat and marksmanship. I faced numerous hardships, undertook perilous missions, and experienced both laughter and tears, all while leading a band of brothers. The honor of the Hua family was forged through the valor of its sons, with the exception of myself." Hua Cheng fell silent thereafter. His memories of military life were far from pleasant. Initially, he preferred not to mention it at all, but now, reflecting on it brought a twinge of melancholy. However, this sentiment was swiftly overshadowed by Lin An's exuberant exclamation. "Really? Brother, that's incredible! A special forces soldier. I've only seen that on television. Tell me, is it true that during your drills, you use real weapons and ammunition? That sounds amazing." Every man harbors dreams of military valor. And upon learning that Hua Cheng was not merely a soldier but an esteemed special forces operative, Lin An was instantly filled with excitement. He had previously imagined Hua Cheng as a high-powered businessman, never expecting such a revelation. As the man relaxed for a rare moment, he leaned back in his seat, turning his face to smile at the youthful exuberance before him as Lin An animatedly gestured and peppered him with questions. The weight that had once burdened his heart began to dissipate, little by little, carried away by the vibrant energy of the young man's voice. The connections forged in life are indeed wondrous. On an ordinary day, an extraordinary individual can unexpectedly enter one's life, initially unnoticed, yet later. One finds that simply listening to him speak can elevate one's spirits, and gazing upon him becomes an irresistible enchantment. In Chapter 35, it must be said that the new positions arranged for Lin An and his companions by Guo Shuai and Tong Wenba were quite favorable. They were situated right behind the convoy, amidst vehicles of commendable quality. The atmosphere around the cars was far more serene than the chaotic outer edges, suggesting that those who managed to secure such advantageous spots possessed a certain level of skill. As Lin An and his group approached, flanked by armed soldiers, they quickly attracted a notable amount of attention. It is evident that they have connections. These soldiers are dispatched from the capital, and few can claim such ties. After a brief moment of observation, some individuals approached, seeking to engage with the more amiable Lin An. "Brother, I'm from Jin City. May I inquire your surname?" The newcomer, a youth exuding the air of a wealthy scion, appeared to be in his 20s, sporting a charming smile that rendered him quite likable. He stood before the passenger window, extracted a cigarette from his pack, and offered it to Lin An, while also extending a polite smile to Hua Cheng. Seemingly unfazed by the latter's indifferent demeanor, Lin An accepted the cigarette without lighting it, engaging in casual conversation. "Call me Lin An, judging by your accent. You are not a local. You hail from the capital, correct? What brings you to Jin City?" The young gentleman, displaying a familiarity, introduced himself as Zhao Weiming and, with a wry smile, nodded. "You have quite the keen ear, my brother. I initially came out to enjoy some leisure with friends, but unexpectedly encountered this situation. I am uncertain whether to deem it misfortune or serendipity." Lin An chuckled nonchalantly. "Ah, it's the same everywhere. The virus outbreak is a global phenomenon. Unless one escapes the confines of Earth, evasion is impossible." Zhao Weiming responded with a smile. "Indeed, upon reflection, we are rather fortunate. Had we been in the capital at that moment, considering the crowds, I have several friends who came along, and we fortuitously picked up a couple of students en route. Next time, we should all meet. It's beneficial to have companions on the road." Lin An followed the direction of his gesture and, indeed, spotted a vehicle, a black SUV whose brand was indiscernible. Yet it was evident at a glance that it was not a car that an ordinary person could afford. Inside the vehicle sat a few individuals. Through the window, he could see a young man in the passenger seat, listlessly resting his chin and letting the breeze wash over him. The front row accommodated one man and two women, while the occupancy of the rear row remained unclear. "What's the matter? The fellow in the passenger seat seems unwell," Lin An casually inquired. "Oh, not much. Caught a chill last night. Woke up with a bit of a fever this morning," came the reply. "I see." Lin An's gaze faltered for a moment, and his interest in conversation waned. "A fever, best to minimize contact then." Zhao Weiming, noticing Lin An's lack of enthusiasm, engaged in brief exchanges of information before tactfully taking his leave. Later that day, around noon, personnel from the military arrived to tally the survivors. Organizing them into a line and outlining some basic regulations, they reiterated the importance of maintaining order, no cutting in line, no fighting, and no unnecessary disturbances, resulting in a chaotic scene that lasted for several hours. By 5 in the afternoon, Lin An's stomach began to grumble again. He and Hua Chung had been following the military's commands, moving vehicles and registering details, neither of them having eaten properly. The military intended to drive through the night, and naturally, Hua Chung insisted on taking the wheel. Lin An, knowing his own limitations, refrained from contesting this. He was well aware of his inexperience on the road. Having driven only a few times, driving at night posed its own dangers, and it was only right that Hua Chung bear the burden. Driving through the night was inherently taxing, and Lin An felt a pang of guilt. Come mealtime, he resolutely insisted that Hua Chung should not go hungry. "Brother, you should take a break. Even a short nap in the car will do. Leave the meal to me. While I may not be able to assist with driving, I can at least provide logistical support. We cannot allow Hua Chung to toil like a stubborn old ox, working hard yet eating poorly. That would make Lin An a heartless ingrate." I quickly laid down a makeshift sleeping area in front of the car. After a moment's thought, I rummaged through the trunk and retrieved the delightful items I had prepared that morning. Setting up the alcohol stove and placing the pot atop it, I realized it resembled a delightful picnic scene straight out of a television show. As I boiled the mineral water, I tossed a handful of noodles into the pot. Soon, it began to bubble and steam. I carefully sliced the vacuum-sealed sausages into the pot, seasoned them with a touch of salt, and added half a bag of pickled vegetables. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, I discreetly retrieved 3 eggs from my stash and cracked them all into the pot. Though this pot of egg noodles was simplicity itself, it boasted both meat and vegetables, and with the steaming broth, it warmed my very soul. "Brother, the noodles are ready. Come down to eat." Hua Chung opened the car door, but I insisted he remain seated, gently guiding him onto the makeshift area covered with plastic sheeting. With great care, I served him a generous bowl of noodles. I felt a pang of guilt, while others take turns driving during night shifts. I had to impose upon Hua Chung due to my inadequate driving skills. "Is it delicious? Be sure to eat your fill. I can serve you more once you finish." I watched eagerly as Hua Chung ate, my smile radiating joy like a pet dog that had just committed a mischief and was now desperately seeking forgiveness. Hua Chung, however, had little appetite and could only think of ruffling my hair playfully, his hand gently squeezing my paw, with his fingers lightly twitching around the food container. Hua Chung suppressed his urge, and a gentle smile flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Lin and stopped staring at me. "And you should eat as well." Lin An replied, lifting his own food container to serve himself some noodles, his mouth busy with chatter. "Brother, make sure you eat plenty. We'll have to endure through the night. You must finish everything I've served you." Hua Chung glanced down, using his chopsticks to stir the noodles in the large container, discovering 2 poached eggs nestled at the bottom alongside several slices of sausage. His gaze returned to Lin An, who was voraciously enjoying his own poached egg from his bowl. Though his manner of eating was rather unrefined, Hua Chung found it endearingly charming. Lin An had a peculiar habit at mealtime. He tended to hoard the good food, saving it for last. He meticulously nibbled away the egg white of his poached egg, preserving the yolk submerged in broth, then took large bites of noodles and accompaniments. Finally, he savored a sip of the soup before delighting in the yolk. Hua Chung, watching this, felt a mix of amusement and affection. He picked the egg yolk from his bowl and offered it to Lin and shyly declined. "No need. I have enough. That egg is meant for you." Hua Chung replied, "I don't particularly enjoy egg yolk." Lin An looked at him in surprise. "Really? Are you joking? The yolk is so delicious." Without responding, Hua Chung placed the yolk in front of him, returning to his noodles, implying that it was now in his bowl. And whether he chose to eat it was entirely up to him. Lin An, grinning, feigned a look of disbelief at such a grown man being picky with food and reluctantly set down his chopsticks, thinking it was rather nice to have someone who always considered him, making room for his preferences. After the water and gas supply was interrupted, many individuals had not savored a single warm meal. The aroma of the noodle soup wafted through the air, causing many to swallow discreetly, casting unfriendly glances towards Lin An and Hua Chung. Were these two deliberately provoking them? Lin An, however, paid them no mind. He enjoyed observing the scene, believing that in this apocalyptic world, one's ability to eat well depended solely on personal capability. Having experienced the pangs of hunger in his previous life, he considered himself a hearty eater. He immersed himself in his meal, consuming 2 boxes of noodles and nearly half a pot of soup before feeling satisfied enough to pause. To his surprise, Huacheng possessed an even greater appetite. After Lin An set down his chopsticks, Huacheng polished off every last morsel in the pot, leaving not a trace of broth behind. Lin An patted his belly and, noticing that Huacheng had devoured all the food, hastily rummaged through the bag in the trunk for some biscuits. Huacheng, brother, don't eat the biscuits. Let's cook some more noodles. I'm still not quite full. In truth, he was stuffed beyond measure, but he feared Huacheng might feel embarrassed. Adopted children often possess a more sensitive disposition than others, worrying about being a burden and prone to overthinking. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin An realized he had overthought the situation. Their supplies were pooled together, and seeing Huacheng reach for biscuits made him anxious that his companion was reluctant to consume their fuel. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, and as he noticed Huacheng gazing at him without eating, Lin An felt increasingly petty. What kind of grown man dwelled on such trivial matters? The more he pondered, the more he felt his hesitation was unnecessary. Overcome with a sense of discomfort, he chose to remain silent, dismissing his earlier words entirely, and bowed his head to tidy up the pot and utensils. A hand halted Lin An's movements as he tidied up. He lifted his gaze to find Huacheng looking at him with a sense of exasperation. "Why are you still hungry?" Huacheng inquired. Lin An was momentarily taken aback as Huacheng proceeded to gently rub his stomach, his brow furrowed in disapproval as he admonished, "You shouldn't eat anymore. It will lead to indigestion." He had long observed Lin An's tendency to overindulge in food, pondering whether the youth had endured hardships in the past, perhaps even experiencing hunger. Even if one had faced deprivation, it was unwise to gorge oneself. What if it led to adverse consequences? As this thought crossed his mind, Huacheng felt a surge of compassion, his gaze softening with a blend of tenderness and seriousness that seemed to envelop Lin An, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Huacheng's scrutiny. Lin An averted his eyes. He had never encountered such attentiveness from an older male figure and found himself at a loss for how to respond. Stammering, he said, "Well, I want to eat anymore. Brother Huacheng, you should cook something for yourself instead. Don't rely on those biscuits." With that, he hurriedly entered the vehicle. Having grown fearful of hunger in the past, he had developed a habit of eating to the point of discomfort whenever food was presented, an inclination that would likely take time to rectify. Yet, he had not expected Huacheng to be so observant. They had shared only a few meals together, and already he had discerned this about him. Watching the young man get into the car, Huacheng's expression softened considerably compared to his usual demeanor. Lin An was a good boy. Even the slightest kindness shown to him would be etched in his memory, prompting a natural inclination for others to extend further kindness. In the afternoon, Zhao Xiang, a young master who had conversed with Lin An, demonstrated a degree of perceptiveness. He waited until Lin An and his companions had finished their dinner before inquiring about the source of the folding stove they possessed. It had been exchanged with the military and required minimal rations. Lin An was indifferent about accommodating him in such trivial matters. Casually glancing at the vehicle bearing the name Zhao nearby, I observed that the front was similarly adorned with items, while the occupants within awaited their meal. Besides the previously noted man and 2 women, there stood 2 tall and robust men flanking one of the young women, resembling bodyguards. It was evident that this group held some significance, as their companions were accompanied by protectors. By chance, my gaze met with a pair of crystalline, shimmering eyes belonging to a girl with a visage of innocent beauty, who greeted me with a gentle smile, exuding warmth. I paused momentarily, then returned a polite nod. Shifting my attention elsewhere, a flutter of excitement stirring within me. I had never before received a smile from such a stunning girl. At that moment, Huacheng unexpectedly pressed the button to close the car window. Taken aback, I inquired in confusion, "What's the matter?" The man, ever considerate, responded, "It's getting late, and the wind is chilly." "Oh," I replied, not suspecting any ulterior motives, my heart once again marveling at Huacheng's thoughtfulness. No one compares to his attentiveness. Encountering such a kind companion in this post-apocalyptic world is indeed a stroke of fortune. With this shift in thought, my focus naturally returned to the man beside me, the memory of the girl's smile fading from my mind. Chapter 36. Lin An felt quite cheerful, having dined well, reclining comfortably in the seat, enjoying the gentle breeze, and engaging in idle conversation while contemplating her future plans. As excitement surged, he simply retrieved a map from the storage compartment, unfurling it and pointing to various markers, saying, "If we can access the Jinan National Road by tomorrow morning, we can traverse this small path halfway, arriving at Feng Village by nightfall. We can rest there for a night, and on the following day, replenish our supplies. It is just after the autumn harvest. Perhaps some households still have grain unsold. Lin An, brimming with enthusiasm, was eternally passionate about gathering resources. Wu Cheng listened in silence, occasionally interjecting a comment or elaborating on Lin An's omissions, while remaining otherwise engrossed in the conversation. The man's gaze was gentle, akin to a tolerant elder brother attentively listening to his younger sibling's exuberant plans, never interrupting, yet carefully absorbing each of his reasonable or outlandish notions. Lin An reveled in this sensation, his tone growing increasingly relaxed as he unwittingly shared a plethora of thoughts, enveloping the vehicle in an atmosphere of unexplainable warmth. "Brother, why are you heading to Zhao City?" He inadvertently voiced a question that had long lingered in his heart. Lin An had previously made a conscious effort to avoid delving into Wu Cheng's life, or rather, he had developed a subtle wariness towards everyone, refraining from probing and keeping his own affairs close to his chest. Now, having asked this question so casually, he found his spirits lighter than he had anticipated. He genuinely wished to understand the person beside him. Wu Cheng, perceptibly aware of this shift, softened his voice, replying, "My family resides in Zhao City. More precisely, in the outskirts surrounding Zhao City. It was uncertain before, but now that the troops from Shoujing have arrived, it is essentially confirmed. Oh, brother, rest assured. They are certainly fine. Perhaps they are waiting for you in Zhao City." Lin An nodded, refraining from probing further, feeling a twinge of envy. How fortunate Wu Cheng was, having family to turn to, while he himself was utterly alone, a true solitary soul. Upon arriving in Zhao City, Wu Cheng would undoubtedly seek out his kin, and at that juncture, they would part ways. While others enjoyed familiar reunions, he would be an unwelcome outsider. Lin An felt discomfort in his heart, his expression turning slightly sullen, and he fell silent, leaning on the windowsill, gazing outside as the wind blew. The man discerned the youth's despondency and shook his head with a wry smile. He raised a hand for the first time to gently ruffle Lin An's hair, offering consolation. "I have my grandfather, my second uncle, and a younger brother. They will all take a liking to you." "Oh," Lin An replied, his voice barely above a whisper, saying little else. Wu Cheng could not bear to see the youth's downcast demeanor any longer, so he boldly wrapped an arm around Lin An's shoulders, urging him to turn and face him. Wu Cheng gazed intently into Lin An's eyes, causing the latter to awkwardly avert his gaze, stammering, What is it? If you have something to say, just say it. Is it really necessary to be so serious? I thought you might not believe me." Wu Cheng regarded Lin An earnestly, stating, "Once we arrive in Zhao City, will you still accompany me? Stop overthinking. I won't be staying with my grandfather and the others. We shall find a place to live together." What? Who is overthinking? "I have no doubts," Lin An stammered, feeling exposed. His face flushed with discomfort, yet a smile crept onto his lips as he huffed. "Isn't it just that you want to cohabit? Why make such a solemn affair of it?" Reflecting on his thoughts, Lin An hesitated and inquired, "Are you truly not living with your family?" He was reluctant to part with Wu Cheng. After spending these past few days together, he had come to regard him almost as a brother. Living alone for an extended period can breed solitude, and even without a wife, having a companion would infuse life with some flavor. Wu Cheng shook his head, a smile dancing in his eyes. "I've been living independently for quite some time." "Well, it's up to you really. I'm indifferent. Being a solitary individual, I can manage life in any manner." Upon finishing, Lin An turned his gaze toward the window, feigning enjoyment of the breeze, though inwardly he felt a surge of joy. Wu Cheng, sensing his contentment, chose not to press him further, his voice laced with mirth. "How can it be the same? In the future, we shall share our lives, and I will treat you well." "Umph, as if I Haven Tea treated you well," Lin An retorted, gazing out the window with a smirk. Despite his playful banter, he was in high spirits. He believed that for every kindness shown to him, he could reciprocate manifold. "Oh, brother, you seem quite garrulous in private, yet when in public, you grow taciturn." Wu Cheng merely smiled, remaining silent, while Lin An continued his monologue. "In my opinion, this habit of yours is not favorable. If you don't speak, how will others discern your thoughts?" Wu Cheng maintained his silence, listening quietly to Lin An, who didn't mind his lack of response. He simply yearned to express himself, finding it hard to stop. Some individuals, in moments of joy, are inclined to shout and indulge in extravagant feasting. Lin An, when in high spirits, tends to engage in lively conversation, meandering from one topic to another. It is most delightful when someone listens, as if that alone could convey the exhilaration within. The atmosphere inside the vehicle is warm and harmonious, brimming with pleasure, whereas the environment outside is far less agreeable. Wang Yusin rolls up the car window and turns to converse with the person beside her. Vixen. A mocking voice suddenly erupts from the back seat. Wang Yusin's fingers, resting at her side, tremble slightly, but she remains silent. In contrast, the boy seated next to her, whose demeanor is rather unremarkable, instantly bristles with indignation. What are you doing, bullying Yusin? This boy, named Sun Xing, is a university classmate of Wang Yusin. When calamity struck, he happened to be at school, and by a twist of fate, he found himself escaping alongside the campus belle. Though he felt anxious throughout their flight, a sense of protectiveness for her began to blossom within him. Wang Yusin is indeed a remarkable girl, attractive and amiable, well-liked by the others in the car. Save for one pampered girl. This pampered girl, Hong Shui, comes from a family of officials in the capital and possesses a notable background. The two imposing men accompanying her are bodyguards hired specifically for her protection. Accustomed to being adored, Hong Shui harbors a strong sense of jealousy, resenting Wang Yusin for stealing her spotlight and diverting the attention of the others in the vehicle. Although she does not take any overt action, her tongue remains incessantly active. With a delicate arch of her finely shaped eyebrows, Hong Shui scoffs. Humph, bully her? What of it? Let us not forget, we are your saviors. The car you ride in, the food you consume, none of it would exist without us. I merely bullied her, unable to tolerate her audacity to roll off the vehicle. You, Sun Xing, your face flushed crimson, yet you dared not utter such defiant words as just roll off. Instead, it was Wang Yusin who shook her head at Sun Xing, signaling him to remain silent. Sun Xing gritted his teeth and nodded, choosing to hold his tongue. Ah, how pretentious you can be. Were it not for Ming's good nature, would I deign to associate with someone like you? Hong Shui berated them a few more times. And seeing that no one dared to provoke her, she felt a sense of satisfaction and ceased her tirade. An oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings until Zhao Weiming returned, bearing a folding stove and alcohol blocks, shattering the awkward atmosphere. Ming, why have you only just returned? I am utterly famished. Upon seeing Zhao Weiming, Hong Shui immediately voiced her complaint. A flicker of impatience crossed Zhao Weiming's eyes, yet he smiled gently and advised, "This is not like the past, Xiaoxue. Bear with it a little longer. We shall be at Shoujing soon." Hong Shui refrained from further grievances, casting a glance at Wang Yusin and Sun Xing, raising her chin deliberately and raising her voice. Indeed, my father must have already sent someone to await our arrival. Upon reaching Shoujing, Ming and Zifeng, it would be best for you to accompany me first, to settle in before seeking out our uncles and aunts. As for those unrelated individuals, Hong Shui's insinuation was clear. Noticing Sun Xing's displeasure, she gleefully added, "We need not concern ourselves with those unconnected people. Offering them a ride is already a display of our benevolence. Do they wish to impose further? I certainly do not possess such a generous heart. In that case, I shall have to trouble Xiaoxue." Zhao Weiming responded with a smile towards Sun Xing and changed the subject, saying, "I brought an alcohol stove. You all can prepare a meal to warm your stomachs while I check on Zifeng in the car." Ming, you are so considerate. I've been longing for something warm to eat, Hong Shui remarked as she directed the bodyguards to set up the stove for cooking. Though she complained with a hint of displeasure, Zifeng, honestly, why must he fall ill at such an inopportune time? He doesn't want to be sick, yet he requires care. Zhao Weiming maintained an amiable demeanor. The military was scheduled to depart promptly at 7 in the evening, but for reasons unknown, they were delayed, and by 7:30, the convoy had yet to move. Huiqing instructed Lin An to take a rest in the back seat, advising him to sleep a little before embarking on the journey later that night. It was difficult to rest while driving. Lin An felt tempted, considering he needed to rise early to relieve Huiqing behind the wheel, and decided it would be beneficial to catch some sleep now. He nodded earnestly, saying, "Please remember to wake me around 4 in the morning, brother." His address to Huiqing had become increasingly natural and willingly affectionate. "Indeed, I will. Now go and rest." Huiqing replied with a nod. Unfortunately, fate conspired against Lin An that night, as he was about to rise and move to the back seat. A series of knocks echoed on the passenger window. Who could it be at this late hour? Puzzled, Lin An rolled down the window, only to be greeted by the face he least wished to see, beaming at him. "Shaoan, so this is where you are? Dad has been looking for you for quite some time. What do you want?" Lin An's expression darkened immediately upon seeing Lin Fugui, revealing no trace of cordiality. Lin Fugui, upon witnessing his eldest son's demeanor, felt a tinge of embarrassment, his expression darkening as he said, "What is this? Have you become so formidable that even your own father cannot approach you?" Lin An, maintaining a frosty countenance, was impervious to Lin Fugue's attempts at intimidation. He resolutely moved to close the car window, disinterested in engaging further. A father? It would be better to have none at all. Please, don't close the window. Sean, Lin Fugue, sensing his son's defiance, softened his approach. He placed his hand on the window, his tone easing. Father has something important to discuss with you. Truly important. Just hear me out for a moment. Lin An's expression remained indifferent. What more is there to discuss? Lin Fugue, have you truly forgotten the consequences of your past actions? Are you unaware of the fate that befell you the last time you harassed me? Lin Fugue was acutely aware that this little rascal had severed ties with all familial bonds. The last time, he merely requested that Lin An relinquish the house for his younger brother's marriage. After all, he was his own sibling. What was the harm in that? Yet, the young scamp had summoned a band of thugs to besiege their family home, wreaking havoc with steel pipes and clubs until they relented. Chapter 37. Lin An's resolve was unyielding, while Lin Fugue was a habitual coward, easily intimidated. He would not have come unless absolutely necessary, well aware that his son would not greet him warmly. Nonetheless, recalling the words of his younger son before he arrived, Lin Fugue steeled himself and, with an air of desperation, implored, "Just help your father this once, only this once." Lin An silently regarded Lin Fugue, offering no response. Lin Fugue felt a sense of unease as he spoke hesitantly. "It's not a significant matter, really. It's just that your brother has a fever this afternoon and cannot drive. Father will be driving alone at night, worried he might fall behind the convoy." He rubbed his hands together and continued, "I know you have connections in the military. Could you possibly ask someone nearby to secure us a spot?" Lin Fugue pondered that despite Lin An's disdain for them, he could not simply disregard the lives of his own father and younger brother. To his surprise, Lin An readily agreed, leaving Lin Fugue momentarily stunned by the unexpected ease of his acquiescence. After a brief pause, joy illuminated Lin Fugue's face as he exclaimed, "Ah, this is splendid. I always knew my son was not one to forsake his kin." His impatience grew as he anxiously inquired, "When can we come over? If we delay, the convoy will depart. Could you possibly speak to your contacts and arrange for us to join immediately?" Lin An fixed his gaze on Lin Fugue, countering with a question. Is Lin Bin truly running a fever? The mention of his younger son troubled Lin Fugue, who replied, "Is there any doubt? Your brother's forehead is burning. It's driving me to distraction. The exchange rate for fever medicine is exorbitant. 1 grain of food for a single pill. Doesn't that seem like extortion?" With a sheepish grin, he added, "Shawan, do you have any fever medicine? Your brother needs it urgently. What will we do if his condition worsens?" "Fever medicine? If he is infected with the T-virus, even a miraculous elixir would be of no avail to save your son." Upon hearing this, Lin An could not help but smirk maliciously, a sense of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he retorted with biting sarcasm, "Medicine? I have plenty of it. But why should I offer any to Lin Bin, that offspring of a mistress? I would rather see him perish in flames than feel any joy." Lin Bin was born more than 4 months after his mother departed. At that time, Lin An was still too young to remember much. But he recalled that despite his mother's frail health, she managed to cook and maintain a tidy home. One year, inexplicably, she fell gravely ill, plagued by fever and cough. Languishing in bed, lamenting her headaches. Shortly thereafter, she passed away, followed not long after by his father, who left him in the care of his aunt, neglecting him for many years. As a child, Lin An had not contemplated these events deeply, but as he matured, he began to associate his mother's illness with the Bin mother and son. Just as he expressed, he would be elated if Lin Bin were to succumb to fever and transform into a wretched creature. For the suffering his mother endured must be avenged upon the Lin Fugue family. Perhaps the term mistress struck a nerve in Lin Fugue, for his face flushed crimson as he vociferously protested, "How dare you speak of your brother in such a manner? I married Lin Bin's mother with all due propriety. You are my son, and so is he. Your mother died from illness. Do you wish for your father to remain a bachelor for the rest of his days? Propriety? You, Lin Fugue, have the audacity to utter such words." Lin An scoffed coldly, casting a derisive glance at Lin Fugue. "Did Lin Bin incite you to come here and say these things today?" A hand rested upon Lin An's clenched fist, which lay silently at his side. The palm was broad and warm, marked by rough calluses, yet it brought a sense of comfort to the heart. Lin An offered a faint smile to Huicheng. Shaking his head lightly, he held no fear in confronting Lin Fugue and his son. Although Lin Fugue was greedy, he was also timid and averse to trouble, unlikely to provoke Lin An. However, his precious son, Lin Bin, appeared listless, yet harbored no shortage of malicious intent. Dad, look, isn't that Lin An's car? How does he know people in the military? What should we do now? I can't drive in this condition. And you alone can't keep up with the convoy at night. They are fortunate. Being close to military vehicles, they need not worry about falling behind. Dad. Lin Bin's whispers were nearly deciphered by Lin An. Given Lin Fugui's innate fearfulness, he would undoubtedly be emboldened by his son's prodding. Now that Lin An had accurately surmised their private deliberations, Lin Fugui's composure faltered. Your brother, he means no harm. You mustn't always think the worst of him. Lin An regarded Lin Fugui coldly, his penetrating gaze unnerving his father, who shifted his eyes in discomfort. Think the worst? That little rascal Lin Bin is just like his father, a coward who excels at treachery from behind. I couldn't possibly think worse of you both. This harsh rebuke was directed even at Lin Fugui, delivered without the slightest hint of subtlety. Stung by his son's blunt criticism, Lin Fugui's pride was wounded, and he retorted angrily. Very well, you little brat, treating your own father this way. Your time will come. I shall pose the question once more. Will you assist me today? If you choose to help, let it be the last time, from this moment forth. We shall part ways as if I have never borne you. His voice resonated loudly, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Such words, uttered from Lin Fugui's lips, were nothing but empty bluster, devoid of substance. Should he lend assistance once, it would undoubtedly lead to further entanglements, an inevitable cycle from which he could not escape. Moreover, after being subjected to such insults, who would be inclined to offer aid? Lin An scoffed coldly, changing the parking spot is feasible. I can take you to find someone right now, but the necessary arrangements must be covered by you. Nothing extravagant, just 100 pounds of grain. I assure you, I can secure a position closest to the military vehicle. 100 pounds? Why not seize it yourself, you wretched creature? Lin Fugui, suddenly alarmed, noticed the growing audience and, in a fit of rage, shouted louder. What good is raising a son? Even a dog knows to be loyal to its master. What use is a son like you? When your own father and brother are in peril, you remain indifferent. Do you have no conscience? Are you not afraid that heaven will punish you for your transgressions? The onlookers exchanged glances filled with curiosity, yet none dared to intervene. The soldiers stationed by the military vehicles stood at a distance, gun in hand, showing no inclination to resolve the dispute. Lin Fugui, filled with disappointment, stood there vacillating, muttering insults repeatedly, his gaze fixated on the vigilant soldiers. Lin An merely curled his lips in a sarcastic smile as he leaned back in his seat, his cold gaze fixated on Lin Fugui, making the latter's scalp tingle and his voice diminish. As you said, I truly lack a conscience, Lin An slowly articulated after Lin Fugui fell silent. Not only do I lack a conscience, but I also hold grudges. He received the gun from Hu Qing, extracted the magazine, and forcefully loaded each bullet one by one. You. Lin Fugui was petrified by the weapon in Lin An's hand, nervously swallowing hard. However, he turned pale at the sight of the ominous gun barrel, his legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin An pointed the gun at him, his mood indescribably complex. Observing Lin Fugui's cowardly demeanor, on the verge of soiling himself, Lin An felt a tinge of bitterness. This was his father, selfish and ruthless. Now, under the threat of a gun, he was too frightened to even stand upright. Lin An swayed the gun's muzzle slightly, gently squeezing the trigger. You have half a minute to take your precious little son and get as far away from me as possible. Lin Fugui's legs buckled, and propping himself up, he indeed fled in a frantic rush, barely taking half a minute. This was the man who fathered him. Lin An withdrew the gun, disregarding the gazes around him, closed the car window, and leaned back in the seat, bitterly smiling to himself. The father he had envisioned countless times in his childhood dreams, a towering figure like a mountain, with strong arms, stubble on his chin, capable of lifting him high upon his shoulders, rubbing his chin against him, was, in reality, a man like Lin Fugui. Indeed, there exists an insurmountable chasm between dreams and reality. The weariness and melancholy that enveloped Lin An compelled him to lean against the seat, his desire to speak extinguished. Even his eyelids reluctant to part, he was acutely aware of Hu Qing's gaze upon him. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the silent grip of Hu Qing's hand around his own and for the firearm that had been offered to him. Yet, in this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. With his eyes shut, Lin An caressed the barrel of the gun, the metal still warm from the touch of another, a touch that had once comforted him during feverish nights, broad and warm. The palm bearing the roughness of calluses that offered an inexplicable solace when resting against his forehead. Be careful not to fire accidentally. came the gentle admonition as Huacheng took the weapon from Lin An's grasp. Lin An, in silence, relinquished his hold, leaning back against the seat, eyes still closed, while Huacheng remained quietly by his side, wordless. "I hate him," Lin An finally spoke after a prolonged silence, his voice striving for neutrality but betraying an undercurrent of resentment and grievance. "Since I was 3, he has never cared for me. He is unworthy of being my father." In his heart, only his younger son, Lin Bin, held any significance. He and his mother were mere shadows in Huacheng's eyes. For the sake of his precious son, he even attempts to seize the last remnants of what Aunt and I left for me. Such a person, such a man is utterly unworthy of the title of father. I refuse to acknowledge him as my father. Indeed, he is unworthy. In that moment, Huacheng reached out once more, enveloping Lin An's tightly clenched fist with his hand, murmuring softly, "From now on, ignore him." Lin An closed his eyes, gently rubbing the palm of Huacheng with the back of his hand. The warmth radiating from Huacheng's palm eased the oppressive feelings within him. Yet he inexplicably felt even more aggrieved. He does not like me at all, nor do I like him. I absolutely detest him. Since Annie has left, I am left without family. If he dares to come near again, I shall pull the trigger. The calluses on his fingertips slowly glided over the smooth skin of his hand. Unlike his elongated figure, Lin An's hands were rather short-fingered, with both the back and palm covered in a fair amount of flesh. They did not appear overweight at first glance, but upon grasping them, one would realize that though the bone structure was slight, there was a notable softness. Much like his entire being, they appeared slender yet felt tender and full. Huacheng had long harbored thoughts for these hands since his first glance, and now, seizing the moment while Lin An's emotions were in disarray, he finally had the opportunity to hold and squeeze them. The hands nestled within his grasp were neither large nor small, with fingers interlocking perfectly, and a gentle squeeze revealed a few charming little dimples on the back. According to the wisdom of the elders, those with such hands are destined for a fortunate life. Their tightly interlaced fingers signify guardianship of the home and wealth and prosperity for their partners. What the elders say rings true. A flicker of amusement passed through Huacheng's eyes as he pondered this. Lin An was entirely oblivious to the mischief his hand was up to, nor did he pay heed to Huacheng's expression. He found himself ruminating on Lin Fugui's previous disgraceful antics, and to his surprise, what initially vexed him now brought a modicum of satisfaction. Indeed, I shall pull the trigger. Lin Fugui has no idea how cowardly he truly is. A mere gesture could send him into a panic. In Chapter 38, as he paused momentarily, Lin An felt a twinge of anxiety creeping in. His body, once relaxed against the chair, began to tense gradually. He suddenly opened his eyes, fixating on the windshield wipers. Observing Huacheng's reflection in the glass, "What do you think of my treatment of Lin Fugui? Do you perceive him as someone devoid of kinship, cold-hearted and inhumane?" As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin An felt a slight tightening in his chest. On one hand, he contemplated that if Huacheng truly viewed him as unfeeling, then it would be best to part ways upon arriving in Zhaoshi, a much better alternative than engaging in a dispute. On the other hand, the very thought of such a possibility left him reluctant to let go. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he had grown quite fond of Huacheng. Aside from his aunt, Huacheng had been the only one to treat him with such kindness throughout his life. He felt indebted to this person, genuinely considering him as a brother. There are individuals who, despite appearing shrewd and cautious, are easily conquered beneath their hardened exterior. Take Lin An, for instance. The more someone confronts him, the tougher he becomes, yet a little kindness can render him quite amenable. Conversely, there are those who seem taciturn and unassuming, yet are the most cunning, adept at striking when the moment is right. Such as Huacheng. He was the first to notice the tension in Lin An's palm, and, without a hint of emotion, gently squeezed it. "Show him the same joy you feel." Without waiting for Lin An to respond, he softly said, "He does not care for you, but I do. If he treats you poorly, simply ignore him, and I shall treat you well from now on." The declaration of affection, when uttered by someone else, could seem overly sentimental, yet when spoken by the usually reticent Huacheng, especially in such a moment, it resonated with sincerity that was hard to dismiss. Lin An met Huacheng's gentle gaze through the glass, and suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned down. His tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed, and he allowed himself to lean back against the chair. His voice turned muffled as he replied, "I also like you, Huacheng. You are kind to me, and I will be kind to you in return." This affection was undoubtedly one shared among companions, or even brothers. In some sense, Lin An's thoughts were remarkably innocent, as he had yet to realize that he was subtly being courted by a man. The moment was not ripe for revelations. And Wuqing chose not to clarify, instead giving Lin An's hand a reassuring pat. "Go get some rest. I will come back and help you deal with him," he said, referring to Lin Fuguwei. Since Lin An harbored animosity towards him, Wuqing would not treat the man with the courtesy one might extend to a future father-in-law. Should it come to a confrontation, he would not hold back. Lin An was reluctant to retreat to the back. He wished to converse further with Wuqing, but found himself at a loss for words. His heart felt warm and content, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded. "Then I will go rest for a while. Remember to wake me in the morning so that I can help you." He moved from the middle of the seat to the back row, stacking the supplies beneath the seat, and wrapped himself in a blanket, closing his eyes as he lay down. Having just closed his eyes for a mere 10 minutes, Lin An was once again roused by the sound of knocking on the window. He remained still, eyes shut, as Wuqing rolled down the window, allowing the voice of Tong Wenbo to filter in from outside. "Where's Lin An?" "Asleep." "Oh, then I won't disturb him. Just wanted to let you know that the convoy will be setting off shortly, so make sure to keep up and don't fall behind. It's pitch black out here, not a single street light in sight, and it would be quite troublesome to find your way back if you lagged behind." Wuqing nodded, suddenly inquiring, "Why has the departure time been delayed?" "Oh, don't even get me started," Tong Wenbo replied, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation. "Somehow, a few zombies have managed to infiltrate the convoy. Yes, those flesh-eating creatures. They're referred to as zombies now in Shoujing. Have you seen Resident Evil? The name originated from there. It's unclear how they got in. They were just lurking around the perimeter, injuring a few people. The higher-ups instructed us to conduct a vehicle inspection. And here we are, still at it. I happen to be in charge of your section, and once I finish this, we should be ready to depart." Listening from the back, Lin An suddenly chuckled and called out, "Well, you haven't inspected thoroughly at all. You're just standing here chatting and slacking off. Aren't you worried I might transform into a zombie and hide in the back, without even a glance in my direction? Oh, so you're awake? I thought you were out cold." Tong Wenbo laughed. "No need to look. Those things would leap at the sight of a living person. If you were to become a zombie, Huagu would still be sitting here unperturbed." "Not necessarily," Lin An replied. "If I were to suddenly transform and charge at you, who would even be able to react? I suggest you exercise a bit more caution," Lin An casually replied. Estimating that the likelihood of a survivor suddenly being infected by a zombie was quite low, it was more probable that the group of feverish individuals had begun to mutate. By mentioning this, he intended to gauge how seriously the other party would take it. Tong Wenbo scratched his head, contemplating this notion. Indeed, he thought, "I should inform the chief to exercise caution. Who knows how or when these transformations occur? What if there's a toxin in their saliva that leads to a bite? And then where would one seek treatment? All right, brother, I'll take my leave now. Remember to stay close to the group," Lin An said, waving his hand as he reclined in the back seat of the vehicle. After Tong Wenbo departed, he wrapped himself back in his blanket to resume his slumber. Wuqing promptly closed the window and turned on the air conditioning. Feeling the warmth envelop him, Lin An smirked lazily and murmured, "Brother, I think we should also be cautious and minimize our interactions with those around us. Who knows which of them might turn into a zombie?" Wuqing replied, "Understood. Go to sleep." Lin An curled up on the back seat, saying, "I'll take a quick nap. Remember to wake me up at midnight to take your shift." "All right." Wuqing gazed at the young man cocooned in his blanket through the rearview mirror, his expression softening. The vehicle began to move smoothly at some point, following the car in front. The warmth inside the cabin was comforting, and with the secure environment, Lin An, wrapped in his blanket, yawned as the car swayed gently. His eyelids drooping, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. A soft snoring emanated from the back seat as the young man, lost in slumber, smacked his lips and murmured indistinctly in his dreams. The driver, a man in the front, chuckled quietly at the sound. After a night devoid of dreams, Lin An awoke to find the morning light streaming through the car window, softened by a dark privacy film, rendering the interior pleasantly dim. "Is it dawn already? Brother, why didn't you wake me?" Lin An, barely opening his eyes and still in a daze, called out but received no reply. The car was enveloped in silence. Outside, faint voices could be heard, seemingly belonging to Wuqing. Bundled in a blanket, Lin An yawned and sat up, shaking off the remnants of sleep as he rubbed his warm cheeks. He lowered the window and leaned out to inquire, "Brother, what are you doing?" Wuqing stood by the rear door, and as Lin An opened the window, he instinctively leaned closer. "Awake now?" Wuqing, with a natural expression, reached out to ruffle Lin An's hair. Still groggy, Lin An didn't react to the affectionate gesture and instead asked, "What time is it? Why didn't you wake me? We agreed that I would take over in the morning." Huiqing merely smiled and replied, "You woke up on your own." Seeing the two unruly tufts of hair on Lin An's head and the imprints left on his cheeks from sleep, Huiqing felt his heart soften further. To him, caring for someone he cherished was an entirely natural obligation. It was already late. Even a pig should have awakened by now. Lin An felt regretful, realizing he must have been in such deep sleep that Huiqing couldn't rouse him. Guo Shuai and Tong Wenba were also present, though he had no idea when they had arrived. When Tong Wenba noticed Lin An had awakened, he remarked, "Ah, you've finally come to your senses. We were just wondering whether to rouse you. Goodness, you really can sleep. You've slumbered since just past 7 yesterday. Does your head not ache? If you lie down a bit longer, you could practically go straight to lunch." Lin An felt a surge of guilt, particularly towards Huiqing. While he had indulged in sleep, Huiqing had driven throughout the night. He glanced at Huiqing, contemplating, "Who asked you to endure this alone? What would it matter if I were awakened?" Huiqing met his gaze and replied, "I'm not tired. You should sleep a little more." Lin An coughed lightly and lowered his head, his ears tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Naturally, Tong Wenba could not perceive the silent exchange between them. Noticing Lin An's bowed head, he teased, "Ah, now you feel ashamed, huh? Your brother has been driving all night." Lin An immediately retorted with a playful insult. "Get lost. What is it to you? You're just jealous." Deep down, he genuinely felt remorseful, realizing he had taken advantage of Huiqing's kindness to indulge in laziness. It was a mystery how he had slept so soundly. He typically did not do so. Tong Wenba laughed and said, all right, I admit it. I'm envious. I envy you for having such a good elder brother." Lin An chuckled as well, recognizing that his own sense of shamelessness was growing. In truth, both Guo Shuai and Tong Wenba appeared rather haggard, each sporting prominent dark circles under their eyes. After exchanging a few light-hearted banter, Lin An inquired seriously, "What's going on? Is there something urgent that brought you here so early?" Tong Wenba exchanged a glance with Guo Shuai before saying, "To speak frankly, are you sure you're not running a fever?" Lin An felt a sudden pang of confusion and shook her head in bewilderment, saying, "No, I'm perfectly healthy. Why do you ask? As long as there's no fever, I'm fine." Guo Shuai, who had remained silent until now, glanced around before leaning in closer and lowering his voice. "This matter is somewhat of an internal secret. I'm only sharing it with you as friends, so please do not spread it further." He gestured discreetly towards a group of vacant spots behind them. "Did you see those people? Several of them had fevers last night, and by midnight, they all turned into zombies, causing significant damage to multiple vehicles. No wonder there was such a large gap between the cars in front and behind. It seemed they had been frightened by the events of last night." Lin An exchanged a glance with Huiqing and inquired of Guo Shuai, "Can you be certain it was due to the fever?" Guo Shuai shook his head. "It's highly likely. Some individuals witnessed it firsthand. As they were driving last night, the affected vehicle was abruptly thrown to the back, and this morning, they came to report the situation to the team." He paused, his expression darkening. "We need to verify the truth. There are quite a few among us with fevers. In any case, be cautious. Keep your distance from other vehicles, and take care of your health to avoid getting a fever. The authorities intend to conduct a thorough investigation, as the supplies and survivors from Gene City are of utmost importance to the base, and there must be no errors." Though Guo Shuai's words were veiled, both Lin An and Huiqing understood the gravity of the situation. "Understood. We will be careful." Lin An nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for the effort taken to discreetly inform them. Guo Shuai shook his head and remarked, "What is there to thank? During such extraordinary times, we ought to assist one another. Well, you all have an understanding of the situation, so I want to elaborate further. Xiao Tong and I must return promptly. Please take care, everyone. Indeed, take care. Let us all strive to remain safe." Lin An did not press for more details and turned to retrieve a package of ham sausages from the vehicle, offering it. "My friend, you were quite generous. We shall not be modest." Guo Shuai accepted the gift without hesitation, smiling and waving goodbye as he departed with Tong Wenba. The sentiment remains. In these unusual times, mutual assistance is paramount. They had connections that allowed them to access certain insider information, while the military provided meals. It was only natural for two grown men to desire some external sustenance. Lin An's generosity matched well with their needs, creating a harmonious exchange. Furthermore, encountering like-minded individuals during such a period is indeed serendipitous. After bidding farewell to Guo Shuai and his companion, Lin An stepped out of the car and stretched his limbs, sharing a moment of trepidation with Huiqing. Fortunately, the fever has subsided. From what they indicated, The military intends to address those exhibiting symptoms, even with a fever. There is no need for fear. Huiqing retrieved a towel from the trunk, dampened it with water, and handed it to Lin An for him to wipe his face. We shall proceed on foot. Allow me to escort you. The unspoken concern from Huiqing evidently pleased Lin An. The kindness shown to him ignited a desire to reciprocate. What shall we have for breakfast? I could prepare some noodles for you, or perhaps some porridge. There are still 2 cans of pickled vegetables in the trunk. And I recall there are eggs as well. Even if we lack them, I can conjure some from my supplies. Huiqing looked at Lin An with gentle eyes and replied, You decide. Given that the military would not linger in one place for too long. Lin An prepared a meal akin to the previous night, boiling noodles, adding eggs, slicing some vacuum-packed smoked meat, and incorporating pickled vegetables. A drizzle of sesame oil, soy sauce, and a pinch of salt transformed the dish into something that made the surrounding survivors swallow hard, secretly resolving to seek out the military at noon for an alcohol stove. The tantalizing aroma was simply irresistible. Who wouldn't crave something warm to eat? After a brief morning adjustment, the military dispatched armed soldiers to thoroughly inspect the convoy, ensuring there were no lurking zombies before setting off. Huiqing, wrapped in the blanket Lin An had used throughout the night, took the opportunity to catch up on sleep in the back seat, lulled by the familiar scent. Meanwhile, Lin An took Huiqing's place at the wheel. Traversing the narrow path alongside the robust convoy, they moved through the countryside, where the autumn harvest had already concluded prior to the apocalypse, leaving the fields stark and barren, save for the occasional patch of straw. The military personnel were equally disheartened. Had there been any crops remaining in the fields, they could have organized a recovery of significant food supplies. Occasionally, wandering zombies by the roadside were drawn to the noise, only to be swiftly dispatched by the oncoming trucks, their remains crushed into a gruesome pulp. The convoy repeatedly rolled over the fallen undead, with the high chassis of military vehicles providing a clear advantage, easily keeping pace with the procession. In contrast, lower-sitting private cars struggled behind, encountering numerous obstacles. In such dire circumstances, no one had the luxury of stopping to assist. Maintaining pace was solely dependent on individual capability. Anxiety began to fester within this loosely organized group, breeding resentment toward the military for their perceived lack of protection, envy for those fortunate enough to secure advantageous positions, and fear of being left behind. Hunger and fear lay hidden within, and the suppressed emotions were once again provoked by noon. Ah, zombies, zombies! A scream erupted from the ranks, shattering the tranquility of the lunch break. Immediately, the crowd towards the back began to stir, as survivors screamed and rushed towards the military, their cries for help mingling in a chaotic cacophony. Occasionally, another scream pierced the air from a nearby direction. Help! Old Wang has also turned into a zombie. Hurry, someone! Huiqing and Lin An set down their lunch boxes and swiftly rose to gaze at the source of the commotion. A squad of armed soldiers rushed past them, and after several distant gunshots, the turmoil began to subside somewhat. Ah, help! A monster! Suddenly, a scream erupted from beside them, emanating from Zhao Weiming's vehicle. Huiqing and Lin An immediately grabbed their weapons, and many others around them seized their steel pipes and axes. Huiqing retrieved 2 guns from the storage compartment of the driver's seat and passed one to Lin An. Be careful, he urged. Lin An nodded. You too. Be cautious not to get wounded by that thing. A zombie staggered out of the wide-open car door, having caught the scent of food. It emitted excited hisses, its saliva-dripping mouth lunging towards one of the girls with alarming speed, seemingly quicker than the zombies they had encountered on the road earlier. Hong Shui screamed, retreating repeatedly under the protection of 2 bodyguards. The bodyguards swung their steel pipes, striking the zombie's neck and managing to push it back a few steps. They shielded her as they retreated, and just when safety seemed within reach, a sudden twist of fate occurred. From the adjacent car door emerged a decaying hand, adorned with sharp claws, and another zombie lurched forth, its mouth agape, lunging directly at Hong Shui. Ah, help! Hong Shui screamed. In a panic, she shoved the bodyguard beside her and sought refuge behind him. Caught off guard, the bodyguard was slashed on the wrist by the zombie S-claws. Another bodyguard swiftly kicked the zombie away and urged his companion, "We must flee." The trio hastily made their escape, while the 2 zombies, deprived of their target, stood outside the vehicle, flailing in their search for prey. The air was soon filled with frantic screams as the crowd scattered in all directions. At that moment, 2 more zombies emerged from a nearby car, and a voice cried out, "Daddy, Mommy," amidst the chaos. Yet the zombies showed no signs of hesitation, advancing straight into the throng. Another voice shouted, "There are more behind us, run." People turned in alarm, realizing several more zombies were staggering towards them from the rear. One, drawing closer, seized a young man, its drooling fangs sinking into his throat. Quick, save him. A few burly men rushed forward, brandishing clubs, and struck the zombie's skull and nape. The steel pipe penetrated the soft, decaying brainstem with a sickening thud, and the zombie collapsed. The men promptly lifted the young man from the ground and pulled him back into the safety of the crowd. The remaining zombies continued their advance, emitting their guttural cries, while some survivors, armed with weapons, bravely stepped forward to confront the encroaching undead. Father! A 16 or 17-year-old girl broke free from the crowd's attempts to restrain her and lunged at the corpse of the fallen zombie. Unexpectedly, the seemingly lifeless creature suddenly stretched out its hands, leaving 5 deep, bloody gashes on the girl's arm. "Ah!" she screamed, prompting someone from the crowd to rush forward, calling her by her nickname, forcibly dragging her away from the zombie and back into the throng. The fallen zombie's arm twitched a few times in the air before it collapsed helplessly once more. The girl erupted into a fit of despairing sobs among the crowd. Lin An tightened his grip on his machete and swung it, severing the neck of the approaching zombie. Not far to his right, Cheng similarly wielded a fire axe, dispatching another zombie with precision. In the crowd, several men armed with steel pipes surged forward, banding together to eliminate the remaining zombies in their vicinity. Help! Suddenly, from the side, Zhao Weiming stumbled into view, desperately running towards Lin An, with 2 zombies staggering after him. Lin An turned at the sound, furrowing his brow as he took a few steps back, but the zombies were now only a mere 10 meters away, leaving him no time to evade. Cheng, witnessing the scene, also realized he could not reach Lin An in time. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his gun. There was no need to take aim, and with a loud bang, the bullet grazed Zhao Weiming's cheek, striking one of the zombies squarely in the forehead. Unfortunately, it failed to penetrate the crystal core. The zombie paused, struggling as it lunged forward, its hands reaching out, perilously close to seizing Zhao Weiming's shoulder. Upon hearing the gunfire, Zhao Weiming was paralyzed with fear. As the bullet grazed his cheek, his complexion turned pale, and cold sweat immediately streamed down his face. The anguished cries of the zombies echoed in his ears, sending a jolt of terror through him. His legs weakened, and he stumbled, uncontrollably propelling himself forward. Ahead stood Lin An, whose expression hardened. At that moment, the zombies lunged toward him, leaving no time for evasion. He deftly sidestepped the oncoming Zhao Weiming, his arm twisting as the sharp blade glinted with a cold light, severing the head of the zombie before him. Simultaneously, a second bullet from Cheng struck another zombie charging at Lin An, shattering the crystalline core within its skull. Moments later, the second zombie collapsed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. From Zhao Weiming's frantic emergence to the demise of the 2 zombies, nearly half a minute had elapsed. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Zhao Weiming could no longer endure the strain and collapsed onto the ground. Lin An cast a cold glance at him before turning his gaze towards Cheng, as the chill in his eyes gradually softened. "Brother, let us return." Shortly thereafter, a troop of soldiers hurriedly approached, weapons in hand. Upon witnessing the complete annihilation of the zombies, they expressed their astonishment but refrained from engaging in conversation, opting instead to clear the remains from the ground. Subsequently, one of the soldiers utilized a loudspeaker to reassure the frightened populace. "Attention, residents. All zombies have been neutralized. Please remain calm. Now, we kindly ask everyone to return to your vehicles immediately, as we will be conducting a thorough inspection of all cars. I shall reiterate, everyone must return to your vehicles at once and refrain from wandering about." Outside, the chaos continued unabated. A young girl, who had been injured by a zombie during the earlier commotion, was weeping profusely, trailing behind the gurney carrying the lifeless body of a zombie, calling out for assistance. The men who had participated in the eradication of the zombies returned to their ranks, wielding bloodied weapons, their demeanor markedly more composed than that of the surrounding crowd. Many nearby cast furtive glances towards a black Land Rover, specifically at the 2 men within, pondering their identities and the reason for their firearms. Zhao Weiming, having narrowly escaped peril, stood before his vehicle, his heart still racing, unable to resist stealing glances in that direction. Suddenly, his gaze met Lin An's. Zhao Weiming approached with gratitude, expressing his thanks for their assistance earlier. Lin An replied nonchalantly, "It was nothing, merely a stroke of luck." Realizing Lin An's indifferent tone indicated a desire to avoid further conversation, Zhao Weiming understood that the earlier events had indeed displeased him. The man usually possesses keen insight. Yet this time, He failed to express his gratitude as he departed. Instead, he wore an expression of remorse and said, "I sincerely apologize for earlier. With the zombies pursuing from behind, I was rendered completely dazed, my mind a blank. Upon seeing you, my brother, I rushed over without a second thought, nearly endangering both of you. I, Zhao Weiming, owe you a favor. Please do not blame yourselves for what transpired." Having heard this, Lin An felt it unnecessary to say more. "It's all right. You had no choice at that moment, and besides, we are unharmed. Now that the ordeal has passed, do not dwell on it." Zhao Weiming, noticing Lin An's indifferent tone and understanding that the earlier incident had unsettled him, reflected on his lack of gratitude. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to the man sitting beside Lin An, his expression filled with deeper gratitude. "I have yet to inquire your name, good sir. Your marksmanship is exceptional. Were you once a special police officer? Had it not been for your timely intervention, my life would have been forfeit. I am truly grateful to you." "No need for thanks," came the reply. Huo Cheng has always been reticent with outsiders. He possesses a tall and robust physique, with a chiseled, stern visage and tightly pressed lips. Merely his silent presence exudes an aura of cold severity. Faced with Huo Cheng, Zhao Weiming found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to initiate further inquiries. Yet, his curiosity about the source of Lin An and his companion's firearms was undeniable. It was not just him. Those nearby were covertly glancing in their direction. Before Zhao Weiming could gather his thoughts to speak again, Lin An interjected, "I apologize, my brother is a bit fatigued. After today's events, you must be weary as well. It would be prudent to return home and rest. It's a trivial matter, so please do not dwell on it." Her tone was neither too harsh nor too gentle, yet her message was abundantly clear. Despite Zhao Weiming's thick skin, he felt compelled to take his leave. With an awkward smile, he replied, "Take care and rest well. I shall be on my way." As he departed, glancing back multiple times, Lin An partially rolled up the car window and remarked coolly, "We should minimize our interactions with him in the future. That fellow is full of guile. It would be disingenuous to claim indifference regarding the earlier incident. Should Huo Cheng prove inadequate in a crisis, he might inadvertently be dragged down by Zhao Weiming." Moreover, the latter's overt gratitude, coupled with veiled inquiries, was not lost on Huo Cheng. In matters such as these, he typically acquiesced to Lin An's wishes and resolved to disregard Zhao Weiming going forward. Hearing this, Lin An chuckled and said, "Brother, you cannot always be this way. My words hold weight. Did you not notice how grateful that lad was? He even praised your marksmanship." Huo Cheng's consistent indulgence had led to an imbalance in her understanding of boundaries. Huo Cheng merely smiled, remaining silent. He instinctively understood that he should align with Lin An's sentiments. Lin An had also come to grasp Huo Cheng's temperament quite well, and seeing him quiet brought forth both amusement and irritation within him. With a slight smile curving his lips, he casually glanced out the window and remarked, "Taste. That fellow seems to be quite popular." The fellow he referred to was Zhao Weiming, of whom Lin An harbored little fondness. Nevertheless, it was evident that Zhao possessed a certain charm, particularly with the ladies. He stood before the car, surrounded by two female companions, both of whom were expressing concern for him, as if he were the hero returning triumphantly from vanquishing zombies. Huo Cheng followed Lin An's gaze outside for a moment, his eyes lingering briefly on one of the girls before nonchalantly closing the window for Lin An regarded him with curiosity. Huo Cheng then activated the car's air conditioning and earnestly advised Lin An, "Avoid the draft. Be cautious not to catch a chill." Lin An recognized that Huo Cheng was worried about his lingering fever, and warmth spread through him at the thought. He chuckled, "I won't. I've only had a fever once in all these years." After the awakening or advancement of one's abilities, the fever subsided. Moreover, he spoke truthfully. His health had been robust, and he hadn't suffered from colds or fevers in years. Certain matters could not be disclosed to Huo Cheng just yet. Explanations would come when a large number of abilities were awakened. Refraining from further discussion, Lin An leaned back in his seat, allowing the warm air to envelop him. The deep autumn mornings in the north were undeniably chilly, with the northwesterly winds rendering his hands and feet icy. As the warm breeze enveloped him, Lin An gradually acclimated to the temperature, his entire being settling into a state of comfort, eyes half closed, resembling a cat lazily resting. The feline, seemingly indifferent, actually awaited its owner to approach and tenderly scratch its neck and chin. Though Huo Cheng had never owned a cat in this moment, he inexplicably experienced the same itch to caress that a cat owner would feel. After much restraint, he could no longer hold back. He earnestly raised his hand to cover the young man's forehead, his palm gently brushing against the skin. "What's the matter?" Lin An tilted his head, looking at him with confusion. Huacheng maintained his composure, calmly replying, "You're not running a fever." Lin An chuckled, softly protesting, "Everyone says I'm well now. Yet you still don't believe me. Don't worry, I won't have a fever again." It felt wonderful to have a brother who cared. Lin An was utterly warmed by the man's silent and attentive concern, pressing his lips together as he leaned back in his seat, his spirits soaring. The military remained stationary, showing no signs of departure. After approximately half an hour, a squad of soldiers began to check the temperature of each vehicle, one by one, using thermal guns. Beep, beep, a red beam swept across Huacheng's forehead, and the display on the side of the thermometer instantly read 36.5 degrees Celsius, indicating safety. Soon after, Lin An too successfully passed the inspection. The leading soldier nodded to his companion responsible for recording, directing the group to the next vehicle. Once the soldiers departed, Guo, who had been standing at a distance, quietly approached and tapped on the window of Lin An's vehicle. Seeing the two inside, he exhaled in relief. Glad that all was well. Lin An was waiting for him, passing a cigarette through the window, and inquired, "What is going on? Why the sudden temperature check?" He felt a vague suspicion and needed to confirm it with an insider like Guo. Guo, having stuffed the cigarette into his pocket, chuckled. "I'll smoke when the craving hits." He gestured towards a soldier who was walking to the back of the convoy and scoffed. "It's all because of that earlier incident. Look at that bunch. The higher-ups are not easily swayed. Fortunately, you're all fine. If someone were to have a fever, even if I wanted to help, I wouldn't be able to. What is the purpose of checking temperatures? Are they planning to expel anyone with a fever from the convoy?" Lin An furrowed his brow and asked. Guo shook his head, "Not to that extent. Just take a look for yourself." Following his gaze, Lin An saw a plump middle-aged woman adorned in gold and silver standing in front of the vehicle, shouting at the soldiers, "Are you trying to drive us to death? It's bad enough that the army won't care about my son's fever. Now you want us to move to the back? Isn't that pushing us to our doom? I won't allow it. No one is moving our car today." The woman, blocking the soldiers, was visibly agitated. "Don't think our family is easy to bully. Where are your leaders? Bring them out." "We have plenty of acquaintances," and Shojing, the leading soldier, without a glance in her direction, commanded his men to move their car to the end of the line. At that moment, the woman's husband stepped forward, pushing his wife aside, and with a forced smile, addressed the leading soldier, "Don't argue with this spendthrift woman. You lads have worked hard. Here, have a cigarette." He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over, simultaneously slipping off the vibrant green jade ring from his thumb and offering it as well. To his surprise, the leader was unyielding, casting not a glance in his direction and coldly commanding, "Separate them and take them away." He surveyed the surroundings and raised his voice, stating, "According to regulations, all individuals exhibiting fever must be placed at the end of the line for the safety of all. We ask for your cooperation." However, the actions of these individuals bore no relation to the politeness implied in his words. A soldier brusquely shoved aside a plump woman blocking the vehicle, taking the driver's seat to turn the car around. "No, you can't drive away." The woman, in distress, clung to the car window, attempting to reach the soldier behind the wheel. In the next instant, a gunshot rang out, and a crater of earth erupted mere inches from her feet. Terrified, she collapsed onto the ground. "Are you hurt?" Her husband rushed over to assist her, as they both helplessly watched their car being driven further and further away, until it was out of sight. "Our son is still in the car," the woman cried in desperation. The commanding soldier, unperturbed by their plight, merely remarked that those without fever could remain in place, before leading the group to the next vehicle. The couple stood frozen, exchanging a glance, before suddenly sprinting after the car. Their only son was inside, despite his fever, and regardless of the ominous warnings of him transforming into a monstrous being. They could never abandon him. A child is the very heart of a parent, and they could not bear to part with him. Following this incident, the onlookers seemed considerably subdued, realizing the military's willingness to use force. Numerous individuals have been discovered to be feverish, and while many were still oblivious, these individuals quietly succumbed. Those identified wished to remain with the military, yet could only silently maneuver their vehicles to the back of the convoy. Some disembarked, burdened with their bags, pleading for refuge at the doors of other vehicles. Similarly, a few cars emptied their occupants, leaving only those afflicted by fever to be escorted to the rear by the military. What awaited them remained a mystery to all, though one could easily speculate. The atmosphere was shrouded in a near-death silence. As vehicles were scrutinized and moved to the back, no words exchanged among the occupants. The military personnel, gazing at the figures in their records, or equally grim expressions. Have you seen? You must remain vigilant, Guo Shuai sighed, shaking his head. If you truly have a fever, my friends, I cannot assist you. Lin An observed the individuals around him, his fists unconsciously clenching at his sides. He could not hear Guo Shuai's words outside the window. Instead, his mind was consumed with memories of being abandoned in a makeshift shelter in a previous life. The echoes of pounding on the door and the guttural sounds of the undead reverberated in his ears. The sensations of high fever, fear, and helplessness surged within him, reminiscent of the despair he once faced when contemplating self-deliverance. In that moment, he was engulfed by terror, the dread of monstrous entities breaking in to consume him, tearing his flesh apart, devouring him alive, or leaving him to bleed to death, ultimately to be feasted upon until nothing remained. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped the back of his hand, jolting Lin An from his daze, only to realize his palms were clammy with sweat, a manifestation of his fright. The master of the palm patted him, saying nothing, yet allowing Lin An, who had suddenly plunged into the fearful memories of a past life, to breathe a sigh of relief and regain his composure. How foolish he was. Why dwell on the matters of a previous existence? This time was different. The person beside him had not abandoned him, and the days ahead would not mirror those of yore. The past, indeed, was truly behind him. Lin An did not turn to look at Hu Qing. Instead, he smirked while facing away. Outside the window, Guo Shuai observed this with exasperation. Seriously, man. It's one thing to be dazed, but now you're smiling? Don't think that just because we're not running a fever, we're in the clear. I must inform you. The higher-ups have already discovered that the zombies that emerged from our ranks this morning were all transformed from those who had suffered high fevers. Stay vigilant. Do not take this lightly. Lin An had his suspicions brewing within, and his expression darkened as he inquired, Are there many with fevers in the team? More than just a few, Guo Shuai replied, baring his teeth. Even within the army, several brothers are running fevers. As for those who have submitted their rations in the trucks, there is no way to place them at the rear. They must be concentrated into a few vehicles. So many. Lin An furrowed his brow, a foreboding feeling settling in his heart, yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Hu Qing, far more perceptive than Lin An, seldom spoke up but did so now, asking, Where are those trucks stationed? Guo Shuai paused, observing their silence. And Lin An quickly grasped the implication, exclaiming in alarm, It can't be that they are following behind in those trucks. Guo Shuai nodded and remarked, The situation within the team has become precarious. Those who are not feverish should drive the supply vehicles at the front, while the rear is uncertain. Particularly concerning is Lin An's position. Although they are distanced from the end of the private vehicle convoy, they are unfortunately adjacent to the last military truck. If misfortune strikes and both sides encounter trouble, it would be as though they were encircled. Lin An frowned, silently cursing the unscrupulousness of the military personnel. The directive for the healthy individuals to congregate the supplies at the front seemed a calculated maneuver to ensure their own escape, leaving those behind to fend for themselves. Supplies. Supplies. Lin An mused, if not for the hope of securing these provisions, would he really endure a month in Jin City? In Chapter 41, as long as you understand. Guo Shuai could not linger for long and hurriedly added, in any case, exercise caution. If you wish to leave, take any small road you find. No one will stop you. He was anxious to return and arrange his own escape, knowing the team had become unsafe. Especially since he and Tong Wenba were unfortunate enough to be at the back of the convoy. Take care of yourselves. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. Lin An, still focused on the supplies, expressed his gratitude to Guo Shuai before promptly closing the car window, turning to Hu Qing. Brother, what shall we do now? Hu Qing sat calmly, perceiving Lin An's anxiety. He gently patted Lin An's hand, reassuring him, Do not fret. It is not as dire as it seems. Lin An remained uncertain. Should we leave now? He was unclear about their exact location and the path forward. However, with Hu Qing's calm demeanor, he found himself less anxious. It is permissible to depart now. One cannot simply wait for a viral outbreak to allow the undead to envelop them. Lin An remained in Jin City awaiting the army, partly to benefit from their guidance and convenience, but primarily to keep a close watch on the military supplies. Should the T-virus truly manifest, it would prove far more terrifying than anyone could fathom, and they would be unable to carry everything away in time. Lin An had already inquired about the army's route with Guo Shuai and others. Thus, they could leave now and later follow the military path to recover any vehicles left behind. The horde of zombies tends to follow the scent of human presence, and it is highly likely that they would trail behind the army rather than linger in place. This afternoon, there exists a road to traverse. Huiqing unfolded the map and indicated several routes to Lin An, assuring him that they would proceed from this point in the afternoon without concern. If they were unable to wait, they could take a shortcut through here. Lin An was genuinely astonished at Huiqing's familiarity with the surrounding roads and his ability to devise numerous strategies. Huiqing remained silent, acutely aware that he could not predict a viral outbreak along the way, yet he had preemptively contemplated the potential challenges and escape routes they might encounter. Lin An was left with but 2 words in his mind: impressed. He truly was in awe. The prowess of a person's physical abilities or supernatural gifts pales in comparison to the true brilliance of a quick mind. Huiqing, noticing Lin An's gaze fixed upon his fingers, felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that Lin An was enamored with his hands? He meticulously relayed the premeditated route to Lin An, his fingers gliding over the map's roads and markers, accompanied by his deep, melodious voice, which only further deepened Lin An's admiration. His brother was indeed remarkable. As Huiqing spoke, Lin An attentively followed his finger across the map, occasionally interjecting with comments such as, "Brother, look, there's a gas station. Should we procure some fuel?" And over here. When their discussion reached a natural pause, the military ahead signaled for departure. Lin An unfolded the map across his lap, allowing Huiqing to free his hands for driving. "I believe it would be more prudent to depart in the afternoon and find a place to rest at night," Lin An suggested. Huiqing merely hummed in agreement, his silence indicating that Lin An's decision was final. Kushuai's concerns were not unfounded. By midday, the convoy halted for a brief respite in a stretch of wilderness. A glance backward revealed a noticeable shortening of the line of vehicles behind them. Soldiers tasked with taking temperatures began to weave through the ranks once more, relegating several newly identified feverish individuals, along with their vehicles, to the rear of the convoy. Lin An, nibbling on a piece of bread, keenly observed a few individuals being escorted from the foremost military truck, who were soon transferred to the last vehicle. Through the intermittently opening and closing doors, he could discern that the truck was packed with people, some seated, others lying down, their faces flushed with fever. "Something feels increasingly amiss. There seem to be far too many with fevers," he murmured, frowning as he leaned closer to Huiqing. He recalled from his previous life that the official statistics reported a 20-to-1 infection rate following the outbreak of this virus in the apocalypse. Yet, from his current observations, it appeared that the ratio was not merely 2-to-1, but possibly 10-to-1. "Do not worry. We shall be on our way shortly," Huiqing reassured him, patting the back of Lin An's hand. "In half an hour, we will encounter several country roads branching off." Lin An was indeed unconcerned, nibbling on a piece of bread while gazing out through the partially opened window. Suddenly, a sharp scream caught her attention. "What are you doing? Who gave you the right to drive our car?" Hong Shue's voice pierced the air as she forcefully shoved one of her bodyguards out of the vehicle. "He's the one who's feverish, not us. Let him go. We won't be going to the back." The soldier in charge of the inspection frowned but did not intervene. The bodyguard, unable to resist, cast a resentful glance back at Hong Shue before departing with the soldier. "What are you staring at? We hired you to protect me, not to harm me." Hong Shue slammed the car door shut, cutting off the gaze from outside. She patted her chest, returned to her seat, and sighed with relief. Smiling at Zhao Weiming in the driver's seat, finally got rid of him. Zhao Weiming forced a smile and said, "Xiaoxue, you need not worry. We shall soon arrive in Shoujing." Hong Shui cast a glance at the silent Lin Yusen in the back seat and chuckled. "Indeed. I can only imagine how anxious my father must be. Ming, rest assured, you've taken such good care of me along the way. Once we reach Shoujing, I will definitely tell my father. No need to say that. We are companions, and it is only natural to look out for one another." "We will all arrive safely in Shoujing," Zhao Weiming replied, his smile growing more strained. "What do you mean by that? I only recognize you as my companion." Hong Shui pouted, secretly resenting Zhao Weiming's lack of romantic sentiment. Zhao Weiming chose not to respond further. He understood her intentions, but deep down, he found it difficult to harbor any affection for this young lady. Through the rearview mirror, Zhao Weiming met a pair of anxious eyes, shaking his head in silent resignation with a bitter smile. What could be done? Hong Shui had a father in high office in Shoujing, who cherished his daughter like a precious gem. Who could afford to offend such a powerful figure? Their unfortunate predicament stemmed from her presence. Lin An closed the window and sighed, recalling that the bodyguard who had fallen ill was indeed the same one who had been pushed by his employer that morning, resulting in a zombie bite that led to his infection. The outbreak occurred even sooner than Lin An had anticipated, around 3 in the afternoon. As the convoy traveled along a rural road, The last truck in the military convoy came to a sudden halt, its tires screeching against the asphalt. Run! In nearly perfect synchrony, the driver's side door and the rear door were flung open. The soldier at the wheel, clutching his bloodied arm, hastily fired a shot at the pursuing zombies, one of which was his companion seated beside him. The interior of the truck erupted in chaos, as numerous bloodied survivors, having surrendered their rations, were thrown out, pursued by a horde of zombies with bloodied mouths and vacant stares. Shortly thereafter, several more screeching brakes echoed, and within less than half a minute, screams intertwined with gunfire. This is bad. Lin An's voice tightened as Huacheng swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel, veering diagonally past the truck that obstructed the road, driving straight ahead. The others around them quickly regained their senses, pressing the accelerator as they wove between the trucks blocking the path, desperately attempting to forge ahead. Zombies poured from the back of the truck, their movements markedly more agile than those of their predecessors. Their decayed mouths dripped with saliva and fragments of flesh as they lunged at the vehicles passing by. Sharp claws pierced the glass, inciting a chorus of screams from within. Help! Save us! Hong Shui desperately cowered behind the last remaining bodyguard, the chilling sound of claws scraping against metal sending her into a panic. She dashed to the rear, forcefully pushing Wang Yusin aside to claim the safest position in the center seat for herself. What are you doing? Sun Xing, seated behind, was infuriated by such selfishness. He had never encountered someone so lacking in decency. Enough of this. Wang Yusin grasped Sun Xing's hand, her expression calm, yet her other hand clenched tightly, veins protruding from her delicate skin, betraying her inner fury. Sun Xing, having endured this far, could no longer restrain himself. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "We can always catch another ride. Who would want to put up with this young lady's foul temper?" Hong Shui, indignant, shot back with fiery scorn. "If you can't stand it, then by all means, get out. You think you can just enjoy our hospitality without any shame? If you have the guts, just leave." Sun Xing's face flushed crimson, caught in a dilemma, his voice trapped in his throat. Surrounded by zombies, and with everyone focused on escaping, who would stop to let them out? Suddenly, a zombie lunged at the car, its claws piercing the glass. Hong Shui screamed, and Zhao Jiming swiftly yanked the steering wheel, flinging the zombie off the vehicle. "Shui, enough of this. We are in grave danger." Hong Shui was thoroughly frightened, covering her mouth as she emitted a series of terrified cries, hardly able to think of causing trouble for anyone else. Beside her, Wang Yusin's face turned pale. She clenched her fists, trembling as she dared to glance at the hole in the glass, a flicker of dark light crossing her eyes after a brief pause. Meanwhile, Huacheng and Lin An exchanged a glance. One abruptly accelerated while the other swiftly rolled down the window, using momentum to violently dispatch the zombie hanging outside. Lin An leaped from the passenger seat to the back, inhaled sharply, and suddenly pushed the door open. The zombie clinging to the door was thrust out, suspended momentarily in the air while it reached for Lin An. At that moment, the car made a sharp turn, and the zombie collided with the roadside barrier, tumbling to the ground. Lin An promptly closed the door, landing back into his seat with a loud thud. "You nearly scared me to death," he exclaimed, rubbing his wrist in annoyance. He looked up to find Huacheng's lips curling into a teasing smirk in the rearview mirror. Lin An retorted, "Aren't you too old for this? Is it amusing?" With a slight twitch of his mouth, Lin An felt a chuckle rising within him. This person was truly hard to describe. Though often stern and serious, he had a knack for light-hearted banter when the situation allowed. The external circumstances were growing increasingly dire. Through the rear window, Lin An could see the chaotic traffic behind them, vehicles jumbled together, with figures in the distance rushing forward. The feverish crowd at the back of the convoy began to erupt. "Brace yourselves," Huacheng suddenly called out as he gripped the steering wheel, sharply veering the car to the left, careening forward with alarming speed. Lin An was taken aback, quickly steadying himself in his seat. "What happened?" he murmured, peering through the front window, only to be met with a chilling sight. Behind them, a chaotic throng of private vehicles jostled desperately forward, pursued by a horde of zombies. Their pace now considerably hastened compared to the initial outbreak. Numerous cars lay abandoned along the route as the ravenous undead surged forward, shattering glass and forcing open doors, their drooling maws reaching inside to devour the unfortunate souls trapped within. Ahead, military vehicles that had swiftly accelerated in response to the unfolding crisis were now grinding to a halt, their tires screeching in protest. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, punctuated by the familiar hissing of the zombies, while the stench of blood permeated through the windows. The once orderly convoy had descended into chaos, The sounds of screeching tires, gunshots, and frantic cries for help intermingled, leaving little room for coherent thought. A massive wave of zombies converged from the front, relentlessly pursuing the military trucks. Amidst the gunfire and the crushing weight of the colossal tires, many decaying corpses were ground into the pavement, while countless others continued their relentless pursuit, shrieking in hunger. The accumulation of bodies beneath the wheels grew ever larger, and more zombies crawled out from the gaping back of the trucks. The military vehicles found themselves ensnared, their movement increasingly hindered, while the cars trailing behind began to slow, teetering on the brink of congestion, with the undead hot on their heels. Yet, Wuching did not relent in his pace. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, veering sharply to the left to bypass the military blockade ahead. A multitude of zombies, drawn by the commotion, began to hurl themselves toward their direction. Hold on tight. With a sharp admonition, the vehicle collided forcefully, sending several zombies flying, heedless of the numerous others that had clung to its sides. As it crushed the lifeless bodies beneath it and sped forward, the zombies' razor-sharp claws penetrated the vehicle's exterior, their fingertips intruding within. Lin An grasped the armrest with one hand to steady himself, while the other swiftly seized a machete, delivering a fierce strike with the back of the blade, sending the clawed fingers flying. The zombies outside, deprived of their support, toppled to the ground, only to be mercilessly crushed by the vehicles that followed. The military responded with remarkable agility. Witnessing the disorder in their ranks, the soldiers promptly leaped from their vehicles, rallying to the forefront where two trucks laden with troops awaited. A barrage of bullets was unleashed, and the number of fallen zombies multiplied, yet the ranks of the advancing undead swelled as well. Retreat! Retreat! Exercise caution to avoid friendly fire. The booming voice from the loudspeaker echoed alongside the steady stream of bullets. Wucheng, undeterred by the chaos, pressed the accelerator, maneuvering the vehicle deftly past the zombies in the hail of gunfire. Are you afraid? He glanced at Lin An, who shot him an exasperated glare, admonishing him with urgency. Drive. Understood. A flicker of amusement crossed the man's eyes as the tires screeched against the pavement. The vehicle tilted precariously as it swerved past the military trucks, then veered sharply onto a side road that led into the countryside, continuing forward without a moment's hesitation. Observing this, the vehicles behind them accelerated, breaching the guardrails, and followed suit onto the nearest rural paths, or even directly into the fields, evading the overwhelming horde of zombies on the main road. In the foremost military vehicles, after a brief exchange among the commanding officers equipped with binoculars, swift orders were issued: cease fire, board the vehicles, and advance quickly. Numerous soldiers, upon receiving the command, hastily boarded their vehicles. Some, however, had been scratched by zombies and, with no time to spare, dove into a nearby stationary car, exterminated the zombies, and ignited the engine, pursuing the convoy as they departed. The remaining survivors, witnessing the unfolding chaos, either followed the military or veered onto adjacent paths, crushing zombies beneath their wheels as they accelerated forward. Their successful escape now hinged on fortune. Many low-chassis vehicles found themselves immobilized by the corpses of fallen zombies, and when zombies caught up, they shattered windows, inciting screams and cries for help that were met with indifference. No one would pause to rescue them in such dire circumstances. Thousands of zombies pursued relentlessly, trailing behind the vehicles, gradually dispersing as the survivors scattered until they faded from view. With a sigh of relief, Lin An felt the tension ease. Being obstructed by such a multitude of zombies was undeniably nerve-wracking. As an auxiliary ability user, he had typically been shielded within safe confines, seldom encountering such a vast horde of zombies in his 5 years of experience. The only exception had been the harrowing zombie siege that nearly cost him his life. The memory of that time, when the sky was filled with a dense swarm of zombie rats and zombie sparrows, sent a shiver down his spine, raising goosebumps across his skin. Cold? Wuching glanced at him, casually adjusting the air conditioning. Not cold, just frightened, Lin An replied with a slight smile, acknowledging his own apprehension. Let it be. Who could remain unshaken when surrounded by such a throng of zombies? He reached for the map in the car, unfolded it, and pointed to a small icon indicating a village, suggesting they could arrive before nightfall. Good. Wucheng glanced at the map, deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, and the vehicle proceeded along the narrow country lane, advancing into the distance. Chapter 42. The car traveled along the rural road for less than 2 hours. Across the barren fields, the village soon came into view. The entire village was enveloped in silence, devoid of any human presence. The sound of the moving vehicle echoed starkly in the stillness. Shortly thereafter, a few zombies, drawn by the noise, stumbled towards them, while from a nearby farmhouse. The curtain of a second-floor window fluttered, revealing a pair of eyes peeking from behind. The two paid no heed to these occurrences and casually chose a nearby house with an open gate, driving the car into the courtyard and turning off the engine. There should be no one around. Lin An cast a glance through the car window into the yard, shook his head, and both he and Hua Cheng alighted from the vehicle. Two lingering zombies in the courtyard lunged towards them upon hearing the sound, but were swiftly dealt with by the duo. Lin An returned to lock the courtyard gate and, with weapons in hand, he and Hua Cheng pushed open the door to the farmhouse. To their surprise, a gaunt elderly zombie lunged from the living room. Hua Cheng deftly sidestepped, swinging his axe, and the zombie's head rolled to the floor. Lin An followed suit, effortlessly extracting the crystal core from the zombie's skull, wrapping it in tissue paper, and stowing it away in his backpack. One must always be stockpiling supplies. Hua Cheng walked ahead, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. In a modest household consisting of a young couple and an elderly individual, all transformed into zombies, a family portrait adorns the living room wall. The couple meticulously explored several rooms both upstairs and downstairs, and upon discovering no further zombies, they finally allowed themselves to relax. After the events of the afternoon, both felt somewhat fatigued. Even Hua Cheng, who typically boasted a robust physique, sensed a weariness creeping in. Hua Cheng entered the bathroom on the first floor and turned on the shower, as a stream of clear, warm water emerged, accompanied by a gentle mist. In rural homes, small water towers are installed on the rooftops to store water, allowing for a refreshing shower when heated by the sun during the day. Lin An followed suit, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ever since the water supply was cut off in Jin City, his only means of cleanliness had been to rinse his mouth with bottled water in the mornings and evenings, and to wipe his face with a damp towel for a semblance of rejuvenation. Even in autumn, when perspiration is less frequent, the absence of a proper bath for so many days left him feeling uncomfortable. Their circumstances were relatively favorable, as they still had access to water for basic hygiene. Unlike many others who were insufficiently stocked and had to carefully ration even their drinking water. "You go first," Hua Cheng said, without a moment's hesitation, promptly closing the door behind him, unconcerned about the possibility that the water tower might only contain enough for one. In his mind, he had already placed Lin An in a category above that of a mere companion, instinctively believing it was his duty to accommodate him. Lin An, however, took note of this in his heart, feeling quite pleased. Those who often lack affection tend to pay particular attention to the kindness shown to them. Unbeknownst to him, the bathroom door was frosted. Lin An swiftly undressed and stepped into the shower, relishing the experience. Men generally do not linger in the shower, they wash quickly, squeezing some shampoo from the shelf and massaging it into their hair while rinsing off the foam with soap on their bodies. Lin An was meticulous in his cleansing, scrubbing his arms and legs, ensuring that he emerged thoroughly refreshed under the cascade of warm water and soap. The man standing in the shadow at the bathroom entrance observed with an earnest expression. His body swayed slightly with each motion, revealing a tall, slender silhouette. With legs that were long and straight, their hue slightly paler than his face, sinewy yet supple. The hazy shadow cast through the steam on the frosted door depicted an arm that gracefully embraced the contours of his physique, smooth and taut, devoid of any excess flesh, while the areas that possessed form were delightfully accentuated, round, and alluring. Hua Cheng touched his nose, feeling a bit lightheaded, and leaned silently against the wall to regain his composure. "Brother, could you bring me a couple of clean clothes from the car? I forgot to grab them." "Oh, and the underwear too. It's in the bag with the clothes," called the voice from the shower, likely raised to ensure it was heard over the sound of water, without considering the presence of another just outside the door. Hua Cheng, wise enough not to respond, quietly padded away, acknowledging in the living room before casually knocking on the door a moment later, passing the clothes through the half-open door. His fingers brushed through the warm mist, inadvertently grazing the young man's damp arm, lingering for a brief moment before sliding away as he placed the garments into the young man's hand. Quite efficient indeed. Lin An squinted as foam dripped down his head, groping to place his clothes atop the washing machine beside him, forgetting to close the door, and rushed back barefoot to rinse his hair. Hua Cheng stood silently outside the ajar door, pausing for nearly half a minute. And as Lin An was about to finish rinsing, he quietly slipped away. "Brother, are you still there? Could you help me scrub my back?" he called out twice. But receiving no reply, he resignedly murmured to himself as he reached to scratch his back. The pleasure of having someone else assist was unparalleled. Meanwhile, Hua Cheng, believing he had cleverly escaped an awkward situation, remained oblivious to the delightful opportunity he had missed. This family had likely succumbed to the virus just as the apocalypse began. Their stored water untouched, for by the time Lin had finished washing, the shower still delivered a robust stream. Wu Qing, holding fresh clothes, brushed past the fragrant young man. His expression serious, yet his heart stirred with unease. He understood that now was not the moment to startle Lin An. So he quietly closed the door and turned toward the tepid water, soothing his half-raised brother. His gaze danced upon the frosted glass of the semi-transparent bathroom door before regretfully withdrawing. What was he thinking? Lin An was certainly not the type to indulge in peeping. Indeed, Lin An was not that sort of person. He had never entertained the thought of spying on someone bathing. Having enjoyed a refreshing wash, feeling invigorated, he wandered into the kitchen and called out cheerfully, "Brother, take your time washing. I'll prepare some food." Wu Qing sighed. His gaze regretfully drifting to the soap dish beside the shower, there lay a damp bar of soap, still adorned with bubbles. One of the advantages of rural life is the absence of a centralized gas pipeline. In kitchens with better facilities, a gas canister suffices, easily ignited for immediate use without the worry of gas shortages. Indeed, the kitchen's provisions had not been depleted. Oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were all present, while the rice and flour jars remained half full. Beneath the stove rested a jar of pickled vegetables and one of salted duck eggs, accompanied by a few scattered vegetables that had spoiled. Lin An paid them no mind. While Wu Qing bathed, he retrieved 2 large cabbages, several potatoes, and a dozen eggs from his space. These were all vegetables with good shelf life. Once stewed, no one could discern their freshness. Clang, clang, clang. The knife moved swiftly across the cutting board as the potatoes were peeled and diced into uniform chunks. The cabbage was rinsed briefly, its leaves torn apart and sliced. Lin An rummaged through his supplies and unearthed some cured meats and sausages, items that would raise no suspicions. All were products from supermarket shelves, manufactured goods that, while less fragrant than homemade fare, had become a rare delicacy in the present moment. The cured meat was sliced, the gas valve turned on, and a lighter sparked to life. He poured oil into the iron pot, slicing garlic and scallions to saute. With a sizzling sound, the aroma of garlic and scallions filled the air. Adding cooking wine, soy sauce, and lightly frying the cured meat, a delightful blend of oil and meat fragrance wafted forth. Lin An instinctively swallowed, for it had been quite some time since he had enjoyed a proper meal. The diligent hands worked swiftly, slicing potatoes and cabbage with great efficiency. Before quickly sautéing them, water and salt were added, and the pot was covered to simmer gently over low heat. Meanwhile, Lin An scooped several large spoonfuls of flour into a bowl, gradually incorporating mineral water while stirring with his hand in a single direction. After a while, the dough began to form, sticking to his hands, and he kneaded it further until the surface became smooth. He then placed the dough in the bowl to rest for a few minutes. The once chilly kitchen was once again filled with warmth, thanks to the temporary presence of a stranger. On the gas stove, 2 pots were set, with a heavy iron lid covering one, the bubbling sounds emanating from within. The bottom of a flat frying pan was greased with oil, and the rolled dough was infused with fragrant oil and chopped green onions before being placed into the hot oil, sizzling audibly. The dough puffed up into large bubbles, which Lin An deftly flipped with a spatula, revealing a beautiful golden hue on one side. Using chopsticks, he skillfully opened the formed pancake and cracked an egg into it. Frying it briefly, the slightly imperfect egg-filled pancake was then transferred to a plate, soon stacking high with one after another. As the cooking came to an end, only 2 eggs and 1 piece of dough remained on the cutting board. Lin An decided to fill the last pancake with a double portion of egg. The exterior was golden and crispy, while the inside remained soft and warm, the tender eggs causing the pancake to swell enticingly, making one's mouth water. Particularly after a long day of travel, having subsisted on nothing but mineral water and biscuits for lunch, their stomachs were now in eager anticipation of a satisfying dinner. After finishing his bath, Wu Qing found his way to the kitchen, silently leaning against the doorframe. He observed the young man inside, who was bustling about. His usual stern demeanor softened by the warmth of the kitchen, transforming into a gentle aura. No one could evoke an unexplainable sense of comfort like Lin An, whose simple act of cooking suggested that life was truly meant to be shared with him. Lin An was aware of Wu Qing's presence, but did not turn around. He bent down to retrieve a jar of salted duck eggs from beneath the stove, carefully placing the eggs, coated in ash and mud, into a basin of water, and said, "Brother, please serve the dishes first. I'll slice a salted duck egg." Wu Qing moved closer, his gaze lingering for a few moments on Lin An's bent waist, and slightly raised rear before he exited with a plate of pancakes and a serving of dishes. Lin An remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety, standing upright to wash the salted duck eggs before slicing one in half on the cutting board, feeling quite pleased. The yolks of the salted duck eggs glistened enticingly. Homemade duck eggs were far superior to those purchased from the market, and he relished them. Frying them with green beans was especially delightful. However, lacking green beans and feeling too lazy to prepare anything else, he reluctantly swallowed his disappointment. After a long day, enjoying a warm, hearty meal and a good night's sleep was the ultimate indulgence. At the dining table, the two men exchanged not a single word, instinctively picking up their chopsticks and digging into the meal. The freshly made double egg pancake, perfectly golden and fluffy, caught both their attention, and their chopsticks hovered above it in unison. Lin An lifted his head and, upon locking eyes with Hua Cheng, suddenly comprehended the unspoken understanding between them. With a raised brow, he deftly seized a pancake with his chopsticks, tossing it into Hua Cheng's bowl. "Eat up. It's already in your bowl. You're not allowed to take it back." Faced with Hua Cheng's disapproving expression and noticing the stir of his chopsticks, Lin An promptly raised an eyebrow and glared at him. "What? Is my offering not worthy of your appetite? How could I not cherish what you've served me?" Hua Cheng silently lowered his head and took a hearty bite of the pancake in his bowl, feeling a warm comfort in his heart. "Well, that is more like it. It's just a pancake. Why make a fuss? Do you think of me as an outsider?" Seeing Hua Cheng relishing his meal, Lin An felt a sense of satisfaction and murmured to himself as he took a large bite of his own pancake and picked up his chopsticks to grab some vegetables, consuming even more than his usual portion. Such an appetite could only be supported by the ample provisions he had at his disposal. Otherwise, it would be challenging for an ordinary person to afford. Having someone to share a meal with is truly delightful. Chapter 43. This two-story farmhouse lacks elaborate decor. It features only 4 proper bedrooms, 3 of which are furnished with beds for guests. The upstairs boasts a master bedroom, where the large double bed bears a layer of dust on the sheets, and a wedding photo of the young couple is displayed on the bedside table. Adjacent to it is a private bathroom, along with a simply decorated children's room, presumably prepared by the owners for their future offspring. The downstairs bedroom appears to be designated for the elderly, spacious yet furnished with only a single bed. To the right of the elders' room is a guest room, modestly furnished with simple furniture and another bed. Lin An and Hua Cheng conferred about residing in the master bedroom upstairs. The room was spacious, and its window faced the backyard's rear door, allowing for a swift escape should any unforeseen events arise. It's best to retire early. Today has been quite exhausting. Lin An rummaged through the large wardrobe beside the bed, retrieving clean sheets and setting up the bedding. Plopping down onto the bed, he patted the mattress and, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, called out to the shadow standing at the bedroom door, "Brother, don't just stand there. Come and lie down." His tone was casual, clearly devoid of any ulterior motives, unlike the one lingering at the door. Hua Cheng paused momentarily, silently glancing at Lin An before wordlessly making his way over. "Hurry and sleep. Blow out the candle, brother," Lin An said, burrowing under the covers and yawning. "I am utterly exhausted." Their shared slumber was devoid of any inappropriate thoughts, purely a matter of safety. In a post-apocalyptic world, which team member did not sleep in close quarters? The fear of falling into a deep slumber while danger lurked nearby necessitated the presence of vigilant companions. Hua Cheng complied and extinguished the candle. Sitting on the edge of the bed, bathed in the moonlight, he turned to gaze at the young man lying beside him, whose face was illuminated by the silvery glow streaming through the window. Shadows danced across his features, accentuating his striking brows, the delicate fuzz on his cheeks, and his naturally rosy lips. His skin radiated vitality, exuding youthful exuberance. Hua Cheng found himself captivated, his gaze unwavering and unrestrained, until he became somewhat entranced, a sense of dizziness enveloping him. "Brother, what are you staring at?" With a single sentence, Hua Cheng was forcibly pulled from the whirlpool of his obsession. Lin An did not even open his eyes, yawning once more as he remarked, "Let us hurry to sleep. Weren't you tired after staying up all night yesterday?" The man merely replied with a non-committal and silently burrowed into the blankets. In the dead of night, several vehicles gradually rolled into Feng Village, and the tightly shut doors of the villagers' homes were knocked upon, yet no one responded to the summons. The surrounding zombies, trapped within their abodes, stirred upon hearing the commotion, and the previously subdued howls and the sounds of banging on doors erupted once more. The villagers, evidently frightened by the noise, soon enough. The creaking sound of a door opening echoed from the courtyard. Following a hurried shuffle of footsteps, a voice whispered from behind the courtyard gate, "Stop knocking. No matter who you are, we have no vacant rooms. Seek shelter elsewhere." With that, the footsteps hurriedly retreated. "How rude. What sort of household is this? Truly ungrateful." Zhao Dong grumbled in frustration after being continually rebuffed. He gestured to Long Chang, "Brother Chang, should we?" Long Chang fixated on the gate of that particular household. A glint of malice flickering in his eyes, sneered, "Let us go find an empty house. They will come to regret this." Almost immediately after, another vehicle, somewhat fortuitously, arrived at the scene. Confronted by the unwelcoming villagers who refused to offer refuge and the restless zombies confined within their homes, the two groups drove in circles around the village before finally directing their attention towards the conspicuous small two-story building located at the westernmost edge of the village. The walls, coated in cement, were adorned with shards of glass, and the sturdy iron gate appeared remarkably robust. While the two-story building within the courtyard stood out in a village predominantly composed of single-story homes. In the darkness, Lin An was abruptly roused by a commotion in the yard, jolting upright from his cocoon of blankets. He swiftly lit the candle on his bedside and nudged his companion. "What chum? Brother, wake up, wake up. Do you hear someone in the courtyard?" Before he could finish, Lin An was taken aback by the heat radiating from Hua Cheng's body, exclaiming, "Brother, what's wrong? Hurry, wake up." To his dismay, Hua Cheng had somehow caught fire without his notice. Lin An quickly reached out to feel his forehead, the feverish heat nearly searing his palm. He brushed the back of his hand against the man's forehead and cheek, then frantically rummaged through his supplies for water and medicine, his brow furrowed in distress, a mix of worry and fear surging within him. Initially, Lin An had harbored a desire for Hua Cheng to develop a fever, believing it might lead to an awakening of supernatural abilities. After all, having a companion with such powers was far more advantageous than being with an ordinary person. However, with Hua Cheng's sudden fever, his fears grew. He dreaded that Hua Cheng might succumb and transform into a zombie. If Hua Cheng were to vanish, there would be no one left in the world who cared for him. The more Lin An pondered, the more his heart raced, his trembling hands pushing against the man. "Brother, wake up, take your medicine." Despite knowing that medication would be of little use in such a predicament, Lin An stubbornly retrieved 3 or 4 types of antipyretic drugs, his fingers shaking as he fumbled to extract the tablets. What transpired? Fortunately, at that moment, Hua Cheng was indeed roused from his slumber. He struggled to open his weary eyes, feeling an unusual heaviness and swelling in his eyelids, his throat raw and hoarse, while a persistent buzzing resonated in his head. As consciousness returned, an overwhelming wave of pain surged through his mind, prompting this typically stoic and resilient man to emit a low groan, unable to rise from his prone position. "Lie still, what are you trying to do?" Lin An hurriedly pressed him back down, adjusting the blanket to envelop him snugly. Only then did his anxiety begin to ease, as he suppressed his inner turmoil and inquired, "Brother, you have a fever. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Upon awakening, Hua Cheng immediately sensed something amiss. His body felt as though it were ablaze, his mind foggy, and every muscle ached with weakness. Even Lin An's voice reached his ears in a muffled haze. He laboriously tried to navigate his muddled thoughts, raising a hand to pat Lin An's arm, signaling him not to worry. "No rush, I am fine." Though his throat was too parched to articulate, he endeavored to reassure the person beside him. Lin An quickly grasped Hua Cheng's hand in return, instinctively nuzzling his cheek against it, softly murmuring, "I understand what you mean. Brother, please refrain from speaking. I am not anxious." He then retrieved a bottle of mineral water, carefully bringing the opening to Hua Cheng's lips. "Drink some water, rest easy. A good sleep will set things right." Hua Cheng indeed parted his lips, and with Lin An's gentle guidance, he sipped the cool liquid, which traversed his throat, momentarily alleviating some of the heat within, yet failing to extinguish the fire that burned inside him. The commotion from the living room below grew increasingly loud, yet the man was utterly oblivious to it. He struggled to remain conscious, parting his lips to allow the young man beside him to feed him water, though his throat was so swollen that even swallowing became a challenge. His body temperature rose steadily, almost palpable to the touch. After a few sips of water, Lin An touched Hua Cheng's forehead. His heart nodded in anxiety. In just a few minutes, Hua Cheng's temperature had risen at least 3 or 4 degrees. What could be done? He recalled that during his own 2 awakenings of supernatural abilities, he had never burned with such intensity. Lin An paced in desperation, unable to conjure any effective methods to reduce the fever. The sudden spike in temperature, devoid of any forewarning, clearly indicated an infection by the T-virus. Traditional remedies for fevers were utterly ineffective against such a virus. With this thought in mind, Lin An dampened a towel with water and placed it upon Hu Cheng's forehead. Then rummaged through his supplies for medical alcohol to sponge his body. Does your head hurt? How about your throat? Do you still want water? As he asked. Lin An suddenly paused, a surge of tension coursing through him as he prodded Hu Cheng, only to realize that he had succumbed to unconsciousness in this brief moment. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to rouse him, Lin An hesitated to push further. He had heard that some individuals react violently to viral infections, sometimes fainting due to high fevers. Yet he had never anticipated that Hu Cheng would be among them. Lin An had never encountered such a situation before and was at a loss for what to do. Would sponging Hu Cheng with alcohol cause him to catch a chill, making him feel even worse? He felt utterly helpless, and just then, the noise from the living room intensified, further fraying his nerves. Footsteps echoed from the staircase. Someone was ascending. The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs resembled the fuse of a firecracker, instantly igniting Lin An's already fragile emotions. At such a moment, how dare they disturb him as if he were an easy target? He forcefully slammed the bottle of alcohol onto the bedside table and swiftly leaped from the bed, retrieving the firearm concealed beneath his pillow. Given his brother's dire state, no one had the right to ascend. Who are you? Who permitted you to come up? Get back down. The bedroom door was flung open with a bang, revealing a young man with an unfriendly demeanor, wielding a gleaming machete. He coldly locked eyes with the individual ascending the stairs. The intruder, taken aback by the sudden confrontation, found himself frozen in place, glancing back at his leader. They all assumed this room was unoccupied. Following the young man's gaze toward the living room, Lin An observed that the emergency light illuminated a few familiar faces. Long Chong, Zhao Dong. A collection of well-known visages came into view. Upon further examination of the figures standing in the center of the staircase, Lin An realized they were all acquaintances from a past life. I do not seek to provoke you, yet you come to me uninvited. Ignoring the minor threat on the staircase, Lin An positioned himself advantageously on the second floor, exchanging glances with Long Chong in the living room below. Long Chang possessed an inherently menacing countenance, his frame thin and short, with drooping eyes that exuded an aura of unease. He raised his gaze to the young man above, suppressing the malice in his eyes, attempting a smile as he said, "The brother upstairs is the owner of this dwelling. We apologize for our intrusion. We are merely passing through in our time of need. Knowing you have intruded, why don't you just leave?" Lin An coldly pointed the tip of his knife at the individual on the staircase, devoid of any politeness. Downstairs, Zhao Dong was the first to erupt in anger, exclaiming, "Who the hell are you telling to scram? Our boss is graciously giving you some face. Don't push your luck." Chapter 44. Don't push your luck? Lin An pondered the meaning of those words, his gaze piercing through the faint glow of the emergency lights toward Zhao Dong, his eyes glinting with a palpable murderous intent. In a world overrun by zombies, the aura of death exuded by those who crawled from the piles of corpses was not something an ordinary thug could withstand. Even from the shadows, Zhao Dong felt a shiver run down his spine, as though he were being targeted by something deadly, causing his demeanor to weaken. Long Chong, standing nearby, darkened his expression and suddenly called out, "Brothers upstairs, please do not be angered. It is my subordinate who has acted thoughtlessly. Mao Tu, come down at once." The young thug, referred to as Mao Tu, cast a reluctant glance at Lin and before descending. Lin An cast a cold glance at them and turned to return to his room, his concern for Hu Cheng in the room growing. "Wait, brothers upstairs." Long Chong interjected suddenly. "You look familiar. Are you not the owner of this house, someone who emerged from the Gene City team? Why not come down and have a word?" Lin An paused, a silent smile gracing his lips. "Very well." As the young man descended the stairs step by step, the atmosphere in the living room began to shift. Long Chang sat upright on the sofa, his posture straight as an arrow, while his gang of underlings quickly surrounded him, gripping their steel pipes and cleavers, their wary gazes following the young man's every step down the stairs, their expressions increasingly hostile. For a moment, aside from Lin An's footsteps descending the stairs, the entire house was enveloped in silence. Lin An wore a stoic expression, his lips taut as he approached Long Chong and his entourage, halting before the sofa to meet Long Chong's gaze, disregarding the menace within it. Suddenly, he moved to the side of a single armchair and kicked its leg, commanding, "Get lost." "What? How dare you speak to me like that? You're asking for death." One of Long Chong's subordinates, emboldened by his proximity to his boss, seemed unaccustomed to such blatant rudeness. He glanced at his leader, then erupted in fury. Seizing a cleaver from the coffee table and lunging forward, Long Chang, reclining on the sofa, appeared unfazed, his demeanor relaxed. Unbeknownst to them, a pitch-black handgun had materialized in the young man's grasp, its ominous barrel directed at the thug. Under the yellow glow of the emergency lights, the cold black barrel exuded an aura of death. The thug immediately wilted, his grip slackening as the cleaver clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Big brother. He has a gun. Long Chong and his companions instantly tensed, their eyes fixed on the weapon in the young man's hand. Mouths agape. This brother. I told you to get lost. Lin An ignored Long Chong's response, focusing instead on the thug before him, his voice devoid of emotion. The thug swallowed hard, about to turn to his boss for guidance, when a searing pain shot through his leg. Ah! He cried out in agony, clutching his bleeding calf, losing his balance and tumbling to the floor beside the sofa. Lin An stepped forward, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling, then took a seat on the sofa, casually tossing the gun onto the coffee table. The sound startled Zhao Dong, who sat closest, causing him to subtly shift away in discomfort. His mother. Where did this man get a gun? It feels like something out of a gangster film. He has indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Your dog is useless. It cannot even comprehend human speech. Lin An raised his gaze towards Long Chong, locking eyes with his furious expression, a half-smile playing on his lips. Speak up. You wanted to chat. What shall we discuss? Long Chang straightened his posture, his voice tinged with a somber tone. A dog need not obey, loyalty suffices. On the contrary. My brother, you possess quite the skill, albeit with a rather poor temper. He realized he had misjudged the situation. Momentarily at a loss as to how to resolve this dilemma, the mere presence of a gun commanded a level of caution, regardless of whether the opponent was alone. Lin An raised an eyebrow, his previously cold tone sharpening into a cutting remark. Your subordinates are uncouth. Their actions displeased me, hence my temper. Stung by the veiled rebuke, Long Chong's expression darkened further. The living room fell into a heavy silence, the pained groans of the small-time thug resonating painfully. No one anticipated this seemingly clean-cut young man to possess such ruthlessness, nor did they expect him to wield a gun. Yet he did, and with a swift, decisive shot. The bullet found its mark with chilling precision, his expression betraying no sign of distress. This single gunshot stunned everyone present, compelling even the originally brazen thugs to submit. They huddled on the sofa like quail, for those who live by the street fear encountering someone more ruthless, someone capable of taking a life. Brother Chong, Zhao Dong said nervously, swallowing hard as he glanced at Long Chong. Long Chong's expression shifted several times before he finally managed a strained smile. Brother, you have a penchant for humor. My underlings can be rather indiscreet. Please don't take offense. Feeding him a bullet may serve as a lesson. He gestured for his subordinates to swiftly carry the man away. Then, as if nothing had transpired, he flashed a smile at Lin An, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and extracting one for himself. He slid the pack across the coffee table toward Lin An. Have a smoke, brother, it might ease your temper. Lin An made no move toward the cigarettes, instead lifting his gaze to Long Chong. Long Chong glanced back, a vague smile on his lips as he pinched the cigarette between two fingers. With a subtle motion of his index finger, a spark flickered into existence, igniting the cigarette. Not long ago, I was bedridden with a fever, relegated to the rear by the army. I thought my life was forfeit, yet my brothers stood by me, unfazed, calling me their elder brother. It's remarkable. Rather than becoming a zombie, I emerged with this peculiar ability. He regarded Lin An nonchalantly. Brother, don't you find that odd? It seems my life is not meant to end. Even the heavens refuse to claim it. Feeling a sense of pride, Long Chong exhaled a smoke ring while observing Lin An with a smile. Noticing Lin An's disinterest in the cigarette pack, he continued, I truly admire your capabilities, and I sincerely wish to befriend you. If you're still upset, would you prefer I light a cigarette for you as a gesture of goodwill? Lin An replied coolly. No need for that. I don't smoke, nor do I appreciate others who do. With a slight smile, he raised his hand, conjuring a spatial confinement that sealed off the air around Long Chong's cigarette, extinguishing the burning stick in silence. To be honest, this incident hardly seems extraordinary. What do you think? Long Chang was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by the unexpected revelation that the other party also possessed extraordinary abilities. His hand froze, causing the cigarette to dangle precariously on the table. Changgu, Zhao Dong urged him, stealing a glance at Lin An before hastily averting his gaze, quietly reminding Long Chong. Regaining his composure, Long Chong forced a smile, remarking, Brother, your temperament suggests you are destined for greatness. The ability to be both flexible and steadfast explains how I managed to establish my foothold at the Shojing base and carve out a career for myself. Unfortunately, you encountered me first in this lifetime. Lin An chuckled softly, suddenly seizing the cigarette box from the table. I do not smoke, but perhaps your fellow brother does. I shall take this with me. I hope you do not mind. Not at all, not at all, Long Chong replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. His demeanor instantly lightening. He added with a smile, what is a mere box of cigarettes? If you fancy it, feel free to take it. By the way, may I inquire your surname? Lin An, for reasons unknown, suddenly adopted a more amiable demeanor. My surname is Lin. I noticed your younger brother calls you Chong-go. May I also address you as Chong-go? Long Chong promptly accepted the gesture, responding courteously, I am but a few years older than you, Brother Lin. It would be an honor to be called brother by you. Although Long Chong was puzzled by the abrupt shift in the young man's attitude, he was determined to avoid any conflict and chose to go along with the flow. Lin An then smiled and, with a swift motion, seemingly conjured the cigarette box into thin air. Long Chang, along with his few subordinates, was utterly taken aback, staring incredulously at Lin An's hand. This. Lin An rose to his feet and suddenly declared to Long Chang, Brother Chong, you see me as someone who is destined for greatness. And I see the same in you. If there are profitable ventures to be had, do not forget about your younger brother. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Long Chang remained rooted in place, his pupils constricting as he exchanged a glance with Zhao Dong. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and suspicion. How could this person possibly know of their plans? Or was it merely a coincidence? If it were truly a coincidence, amidst the uncertainty, there was a flicker of delight. This individual possessed the ability to retrieve items from afar, precisely what they required. As Lin An reached the upper floor, he discreetly scanned the expressions of everyone in the living room, committing each one to memory. Indeed, this house did not belong to him. He occupied the second floor while they could freely use the first. Raising his voice, he left them with one final remark before stepping into his room. Indifferent to the faces below, certain matters, once hinted at, would inevitably lure Long Chong in. The current Long Chong was not the formidable level 3 fire-type ability user he would become in 5 years, and his companions were woefully weak. It required little effort to intimidate this band of low-level thugs. Conversely, there was Hua Cheng, who had steadfastly remained by his side during his illness. Now that the roles were reversed and Hua Cheng was unwell, Lin An felt compelled to care for him with utmost diligence, honoring the bond they shared. He instinctively pushed aside the unsettling thought of Hua Cheng potentially turning into a zombie following his failed awakening, choosing not to dwell on it. In the master bedroom on the second floor, a candle flickers gently on the bedside, casting a warm glow over the man slumbering on the bed. Despite his feverish body, which could easily fry an egg, his face is alarmingly pale, evoking a deep sense of concern. Lin An slips off his shoes and climbs onto the bed, first reaching out to touch Hua Cheng's forehead. He then dampens a towel with cool water, wrings it out, and drapes it over Hua Cheng's brow. After fidgeting for a while, he finds himself unable to sleep and lies down beside Hua Cheng. Speaking softly to himself, he murmurs, Brother, do you know? There's a group of people downstairs, and I can't fathom what mischief they're up to. They are all my adversaries. Do you think I should seek revenge? I've longed to. It's peculiar that they choose this moment to torment me. Rest assured, I will take good care of you. I want to allow them to ascend to the second floor, if they dare to come up. He slips his hand beneath the covers to feel Hua Cheng's feverish palm and whispers, You must recover. I am looking forward to our trip to Zhao City together. We promised to share our lives, and we cannot let words fall flat. Deep within, he harbors a fear that upon waking the next morning, the Hua Cheng beside him might no longer be the same. If his brother were to transform into a zombie, would he still remember him? Would he still care? But he must recover, for even if he remains an ordinary person for life, he cannot afford to forget him. Holding on to Hua Cheng's hand and nestled against his quilt, Lin An fell into a deep slumber. In the latter half of chapter 45, Lin An's sleep was anything but restful. He periodically awakened in a state of alarm, reaching out to touch the forehead of the man beside him, sighing in relief before drifting back into unconsciousness. His heart was heavy with concern that Hua Cheng might not endure this ordeal. Like many afflicted by viral infections, Hua Cheng's high fever had emerged suddenly, without warning, surging above 40 degrees Celsius within mere hours and showing no signs of abating. He remained in a state of profound lethargy. Under normal circumstances, a person would have succumbed to such a fever by now. As dawn broke, faint rays of morning light filtered through the window, rousing Lin An from his slumber. He opened his weary eyes and stifled a yawn, fully aware that despite his restless sleep, he must muster the strength to face those waiting for him downstairs. At 5 o'clock in the morning, as the sky began to brighten, the village's wandering undead had yet to stir, and the quiet of the house enveloped him, devoid of any sounds. Lin An knew that someone had ventured downstairs well before 4 o'clock. Rising from his place, he gently removed the damp cloth from Hua Cheng's forehead, which had become half dry, warmed by the heat emanating from the man's skin. Hua Cheng's entire face was flushed and parched. His lips had even cracked overnight, a clear indication that he was suffering greatly, even in his unconscious state. Lin An tenderly replaced the wet cloth, murmuring softly in distress, "How could this happen to you?" Among 100 virus-infected individuals, none would exhibit a fever as fierce as Hua Cheng's. The sound of a door creaking open reached him, followed by the distinct sound of footsteps approaching the staircase. Truly, some habits die hard. Lin An carefully tucked the quilt around Hua Cheng's feet before stepping outside. Just then, he encountered 2 individuals near the staircase. One was supporting the other, who had sustained an injury. Upon seeing Lin An, the injured man visibly recoiled and hastily retreated into the restroom behind the stairs. Lin An's gaze darkened as he glanced at Long Chong and his associates, who were busily moving items through the entrance. In an unprecedented gesture, Lin An nodded slightly at Long Chong in greeting. Remarkably, Long Chang seemed to have forgotten the previous night's altercation, responding with a courteous smile, "Good morning, Brother Lin. You're up early." Lin An returned the smile with equal restraint. "You all rose even earlier. I heard the commotion before 4 o'clock. Did we disturb you?" "Oh, we were just preparing some provisions for the brothers." Long Chong replied with a grin, his demeanor unaffected as if he were entirely unconcerned about their activities being observed. Lin An surveyed the assortment of goods being brought in by the thugs: corn, cured meat, sacks of grain, and even 2 lively chickens, their wings tightly grasped. He then noticed the group of thugs behind Long Chong, numbering more than a dozen, only a few of whom had been present in the living room the previous night. Not all of these faces were familiar to Lin An from his past life. They wielded steel pipes and machetes, still stained with blood, their expressions menacing. Clearly, Long Chong's casual mention of preparations belied a more sinister reality. Lin An nodded nonchalantly, refraining from further comment, and turned to enter the restroom on the 2nd floor. The family that built this house had a certain finesse, as evidenced by the 2 small water towers atop the roof, each serving one of the 2 floors. As the tap was turned on, a stream of refreshing water gushed forth. Lin An splashed his face with the icy liquid, staring into the mirror at his reflection, his expression gradually darkening. He understood that dealing with Long Chong would not be a straightforward endeavor. This morning's display was intentionally orchestrated for his observation. He possessed a firearm. Yet Long Chong had his own allies. Among the dozen individuals downstairs, few were familiar faces. Long Chong, as in the previous life, was the first to awaken the fire-based abilities, while the others included Zhao Dong, Mao Tu, and a stranger with a severed leg. Lin An scrutinized the young man in the mirror, his black pupils clouded with gloom, his lips tightly pressed together, suddenly curling into a slight smirk. The youth in the mirror silently mouthed, word by word, "Long Chong, how many trump cards do you still hold?" Indeed, Long Chong had yet to reveal one of his aces. In the bedroom downstairs, the limping thug was assisted to sit on the bed, shaking his head at Long Chang. "It's no use. The distance is too great for me to sense anything. I need to ascend to the upper floor." Long Chong furrowed his brow. Lin An is vigilant. He won't allow anyone to go up. "Cousin, you must find a way," the thug insisted, pointing at his leg, a sorrowful expression on his face. "Look at how I've been bullied. You must avenge me and make that brat pay." The mention of cousin elicited no surprise from the assembled thugs. This thug, named Long Da, was indeed Long Chong's cousin. According to the trajectory of their past lives, they were not supposed to meet until they arrived in the capital. Today, due to Lin An's butterfly effect, the equipment originally belonging to Long Chong has been whisked away into his own domain. Consequently, Long Chang finds himself bereft of the resources necessary to recruit followers in Jin City, compelling him to follow the army with his men. By a stroke of serendipity, he encounters Long Da, who is fleeing alongside the troops. Long Da, indeed, represents Long Chong's most formidable trump card. Rest assured, Detsi, your cousin is well aware and will ensure that you do not suffer in vain. Long Chong reassured him with a solemn expression before contemplating the situation. Gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling above, determined to ascertain how many individuals remained upstairs. Without Wei Cheng by his side, Lin An lacked the appetite for a proper meal. opting instead to slice the leftover egg pancake from the previous night into thin strips and hastily prepare a simple dish from the remnants for breakfast. He refrained from serving it upstairs, choosing instead to attentively listen to the sounds emanating from the living room while savoring his meal. Silently, the door to the bedroom on the first floor creaked open, revealing a figure whose steps were far from graceful, moving cautiously and slowly down the staircase. Lin An set down his bowl and stealthily approached the kitchen door, observing a limping figure in the distance, whose silhouette began to align with a familiar face in his mind. Could it be Long Da? Long Chang's cousin, Long Da? The mental type ability user from the Xinglong Special Powers team, who always donned a mask in public, known by the codename Wild Dog. The mental abilities encompass a wide array of branches, with each mental type user possessing unique capabilities. Some lack offensive skills, yet can manipulate their mental energy to perceive the emotional fluctuations of others, commonly referred to as mind reading. Others lean more towards offensive traits, capable of wielding tangible mental energy for attacks. The Wild Dog, Long Da, is particularly unique. He possesses almost no self-defense capability as a mental support type. Yet he instills fear in the abilities of his peers within the Xinglong team through two remarkable skills, marking and tracking. By utilizing a special form of mental power, he leaves a psychic mark on his target the moment they make contact, no matter how the target attempts to conceal themselves. He can accurately locate them within a certain range. This form of mental tracking is comparable to the keen sense of smell of a wild dog. Due to his extraordinary abilities, most at the Shoujing base are aware of Long Da's existence, as he is often on guard against others. He has taken to wearing a mask to obscure his true identity. When he wishes to mark someone, he discreetly removes the mask, blending into the crowd to catch them off guard. In his previous life, Lin An was trapped by Long Chang for 5 years, unable to escape, and Long Da played a significant role in that. "Where are you going?" A sudden voice from behind startled Long Da, causing him to flinch and turn around apprehensively. At this moment, he is not the formidable wild dog Long Da. Rather, he is merely a thug endowed with a unique power, yet still frightened by Lin An's previous gunshot. I. Long Da stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, as he watched Lin An approach with increasing proximity, prompting him to take a few steps back. "What do you want?" he inquired warily. Lin An strolled forward leisurely, placing a hand on Long Da's shoulder, offering an ambiguous smile as he said, "Don't be nervous. Out of respect for your leader, I won't harm you." Long Da swallowed hard, feeling uncomfortable as he replied, "Then let go of me. I need to use the restroom." With that, he anxiously pushed away the hand on his shoulder and retreated another couple of steps. Lin An nonchalantly withdrew his hand, his expression cooling once more. "It would be best if you did as you suggested and headed to the restroom. My hearing is quite acute, if you doubt this. Feel free to inquire with your superior." The implications in his words were unmistakable, and the anxious Long Da immediately grasped their meaning. "I truly am going to the restroom," he stammered nervously, hastily turning on his injured leg and rushing toward the lavatory at the back of the staircase. Lin An made no attempt to stop him, instead relishing the unfamiliar surge of mental energy within him. He cast a sly smile at Long Da's retreating figure before ascending the stairs himself. He had indeed guessed correctly. It was Long Da. Did he truly say that? Long Chang furrowed his brows, gesturing to Long Da. "Then you should abandon any thoughts of going upstairs. He wasn't deceiving you. Since acquiring my abilities, my hearing has become quite acute as well. With the noise of your footsteps, that lad might very well hear you from inside. Were it not for Long Da's powers, he would not have sent someone with such a physical disadvantage to investigate." "Has he been subdued?" Long Chang inquired again. Long Da nodded affirmatively. "Yes, he is currently in the room upstairs, motionless. I can sense it." Long Chang let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. Regardless of how many individuals remain upstairs, we shall not wait any longer. Tonight, we will devise a means to take that lad out with us. Once he is out, he will not return, no matter if he has companions." Long Da, feeling timid, hesitated and said, "Cousin, is this reliable? That lad might have a gun." "A gun?" Long Chang chuckled lightly. "A bullet is still finite in number. With so many of us, what does it matter if Lin An possesses a firearm? Can he truly contend with us? When the moment arrives and he wields the firearm." Lin An returns to his room. The first thing he does is gently touch Hu Cheng's forehead, relieved to find that his temperature has not risen. He moistens Hu Cheng's lips with a bit of water and whispers, "You've been asleep for quite a while, yet you don't seem to feel hungry. I had breakfast by myself, but if you wake by noon, I shall prepare a sumptuous meal for you. Long Chang and the others have prepared 2 chickens, and we have plenty of poultry and fish. I'll cook for you as soon as you awaken. Otherwise, I shall have to indulge myself. Naturally, Huacheng cannot respond. After a while of talking, Lin An finds himself at a loss for words. His spirits dampened as he leans against Huacheng's arm and closes his eyes to rest. Having spent 5 years together, he knows Longchang better than anyone. Fortunate, audacious, and with a greedy heart, he dares to take risks at critical moments. Just yesterday, amidst the chaos, a faction of the military fled, leaving behind several vehicles laden with supplies, a sight visible to all. Those lacking capability busied themselves with escape, while the more competent wielded vehicles and weapons. Now, with the emergence of an extraordinary individual possessing spatial abilities, Longchang, who harbors great ambition, is likely to take the bait. The lure, besides the substantial supplies, is an ability to retrieve items from afar. Indeed, Longchang took the bait, sending his trusted aide Zhao Dong to respectfully summon Lin An downstairs at noon. In Chapter 46, Longchang has set a table downstairs adorned with an array of meats and vegetables. The centerpiece, a steaming platter of braised chicken, glistens with oil, appearing particularly enticing in these times of scarcity. Upon seeing Lin An descend the stairs, Longchang greets him with a smile. Brother Lin has arrived. Please, take a seat. Zhao Dong guided Lin into one side of the dining table, positioning himself opposite Longchang, with Longchang's subordinates flanking them. Lin An cast a cold glance around, recognizing the familiar faces of Longchang's trusted men from his previous life. The other thugs scattered around the living room, some seated, some standing, their eyes occasionally drifting toward Lin An with indifference. As Lin An took his seat, a faint smile played on his lips while he regarded Longchang, an unspoken invitation to a banquet of sorts. Longchang, still wearing a cheerful grin, instructed Zhao Dong to refill the glasses, raising his own in Lin An's direction. In these tumultuous times, encountering a fellow townsman in such a remote place is indeed fortuitous. Allow me to toast to you, Brother Lin. He brought the glass to his lips, noticing Lin An's unmoving cup before him. With narrowed, drooping eyes, his tone remained unwavering, laced with an undercurrent of veiled threat. What is this? Does Brother Lin disdain the drink I offer? Not at all, Lin An replied, still refraining from lifting his glass. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks and popped a peanut into his mouth, maintaining his indifferent expression. I simply do not drink, Brother Chang. I hope you won't take offense. Humph. Longchang set down his glass, and his subordinates, who had been casually eating, suddenly tensed, casting unfriendly glances at Lin An. What are you doing? Brother Lin is our guest. Let us extend him some courtesy. Longchang waved his hands dismissively. Though whether he was inspired by too many underworld films, he certainly projected an air of authority. He also popped a peanut into his mouth and remarked coolly, Indeed, this wine is hardly a good thing. It would be best for you, Brother Lin, at such a young age, to avoid it. However, I wonder about the gentleman upstairs. Noticing Lin An's gaze, Longchang casually continued, I just can't help but wonder how well that brother tolerates alcohol. What is the matter? Won't he come down for a couple of drinks? Lin An had anticipated encountering Longchang and his gang, knowing this confrontation was inevitable. These ruffians typically bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Having inadvertently found their way here, and having previously crossed paths with Huacheng, they would soon realize something was amiss. He could either adopt a tough demeanor from the outset, intimidating them into submission, or feign weakness, concealing his spatial abilities and weaponry, lest he be driven away by this group, leaving his vehicle and supplies exposed. If he refrained from taking action, they would inevitably come to prey upon him. How could he leave when his brother was in such dire straits? They had no intention of going anywhere. If anyone were to depart, it would be these intruders, leaving without a trace, never to return. The calculations in his mind grew clearer. Lin An slammed his chopsticks down, casting a cold glance at the gang poised beside him, and fixed his icy gaze on Longchang. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, Brother Lin. Please don't misunderstand. Longchang chuckled lightly, clicking his tongue. After all, we are now temporary neighbors. It is only polite to greet the brothers upstairs. Noticing Lin An's silence, he leisurely shook his head. It has been quite a while since the gentleman upstairs last ventured out, and it seems Brother Lin hasn't delivered a meal either. I hope he isn't unwell. On Longxiang Road, Lin An was seen with another man in his car. Now, Lin An was resolutely preventing anyone from ascending to the second floor. Having confined himself within the room for an entire morning, one could easily speculate the reasons behind his actions. Even if he were unwell, what difference would it make? This fellow surnamed Lin was merely dragging a sickly individual, possessing a firearm and extraordinary abilities. How could he possibly fend off so many adversaries? Having discerned this, why bother posing the question? Suddenly, Lin An lifted his head, his expression grim as he fixed an unwavering gaze upon Longqiang. I reiterate, should anyone dare to ascend to the second floor, I shall take their life. Longqiang, undeterred, shook his head with a smile. Brother Lin, do remain calm. I merely made a slight remark. You are a man of loyalty, and I am as well. I admire how you still consider your comrades. Furthermore, did you not mention last night that we are destined for greater endeavors? Engaging in significant matters inherently requires a sense of loyalty. Noticing Lin An's silence, he continued, however, speaking of grand undertakings, I must say there is indeed a substantial deal at hand, and I genuinely wish to include you in this venture. Lin An remained unmoved, coldly responding, after all that has been said, what exactly do you want me to do? It is not about what I wish you to do, but rather about collaboration. We have a lucrative opportunity before us, and a partnership between our factions would be foolproof. Longqiang smiled and shook his head. All it takes is for you to nod, and we shall engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement. This time, Lin An did not respond, quietly listening to Longqiang. Come, Brother Lin. Since you have signaled your agreement, shall we not raise a glass to commemorate this moment? With our objectives aligned, Longqiang once again raised his glass, a smile adorning his face. Lin An ignored him, reiterating, I do not drink. With a displeased expression, he turned and ascended the stairs. 2 minutes later, a loud bang echoed as a door slammed shut upstairs. Zhao Dong, in a fit of rage, threw his chopsticks onto the table and cursed, Humph. That little brat is ungrateful. Brother Chong, why should we tolerate him? In my opinion, we should simply take him by force. So what if they have guns? With so many of us, we can easily capture such a young punk. Why the rush? Longqiang, his face darkened, set down his wine glass. He will have his moment of despair. If we confront Lin An now, his stubbornness in refusing to accept anything will render our efforts futile. Zhao Dong remained indignant. Then, just as you said, brother, are we to give him 30%? That's an enormous amount. Do you understand? Longqiang shot him a frustrated glare, exclaiming, what are you making a fuss about? Let us discuss this inside. If we handle this properly, not only will we not lose a single item, but the person too will belong to us. Upon returning to his room, Lin An first approached the bedside to feel Huacheng's forehead. As per his usual routine, he replaced the damp towel with a fresh one. He couldn't tell if it was merely a perception or if the towel was too cool, but he sensed that Huacheng's temperature had dropped slightly. Unfortunately, he had no thermometer at hand to measure it. Sitting by the bed, Lin An, having barely touched his food at the table earlier, now retrieved some bread and sausage from his storage, eating while gazing at Huacheng's face, sighing. Why are you still not awake? At the very least, rise to drink some water and eat a bit. A hand reached into the covers to grasp his brother's hand. Lin An took a sip of water, feeling a trace of foreign spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, he smiled, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. Do not worry. I shall drive them all away tonight. He gently caressed Huacheng's dry, feverish palm, playfully scratching it as a mischievous child might, yet received no response. Disheartened, Lin An withdrew his hand from the warmth of the bed, dampening a cloth with mineral water to moisten Huacheng's lips, harboring a sense of resentment. His brother lay in bed, unable to consume anything, while that group downstairs indulged themselves without restraint. It was no mere illusion. That afternoon, Huacheng's temperature had indeed dropped slightly, registering around 38 to 39 degrees. Though the fever was not severe, he showed no signs of awakening. Lin An breathed a sigh of relief, becoming more diligent in his care, replacing the towel on Huacheng's forehead every half hour and moistening his lips. Longqiang had scheduled their meeting for 7 in the evening, and as the hour approached, darkness enveloped the world, the zombies growing sluggish, while the moon illuminated the path, creating the perfect ambience. At 6:50, Lin An replaced Huacheng's towel one last time, setting mineral water, bread, and a pear on the small table beside the bed. He worried that if his brother awoke, his throat might be sore and he would struggle to eat. After a moment's hesitation, contemplating the possibility of Huacheng waking during his absence, Lin An hastily retrieved paper and pen to leave a note. Will return before midnight, do not worry. He feared that if Huacheng awoke to find himself alone, he might feel abandoned. The feeling of being forsaken was unbearable. Lin An had experienced it once himself and wished for nothing more than to spare Huacheng such anguish. At precisely 7 o'clock, Longqiang began to summon his men downstairs. Lin An cast a final glance at Huacheng, discreetly placing a key into his palm before securing his firearm and brandishing his machete as he descended. Brothers, Lin An has arrived. Let us embark, Long Chong declared. Maintaining an amiable facade, Lin An nodded, his gaze coldly sweeping the surroundings, before abruptly inquiring, "Where is your missing man?" Long Chong's smile faltered, though he feigned composure. "There is no one missing. All the brothers are present." Lin An scoffed, his temper flaring. "You are short one with yellow hair. Do you truly believe I would forget? If you lack sincerity and harbor ulterior motives, then I shall remain here, observing how many of you perish in your attempts to subdue me." "Please, Lin An, do not be vexed. It may appear that one is absent. I shall send someone to locate him," Long Chang responded, his demeanor shifting as he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Dong, forcing a smile to placate Lin An. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such a keen memory. Moments later, Zhao Dong returned from the backyard with a ruffian in tow, awkwardly stating, "Dabin has gone to the restroom." "Humph. If he needed to relieve himself, why not do so inside?" Instead, he chose to scamper to the back wall. Fortunately, Brother Lin's keen eyes spotted him, or else this lad would have been left behind. Long Chong feigned anger, and the ruffian offered his apologies, allowing the matter to be put to rest. "Now, Brother Lin, let us proceed." Lin An, maintaining a stoic expression, exited the door last. Once beyond the threshold of the simple farmhouse, he stealthily retrieved a chain and padlock from his bag, securing the two aluminum alloy doors loosely from the outside. The door was left ajar, wide enough for a hand to slip in and out, yet too narrow for a person to squeeze through. Long Chong observed from the side, a hint of discontent marring his expression. "Brother Lin, isn't this a bit excessive? The yard door is still locked. There's no need for such caution." "Caution is never a fault," Lin An replied with a light chuckle, half serious. "After all, my brother is lying in there. I must ensure his safety before departing. Don't you think?" Long Chong managed a strained smile. "Indeed, you speak the truth." Yet inwardly, he scoffed at Lin An, labeling him a cunning little rascal. In the yard, 3 vehicles were parked closely together, 2 vans and a black SUV, with Lin An's car being the most conspicuous. Long Chong instructed 2 of his subordinates to board Lin An's vehicle, a clear indication of surveillance. He harbored reservations about sharing a ride with Lin An, fearing potential complications along the way. Lin An said nothing, feigning ignorance, and turned to one of the thugs. "I'm not skilled at driving. Perhaps you should take the wheel." Long Chong readily agreed, assuring, "Brother Lin, rest assured, my men are all seasoned in transportation. Their driving skills are exceptional." Lin An nodded silently and settled into the back seat. The 3 vehicles, 2 vans flanking the SUV, ventured into the night, gradually departing the village. The sound of tires on gravel disturbed the zombies within the village, which groaned and shuffled a few steps in pursuit of the departing vehicles. However, as the cars faded into the distance, the disoriented zombies halted, resuming their aimless wandering. Chapter 47. Returning to the place where the incident occurred, the road had become familiar. After driving for over an hour, we could see 5 large buses parked haphazardly on the opposite road, discernible even from a distance across the farmland. 2 of the buses had their rear doors wide open, surrounded by 30 to 40 wandering zombies, clearly remnants of the vehicles that once transported people. The 3 buses closer to us were slightly smaller, their doors securely shut. Remarkably, after a day and a night, no one had come to disturb them. The voice of Long Chong, barely containing his ecstatic excitement, crackled through the intercom. "This is it, we've arrived." He commanded his subordinates to maneuver the vehicles, parking them on the opposite side of the road behind the barricade. Upon hearing the sound, the aimlessly wandering zombies turned and started making their way towards us. "Brother Lin, let the others handle this. Come with me to gather supplies." Lin An nodded in silence and followed Long Chong, trailed closely by 3 of his men, including the limping Long Da. The horde of zombies was momentarily distracted by Long Chong's underlings, allowing a few of them to dash towards the nearby truck. After swiftly dispatching a couple of zombies lurking near the vehicle, Long Chong swallowed hard and, along with Zhao Dong, pried open the truck's rear door. Illuminated by the emergency light, both of their eyes glistened with excitement. Inside the truck were stacks upon stacks of canned goods, meticulously arranged throughout the cargo area, with images of fish and luncheon meat adorning the cardboard boxes. Long Chong gulped, panting heavily, and suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin An, his smile appearing somewhat eerie under the flickering light. "Brother Lin, you go." It was evident that he held an unusual level of trust in Lin An, allowing him to collect the supplies without even counting their quantity. Lin An remained silent, vaulting into the vehicle. As he collected boxes into the spatial compartment under the eager gaze of Long Chong and his companions, After an hour, with only a third left to gather, his face flushed crimson, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, indicating the exertion he was enduring. Nearby, one of Long Chong's subordinates rushed over, clutching a steel pipe and drenched in blood, exclaiming, "Brother Chong, it's no use. Our men can't hold on any longer." Indeed, a dozen individuals were struggling against nearly 40 zombies, these ruffians barely managing to fend them off while retreating. If not for the zombies' sluggish movements at night, they would not have lasted this long. Long Chong furrowed his brow, following his subordinate's gaze. Over half of the zombies remained, and several of their own had already suffered injuries. Why is it still not done? Can it be done any faster? He snapped, sending his lackey away. His attention turned back to Lin An in the cargo hold, urgency creeping into his voice. "Brother Lin, can you speed up a bit? Our people are reaching their limit." Lin An nodded, gritting his teeth as he summoned every ounce of strength. After nearly 20 more minutes, he finally managed to clear the entire cargo area. Exhausted, he slumped onto the vehicle, waving at Long Chang. "At most, we can collect one more load. You all need to hold on for another hour and a half." Long Chong quickly handed him a bottle of water, urging, "Brother Lin, don't rest yet. Just hang in there. Once we finish loading the next vehicle, we'll leave." Lin An nodded, gasping for breath. "I have no strength left. Help me over." With a desperate thirst, he gulped down the mineral water in his hand. His face was flushed, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, as he was assisted to his feet by a subordinate of Long Chang, his legs feeling somewhat weak and unsteady. Behind him, the sounds of ruffians panting and engaging in fierce combat mingled with the increasingly excited grunts of the zombies. "Brother Chong, something is amiss. Xiao Wang has turned into a zombie." A cry for help echoed through the air. Long Chong discreetly cast a glance at Lin An, then exchanged a knowing look with Zhao Dong. "Keep an eye on him. I'll go check it out." Zhao Dong nodded, flashing a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth. "Don't worry, boss. Detsi is here. This kid won't escape." With another glance at the half-consumed bottle of mineral water in Lin An's hands, Long Chong felt reassured. Indeed, with Long to present, he had ingested that substance and was unlikely to flee. "Lin, put in some effort and gather the supplies. I'll head over there," he instructed. Lin An weakly waved his hand at Long Chong, being supported by a thug as he approached the vehicle. His downcast gaze inadvertently swept by a black Land Rover, which had mysteriously vanished at some point. Seemingly oblivious, he allowed himself to be guided towards another vehicle, while Zhao Dong took the initiative to eliminate a nearby zombie. The door to the cargo area was flung open, revealing stacks of rice and flour, densely packed, causing one's head to spin and eyes to redden. "Brother Lin, please," Zhao Dong gestured, allowing the thugs to assist Lin An into the vehicle. He exchanged a glance with Long Da, both remaining vigilant for any approaching zombies. Lin An nodded once more. As he stepped into the vehicle, his legs gave way, and he fell against the bags of flour. When a young thug helped him up, he discreetly spat out the remnants of what he had been holding in his mouth. Observing Lin An's frailty, Zhao Dong's wariness diminished significantly, and upon glancing at Long Da beside him, his caution lessened even further. They had made several preparations. This fellow was truly unable to escape. In the dead of night, a furtive figure crept into the courtyard. The door was secured with a formidable lock, and the figure muttered a curse under their breath, clutching a steel pipe under their arm as they attempted to pull at the lock. With a sharp click, the chain lock held firm, remaining steadfastly in place. The figure cursed again, abandoning the chain, and took 2 steps to the left. After a couple of hops that failed to reach the window, they bent down to pick up a brick from the ground and returned to smash at the iron lock. After roughly 10 blows, the door finally yielded. "Huh, did they really think a flimsy lock could deter me?" the person chuckled, pushing the door open and swaggering into the darkened living room. The room was shrouded in darkness, and with the aid of moonlight streaming through the window, they scanned their surroundings, but everything remained indistinct. Feeling no inclination to switch on the emergency lights, they navigated towards the staircase, eager to ascend. Their leader had mentioned that there was an ailing individual upstairs, one lacking the capacity for resistance. Bringing him down would surely compel that fellow Lin to comply. With the steel pipe in hand, they were about to step onto the stairs when a faint breeze brushed past their ear. Before they could utter a word, a powerful grip seized their neck from behind. In an instant, they felt their arm joints dislocate with a series of sharp snaps. The pain was excruciating. "Spare me. Spare me." The thugs sent by Long Chong let out a couple of desperate cries. The steel pipe clattered to the ground as he was forcefully slammed against the wall. "Where's Lin An? Spare me. Spare me, I implore you." 10 minutes later, The black SUV parked in the yard roared back to life, its wheels spinning rapidly as it vanished into the enveloping darkness. Moonlight filtered through the living room window, casting ethereal shadows within the house. Beneath the corner staircase, a lifeless body lay sprawled on the floor, its neck grotesquely twisted, eyes wide open in eternal shock. Divider line, where is everyone? Where have you hidden them? Over an hour had elapsed, and after a harrowing struggle with the zombies, Long Chong hurriedly led his team to the rear of the truck, only to find Zhao Dong and Long standing outside the cargo area, utterly transfixed, their eyes wide with terror, as if they had seen a ghost. The cargo area had long since been emptied. What on earth are you two doing? Long Chong bellowed, jolting them back to reality. Zhao Dong, drenched in sweat, stammered. Brother Chang, I swear, it was like witnessing a ghost. I saw that kid vanish right before my eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a brief spatial confinement had rendered him and Long immobile within a closed space, shielding them from any external changes. It merely felt to him as if, in a moment of distraction, the individual before him had simply disappeared, akin to an apparition. Long Chong's expression darkened with alarm. What? You claim the person has vanished? He kicked Zhao Dong to the ground and, pointing an accusatory finger at him, shouted, Ghost my foot, with your eyes glued to him. How could you possibly lose track of that kid? Damn it. In a fit of rage, he delivered 2 more kicks to Zhao Dong before turning sharply to his cousin. Detsy, don't you have the ability to sense things? Where is that kid? Long regained his composure and quickly used his mental power to sense the surroundings. Approximately half a minute later, a look of joy spread across his face as he exclaimed, The young scoundrel is right in that truck ahead. He hasn't fled far. Long Chong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes as he remarked, How could I forget? That brat consumed the drug and can't run far. In that truck, I believe he intends to act unilaterally. Damn it, brothers, follow me. This time, we shall teach that Lin fellow a lesson he won't soon forget. Brother Chong, Dabin is back. A keen-eyed thug pointed towards the approaching SUV. Long Chong responded with a grin. He's returned rather swiftly. It's fortuitous. Accompanied by his frail brother, I doubt that Lin's scoundrel will remain obstinate. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he ordered, No need to wait for him. Let Dabin catch up on his own. Follow me. Fewer than 10 thugs, some nursing their wounds while others wielded weapons, followed their leader with menacing expressions towards the truck parked askew in front of them. Cousin, that brat is inside the truck. Unmoving. He must be dazed from the drug. Long indicated towards the partially closed door, excitedly rubbing his hands as he urged his companions to assist him in boarding first. He still harbored a grudge against Lin and for the shot he received. Long Chong, lacking patience for his limping brother's slow ascent into the vehicle, swiftly climbed aboard with his men. Indeed, the truck's interior was empty. Long Chong, filled with rage yet laughing coldly, snorted, Lights. His subordinate promptly activated the emergency light and handed it to him. Long Chong swung the light into the depths of the truck, revealing a small stack of cardboard boxes at the far end, behind which a figure lay motionless. It seemed the drug had truly taken effect. Long Chong sniffed the air, detecting the pungent scent of gasoline within the carriage, intensifying the fire of anger within him. Gasoline. Such a precious commodity. Had it not been for his prior scheming, that scoundrel Lin would have monopolized it all. How dare you attempt to feast alone? Today, I shall ensure you learn a lesson. Armed with a steel knife, Long Chong charged forward with his comrades, striking without a moment's hesitation. Lin An, crouched behind a cardboard box, felt the blade pierce his back, blood gushing forth, yet he remained silent and motionless, turning his back to Long Chang and his gang. This only fueled Long Chong's rage further. He commanded his men, drag him out for me. Outside the truck, adjacent to the guardrail, amidst a heap of dry grass, Lin An let out a cold laugh, the metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth. The force exerted by Long Chong's men was considerable, even without swallowing. The mere contact left a tingling sensation. He bit down hard on his tongue, spitting blood while fixating his gaze forward. As the others boarded the vehicle, the moment was nearing perfection. With a surge of strength in his legs, he prepared to stealthily slip away, when suddenly, a swift and fierce wind swept past him. A scorching hand, imbued with a familiar scent, clamped over Lin An's mouth, while another arm constricted around his upper body, pulling him back. Your audacity is growing. A raspy, deep voice resonated beside him, laced with anger. Lin An struggled, kicking out, but upon hearing that familiar voice, he abruptly ceased his resistance, eyes widening with ecstatic recognition. Only to instinctively retract his neck, suddenly engulfed by a sense of trepidation. Zhao Dong, accompanied by his men, dragged Lin An out from behind the cardboard boxes and immediately exclaimed, "He's Mao too." "What?" Long Cheng leaned in for a closer look, his face paling. The individual behind the boxes was none other than Mao Tu, who had previously supported Lin An in the back compartment. What was happening? He shot a furious glare at the ashen-faced Long Da and decisively declared, "Get out of the car. That brat has escaped. He's taken everything with him, and we must retrieve it at all costs." In that moment, a gunshot rang out. Long Da, who was closest to the door, suddenly let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound on his back bleeding profusely. Through the dim emergency lights, a shadow darted past, and simultaneously, several bullets struck, one hitting a thug beside Long Chong. The thug clutched his bleeding thigh and screamed in agony. Panic surged within Long Chong, and he quickly led his men to take cover behind a stack of cardboard boxes. "Brother Chong, what should we do?" Zhao Dong stammered, glancing nervously at the motionless Long Da. Long Chong spat in frustration, steeling himself. "You lot, follow me. I won't allow a mere brat to take us down single-handedly." The back door of the compartment was only half open. The other half had remained shut from the start. Outside, a profound silence enveloped the area, suggesting Lin An had already departed. Yet, Long Chang remained undeterred. He ordered his men to extinguish the emergency lights, plunging the spacious compartment into darkness, save for a sliver of moonlight that filtered through the partially open door, creating a small halo of illumination nearby. Long Chang, accompanied by his companions, stealthily approached the partially closed door, pressing closely against the vehicle's exterior. Holding his breath, he leaned quietly at the threshold, straining to listen to the sounds beyond. Moments later, a series of footsteps approached, and with gritted teeth, Long Chang stifled a deep breath, fixated on the luminous entrance beside him, when suddenly, a figure darted in. Long Chang emerged from the side with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a fiery sphere the size of a fist erupting in his palm as he hurled it towards the youth outside. Before the young man could evade, successive fireballs rained down upon him, while the thugs behind Long Chang surged forward, emboldened by the chaos. In the blink of an eye, Lin An neither fired his weapon nor retreated. Instead, he stood there with an unsettling smile directed at Long Chang, his eyes glinting with an unnerving understanding, as if he had already unraveled the intentions of his adversary. Before Long Chang could process his surprise, the eerie scene that Zhao Dong had previously recounted unfolded once more. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, the thugs grotesquely frozen in their charge, while Long Chang's triumphant sneer remained caught on his face. The fireballs, vibrant and crimson, hung suspended in midair, neither extinguishing nor flickering. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to be encased in ice. Almost instantaneously, Lin An retreated a few steps, and the partially opened metal door slammed shut as if manipulated by an unseen force. Within seconds, the lock on the door twisted and deformed, melding into the door itself, hardening into a single mass, transforming the steel door into a solid, impenetrable barrier. Within the carriage, time, momentarily frozen, suddenly quivered, causing the unsteady ruffians to stumble and fall. A cascade of fireballs descended, and before anyone could react, flames surged along the gasoline-soaked floor, swiftly licking the stacked cardboard boxes with a speed too rapid for the naked eye to follow. In an instant, the boxes were reduced to ashes, spilling forth containers filled with the very substance that Long Chang desired most, gasoline. Bang, bang, bang. The rear door was violently struck, muffled cries of despair emanating from within, yet it remained firmly shut. Boom. A towering inferno erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions behind him. Lin An had already boarded the vehicle. The wheels rolled forward, whisking the car away from the illuminated stretch of road engulfed in flames. As he glanced into the rearview mirror at the radiant blaze, an unexpected sense of relief washed over him. It felt as though the pent-up frustration that had long resided in his heart, along with countless grievances from a past life, had been utterly incinerated in that fiery spectacle. As he moved ahead, he became Lin An once more, now untainted by his previous existence, armed with a life-saving supernatural ability, and accompanied by his cherished elder brother. The future remained uncertain, yet fear held no sway over him any longer. Lin An turned to gaze at Hui Cheng, noting the healthy flush on his brother's face, and the last remnants of melancholy within him were gradually supplanted by joy. His brother was unharmed. He had awakened a formidable power. From that moment onward, the young man opened his mouth to speak, but the usually silent driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a screeching halt. "Brother?" Lin An was jolted by the seatbelt, momentarily stunned, as he observed Hua Cheng swallow hard, rendered speechless. From the moment the man entered the vehicle, he had not uttered a single word. Suddenly, he unfastened his seatbelt, turned to Lin An, and his gaze bore an unprecedented depth. Under the weight of his silent scrutiny, Lin An found himself unable to voice the question that lingered on his lips. What is wrong? The guilt that had been suppressed within him began to surface, magnified by Hua Cheng's unwavering stare. Should he apologize? Under Hua Cheng's intense gaze, Lin An increasingly felt his own culpability. Yet he could not pinpoint exactly where he had erred. He should not have left Hua Cheng alone in that room. He should not have put himself in danger. He should not have. Lin An's throat felt parched, and he desperately wished to say something, yet words eluded him. Hua Cheng's silence only heightened his anxiety. Was his brother angry? Would he resort to violence against him? Nervously licking his lips, Lin An instinctively recoiled, unaware that his actions had provoked Hua Cheng. The man, who had previously been exceedingly patient with Lin An, suddenly darkened in demeanor and lunged at him. Was he truly going to strike him? Terrified, Lin An shut his eyes and shrank back, momentarily devoid of any intention to resist, fully aware of his wrongdoing. The anticipated pain never materialized. Instead, he was met with an entirely different kind of ache that left him bewildered. His upper body was ensnared by a powerful arm, pressed against a warm, solid chest. While the seatbelt dug painfully into him, a discomfort that paled in comparison to the other sensations. His lips were seized in a fierce kiss, and the heat exhaled from the other set of lips seemed to scorch him. Lin An stood frozen in place, his mind clouded, rendered utterly unresponsive. He dazedly allowed his lips to be caressed by a coarse tongue, nibbled at by teeth with a gentle yet firm pressure, pulled and tugged in a languorous manner. Obey. Open your mouth. A low, gravelly command filled his ears. In a stupor, Lin An obediently loosened his jaw, only to instinctively attempt to close it again. How could Hua Cheng permit him such regrets? With a muffled chuckle against his lips, he pressed his tongue against the young man's teeth, plunging deeply, firmly capturing his lips, fervently sucking on the young man's tongue, which was unaware of the need to retreat. The man's kiss was fervent and domineering, as if the gentle, silent Hua Cheng of moments prior had been stripped away, revealing an intense, fiery essence. The warm effet he wore was torn apart in this deep kiss, inundating Lin An's mouth with a scorching, aggressive flavor. Hua Cheng's gaze was fixed intently on Lin An's face, his eyes burning with a fervor that seemed poised to penetrate Lin An's very being. Under such an incendiary stare, Lin An, feeling utterly intimidated, dared not open his eyes. His tightly shut eyelids trembled slightly, lashes quivering restlessly, as if he were to be consumed by the heat of the kiss and the intensity of the gaze fixated upon him. With no spare mental energy to contemplate the duration of this breath-stealing kiss, Lin An leaned against the car window, gasping for air as the vehicle slowly began to move. The coolness of the glass did nothing to mitigate the heat suffusing his cheeks. He glared at the man driving, his expression tinged with a hint of exasperation. What was the meaning of this? He had just been kissed. Hua Cheng drove with unwavering focus, a soft sound escaping his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. While his slightly trembling hands betrayed the fervent emotions within him, a thrill of having his desires fulfilled. Shawn did not push him away, nor did he rush forward in a frenzied attempt to confront him. What was with the nonchalant demeanor at such a critical moment? Lin An's heart simmered with frustration. What did you mean by that? Hua Cheng was acutely aware that he needed to express himself clearly at this juncture. I like you. His low, resonant voice brimmed with sincerity, tinged with a husky quality, as he urgently sought out Lin An, neglecting even to take a sip of water. The raspiness in his voice suggested lingering swelling, and upon hearing this, Lin An's irritation diminished slightly. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Hua Cheng's well-being, even in such a moment. Still, there was a hint of irritation in his tone as he turned his gaze towards the window, asking, "Do you like men?" "I like you," Hua Cheng replied, his fervent gaze piercing through the rearview mirror, uttering a line rich in emotional nuance. "Look at the road," Lin An admonished, feeling flustered and bewildered. He had never fathomed that Hua Cheng had an inclination towards men, nor had he ever experienced a confession from another man. With Hua Cheng, who had always been regarded as an elder brother figure, suddenly revealing such sentiments, he felt utterly at a loss. Did he feel repulsion? No, absolutely not. How could he harbor disdain for Hua Cheng, who had treated him so kindly? However, he has always regarded him as an elder brother. You. Lin An tilted his head and opened his mouth, striving to articulate his thoughts. I have never received a confession from a man. How could you possibly be attracted to men? No, I do not mean to look down upon it. How could I stumble over my words like this? Lin An mentally chastised himself, afraid to turn around, particularly apprehensive of witnessing the hurt expression on Hu Cheng's face. He leaned his head against the window, hesitating for a few seconds, and finally managed to utter, "Let us just discuss this later. Let us return to how we used to be." Yes, back to how we used to be. His brother surely wouldn't leave just because he didn't agree. They had promised to go to Zhao City together. This was neither a rejection nor an acceptance. Lin An truly could not think of a better way to phrase it. So he managed to say this and fell silent thereafter. Yes, back to how we used to be. Hu Cheng responded, his voice betraying no hint of pain or sorrow. Lin An listened intently, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Through the reflection in the mirror, he caught a glimpse of the youth, who pretended to gaze out the window, his neck tinged with crimson. The man drove steadily, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. Having kissed, how could things return to how they once were? Chapter 49. The journey remained quiet. At midnight, the car returned to the village, stopping before a rustic courtyard. Its gate wide open. Lin An inquired, "Is it not locked?" Glancing around the yard, he noticed no signs of zombies and reminded Hu Cheng to lock it upon disembarking. Hu Cheng steered the car into the courtyard's empty space, saying nothing, yet Lin An understood. The moment Hu Cheng awakened, he had been eager to find him. Hardly recalling to lock the door. The man's throat was parched, and despite having water at his bedside, he had not taken a single sip. Uncontrollable memories of the recent kiss flooded back, his lips cracked and dry, his voice hoarse and urgent. Did his brother think he had fled? That he no longer wanted him, prompting such a fervent pursuit? Lin An pressed his lips together, feeling increasingly distressed with each thought. He cast his gaze downward and murmured, I never intended to leave. I left a note on the table. Did you see it? I truly had no intention of departing." He pondered whether Hu Cheng, upon waking, genuinely believed he had vanished, and how anxious and sorrowful that must have made him feel. The thought deepened his own unease. "I want to do this again. I will inform you wherever I go." Hu Cheng, however, bore no resentment towards Lin An. He unbuckled his seatbelt, contemplated for a moment, then reached out to gently pat Lin An's head. His gaze was focused and forgiving as he said, "I know everything. I heard what you said while you were unconscious, and I saw the note on the table." Hu Cheng continued, "I know you would not leave me." His eyes, fixed intently on Lin An, began to burn with intensity. Lin An, feeling uncomfortable, averted his gaze, prompting Hu Cheng to take his hand in his own and remark, "I heard everything you said before." Though he had been in a state of unconsciousness, his mind had remained alert, yet he could not awaken. His body felt as if it were being scorched in a furnace, with only the coolness on his forehead providing a modicum of relief. The voices surrounding him, though indistinct, compelled him to listen intently, leaving him in a haze, sustained solely by the familiar voice he awaited. Listening to the young man below speak of unexpected guests, there was an attempt to remain composed, yet two undeniable feelings of anxiety lingered. Hearing him resolutely declare that the group below must not be allowed upstairs. His tone was fierce and laced with a hint of menace, which only left Hu Cheng feeling a deep sense of heartache. Alongside this heartache was a restless frustration at himself for not awakening sooner, allowing the young man beside him to bear such burdens. He was supposed to be the protector. Yet now it was the other way around. "I am sorry." Hu Cheng rarely displayed such firmness in front of Lin An. He tightly grasped Lin An's hand, refusing to let him pull away, and gazed intently at the young man's uncomfortable expression. He spoke earnestly, "I am sorry. You are not at fault. It is I who should apologize." He regretted the timing of his awakening, forcing Lin An to face danger alone. Hu Cheng opened his mouth, hesitating before continuing. "I understand that you did this for me. It will not happen again. From now on, I shall protect you and ensure that you do not have to take risks alone." Although the man's heart was tumultuous, he seldom voiced such sentimental declarations. Faltering midway through his confession, Lin An averted his gaze, feeling uneasy. "What are you apologizing for? Awakening powers is not something one can choose the timing for." He feared Hu Cheng's guilt and quickly added, "I was not hurt. What injuries could I possibly sustain from dealing with those few people? Besides, I have my own grievances with them. It is not solely because of you." Hu Cheng nodded, feeling immensely relieved that Lin An had come through unscathed. Grateful that he had arrived in time to prevent the young man from facing danger alone. "Why are you making those sounds?" Lin An found herself both exasperated and amused by the man's repeated utterances. She realized that she could now extract various meanings from a single sound. Pondering this, she gently withdrew her hand from his grasp and, after a moment of silence, spoke softly. "When I had a fever, you didn't abandon me. Now that you are unwell, I will not forsake you either." Hu Cheng, somewhat regretfully, retracted his palm and gazed earnestly at Lin An. Does this mean that in the future, if I do not abandon you, you will not abandon me? Having previously exchanged a few sweet nothings, the man seemed to have loosened up, seizing every opportunity to interject with flirtation, displaying a tenacious pursuit. How can we talk about the future? Lin An felt a shiver run down her spine under his unwavering gaze and awkwardly cleared her throat. Please, don't look at me like that. He replied. Yet his eyes remained fixed on her. Must you be so brazen? The atmosphere inside the car turned peculiar. One person gazed intently, his gaze unabashed and unfiltered, while the other, under scrutiny, neither responded nor showed resistance. Silence enveloped them, neither expressing a desire to exit the vehicle. It was not until the sounds from the house shattered the tranquility of the night that their silent exchange was abruptly interrupted. Lin An and Hua Chung exchanged a glance, acknowledging the presence of someone inside. Shall we go see? The living room was illuminated by emergency lights, casting a glow in the center where an individual stood awkwardly, locking eyes with Lin An and Hua Chung. Lin, my brother. Zhao Weiming, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, was perched atop the back of the sofa, the window above already ajar. Just as Lin An entered, he was about to make his escape. Perhaps alerted by a disturbance in the courtyard, he instinctively sought to flee, only to be caught red-handed, rendered immobile in a moment of panic. Yusin, aiming, come see what I've found. A jubilant voice echoed from upstairs. Sun Xing, clutching a bag of bread and a bottle of mineral water in his left hand, held a pear in his right, already gnawed upon in 2 large bites, precisely the items Lin An had previously left for Hua Chung in the bedroom. Upon spotting the occupants of the living room, Sun Xing abruptly halted, his voice caught in his throat. You all, how did you return? Weren't you supposed to leave? Axing. What are you saying? Wang Yusin, cradling a jar of salted duck eggs, faintly heard voices in the living room and promptly emerged from the kitchen, followed closely by Hong Shui, who was busily munching on snacks from a plate. The plate contained remnants of the meal left over from Long Chong and his group earlier that day. The young lady, who had never tasted such meager fare, grimaced in distaste while resolutely swallowing her bites. She was genuinely starving. It turned out that on the night of the military incident, not only Long Chong's group but also Zhao Weiming's party, who had crossed paths with Lin An on several occasions, had fortuitously arrived late at this village. They had intended to inspect the small 2-story building, and as fate would have it, they happened upon a crowd entering, carrying steel pipes, a sight that did not bode well. At the very moment when the door was opened, the imposing black silhouette of a parked Land Rover in the yard caught Zhao Weiming's eye. With just a fleeting glance, he discerned that Lin An and his companions were also within the confines of this house. The arrival of such ruffians could potentially incite a conflict. It was common knowledge that Lin An was armed and possessed a volatile temperament. A sense of trepidation enveloped the group, prompting them to seek refuge in an unoccupied farmhouse nearby. This structure, characterized by its flimsy doors and low walls, offered scant security compared to its neighboring dwellings. The lack of safety was compounded by an alarming shortage of provisions. During the day, the 3 men from the vehicle ventured forth, knocking on doors in the vicinity to solicit food from the villagers or to scavenge for supplies on their own. Upon their return, however, Hong Shui's bodyguard had vanished, and the vehicle that had been parked outside was now gone. Didn't you ask him to drive away to find food elsewhere? Wang Yusin exclaimed, her anxiety palpable, for the car contained their last remnants of sustenance. Hong Shui's complexion turned ashen as she raised her voice in fury. How dare he? Once we reach the capital, I will certainly inform my father. That scoundrel must not be spared. Since the previous night, survival had consumed their thoughts, leaving them without a morsel to eat. Now, their stomachs growled in protest, yet they possessed neither a drop of water nor a grain of rice. The village was plagued by the undead, rendering movement perilous, while the villagers remained obstinately unresponsive to their pleas for entry, let alone for food. With the calamity persisting for so long, no household had any surplus provisions to share. The first to notice the footsteps in the adjacent small building was Hong Shui, whose eyes were bloodshot from hunger. At that moment, Zhao Weiming carried a meager supply of rice and flour, along with a few potatoes, scavenged from the kitchen remnants of Lin An's previous meal. Wang Yusin clutched a jar of salted duck eggs from the kitchen, while Sun Xing awkwardly descended the stairs with his belongings. Lin, my brother, Zhao Weiming said, stepping off the sofa and offering an awkward smile to Lin An. We thought you had left. The others stood silently, enveloped in an uncomfortable stillness. Once treasured in their families, these individuals had never known hunger or thirst, save for Sun Xing. The remaining 3, either blessed with noble lineage or striking beauty, had always lived in the lap of luxury. Yet now, they found themselves rummaging through someone else's home for sustenance, caught red-handed, their embarrassment eclipsing their apprehension. Lin An remained reticent. After all, this house was not theirs. The moment they vacated it, it had become unclaimed. He had little to say about the intruders, especially since most of what they had taken belonged to the true owner. He had no grounds to reclaim it, having neglected to store the items in his space earlier. The possessions were few, and Lin An, weary of needless discourse, waved them off. It's fine, you may leave. We still intend to stay here for a few days. Implicit in his words was the assertion that the property still had an owner. Zhao Weiming felt akin to a dismissed beggar, unable to shed the pride of his formerly affluent upbringing. He said nothing and turned away in silence. However, Wang Yusen, who had shared a brief acquaintance with Lin An, offered a polite thank you before departing with Sun Xing. The items in hand were, of course, not put down, compared to the satisfaction of a full stomach. Maintaining one's dignity seemed trivial. However, Hong Shui, who had been solely focused on her hunger and found nothing to eat, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. She glared at Lin An and Hu Cheng with indignation, snorted, and tossed her plate onto the coffee table before storming off. She had initially believed that once these people left, she could inhabit this room, feeling significantly safer than her current living situation. Lin An was disinterested in quarreling with a woman so oblivious to the circumstances and gestured toward the main entrance of the living room. Hurry up and leave. Hong Shui's expression darkened, her face shifting through various shades, likely aware that all the bodyguards who could have supported her were gone. And with her father far away in the capital, she took a deep breath, composed her features, and departed. It would be best not to encounter any of them in the capital. With that settled, Lin An ascended the stairs to retire for the night. After ensuring that everyone who needed to leave had indeed left, he locked the courtyard door and returned to the living room. He blinked, his eyelids heavy from a sleepless night, and greeted Hu Qing, who was seated on the sofa, as he made his way toward the staircase. Just as he lifted a foot to ascend a few steps, a sudden realization struck him. He had forgotten that he and his brother were sharing a room. If he were to mention sleeping separately now, Hu Qing seemed to read Lin An's thoughts. Abruptly rising from the sofa and taking a few steps forward to block the staircase, preventing any retreat. In the end, Lin An was unable to achieve his wish of sleeping in a separate room from Hu Qing. The reason was not merely that Hu Qing obstructed his descent, but rather that Hu Qing's fever had not yet subsided. The man standing at the stairway furrowed his brow, leaning against the handrail for support. Before he could utter a word, Lin An, filled with urgency, quickly descended and assisted him up. What are you doing running around with a fever? He placed his hand on Hu Qing's forehead, which felt rather warm, likely due to his powers still not having fully awakened. Yet, as long as Hu Qing remained conscious, there was little danger ahead. Lin An understood that Hu Qing's eagerness to venture out stemmed from concern for him, and a complex mix of emotions surged within him, both soothing and heart-wrenching. He hastily removed Hu Qing's jacket and gently urged him back onto the bed, ensuring he was properly covered with the blanket. From his space, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water, pausing briefly as he avoided Hu Qing's gaze. Before producing a box of coral lozenges, he extracted 2 pieces, seated himself at the edge of the bed, and offered them along with the water to Hu Qing. Here, drink some water first, then suck on this. Is your throat hurting badly? He remembered Hu Qing's raspy voice and pondered whether it was due to the intensity of his offensive abilities. Perhaps those with such powers experienced more severe awakenings. In contrast, Lin An had only endured 2 mild fevers, which subsided without lasting severity, unlike Hu Qing's persistent affliction. Hu Qing shook his head, accepting the water and taking a sip. Turning his head towards the soft, warm glow of the emergency light, he observed Lin An, whose gaze was fixated on a small point of light on the bedside table. His eyelashes trembling in the dim illumination, creating an ethereal shadow. The anticipated inquiry did not arise, prompting Lin An to glance back at Hu Qing, their eyes meeting. Why are you looking at me? Hurry and take your medicine. Hu Qing silently complied, placing the lozenge in his mouth and reaching out to grasp Lin An's hand. Thank you. Thank you for what? There's no need for such formality between us. Lin An awkwardly withdrew his gaze, unusually refraining from pulling his hand away at that moment. After a brief silence, he quietly inquired, Don't you have anything you wish to ask? It was the first time he had taken something out from the space in front of Hu Qing, and anyone witnessing it would surely be filled with questions. Hu Qing remained silent, indicating that he had no inquiries. Seeing this, Lin An reiterated, You really have nothing to ask? You witnessed it just now. Even expressing astonishment would be preferable to this silence. If Hu Qing remained reticent, How could he continue the conversation? Hua Cheng gently patted Lin An's hand, aligning with his unspoken sentiments. Yes, I saw it. You should go to bed now. We can discuss it tomorrow after you wake up. He gestured towards the bed beside him, urging Lin An to come and rest, for it was getting late. Lin An, feeling dissatisfied, removed his shoes and outerwear, climbed into bed, propped himself up to turn off the emergency light, and then curled back under the covers without uttering a word. Even after prompting, Wu Qing remained silent, leaving Lin An to ponder alone. In the darkness, a hand reached out from the opposite bed to touch Lin An, only to be swatted away by him with a frown. You really don't have anything to ask? He insisted, urging Hua Cheng to speak. Undeterred, the man beside him persisted, attempting to reach out once more, only to be firmly rebuffed again. It was clear that remaining silent was not an option now. Hua Cheng indeed harbored questions, while Lin An could choose to remain silent. The fact that Lin An was now willing to share and be open about his own matters brought Hua Cheng a sense of joy. This indicated a closer bond between them. Initially, Wu Qing intended to postpone the conversation until tomorrow, believing that after a day filled with various endeavors, Lin An was likely exhausted and should rest. However, Lin An now expressed his reluctance to sleep, left with no viable alternatives. He opened his eyes in the darkness and remarked, "Yes, you previously mentioned awakening your abilities. What else?" The tone beside him softened, coaxing the man to elaborate further. "A great deal has transpired over the past couple of days during your fever. You may inquire about anything you are uncertain of." Lin An found himself unable to reference his own rebirth, aware that past memories may not be entirely accurate. To project the experiences from his previous life into this one could lead to misinterpretations and unintended consequences. He genuinely wished to assist Hua Cheng, eager to share everything he knew, yet he was cautious not to make assumptions that could inadvertently harm him. "Brother, feel free to ask. I will share everything I know. And I assure you, I will not deceive you." Wu Qing had shown him kindness, and Lin An felt a reciprocal obligation to treat him well, refraining from deceit. Despite the confusing emotions stirred by prior declarations and a kiss, Lin An harbored no intention of distancing himself from Wu Qing. He was willing to regard him as a close individual and to call him brother. "I believe you." Undeterred by previous rejections, a hand reached out once more, successfully grasping Lin An's hand nestled beneath the covers. After a brief contemplation, Wu Qing inquired, "I previously mentioned that upon awakening from my fever, I discovered a peculiar energy within me, capable of manipulating metal and altering its shape, much like shutting a car door." This was precisely why Lin An had asked him to assist in locking the car door. At the very beginning, it was when he inquired about Lin An's whereabouts and wished to open the door that, upon merely thinking about it, an energy within him seemed to respond to an unspoken command, causing the lock and iron chain of the door to dissolve and break apart effortlessly. This phenomenon occurred because I was aware of your awakening of extraordinary abilities, which prompted my request for your assistance. Lin An, subconsciously clasping Wu Qing's hand beneath the covers, had a peculiar habit of needing to grasp something when deep in thought. He gradually formulated his words, endeavoring to elucidate to Hua Cheng, "It is not just us. It appears that after the fever, some individuals did not transform into monsters, but rather developed superpowers. You witnessed it earlier. That Long Chong conjured a fireball out of thin air before his demise, and before I even met you, I experienced a fever and subsequently discovered my ability to manipulate space, similar to how I previously immobilized those individuals, as well as possessing a personal storage space." Lin An strained to articulate the concept of his extraordinary abilities in a more comprehensible manner. He could not afford to appear overly familiar with it, so he resorted to a blend of truth and conjecture, speaking in a tentative tone. "In the future, we should encounter others with circumstances akin to ours. For now, I shall refer to it as extraordinary abilities. Have you ever read novels? They often use such terminology. The apocalyptic narratives are quite compelling, with themes of loss, extraordinary powers, and crystal cores. Aren't they all coming to fruition? People in Shoujing now refer to those entities as zombies. Do you think those authors might not have actually experienced an apocalypse themselves? Who's to say they aren't reincarnated? Just as one might believe in the possibility of others also having rebirth?" Wu Qing replied with a simple acknowledging the truth in what was said. "Indeed, there is something within the minds of the undead. Otherwise, I would not be collecting such artifacts. Novels have depicted crystal cores as valuable treasures. Yes, I shall assist you in gathering them in the future." Once Wu Qing was candid about the existence of space, Lin An felt an immense weight lift from his heart, and he suddenly found himself at ease. Having expressed everything that needed to be said, his spirit soared, leading him into a meandering stream of consciousness. Brother, do you think those zombie birds and zombie dogs mentioned in novels truly exist? We must remain vigilant. Hua Cheng responded affirmatively, but Lin An soon grew displeased, sensing a lack of genuine engagement. Brother, why do you keep saying Pay attention to what I'm saying. Remember, my words are more valuable than anything else. You will come to understand their worth in due time. Noticing Lin An's dissatisfaction, Hua Cheng grasped his hand and gently squeezed it, quickly adding, You're right. I shall heed your advice and be more observant in the future. Such extraordinary abilities, if not experienced firsthand, can seem utterly implausible, and Hua Cheng was no exception. As he absorbed the bewildering yet undeniable information, he remained attentive to Lin An's words. He understood the importance of responding appropriately and ensuring his contributions were substantial. Lin An felt a sense of satisfaction. Listening to me is the right choice. I've also read in some novels about individuals with the power to manipulate mental energy. It's quite mysterious. Just a touch from them can leave a mark on your psyche. Brother, you must exercise caution and avoid letting strangers touch you indiscriminately. These are experiences I have encountered firsthand. In his previous life, he had suffered greatly at the hands of the wild dog, Long Da. However formidable his psychic abilities might be, they were not invincible. The disparity in their levels rendered him untroubled by Long Da, a mere level 1 psychic whose mental energy was insufficient to instill fear. With a bit of mimicry, Lin An could easily create a similar momentary confusion in others. But he resolved not to allow anyone else to interfere. Unbeknownst to Hua Cheng, Lin An's thoughtful intentions were overshadowed by his delight in the stipulation of not allowing anyone else to touch him. Mistaking it for jealousy, Hua Cheng seized the opportunity to draw closer, proclaiming, I'll heed your wishes. From now on, no one else shall touch you. Only you, Xiaoan, shall have that privilege. In the cover of night, there was no need for concealment. Upon hearing this, Lin An's face flushed crimson, and he pushed his hand out from beneath the covers, exclaiming, What are you saying? You're not uncomfortable now, are you? Time for sleep. How could his brother speak so frivolously when they were discussing serious matters? It was truly exasperating. Very well, sleep it is. Hua Cheng withdrew his hand. His fingers still warm from the presence of the person beside him, a silent smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lin An, clutching the quilt, pulled it tightly around his neck, ensuring that no hand or foot would intrude in the night. With a soft huff, he closed his eyes to sleep. In the deep of night, the moon was partially veiled by thin clouds, casting gentle rays of light that filtered through the window, slowly climbing onto the young man's face, rendering it indistinct and hazy. The man lying beside him turned onto his side, his arm draped over the young man's shoulder, half embracing him, his face nestled close, breathing softly, leaving one to wonder whether he was truly asleep or merely pretending. The entire two-story building stood silently in the tranquil night, its locked gate and surrounding walls adorned with shards of glass, providing a rare sense of safety and calm in this apocalyptic world. Beneath the rear wall lay the lifeless body of a man, dragged into the corner, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, hanging limply to one side. If Lin An, lost in slumber, were to realize that the unexpected visitor had also played the role of a body mover, perhaps he would not lament the pair that had been nibbled on. Chapter 51. At around 6 in the morning, Lin An was roused from his sleep by a large arm wrapped around him. Without needing to open his eyes, he understood the situation. Remove your arm, he demanded. In response, he was met with a muffled chuckle as a warm face leaned closer, planting a kiss on his cheek. The familiar scent enveloped him, distinct, rich, and tinged with a hint of sweat, characteristic of a mature man. Lin An furrowed his brows, eyes still closed, remaining silent. Deep down, he felt no aversion to this intimacy from Hua Cheng, nor did he reject the possibility of feelings between men. He had witnessed such bonds in his previous life. And in this world, where women were becoming increasingly scarce, many men chose to accompany one another. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to whether his closeness to Hua Cheng stemmed from a familial affection that made it hard to dislike, or if it was something more profound. The kind of emotion Hua Cheng sought. Unsure of his feelings and how to respond, it became evident that Lin An had never truly experienced a romantic relationship and lacked the requisite experience. On the other hand, Hua Cheng harbored no such reservations. Noticing that Lin An did not reject his affectionate advances, he boldly leaned in closer, rubbing his chin against Lin An's shoulder, tentatively attempting to kiss the exposed skin of his neck. This was a manifestation of insatiable greed, a desire for more than what was already offered. Lin An, eyes closed, pushed gently against Hu Cheng's face, murmuring a warning to refrain from overstepping boundaries and to simply sleep peacefully. Undeterred, Hu Cheng took hold of Lin An's hand, his voice low and slightly hoarse, asking why Lin An had stopped calling him brother, confessing that he cherished those moments. He relished hearing Lin An's voice filled with trust and intimacy, especially during such closeness. Lin An felt a blush creep up the back of his neck, and with his eyes still shut, he attempted to push Hu Cheng's hand away, questioning the propriety of his address. How could one consider him a brother when such behavior was entirely inappropriate? He lamented having previously regarded Hu Cheng as an elder brother, only to discover that Hu Cheng had never intended to see him as a younger sibling, harboring ulterior motives instead. Curiosity piqued, Lin An coughed awkwardly, inquiring about the moment Hu Cheng had developed feelings for him. Hu Cheng fell silent. Observing his reticence, Lin An raised an eyebrow, opening his eyes and propping himself up to gaze at him. Could it have been during their time in Jin City, when they barely knew each other, but feelings had already begun to blossom? Hu Cheng lay on the pillow, slightly turning his head but remaining mute. Lin An, discerning the truth from Hu Cheng's demeanor, realized the reason behind Hu Cheng's unwavering kindness during his feverish state. It was not merely due to a nature that was kind-hearted and loyal, but rather a deliberate wait for Lin An's acknowledgement. With newfound understanding, Lin An fixed Hu Cheng with a piercing gaze, questioning him directly. Had he always been attracted to men? Hurry and speak. Do not leave me in silence again. Previously, I mentioned my fondness for him, which led him to believe that his charm was so great that he could sway my affections. Being gazed at so intently by the one I hold dear, Hu Cheng found it impossible to remain silent. He vaguely confessed that he had always been attracted to men, admitting that it was Lin An who had caught his eye first, prompting him to approach. Fearing that Lin An might take offense or misconstrue his intentions, he hastily added that his affection was solely directed at him. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Lin An's hand. Lin An's hand was plump and soft. No matter how Hu Cheng held or caressed it, it never seemed sufficient. Lin An, taken aback, shot Hu Cheng an exasperated glare. He was fully aware that Hu Cheng's initial kindness had ulterior motives, yet he found it difficult to harbor any resentment, for Hu Cheng had indeed treated him well. In a moment of distraction, Lin An discovered that his hand had been captured. He intended to shake it off as a lesson for Hu Cheng, but suddenly paused. Having just awakened and still in a drowsy state, he had not initially perceived the warmth radiating from their clasp. Why was his palm so hot? Was he still feverish? After feeling Hu Cheng's forehead, which was indeed warm to the touch, Lin An felt a surge of anxiety. He swiftly pressed Hu Cheng's arm down and securely wrapped him in the blanket. Serves you right. With this illness, you should take it easy. You deserve to suffer a bit. Just lie there obediently. In his past life, he had never encountered a situation where the fever persisted after a successful awakening of supernatural abilities. What could be the matter with Hu Cheng? Could it be that he had strained himself by using his powers before fully recovering? If it were not for him, Hu Cheng would not have been out seeking help while battling a fever. Does your head hurt? How about your throat? Lin An inquired repeatedly. Noticing that Lin An had forgotten about the previous matter, Hu Cheng wisely chose to remain silent, lying on the bed and shaking his head. It doesn't hurt. Don't worry. Such words. How could he not be concerned? Did you sweat last night? Hu Cheng nodded, his gaze warmly fixed on the young man who leaned over to reach for the bottle of mineral water on the bedside. What are you staring at? You're still smiling. Just wait until something goes awry with your abilities. Sweating means you're getting better. First, drink some water, and later I'll prepare some ginger tea for you. Lin An's brows relaxed slightly as he shot a warning glare, ensuring Hu Cheng drank the water. The fatigue vanished entirely as he donned his coat, got out of bed, and slipped on his shoes, all while telling Hu Cheng, lie still in bed, stay covered up, and don't move around. I'll go make you some kanji. Hu Cheng simply smiled at him. Kanji alone won't fill me up. Lin An shot him a glare. You'll only have kanji. It's better to be a bit hungry, so you won't have any unnecessary thoughts. All right. I'll eat whatever you give me, Hu Cheng replied with a smile. Lin An noticed that Hu Cheng was a bit more talkative now, his personality having changed somewhat from before, increasingly annoying. Though he spoke so bluntly, he hurried downstairs, pondering what to prepare for Hu Cheng, knowing he was genuinely famished. Since falling ill, he had consumed nothing but a bit of water. Given his condition, it was imperative to eat something. When feverish, one often experiences a bitter taste in their mouth, rendering food tasteless. Rich and greasy dishes should be avoided, leaving kanji as the only feasible option for the morning. 2 gas stoves were ignited, one with a pot and the other with a clay pot, both filled with water. The pork was finely minced, seasoned with salt and starch. while century eggs were diced and scallions chopped. The rice was rinsed, and ginger was minced. Soon, the water in both pots began to boil vigorously. The rinsed rice was added to the clay pot to simmer into porridge, while the other pot received a generous portion of minced ginger and several tablespoons of brown sugar, which was brought to a boil before being poured into a stainless steel bowl, served warm for Huiqing to drink. This was a cherished old remedy of Lin An's aunt, a time-honored method for alleviating colds or fevers. Consuming a large bowl of ginger sugar water while still warm would induce sweating, bringing relief. After drinking, it was essential to lie down without uncovering oneself. Lin An took the empty bowl and patiently reminded Huiqing. Upon reflection, it seemed rather unnecessary, as a grown man. Single for quite some time, he surely knew how to care for himself. Yet, Lin An treated him as if he were an inexperienced child, repeatedly offering her advice, which he appreciated, savoring the different flavor it brought to his life. He found no offense in being perceived as less capable. Rather, he wished for a prolonged ailment, so that she might worry over him a little longer, reveling in her attentive busyness. Such thoughts remained concealed within Huiqing, who gazed at Lin An with soft, affectionate eyes, a smile dancing within them. Lin An, now somewhat accustomed to this gaze, neglected her initial discomfort, offering a few more words of advice before hastily retreating to the upstairs bathroom to wash her face, then descending again. The porridge had reached a boil. The rice soup bubbling in the clay pot, gradually thickening and clinging to the sides, forming a delicate layer of rice paste. Lin An lifted the lid of the pot, methodically adding minced meat, ginger, and diced century egg, stirring them together with a spoon before covering it again to let it simmer. After wiping his hands, he pondered how to nourish Huiqing. He recalled the 2 chickens that Long Chong and his companions had brought previously, so he decided to fetch a small rooster from his storage. Although he had intended to use an old hen, the best choice for a nourishing broth, he regrettably found that the only available option from the slaughterhouse was a 3-kilogram feed chicken. Clearing the stovetop, he took a clean pot and filled it with water. With a series of decisive chops, he cut the entire chicken into pieces and placed them into the pot of cold water. As the iron pot came to a boil, froth began to surface. He retrieved the chicken pieces and rinsed away the blood. Disposing of the murky water, he washed the pot and refilled it with fresh water, adding slices of ginger before covering it and reducing the heat to a simmer. The chicken broth would require several hours to attain its full flavor. After approximately 20 minutes, the porridge was ready. He lifted the lid and stirred the rice, watching as the grains danced in the broth, blooming beautifully. The savory aroma of pork mingled with the century egg wafted enticingly through the air. Realizing his timing had not been perfect, he acknowledged his limitations as a man with average culinary skills. He lowered the heat beneath the simmering chicken broth, ladled out the porridge, and retrieved some refreshing pickled vegetables from his storage before ascending the stairs with his offerings. Meanwhile, in a nearby farmyard adjacent to the small second-floor apartment, the atmosphere was less than pleasant. Whether intentional or not, the kitchen window of the neighboring yard was ajar, and the rich scent of chicken broth drifted through. Standing at the corner of the yard, one could catch a whiff of the tantalizing aroma, intermittent and delicate. It was the most alluring fragrance to the nose of a hungry individual. Hong Shui was originally hiding in the corner of the courtyard, indulging in stolen morsels. But the enticing aroma wafting through the air rendered her rice ball tasteless. She glared resentfully at the opposite yard, wishing fervently that she could instantly transport herself to the capital. There, she would still be the pampered daughter of the Hong family, free to feast on whatever her heart desired. Not only would she indulge in chicken and meat, but she would also revel in the sight of the 2 individuals across the way, reduced to begging for scraps while she savored her meal. Though there was no enmity between them, the disparity in their circumstances bred jealousy and even animosity in the less fortunate. One could hardly say it was merely a case of envy towards the affluent. In these times, possessing food and weaponry could indeed be considered a form of wealth. Hong Shui, what are you doing? A brusque voice interrupted her reverie, sending a shiver down her spine. She turned around, startled to find the woman she despised most standing behind her, seemingly having appeared out of thin air. What I do is none of your concern, she retorted disdainfully, lifting her chin defiantly as she prepared to leave. With only the 2 of them present, Wang Yusin shed her earlier politeness. Her sharp gaze fixated on Hong Shui's right hand, which concealed her pilfered food. What you choose to do is your business, but the food is allocated for everyone. You cannot simply turn a blind eye to your theft. Chapter 52, Stealing Food. With a sharp elevation of her voice, Hong Shui stepped forward forcefully and struck Wang Yusin across the face. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? This food rightfully belongs to me. If it weren't for our kindness, you would have perished long ago in Jean City. Now that you see me in distress, do you feel triumphant? Let me tell you, once we arrive in Shoujing, you won't even be worthy of polishing my shoes. Wang Yusin, caught off guard, could not evade the blow in time. Hong Shue's long nails grazed her skin, causing her right cheek to swell immediately. She clutched her face, glaring fiercely at Hong Shue. The intensity of that gaze ignited Hong Shue's fury, prompting her to raise her arm. What are you laughing at? This young lady is teaching you a lesson, and you still dare to defy me? Now that everyone is left, I wonder who will come to your defense, you vixen. Her loud outburst attracted the attention of zombies lurking outside the not-so-tall wall, who began to respond with excited groans, their claws scratching against the wall, creating a creaking sound. Originally, Hong Shui would have been frightened back into the house, but today, her pent-up anger surged, overwhelming her rationality. She yearned to mar the face of the contemptible woman before her. The accumulated fears, frustrations, and indignation of recent days erupted at this moment, longing for an outlet. I will mar your despicable face. Wang Yusin shielded her face, allowing her hair to be torn out and enduring the scratches of nails on the back of her hand. She turned her head to protect her visage from disfigurement. Witnessing this, Hong Shui became even more frenzied, clawing at her hand and tugging at her scalp. Blood dripping relentlessly down. As Hong Shue's expression grew increasingly frenzied, she suddenly tugged at the torn corner of her mouth and let out a chilling smile. Her eyes reflecting a fierce determination rarely seen in a girl of her age. One hand, concealing her face, abruptly reached behind her. A sharp pain shot through her waist, causing Hong Shui to widen her eyes in shock. She halted her movements and turned her head to look, but before she could even scream, the weapon embedded in her side was pulled out and plunged mercilessly into her chest twice more. The blood-soaked corpse slowly crumpled to the ground, her eyes still wide open in disbelief. Wang Yusin trembled as she discarded the dagger in her hand, a secret that only she knew. Last night, she had discovered this very weapon beneath the pillow in the neighboring first floor. Suddenly, a warm meal fell from the sky as zombies outside the wall shrieked in excitement. In an instant, another one appeared, eager to share this rare delicacy with its companion. At this moment, Wang Yusin had regained her composure. She retrieved a shovel from the clutter in the backyard and began scraping away the bloodstains from the earthen wall, turning over the large pool of blood on the ground and covering it with soil, leaving only a few scattered droplets visible. The corner of the girl's mouth bore a wound, the blood having gradually coagulated into a scab, giving her smile an inexplicable eeriness. Suddenly, she paused, sensing something amiss, and looked up towards the neighboring building. Standing in front of the window on the second floor was a figure who exchanged a meaningful glance with her before departing. Wang Yusin's face turned pale. That person had seen everything. Would they betray her? More than 2 hours later, a voice, laced with concern, resonated from the front yard, inquiring if Rain Xian and Xiao Shui were in the back garden. Zhao Rui Ming, his face alight with barely contained joy, strode over briskly. Upon seeing Wang Xian, bloodied and bruised, her eyes brimming with tears, he was momentarily taken aback. Without hesitation, she rushed towards him, anxiety etched on her face. What happened? How did this occur? Is it Xiao Shui? Wang Xian stood there, clearly a victim of distress. Upon encountering Zhao Rui Ming, she found solace in him. Abandoning her usual reserve, and threw herself into his embrace, weeping openly. Please, do not cry, do not cry. I have wonderful news for you. We shall soon be able to leave. Zhao Rui Ming held the sobbing Wang Xian, eager to console her. Xing and I have located the village chief. It turns out many villagers are gathered at the village committee. They possess 2 vans. Hearing that we have connections in the capital, they are willing to accompany us. With this, not only do we have transportation, but provisions as well. However, we must first soothe Hong Shui, as their so-called connections stem from the Hong family. By the way, where is Xiao Shui? Zhao Rui Ming suddenly turned back, glancing behind him. I just noticed she wasn't in the house. Is she not in the back garden either? Wang Yusin had been weeping uncontrollably. Upon hearing Zhao Rui Ming's inquiry, her sobs intensified, and after a few stifled breaths, she managed to utter fragmented phrases. I was preparing lunch when I recalled the neighbors. They didn't mind us taking their belongings, claiming that both gentlemen next door were good people. But Hong Shui became furious. It turned out that after Hong Shui caused a scene, she spoke ill of the neighbors. Wang Yusin felt that since they had allowed them to take so much food, it was unjust to speak disparagingly of them. And in her frustration, she responded with a few words. So what if they have guns? Aren't they just relying on their weapons? If I had a gun, Would they dare treat me this way? Yes, a gun. With a gun, all the food and vehicles would belong to me. From Wang Yusin's disjointed lamentations. Zhao Weiming and the subsequent arrival of Sun Xing could almost envision Hong Shue's domineering demeanor at that moment. This woman had struck Wang Yusin when she tried to stop her, and in her reckless arrogance, she had ventured out, intending to steal a weapon from the neighbors. Yet before she could reach her goal, she was overtaken and bitten by the zombies outside. Ultimately, Wang Yusin, being a girl, could only cower in fear at the commotion in the yard, too frightened to venture out and rescue anyone. Hong Shui had perished just as they discovered a possible escape route. She was gone. Zhao Weiming climbed atop the wall, gazing at the remains of Hong Shui, whose flesh had been mostly devoured by the zombies nearby, and sighed as he shook his head at Sun Xing below. Sun Xing's expression immediately darkened. What were they to do now? They had made arrangements with the villagers. What happened? Hua Cheng inquired, noticing Lin An standing by the window, shaking his head with a peculiar expression. Nothing much, Lin An replied. I just witnessed quite a spectacle. You wouldn't believe the lengths to which some people will go for their own interests. The transformation is astonishing. That young lady, appearing so composed, harbored such ruthlessness, hiding a knife behind her back, likely with murderous intent, waiting for the opportune moment when the other two would step out. Upon hearing this, Hua Cheng sat up and glanced out the window, grasping the situation without further comment. He gestured for Lin An to come closer. It's their affair. We needn't involve ourselves. Just observing, as if I have the leisure to meddle in others' matters, Lin An replied, taking a few steps toward the bedside and swatting Hua Cheng's hand away. Be still. I haven't agreed to anything yet. When will you agree to me? Hua Cheng pressed, feeling a sense of urgency, convinced that Lin An harbored some interest in him. How can I know? I will discuss it when I have made up my mind, Lin An responded, plopping down by the bed. Noticing Hua Cheng sitting up, he reached out to touch his forehead. You're sweating? Quite a bit, Hua Cheng admitted, gazing at him with a glimmer of hope. Could you help me wipe it off? Are you out of your mind? Wipe what? You'll catch a chill. Lin An shot him a disapproving look as he picked up a bowl of porridge from the small table beside the bed. You have hands and feet. If you want to wipe it, do it yourself. He handed the bowl to Hua Cheng and nudged the dish of pickles on the table. First, drink some porridge to settle your stomach. After a brief pause, he spoke somewhat awkwardly. I have made chicken soup, and I will prepare some noodles for you shortly. Apart from the chicken soup, he could hardly think of anything else that might nourish the body. There were fish available in the space. Perhaps he could prepare fish soup instead? If only there were tofu, as it would make the fish soup far more delectable. Upon hearing this, a playful smile illuminated Hua Cheng's eyes, indicating that he was still concerned for him. He picked up a piece of pickled vegetables and placed it into Lin An's bowl, urging him to eat. Lin An returned to the moment, glancing into his bowl with a chuckle. Is this just to pacify me with some pickled vegetables? When will you serve me some meat? Hua Cheng surveyed the small table, which was cluttered with only a bowl of porridge and a dish of pickled vegetables. And with a serious demeanor, he began to extract minced meat from his own bowl. Stop, he casually remarked. You are taking this too seriously. Lin An couldn't help but laugh at him and retaliated with a piece of pickled vegetable. There is hardly any minced meat in this porridge. And I was the one who chopped it for ages to add it in. Why must you pick it out? Isn't that a hassle? Just eat. Hua Cheng caught Lin An's chopsticks with his own, refusing to let him set down the pickled vegetables. He snatched a piece from the chopsticks and chewed it while gazing at Lin An, as if he were not merely eating pickled vegetables, but rather savoring him. Hua Cheng declared, delicious. Next time, I will serve you chicken. Lin An felt his face flush under Hua Cheng's gaze and retorted. But it was I who made the chicken soup for you. You are merely reaping the benefits. Noticing the glint of amusement in Hua Cheng's eyes as he looked at him, Lin An suddenly realized and hastily corrected himself. Don't misunderstand. It's not solely for you. I want to enjoy it too. His words trailed off, as he himself found it hard to believe what he had just said. Hua Cheng felt a warm sensation in his heart as he gazed at Lin An, his eyes brimming with affection. How could someone be so endearing? When you treat him well, he reciprocates with heartfelt sincerity. What are you staring at? Hurry and eat. Lin An, under the intensity of Hua Cheng's gaze, felt a flush rising within him. This time, however, he did not shy away. Instead, lowering his head to savor his porridge, internally justifying his actions. I'm merely hungry. Why should I hide? It's my own porridge. I should indulge in it. And I don't mind stealing glances at him. While chewing, Hua Cheng's eyes wandered restlessly, and after a moment's contemplation, he could no longer contain himself and asked, Promise me. Let us live well together from now on, and I will treat you kindly. Cough. Lin An nearly choked on a mouthful of porridge. Hadn't he said they would discuss it once Hua Cheng had made up his mind? He looked at Hua Cheng helplessly. At least grant me some time. Hua Cheng, undeterred, pressed on. So, will you give me an answer tonight? Lin An glared at him. What difference does it make to say it now? Hua Cheng was not one to be easily dismissed in such matters. Then speak your mind now. Lin An held back a sigh, reminding himself not to hold a grudge against a patient. After contemplating for a moment, he finally relented. Fine, I'll tell you tonight. But you must eat your meal now and refrain from uttering another word. What kind of person was he, not allowing Lin An to ponder such a significant matter? To Lin An, a promise meant a lifetime commitment, a lifelong companion. Surely, it warranted careful consideration. Hua Cheng was satisfied, lowering his head to obediently consume his porridge in silence. With Lin An's assurance, he was certain he would treat him well for a lifetime. No further contemplation was necessary. Chapter 53, with Hua Cheng's fever finally subsiding. Bathing was out of the question, but he could manage to wipe himself down. After breaking into a sweat, both his clothes and the blanket felt damp and uncomfortable against his skin. Just wait, don't move, Lin An instructed as he collected the dishes after breakfast. Leaving Hua Cheng to wait on the bed, he descended the stairs to boil water in an iron kettle and took the opportunity to wash some pots and plates. Aware that they would need to use the kitchen for a few more days and could not solely rely on it without cleaning, he filled 2 thermoses with hot water and carried them back upstairs, finding a large basin in the bathroom. Once inside the room, Lin An securely closed the windows and doors, then nodded at Hua Cheng, signaling, "Take off your clothes. Let me clean you up." At his words, Hua Cheng sat up, his gaze fixed on Lin An like a predator eyeing its prey, slowly lifting his pullover. He truly resembled someone who was unwell and lacking strength. Hua Cheng's physique was a perfect embodiment of masculinity, the contours of his body gradually becoming visible beneath his clothing. His abdominal muscles were firm, resembling a tempting bar of chocolate, with 6 distinct cubes subtly flexing under Lin An's gaze, proudly asserting their presence. The sides of his abdomen, just above the pelvis, displayed the trendy V-line, while the fabric of his shirt slid upward, revealing his broad, powerful chest and sturdy arms. He effortlessly discarded his shirt to the side, now bare from the waist up, casually seated on the bed and watching Lin An intently. This was the epitome of a perfect adult male form, robust and elegant, exuding an undeniable strength that radiated silent allure even while seated. Lin An found himself both envious and admiring, his gaze circling over the man with a tinge of regret before reluctantly pulling back. His heart raced, and he intentionally dismissed that flicker of regret, suppressing his excitement as he shot Hua Cheng a fierce glare. Was this deliberate? Inwardly cursing himself for his lack of ambition, he reflected on the fact that they were all men, all adorned with the same physical attributes, rendering them rather unremarkable. Being glared at by Hua Cheng did not particularly faze him. He nonchalantly pulled back the covers and began to remove his trousers. Lin An, upon witnessing this, quickly turned away, bending down to pour hot water into a basin, resolutely avoiding any glance in Hua Cheng's direction, muttering to himself, "Hurry up and undress. Don't dawdle. Are you waiting to catch a cold?" His brusque tone betrayed a sense of discomfort, perhaps a hint of guilt, especially since he was unsure who had been so fixated on Hua Cheng moments earlier. Hua Cheng chuckled softly, complying with the suggestion and shedding his clothing until he was clad only in his underwear, sitting casually on the bed. Lin An nearly choked on his saliva when he turned back after wringing out the towel. The ease with which he undressed was almost shocking. "It's cold," Hua Cheng remarked, looking at him as if to imply he might catch a chill. "Your body isn't that frail," Lin An retorted, irritably placing the warm towel against Hua Cheng's chest, his grip firm yet gentle as he assisted him in drying off. Through the damp warmth of the towel, he could feel the taut, muscular contours beneath, each stroke seeming to echo the rhythmic beating of Hua Cheng's heart, resonating within Lin An's own. He methodically tended to Hua Cheng's chest, back, arms, and abdomen. As he finished drying the upper body, Lin An became acutely aware of the heat radiating from his own skin. Pausing, he abruptly tossed the towel to Hua Cheng, declaring, "Finish the rest yourself." Hua Cheng glanced down at his abdomen, then raised his gaze to Lin An, and from that expressionless face, he could discern a hint of grievance. Here he was, tending to a patient. "What are you staring at? You're almost better. Do you expect me to do everything for you?" Lin An felt a sense of injustice. If he were a woman, he would surely be accused of being flirtatious by now. Someone like Hua Cheng, who appeared honest, was actually full of mischief, and one wrong move would lead him astray. He stood up, fetched a basin of warm water for Hua Cheng, and retrieved a new pair of underwear from his space, tossing it to him. "Hurry up and clean yourself. Otherwise, I'll take the water away." Hua Cheng picked up the freshly dipped towel, glanced at Lin An, and indeed began to wipe himself. The damp towel glided over his strong abdomen, leaving a tantalizing wet mark on his sun-kissed skin before casually moving downward. The entire room was enveloped by this seductive atmosphere. Lin An took a deep breath and abruptly turned to leave, his steps somewhat hurried. Huiqing raised his head, silently chuckling at his retreating figure, his smile betraying a hint of cunning that starkly contrasted with his previously naive demeanor. After a bit of back and forth, the bath was completed in no time. Huiqing wiped off his sweat, and Lin An retrieved a large set of thermal underwear for him to change into. He swiftly rummaged through the cabinet, replacing the sheets and quilt cover with clean ones, instructing Huiqing to remain in bed. Don't get up too soon, just rest for another day. Don't make me worry about you catching a chill. Half threatening, half advising. Lin An felt his face flush in Huiqing's presence and decided to head downstairs to prepare his chicken soup. Although Huiqing's fever had mostly subsided, he still needed to avoid greasy food, so Lin An kept his cooking simple. The simmering chicken soup continues to bubble, with tender meat falling from the bone. The broth thick and rich in nourishment. Freshly rolled noodles are immersed within, causing the broth to thicken even further, releasing an enticing aroma that wafts through the air. A handful of vibrant bok choy leaves, freshly washed, is added, along with 2 poached eggs. A sprinkle of salt is included for the last 10 minutes of cooking, enhancing the freshness. Meanwhile, Lin An busied himself with cooking and changing the bed linens, perspiring considerably throughout the morning. Seizing the moment while the noodles cooked, he dashed upstairs for a quick shower, as the water downstairs had been depleted by Long Chong and his companions, but there was still plenty on the upper floor. Men tend to shower swiftly, and within a little over 10 minutes, Lin An descended with a large towel draped over his shoulders. Just as the chicken noodle soup was perfectly done, pushing the door open with his elbow, he found Huiqing leaning against the headboard, seemingly waiting for him. His keen ears attuned to the slightest sound. Lin An entered, teasingly remarking, "Oh, waiting for me so early? Caught a whiff of the aroma, did you? Is it fragrant? Have you showered?" Huiqing gazed at Lin An's damp hair, reaching for the towel draped over his shoulder, intending to dry it for him. "Yes, I showered and worked up quite a sweat. Wait until after we eat," Lin An replied, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. He filled 2 large bowls with the chicken noodle soup, ladling generous scoops of the steaming broth mixed with chicken into another bowl, which he handed over to Huiqing, inquiring, "Isn't it fragrant? It's been simmering for nearly 4 hours." Huiqing slightly bowed his head to inhale the aroma from Lin An's wrist. Accepting the bowl with a smile, "It is indeed fragrant. Who told you to speak of me? Now hurry and eat." Lin An cast a glance at him, remaining silent as he lowered his head to eat the noodles, though a certain itchiness stirred within him. Huiqing leaned against the headboard, cradling a bowl of noodles, and upon spotting the substantial drumstick, he deftly picked it up with his chopsticks and placed it into Lin An's bowl. "Here is some meat for you. Do indulge a bit more." Lin An prodded the drumstick with his chopsticks, lifted it, and took a bite, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upwards. Huiqing, satisfied, ceased further conversation and resumed devouring the noodles with hearty gusto, exhibiting an appetite that belied his recent convalescence. The chicken soup was rich and flavorful. Infused with the chewy texture of hand-pulled noodles, the broth thick and appetizing, exuding the warm essence of home-cooked meals. This remarkably unique flavor almost entranced Huiqing. After finishing the noodles, Lin An prepared to clear the table, but Huiqing restrained his arm, insisting, "Not yet. Let me dry your hair first." "Fine. I'll let you do that." Lin An willingly kicked off his shoes and joined him on the bed, facing Huiqing while he allowed the towel to rub against his hair. Occasionally, Huiqing's fingers would sneak through to massage his scalp, and Lin An simply ignored it. Noticing Lin An's lack of response, Huiqing grew bolder, setting aside the towel to knead his scalp with his fingers. Lin An glanced at him but remained silent. Soon, his eyes began to droop. Finding the position a bit uncomfortable, Huiqing guided him to lie down, resting his head on Huiqing's thigh. Lin An yawned and genuinely settled in. To his surprise, it was quite comforting. No wonder so many people spend money on massages. With his eyes half closed, Lin An was pampered by Huiqing's gentle ministrations, resembling a cat being scratched behind the ears, utterly content and nearly purring with delight. As his eyes began to flutter with drowsiness, Huiqing gently massaged Lin An's nape and leaned closer, whispering, "Why not forego your tasks and take a midday nap with me? A midday slumber?" Indeed, it was a rather delightful suggestion. Lin An lazily lounged on the bed, unperturbed as Huiqing adjusted his posture and covered him with a blanket. The heaviness of sleep enveloped him further, and even as another person nestled under the covers, he lacked the energy to open his eyes and shoo them away, merely offering a half-hearted warning, "Don't push your luck." His voice lacked any real authority, and such warnings proved futile. Lin An understood Huiqing all too well. His silence masked a determined resolve. Regardless of Lin An's protests, Huiqing would proceed with his intentions. True to form, Huiqing did indeed encroach further, wrapping his arms around Lin An and inhaling deeply. You smell delightful. What could possibly be delightful? It was merely the scent of soap, Lin An scoffed, about to open his eyes to issue another warning when he felt a warm, damp breath near his ear. Shawn, promise me we'll cherish our time together. Isn't it enough to wait until tonight for the answer? Lin An mumbled lazily, too weary to open his eyes, exasperated by Huiqing's relentless pursuit. Yet, Huiqing was undeterred, tightening his embrace and inhaling the fragrance of Lin An's hair. I truly like you, deeply. This was the first time he experienced such profound affection for someone, feeling an innate compatibility, finding every glance enchanting, yearning to steal another look. To draw closer. I know, you've confessed that several times already. Lin An felt a twinge of shyness. However, Huiqing was relentless. I can't wait until evening. Just give me a nod, and I promise to heed your every wish from now on. Regardless of how tough a man may appear in daily life, he often finds himself devoid of dignity in front of his wife, especially when she has yet to be fully attained, which only heightens his eagerness to make promises. Lin An felt his ears flush with warmth as he slightly turned his head, attempting to shield his face with his hand. However, Huiqing persistently sought to kiss his hand. Whether or not he had agreed seemed inconsequential, as the others still drew near. All right, let me rest properly. Lin An feigned a nod, appearing utterly fatigued as he curled up under the covers. Turning his back to Huiqing and secretly blushing from the nape of his neck to his cheeks. Wasn't it just about getting a partner? Why should a grown man feel embarrassed? How utterly humiliating. Chapter 54. Regardless of the magnitude of the gesture, Lin An's single nod shifted the atmosphere between them dramatically. This agreement seemed to erect a bridge between them, or to put it more colloquially, it was as if the red thread of fate had officially tied them together. The shift in mindset often occurs in an instant. Previously, Huiqing had acted without justification, but now he could approach Lin An with unassailable confidence. Before nodding, Lin An had felt awkward about certain actions, yet now, being embraced from behind brought a newfound sweetness to the discomfort. This marked his first earnest foray into romance. You've agreed. Huiqing held Lin An from behind, nuzzling the back of his neck, confirming once more with his words. Asking once is sufficient. Isn't it a bit too much? Lin An murmured softly, not retreating, allowing the man behind him to engage in gentle, affectionate movements. Not at all. Huiqing gently nuzzled the back of Lin An's neck with his lips, observing the rosy hue spreading across that area. He chuckled softly, playfully murmuring, then, let me steal a kiss. Lin An shivered slightly, turning away as a blush crept up his neck, remaining silent. Huiqing, undeterred, simply drew him around to face him and pressed a kiss to his chin, then attempted to lean in closer to his lips. Lin An let out a soft hum, his eyes fluttering shut, lashes trembling as he surrendered to the warm, moist sensation enveloping his lips. Having established their relationship and genuinely desiring to build a life together, Lin An chose not to engage in any distractions after dinner that evening. Instead, he reclined on the bed, intending to have an open and honest conversation with Huiqing. Although he was dating a man, he refused to see himself as the weaker party. He considered himself a man who should contribute to the household rather than relying on others for support and care. Huiqing shared this perspective, naturally inclined to shoulder the responsibility of providing for their family. There were many matters he had not previously discussed with Lin An. But now that they were together as partners, it was time to communicate thoroughly. As the eldest grandson of the Hua family, Huiqing had only one younger brother, making them the sole male heirs of their generation. Their dinner had been somewhat late, and now, with darkness enveloping the sky, they sat together on the bed, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the window, choosing not to turn on the lights. Huiqing shifted slightly, pulling Lin An into his embrace, asking softly, "Are you cold?" He grasped Lin An's hand beneath the covers, noting its coolness. It seemed that Lin An had a tendency to have cold hands and feet. Lin An had grown accustomed to the cold, unfazed as he replied, "A bit, but it's nothing. Please, continue with your story." He was quite interested in hearing about Huiqing's family matters. Huiqing raised an eyebrow in disapproval, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he playfully caught Lin An's foot beneath the covers, which was indeed chilly. "Here, let me warm it for you," he said, extending his leg. Lin An glanced at him, a half-smile wavering on his lips as he nestled his cold feet against Huiqing's warm calf. The comforting heat radiated from his foot upwards, a delightful sensation. As Lin An felt the warmth enveloping him, his confidence grew bolder, and he slyly slipped his icy hand beneath the blanket, resting it on Hu Qing's abdomen. Letting out a long, contented sigh. It was simply too warm. Hu Qing chuckled good-naturedly, drawing Lin An closer into his embrace, adjusting the blanket around them with care. His gaze towards Lin An was filled with tenderness and understanding. "I'll keep you warm every day," he promised, a commitment Lin An had made himself. Lin An made an effort to suppress the smile tugging at his lips, leaning in closer, feeling thoroughly at ease. In truth, he relished the intimate gestures with Hu Qing. Perhaps stemming from a childhood marked by a lack of affection, though he remained oblivious to this realization, instinctively drawn to those who treated him with kindness. Hu Qing tightened his embrace subtly, resuming his narrative about his family. "My grandfather has 2 sons, my father and my uncle, and a daughter, my aunt. My parents passed away in a car accident when I was 14, and subsequently, my grandfather took my younger brother and me in." Time had dulled the pain of these memories, and as Hu Qing recounted them, his tone carried a somber weight, though he no longer seemed particularly sorrowful. Lin An grasped his hand under the covers, offering him solace. "My biological father is indeed alive. You have seen him. Whether he is present or absent makes no difference." He wasn't particularly adept at providing comfort, so he resorted to using himself as a negative example, for after all, Hu Qing was well aware of Lin Fugui's character. Hu Qing reciprocated the gesture, smiling as he said, "If you dislike him, we shall simply ignore him." "Of course, we shall ignore him," Lin An replied. "I have no concern for Lin Fugui and his ever-changing disposition. However, regarding your family." Lin An hesitated, casting a glance at Hu Qing. "Typically, families are not very accepting of children who have chosen same-sex partners, are they?" The mirth in Hu Qing's eyes deepened as he squeezed Lin An's hand to reassure him. "Do not fret. My family is well aware of my preference for men and will not oppose it. Moreover," he added earnestly, "everyone will come to adore you." It seemed that Hu Qing's family shared a similar openness, and considering Lin An's character cold on the outside yet warm within, one would soon realize how endearing he truly was. When the conversation turned to family, Hu Qing's expression became relaxed, clearly indicating a good relationship with them. Lin An felt a sense of relief. Surely, his brother's family must be decent. Subsequently, Hu Qing shared more about his family members. His aunt had married into a southern family and had a 5-year-old son. Although he was uncertain of their current circumstances, Hu Ershu, his uncle, served in the military. Hu Qing mentioned a certain rank, but Lin An found it difficult to comprehend, as he was not particularly interested in political affairs. Nonetheless, he understood that Hu Ershu held a significant position and commanded troops. His uncle was likely stationed in Zhao City, as that was the hometown of the Hu family. To be more precise, the direct descendants of the Hou family have established their residence in the vicinity of Zhao City. Lin An found himself perplexed by these revelations, especially given his upbringing, which had shielded him from such matters. He interpreted it as Uncle Hou possessing a small contingent of followers who, following the apocalypse, would most likely have retreated to Zhao City with their families and subordinates. It seemed advantageous. Having a few allies during the apocalypse was certainly preferable to facing it alone. "Shall we seek him out?" Lin An inquired. Hu Qing nodded, hesitating momentarily. "I am uncertain if we will even be able to locate him." He had inquired about him along the way from Guishui and Tongwenba, learning only that there had been disturbances in the capital, leading him to speculate that his grandfather and Uncle Hou might head towards Zhao City. With no means to contact anyone, they could only guess. Lin An reassured him, "It's all right. If we cannot find him, we will search at our own pace." "Did you not mention that your uncle has people with him? That surely provides a greater sense of security." He reflected that even someone like Long Chong, a rough character, managed to carve out a reputation in the apocalypse with a few followers. According to his brother, Uncle Hou was a former military man, which should render him even more formidable. "Indeed," Hu Qing replied softly, gazing affectionately at Lin An. "What about you? Upon arriving in Zhao City, do you have any aspirations or individuals you wish to locate? We could do it together." Lin An shrugged, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone as he responded, My relatives are long estranged. Ever since my mother and aunt departed, there is little to bind me. If I were to express a desire, it would be to settle down in Zhao City once you find your family. I have long yearned for stability." Hu Qing stated, "All right, let us find a place to settle down and live well." Lin An, though hesitant to voice it, shared the sentiment, and now, with Hu Qing having articulated it, he felt no shame in agreeing. Nodding, he decided to reveal a bit of his circumstances to Hu Qing. "I possess spatial abilities. I have gathered a considerable amount of supplies, including several trucks of resources left behind by the military. Thus, We need not worry about food and drink. I have rice, flour, gasoline, and other valuable provisions that are essential in this post-apocalyptic world. He pondered before continuing. I believe that not only in the capital, but safety bases will eventually be established in various locations. When that time comes, we can strategize on how to procure even more resources. By the time we encounter trouble, the Huicheng base should also be in the process of establishment. I cannot pinpoint the exact date, but it should not be too far off. The more prominent bases in the latter stages of the apocalypse were all established in the initial wave. Once the bases are formed, the higher-ups will inevitably issue tasks, such as exterminating zombies and collecting supplies. Similarly, the first batch of abilities will begin to emerge during this period, as their powers are honed through repeated missions. To enhance one's abilities, particularly offensive ones, like Huicheng cannot rely solely on crystal cores. Practical combat experience is essential. The augmentation of abilities comes through repeated application and accumulation. Crystal cores serve merely as an auxiliary. Lin An currently possessed a second-level crystal core and hesitated to give it to Huicheng at the most opportune moment. As a third-level ability user himself, he could not enhance his powers in the short term. Using it would be a waste. It was better suited for Huicheng, who was an offensive type and represented the primary combat strength of the team. In any case, their immediate destination was Zhaozhou. Lin An concluded with a statement of optimism, believing that his days with Huicheng would surely improve. All right, let us head to Zhao City, he said. Huicheng grasped Lin An's hand and placed it gently upon his abdomen, earnestly declaring, I am well. I will gather supplies for you and store everything in your space. Lin An's belongings would be safely kept in that space as a personal treasure, for he could provide for himself. However, Lin An remained oblivious to the man's intention to care for him, interpreting Huicheng's words merely as a sign of trust, which brought him joy. He chuckled, well, let's make this clear. If you ever provoke me or commit any wrongdoing, beware that I might just take my things and leave. Huicheng shook his head solemnly. That shall not happen. I could never wrong Lin An. Having won your heart, I must cherish you. Observing this, Lin An nestled deeper into the blankets and lay alongside Huicheng, half seriously remarking, you are indeed behaving well now. We shall see how it unfolds in the future. Being a man himself, he was aware of the nature of men. The initial affection was often treated like a precious gem, but the future remained uncertain. Life would continue to reveal itself in time. Huicheng lay down as well, extending his arm to tuck Lin An in snugly, his tone earnest. You must continue to behave well. Lin An, wrapped in the blankets, laughed. Your words hold little weight now. I'm not entirely serious, mainly just jesting with you. The future was unpredictable, relying solely on the efforts of both individuals. Huicheng's eyes sparkled with mirth as he caught Lin An's hand beneath the covers. When Lin An evaded his grasp, Huicheng simply pulled him closer, firmly embracing him, declaring him his own, ensuring there would be no escape. Loosen up, loosen up. It's uncomfortable for sleeping, Lin An protested. Lin An struggled a bit, and Huicheng loosened his grip on her arm slightly, yet still felt uneasy. Shifting his body a little closer to her, Lin An mumbled, Aren't you hot being this close? She then fell silent, closing her eyes and pretending to doze off. Both of them had good living habits. They rose early and retired early, coupled with a decent diet, which left them feeling invigorated throughout the day. After taking a 2-day respite, Huicheng's health had completely recovered. His physique was inherently robust, and although the awakening of his abilities had taken longer than usual, he had swiftly healed under Lin An's attentive care. According to Lin An's perspective, had Huicheng not been so eager to find her that night shortly after awakening, he wouldn't have suffered such a severe fever. It was indeed due to the tribulations he endured, as Lin An felt a pang of guilt. She pressed her spoon down into the bowl of rice, believing that now that he was well, he ought to eat heartily and rest well to fully recuperate. However, their current circumstances did not permit them to linger in this village. Such small, defenseless places were prime targets for zombie hordes. He and Huicheng planned to set out for Zhao City the following morning. Just then, warm body heat enveloped her from behind as Huicheng's arm reached around to grasp the spoon she was using to serve rice, saying, If you serve any more, it won't fit in the bowl. Lin An glanced at the overflowing bowl of rice and reluctantly conceded, Just take it out. I'll serve the vegetables. Allow me. Huicheng replied, lifting the lid of the frying pan, revealing a steaming dish of sauerkraut and vermicelli stewed with pork, while beside it, a small plate of steamed eggplant, dressed with soy sauce, minced garlic, and vinegar, awaited to complement the meal. Lin An was quite adept at managing daily life. With just 2 simple dishes, he managed to balance both meat and vegetables, providing a delightful meal for the two of them. Hu Cheng served the dishes, holding a plate of eggplant in one hand and another dish in the other, while Lin An simply took 2 bowls of rice and followed him to the dining table. Hu Cheng took the initiative to serve him a portion of pork and vermicelli, and Lin An smiled at him before lowering his head to eat. "You should eat too," Lin An remarked between bites. "After we finish, I'll boil 2 pots of hot water so we can wash up and head to bed early." They planned to leave at dawn, taking advantage of the darkness to drive away, as there were few zombies in the village, thus avoiding the need to clear the road. "All right, I'll follow your lead," Hu Cheng replied, always willing to comply with Lin An's arrangements in such matters. Lin An acknowledged him with a nod, feeling content, and served Hu Cheng a piece of eggplant to balance the richness of the meal. Hu Cheng was a quintessential carnivore, despite his quiet demeanor during meals. He rarely chose vegetables with his chopsticks. You know, a balance of meat and vegetables is important. Too much meat can be overwhelming and lead to discomfort. Lin An chided him, but he had already resolved to cut some fruit after dinner to refresh their palates. The Jin City area was known for its abundant production of apples and pears, particularly during the temperate fruit season just before the apocalypse. Though he had little else in his storage, these 2 fruits were plentiful. Hu Cheng enjoyed what Lin An served him, savoring the eggplant dipped in sauce. And after a couple of bites, he helped himself to another piece. Lin An watched him smile as he ate. "Delicious, isn't it? I'm not boasting. This sauce recipe was learned from a master chef at a restaurant. No one else can replicate this flavor." "Indeed," Hu Cheng replied. Hu Cheng nodded slightly, skillfully placing a piece of eggplant dipped in sauce into Lin An's bowl. "Delicious, you should try it," he urged. "All right, just focus on your meal," Lin An replied, savoring the food with a radiant smile. Although his brother was not particularly loquacious, he never overlooked what needed to be said or done. And the more time they spent together, the more he felt an endearing closeness. After dinner, Zhao Weiming and 2 others arrived promptly to knock on the door. Lin An casually set the fruit platter on the table and exchanged a glance with Hu Cheng. "I'll go check," Hu Cheng said. Lin An nodded, following closely behind him into the courtyard. Who could possibly be knocking at this hour? Hu Cheng peered through the small gate and recognized Zhao Weiming and his companions, accompanied by a man in his 50s. The man held a lively little boy, no more than 6 years old, who was also peering curiously through the gate. "Lin An, brother, Hugu, this is Zhao Weiming. This gentleman beside me is the village head of Xinfeng Village. We kindly request you to open the door. We have matters to discuss," came the voice from outside. Xinfeng Village was indeed the name of their own village. The villagers had been remarkably reclusive, having not seen anyone emerge for days. It was unexpected for the village head to appear just before their departure, leaving them curious about his intentions. Hu Cheng opened the door, allowing them entry. "Ah, I see you are in the midst of your meal. I hope we aren't interrupting," the man, claiming to be the village head, remarked as he stepped into the living room, his keen nose detecting the enticing aroma of food in the air. His eyes darted towards the dining area across the kitchen. "No, we have just finished eating," Lin An replied. Lin An spoke in a calm tone, leading them to the living room. "What brings you here?" The village chief withdrew his wandering gaze, stroked his unkempt beard, and chuckled. Hee, it's nothing serious. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Go. May I ask the surnames of the 2 young gentlemen?" Remaining indifferent, Lin An did not engage with his remark and inquired, "It's getting late. If you have something to discuss, please speak directly." Zhao Weiming, sitting nearby and now somewhat familiar with Lin An's temperament, quickly intervened to assist the village chief. "Uncle Go, this is my brother Lin An. And this is brother Hu Cheng. Both are exceptionally skilled. They even saved my life on the road. And I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude." Upon hearing this, the village chief's eyes lit up, and his smile widened as he nodded repeatedly. Indeed, both are men of honor. Perhaps due to his long tenure in an official capacity, despite his disheveled appearance and weary demeanor, a certain authoritative air still clung to the village chief. It was merely a coincidence, a simple act of assistance. Lin An responded with a hint of indifference, feeling somewhat impatient as the village chief seemed oblivious to his dismissive tone, continuing to survey the living room and rambling on without addressing the main issue. He smacked his lips and exclaimed, "Oh my, the house of Wu Lao Wu is truly splendid. This little 2-story abode, equipped with water and grain, offers a most comfortable living. Brother Lin, you are indeed fortunate to have found yourself here. There are no other residences in the entire village that compare. Unlike the others in our village, who live in constant fear, their walls and courtyards are hardly secure, and they can scarcely fill their bellies." His words subtly implied that they were taking advantage of the situation in Xinfeng Village, and the village chief had come to collect debts, it seemed. Lin An's temperament was such that he was even more unyielding when faced with pressure from others. While he might tolerate various matters, he was undaunted by the prospect of debt collectors. With a deliberate glance at the iron tea jar on the coffee table, he maintained a seemingly impassive expression. Yet the ever-ready Hu Cheng, with a fleeting glance in his direction, remarked, "What a trivial matter to warrant your intervention. Remain seated. I shall handle it." He patted Hu Cheng's hand, suggesting that if the situation escalated, he could step in. Lin An had previously not fully grasped Hu Cheng's nature until he chanced upon the lifeless body of a rogue by the back wall yesterday, prompting him to inwardly reflect. There's a reason why barking dogs seldom bite. Look how cleanly that neck was snapped. He felt fortunate that he had not clashed with Hu Cheng upon their initial acquaintance. However, the individuals before him were merely common folk. There was no need for confrontation. As it happened, Village Chief Go had arrived at an opportune moment. Lin An indeed had some inquiries regarding the villagers. Leaning back against the sofa, he placed his palm upon Hu Cheng's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, which was quickly reciprocated. A smile danced in his eyes. Having long since noted the man's fondness for his touch, Go Renji, shaking off his apprehensions, smiled even more eagerly. "Oh?" Lin, the village chief, remarked that after so many years of serving in Xianfeng village, he was well acquainted with the affairs of every household. He assured the young man that he would speak candidly. Beside him sat a young lad, presumably his grandson, who fidgeted restlessly on the sofa. Impatient, Go Renji gave the boy a couple of gentle pats, sending him off to play while he attentively awaited Lin An's words. Lin An smiled and began. "It's not a significant matter. I merely wish to inquire about the owners of the house we reside in." "Ah." "The owners are none other than Wu Lauer and his family." Upon hearing this, Go Renji feigned a sympathetic expression, exclaiming, "That family has had a dreadful fate. They have all become monsters. I assume the young man has encountered them." Lin An nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed, we've dealt with them. Their corpses were left outside. If it weren't for the zombies within the house, this prime location would not have come to us. Wouldn't you agree, Chief?" He cast a meaningful glance at his companion. Go Village Chief's eyes flickered with embarrassment and a hint of fear. He cleared his throat awkwardly yet continued to defend. "One cannot say that. Lauer's family has good relations with the villagers. We shouldn't simply take possession of their home. Could a person who had vanquished 3 monsters be trifled with? If it weren't for Zhao Weiming mentioning that the couple was armed and skilled, he wouldn't have dared approach them." In truth, Lin An had hit the nail on the head. No matter how amiable one's reputation, it could not compare to safety and sustenance. It was simply the 3 zombies confined in the yard that deterred those with ulterior motives from encroaching. Lin An inquired, "Are there no relatives left for this family?" Go Renji, oblivious to the underlying intricacies, casually remarked, "I have a sister who married into the city. There are no other relatives left in the village." With little inclination to dwell on this topic, he hastily redirected the conversation. "Let us not linger on that, as the person is no longer here. Gentlemen, my purpose today is not solely for myself, but as a representative of our entire village. You see, you arrived and were accommodated in the finest dwelling our village has to offer, feasting on our produce. We have raised no objections, nor has anyone demanded otherwise. Everyone has been quite understanding, haven't they?" "Oh, I see. There are no relatives remaining," Lin An interjected before Go could finish. "I comprehend the village chief's intentions. It would be inappropriate for me to linger here without purpose." Upon hearing Lin An's words, Go Renji's initial displeasure at being interrupted dissipated, replaced by a fervent smile. "Indeed, that is precisely the point. Young brother, you are quite perceptive. Therefore, I shall be forthright. No, I must invite Zhao Xiao brother to speak. After all, our village's aspirations to settle in the capital hinge upon connections within the city, particularly those of Zhao Weiming." Go Renji regarded Zhao Weiming with an enthusiastic demeanor. Zhao Weiming, observing that Lin An and Hu Cheng displayed no discernible change in expression nor any sign of discontent, cleared his throat twice and confidently spoke. "To be candid, I have certain connections at the Shoujing base. I wonder if you have heard of Director Hong? Our purpose in going there is to seek his patronage. Given your remarkable skills, why remain hidden in this desolate corner during these tumultuous times? It would be far more prudent to accompany us to Shoujing, where your talents would surely allow you to carve out a prosperous future. Indeed, it would be advantageous for the villagers to journey together. Safety in numbers provides reassurance." He added, representing the village and extending this invitation. Village Chief Go interjected eagerly, "I have heard that you both are well armed, which is quite an impressive asset. Once in Shoujing, The opportunities will be as vast as the sea for a fish to leap and as high as the sky for a bird to soar. Chapter 56. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin An, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "So, Chief Go, are you suggesting that we, the two of you, should act as bodyguards for the villagers on this journey to Shojing, essentially serving as unpaid protectors?" Lin An's blunt articulation of their underlying thoughts caused both Zhao Weiming and Sun Xing to blush, rendering them momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Yusin, who had accompanied them, maintained an impassive demeanor, sitting quietly on the sofa like a mere specter. However, Chief Go, undeterred by embarrassment, waved his hand dismissively and retorted, "Oh, let us not frame it in such unflattering terms. How could one call it free bodyguarding? Whether you two will be able to establish yourselves in Shojing and seize opportunities for advancement greatly depends on the connections of young Zhao here. Moreover, the inhabitants of our village possess both vehicles and provisions. There is no necessity for you to offer anything. We merely request that you two extend a modicum of care during your journey." Observing Lin in silence, Go Renji's expression began to darken. "Young gentleman, one must not act without integrity. You have resided in our village for several days, partaking in our hospitality. It would be unconscionable to abandon the elders and villagers, merely to depart without a second thought. After having occupied this dwelling for such time, one cannot simply leave at will." Without acknowledging the expressions of others, Lin An's hand, resting on the sofa, gestured toward Hua Cheng's palm, sensing the sudden tightening of his grip. He smiled and inquired, "This is why I asked the village chief what relatives remain in this household. If there are siblings, we shall replenish their provisions and return what is owed." The village chief mentioned that a sister from this family has married into another village. I shall not dwell excessively on the trivialities, but if fate allows our paths to cross, we shall undoubtedly repay our debts. His gaze swept over the varied expressions on the faces before him, and he chuckled lightly. "As for the villagers, this house is not the collective property of your village. We are not indebted to the entire community as the village chief suggested. My brother and I are not so altruistic as to serve as free bodyguards, and we certainly have no need for connections in the capital, do we, brother?" Lin An glanced at Hua Cheng, who nodded in agreement with a sound of affirmation. Go Renji, agitated by these words, retorted, "If you dare to leave." The villagers would have already departed, fearing the monstrous beings that roam the roads. How could one venture forth without formidable protection? Lin An's words left no room for negotiation, firmly stating that they would not be responsible for any consequences. Yet, Go Renji remained undeterred, attempting to invoke pity. "Two individuals. My words were spoken in a moment of desperation, devoid of any ulterior motives. The village truly had no other recourse than to seek assistance. It is home to both the elderly and the young, with over a dozen children yet to grow, alongside pregnant women. Being trapped here would inevitably lead to dire consequences. What might seem a trifling matter for you two could save countless lives." Before I could finish my sentence, a sudden crash resonated from the dining room. The sharp sound of a plate shattering on the floor, followed by a cacophony of clattering, reminiscent of chairs being toppled. Zhao Weiming and his companions instinctively thought of zombies, their faces betraying a growing panic. Meanwhile, Lin An cast a glance at Village Chief Go's side, an understanding dawning upon him. He rose and made his way towards the kitchen, with Hua Cheng naturally following suit. The others exchanged glances, contemplating whether to investigate. Given the agility of the two, they felt reassured. Upon entering the dining room, they were taken aback. It turned out that Village Chief Go's little grandson had somehow wandered in, fixated upon the fruit platter on the table. The child, light of stature, had silently climbed atop a chair. The commotion arose when both the boy and the chair tumbled down, sending the plate crashing to the ground, shattering into several pieces, leaving only a small core of apple rolling beneath the table. Seated on the floor, the village chief's grandson wept, his hand injured by the shards, oblivious to his misdeed. After all, his grandfather was the village chief. Whenever he accompanied him to others' homes, he was invariably treated to food. This time, however, the family had not offered any refreshments, leaving him disgruntled and prompting his clandestine search in the kitchen. Ironically, he did manage to procure something to eat, but he ended up with a painful fall and a wounded hand. As soon as the boy saw his grandfather enter, he cried out in a wail, "Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm hurt. I'm going to die from the fall." The grandfather, unfazed, approached and embraced his little grandson, soothing him and gently blowing on his wounds. He then turned to Lin An and said, "Children don't know any better. Please don't take it to heart, young brother Lin." His tone mirrored that of his grandson, showing no sense of genuine remorse, as if it were perfectly normal for a child to indulge in a bit of mischief. What could Lin An possibly say? Was he to reprimand a child? He simply replied, "I've made my stance clear. You may all take your leave." Sighing, the village chief, Go Renji, still attempted to persist, while Zhao Weiming and Sun Xing, who had accompanied him, exchanged glances, disapproving of his demeanor. Nevertheless, they understood the necessity of having Lin An and his companion, both skilled in combat, for their journey, as a form of protection. At that moment, Wang Yusin, who had been trailing behind her companions, spoke up softly. What more is there to say? There is already a shortage of food. And with so many children in the village, what will happen when they become hungry and start crying on the road? Will they, like your grandson, climb onto someone else's vehicle, taking bites here and there? According to your logic, they shouldn't be held accountable, which would lead to a depletion of resources. Young lady, what nonsense are you spouting? Despite his thick skin, the village chief felt a flush of embarrassment and shot an indignant glare at Wang Yusin. After all, weren't they on the same side? Yusin, Zhao Weiming and Sun Xing also turned to her, their expressions a mixture of surprise and reproach. What is wrong with you? Are you not satisfied with how quickly Lin An and the others rejected them? Wang Yusin became acutely aware of her blunder, inadvertently voicing her innermost thoughts. Covering her mouth in guilt, she shook her head repeatedly, insisting, No, that is not what I meant. The two individuals present, witnessing her distress, could not bring themselves to chastise her. Wang Yusin, possessing a kind heart, had every reason to be displeased with the actions of the village chief and his grandson. Lin An seized the opportunity to respond. Forgive my petty thoughts, esteemed village chief, for this young lady speaks truthfully. By agreeing now, we are merely leaving the elderly and children of the village to serve as free protectors. What happens when we find ourselves without provisions along the way? Will the elderly and children starve, while we are expected to selflessly contribute our supplies? Before the others could interject, Lin An's expression darkened significantly. You may depart. We are uninterested in joining your ranks, as we are not of the same ilk. With that, the group, unable to withstand the rebuke, left with heavy hearts. As they exited the courtyard, the three men were in poor spirits. As Lin An had aptly put it, losing a free protector was hardly a cause for joy. Only Wang Yusin, who had fallen silent once more, felt a sense of relief. Since the moment Zhao Weiming and Sun Xing had conspired to invite Lin An and Hua Qing to accompany them, she had felt an unrelenting tension. The actions she had taken that day had not gone unnoticed by those two. The farther they were from each other, the better, let alone the prospect of traveling together. Let us depart early tomorrow, she suggested. The longer we wait, the more likely unforeseen troubles will arise. Lin An secured the courtyard gate and turned back to Hua Qing, lamenting that Xiao fellow is indeed no good. He has designs on making us his bodyguards, and he certainly has a devious mind. That girl is quite clever. At this moment, her words serve as a convenient pretext for us to decline. Hua Qing silently followed behind, not uttering a word. Lin An, accustomed to his taciturn nature, spoke while making his way to the kitchen. They've even eaten the fruit. I'm slicing a plate now. We've indulged a bit too much these past few days. Hua Qing remained silent, and Lin An sensed something was amiss. Turning to glance at him, she remarked, Oh, that stern expression. Who owes you money? Is it me? What else with the long face? Upon entering the kitchen, Lin An retrieved 2 pears from the space and began slicing them on the countertop. She mused, I've shared all the delicious treats with you. And yet you still seem displeased. Be careful, or I might cease to cater to you. Hua Qing silently wrapped his arms around her from behind, one hand encompassing Lin An's knife-wielding hand while the other secured the pear in place, guiding her as they sliced together. After a brief moment, he spoke. That woman wasn't he speaking to assist you. Then he fell silent once more. Lin An paused, finally grasping the situation, feeling both exasperated and amused. I'm not a fool. She clearly didn't want us trailing behind her, and only spoke up to voice her grievances. She cast a sidelong glance at Hua Qing, exclaiming, Honestly, you're being ridiculous. I don't even know what to say. You're getting jealous over something that has nothing to do with you. And you don't mind the sourness at all. Hua Qing, however, didn't mind, resting his chin on Lin An's right shoulder. His voice low and gruff. Then why were you smiling at her? When did I ever smile at her? Lin An felt quite wronged. He had no pleasant expression towards that group of people tonight, yet he found himself smiling. Wasn't it just you I smiled at? Hua Qing rested his head on Lin An's shoulder while slicing fruit in silence. He understood that mentioning how he had smiled at her once on the road out of Jin City would be rather embarrassing, revealing a lack of composure. However, in matters of this nature, Many men exhibited a similar deficiency. Move aside, you're weighing me down. Lin An was at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. Realizing that one should not judge solely by first impressions, he remarked on Hui Cheng's maturity and composure before their relationship. But now, oh well. You weren't like this before. Hui Cheng straightened up, took a small plate to serve more fruit, and after a long silence, finally managed to utter, "You're the only one I act this way with." Over the years, he had only had eyes for Lin An, and now that he had him, he was particularly afraid of losing him again. Lin An shot Hui Cheng a glare from behind, unable to suppress a laugh. It was quite gratifying to witness a lover displaying a markedly different persona in front of him. It made one ponder, even if just for a moment, that this person had changed for him. That day, after finishing their fruit, they went to bed early. The next morning, they rose before 4, quickly tidied up, had breakfast, and headed to the yard to drive. Upon entering the yard, they immediately sensed something was amiss, not because there were strangers present, but because the surroundings felt distinctly different. More vibrant. Those with special abilities possess heightened senses compared to ordinary individuals. Although they couldn't hear specific sounds, they could instantly detect anomalies. Oh, this matter could not be taken lightly. Lin An quickly understood the situation without making a concerted effort to peer over the courtyard wall. The two of them boarded the vehicle as usual, with Hui Cheng at the helm and Lin An occupying the passenger seat. Beside him lay 2 machetes. Hui Cheng had exchanged his axe for a more suitable blade for Lin An. The storage compartment contained 2 firearms, while the remainder of their supplies was secured in their spatial storage. As the vehicle departed from the rural homestead, it navigated the dirt road leading towards the highway. Mere minutes into their journey, several vehicles emerged from the alleys flanking the small courtyard. The assortment of vehicles was eclectic, comprising vans, SUVs, and even a small truck, all filled to capacity with people of various ages, each clutching bags and belongings, their faces alight with excitement. They were finally leaving this cursed place to head towards the grand base in the capital. The convoy trailed closely behind, maintaining a steady distance from the black SUV ahead. Chapter 57. Pay them no mind. Lin An cast a glance over his shoulder, turning back with a sly smile that betrayed a hint of cunning. The village chief had not been entirely mistaken. They were merely ordinary villagers, both young and old, likely hoping to tag along for a bit of fortune, perhaps even to learn a lesson. With the entire village mobilizing, the multitude of people and vehicles inevitably stirred the zombies dispersed around the vicinity. A throng of the undead gathered at the village entrance, their stiff legs propelling them forward with urgency, their excited groans audible even within the confines of the vehicle. "Buckle up," Hui Cheng instructed, and without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, charging directly into the horde. The zombies, unaware of the impending danger, lunged towards the vehicle, some being violently tossed aside upon impact, while others clung to the windshield and doors, obstructing their view. As Hui Cheng abruptly swerved the car, he dislodged the zombie clinging to the windshield, sending it tumbling aside. Its claws scraped against the glass as it attempted to crawl forward. Lin An unbuckled his seatbelt and seized his weapon, declaring, "You drive. I'll take care of this." He then opened the door, bracing himself against the seatback, and thrust his body out to deliver a swift strike. The zombie's head was severed cleanly at the neck, its decaying skull rolling onto the ground behind, while its headless body continued to cling to the side of the car, supported only by its claws. Lin An swiftly struck the glass with the back of his blade, dislodging the claws from the window. He glanced at Hui Cheng, who was grappling with another zombie attempting to break through the window on his side, and warned, "There's another one, don't move." He then leaned further out, trying to reach the door handle beneath Hui Cheng's arm. Crouching in such a low position was uncomfortable. Yet Lin An paid it little mind, pressing down with his waist and thighs, his weight resting on Hui Cheng's leg as he half emerged from the other side. His lower body was ensnared between Hui Cheng's arm and leg, leaving little room for movement. In a decisive action, Lin An forcefully swung the car door open, startling the zombies outside, who were drawn by the scent of potential prey. Before they could converge, a swift blade sliced through the neck of one, ending its life. All done. Lin An exhaled in relief, leaning against the seat's edge, ready to retreat back inside, when suddenly he felt a weight on his waist, causing him to topple onto the driver's lap. His arm, once hovering above, was now pressing down, preventing his escape. "Stop fooling around. Lift your arm." Lin An, with a mixture of resignation and amusement, reached back to pat behind him. Hui Cheng obediently raised his arm, allowing Lin An to climb back into his seat. Once settled in the passenger seat, Lin An curled his lips into a smile and refrained from further words. He caught a glimpse of Hui Cheng in the rearview mirror, their eyes locking momentarily. Lin An's eyes sparkled with mirth as he teased, "What are you staring at? Can you focus on driving?" Wuching replied. And the vehicle accelerated once more, surging past the small horde of zombies at the village entrance. In the car trailing behind, Gorinji, upon seeing Lin An and the others pass, quickly instructed the driver, "Keep up, stay closer to them, don't fall behind." The zombies within the village were already a formidable challenge, let alone those lurking outside. They needed to stay close to the front. After traversing the rural road for half an hour, they approached a crossroads. Lin An glanced back with a mischievous smile directed at Wuching, saying, "Let's go, brother. It's time to reach our destination." A glimmer of amusement crossed Wuching's eyes, not merely because he anticipated the misfortune awaiting those behind them, but because he found the youthful expression of mischief in Lin An's gaze particularly captivating. The vehicle veered to follow the Jinan highway, and based on their journey, they were merely a day's drive away from their destination, Zhaoshi. The vehicle ahead raced swiftly along the road, leaving the zombies, which emerged from abandoned cars, unable to approach. The villagers from Xi and Feng, anxious not to lose sight of the lead vehicle, hastily turned the steering wheel without even glancing at the road signs. As the first car sped away, several others naturally followed suit, their wheels spinning rapidly and leaving the pursuing zombies far behind. What choice do we have but to keep moving? Thought village chief Go, who sat in the passenger seat, cradling his little grandson. With a proud smile, he said, "My dear grandson, we will soon reach the capital, and then we shall be safe. Whatever you wish to eat shall be yours." At the mention of food, the little boy clapped his hands in excitement. "Grandpa, I want to eat meat." Village chief Go chuckled and nodded. Yes, whatever you desire will be available." He mused that if they could indeed be introduced to the high-ranking officials in the capital, as Zhao Weiming from the car behind had suggested, it would be splendid. If he could curry favor with that Director Hong, not only would they have food and drink, but perhaps he might even secure a position of his own. As village chief Go reveled in these pleasant thoughts, the villager behind the wheel suddenly interrupted his daydreaming with a shout. "Village chief, something feels off." Startled, village chief Go quickly snapped back to reality, asking, "What? What feels off?" He glanced ahead. The car had not been jostled, and the zombies in front had been crushed by the lead vehicle. What could possibly be amiss? The villager replied, "This road doesn't seem to lead to the capital." In truth, the villagers had never ventured to the capital, but as they drove, an unsettling feeling about their direction began to grow. That cannot be. Village chief Go firmly rejected the notion. How could it not be? Where else could those two go if not to the Shojing base? Apart from the major security bases, venturing anywhere else would be tantamount to courting death. The road was indeed correct, and soon enough, this was confirmed. After a brief moment, the imposing highway sign ahead clearly displayed the words Jinan Road, accompanied by directional indicators, which drained the color from the faces of everyone in the vehicle. They were truly not headed towards Shojing. "Village chief, are we still following?" The driver, glancing through the rearview mirror, spotted a scattered mass of zombies converging from various directions and dared not reduce their speed. These creatures possessed an unsettling acuity, sensing their presence long before the wheels even reached them. The village chief, pale and anxious, glared at the speeding vehicle ahead and slammed the seat. "Follow. What are we waiting for? Quickly change direction. Village chief, we can't turn now. The road is blocked with abandoned cars on both sides. There is no room to maneuver, and we can't communicate with the trailing vehicles. Turning would lead to a collision. Then what are we to do?" Sweat began to beat on the village chief's forehead. "We can only drive forward until we reach the exit and then return." Regardless of how reluctant they felt, there was no alternative. The village chief, with a grim expression, nodded in agreement, muttering curses under his breath about those two deceitful scoundrels. The vehicle continued along the highway for another half hour before the trailing convoy managed to exit and reverse direction, hastily making their way back. Lin An glanced back without any particular reaction, reflecting in his mind, this is why one should refrain from constantly scheming against others, for one may unexpectedly find themselves ensnared in their own traps. He cast a glance at the map, noting a gas station ahead. Huacheng acknowledged with a nod and drove steadily forward. Divider line. In Zhao City, the once-abandoned sports stadium, now shrouded in the aftermath of disaster, stood with its steel gates firmly shut. Within the confines of the sealed venue, a small contingent of soldiers, some standing and others seated on the ground, formed a subtle circle around an individual positioned to the right. At the center sat a portly old man, appearing to be in his 70s, yet exuding vitality, his face devoid of any signs of fatigue. unlike the surrounding soldiers, who exhibited frustration and anger. The old man lounged casually on the ground, his demeanor as steady as a mountain. To the astonishment of the young soldier peering through the door's crevice, he rushed back. His youthful face, barely in his 20s, contorted with rage. Through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, "Grandfather, the outside is swarming with Liu Fei's thugs." The gates were firmly sealed, and even the uppermost windows were barred with iron rods, surrounded by Liu Fei's men, effectively trapping them in a meticulously orchestrated ambush from which escape seemed impossible. However, the old man remained unperturbed, sighing softly as he remarked, "Ah, how astute I was in my judgment of character. I have unwittingly nurtured a treacherous wolf beneath my wing." He displayed no signs of distress, gesturing for calm as he reassured, "Please, sit down. Why the haste?" The soldier clearly held a profound respect for the elderly man, standing beside him in a protective manner, as if to say, "I shall remain standing. Are you hungry, Grandpa?" He rummaged through his military pack, ultimately producing only a single compressed biscuit, hurriedly searching for water to soften it. Observing this, the surrounding soldiers began to search through their own bags and pockets. Unearthing half a bottle of mineral water, a small piece of sugar-free chocolate, and a partial pack of compressed biscuits, they revealed whatever provisions they could find. Despite their own hunger rendering them weak, they did not hesitate, their expressions unchanged as they offered their finds, seemingly unaffected by their own needs. The elderly man declined their offerings, waving his hand dismissively and insisting, "Enough, I am old and no longer have the appetite. You all eat. Only when you are well fed will you possess the strength to endure." The soldiers stubbornly refrained from eating, prompting the portly old man to sit cross-legged on the ground. Closing his eyes and remarking, "If you do not wish to eat, so be it. I, as an old man, am not hungry. If you do not eat, when the time comes to flee, you will lack the energy. It is your decision." "Grandpa," called the young soldier closest to the elderly man. Noticing the old man's closed eyes and indifference, he hesitated for a long moment before, with reddened eyes, silently breaking off a piece of the compressed biscuit and putting it into his mouth, neglecting to drink water. At this moment, every morsel and drop counted. They would conserve whatever they could. Shortly thereafter, a 5 or 6-year-old boy emerged from the restroom with a fair, clean face and large, dark eyes that sparkled like grapes, though his expression was rather vacant. Upon seeing him, the young soldier quickly beckoned, "Lele, come here to your second brother." The young boy, hearing a noise, looked up blankly, unable to recognize who was calling him. Nonetheless, someone called, and he approached. "Have you finished in the restroom?" The soldier gently patted his small head, handing him a water bottle and some biscuits. "Eat." The boy accepted the items in silence, leaning dependently against his older brother. His head lowered as he took small bites and sipped water, only to stop and offer it back. "Why aren't you eating? Is that all you're going to have?" The soldier nudged him, but the boy remained unresponsive, holding the items aloft in a daze. A discerning observer would easily perceive that the child might be somewhat unusual. Chapter 58. Let's go. Lin An and Huiqing emerged from a gas station by the roadside. After this trip, the car appeared unchanged in its contents, everything neatly arranged within the space. The two drove westward, with approximately 3 to 4 hours remaining until they reached Jiao City. The journey was smooth and pleasant, lifting Lin An's spirits. Huiqing was at the wheel, while Lin An fiddled with a beautifully crafted round crystal specifically, the second-level crystal nucleus he had acquired from his doorstep back in Jin City. Second-level zombies were still quite rare. Encountering one at the entrance could indeed be considered a stroke of luck. "Brother, what is the purpose of this thing? It can't be pierced or shattered," Lin An remarked, pinching the crystal nucleus between his fingers and holding it up to the light. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened with excitement. "There's something inside." The crystalline core, enveloped within its shell, refracted the unique luster of the liquid, making it easily noticeable. Lin An, intrigued, began to devise various methods to extract its contents and uncover the mystery within. Huiqing merely cast a glance at him, amused, allowing him to indulge in his curiosity. With a machete, a small knife, and even a suddenly procured awl, Lin An attempted to pry it open. In truth, he was well aware of what lay within. He simply sought an opportune moment to inadvertently rediscover the core's functions, hoping to give Huiqing an advantage in the early stages of his awakening abilities. After more than an hour of futile efforts, the young man despondently set down his tools, the crystalline object in his palm still smooth and flawless. He stared intently at it, his lips pursed and brow furrowed, as if summoning the strength to persevere. Huiqing, observing through the mirror, found amusement in Lin An's relentless determination, akin to a cat that, having caught a ball of yarn, was resolutely intent on unraveling it. If you can't open it, just let it be, Huicheng suggested, noticing the sweat beading on Lin An's forehead. No, I must see what's inside, Lin An insisted. At such moments, advice often fell on deaf ears. After all, how many cats ever relinquish their struggle against a ball of yarn or a glass bead? Lin An was resolutely fixated on the crystalline core, vowing not to let go until it yielded. Huicheng could only smile and let him be. Approximately half an hour later, the young man in the passenger seat suddenly exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise and delight, "I've done it. I've opened it." As Huicheng turned his gaze, he noticed a small puncture, scarcely the size of a sesame seed, in the once solid surface, as if it had been pierced by some unknown object. Lin An, swaying the crystal core, retrieved a half-finished bottle of mineral water from behind the car seat. He deftly twisted off the cap with one hand while securing the bottle with his leg, sipping a few gulps before leaving some behind. A hand reached out beside him, and after a moment's hesitation, Lin An handed the bottle over. Huicheng leaned in, taking several swigs from the moist opening until the remaining water was gone. Watching Huicheng drink made Lin An's nape flush with warmth. After all, he had just sipped from the same vessel. 1 drop, 2 drops. A few clear droplets trickled into the empty bottle. Lin An shook the bottle and sniffed it, detecting no scent, much like plain water. He seemed to be captivated by the investigation, swirling a bit of mineral water inside, yet observing no alterations. Casually discarding the bottle, now filled with a portion of secondary crystal core liquid, onto the back seat, he feigned disinterest. In truth, he had already resolved to let his brother unwittingly consume it at an opportune moment. Humans, driven by greed towards their kin, are often aware that the true effects of the crystal cores would not be revealed until much later. Yet, despite knowing the potential upheaval of altering the original course of events, Lin An wished for Huicheng to uncover the secret of the crystal cores sooner. As they exited the highway, within 10 minutes lay the renowned Shushui River Bridge, spanning over the turbulent waters of the Shushui River below. Driving across the bridge, they were already encroaching upon the outskirts of Zhao City. However, reaching the city center would require an additional half-hour of travel. The area appeared to have recently experienced rainfall. As the water beneath the bridge surged violently, the sound of it crashing against the rocks audible even from within the vehicle. Lin An, not particularly adept at swimming, felt an inexplicable sense of panic upon witnessing the ferocity of the current below. Unable to contain himself, he implored Huicheng, "Brother, let us hasten our passage." Huicheng nodded and accelerated, driving swiftly to the bridge's midpoint. As they approached the halfway mark to the opposite side, a sudden resounding blast echoed from afar, reminiscent of the explosive sounds from his childhood when mines were detonated. A wave of unease washed over Lin An, causing his heart to race. "Brother, please drive faster. Something feels amiss." No sooner had he uttered these words than Huicheng increased their speed, having sensed the impending danger. The vehicle surged forward, tires screeching against the pavement. As Lin An anxiously peered out the window, he beheld a torrent of muddy waves cascading towards them, a force of nature that arrived in mere seconds. The car tilted perilously, time slipping away. "Be careful." Lin An's eyes widened in alarm, and just as he cried out, a tremendous jolt caused the entire vehicle to lurch to the right. With a crack, the bridge, a marvel of steel and concrete, fractured under the sudden tremor. Massive chunks of cement and rebar plummeting into the water below. The entire vehicle plummeted downwards, crashing violently against the fractured road, tumbling and rolling in a chaotic frenzy. Lin An was abruptly thrust against the car window with a resounding thud, blood streaming down from his forehead. A deafening roar filled his ears. A hand gripped him tightly, desperately attempting to pull him closer, while its owner shouted something he could no longer comprehend. His mind felt as though it were ensnared by a colossal iron claw, twisting and wailing in agony. In a moment of disorientation, Lin An concentrated fiercely and grasped that hand, exerting all his mental strength to invoke spatial confinement. Just before the vehicle plunged into the torrent of the river, it inexplicably froze mid-air for an instant. Then, with a sudden reduction in inertia, it plummeted rapidly, splashing murky mud mixed with countless fragments of stone. The car helplessly rolled over in the surging current, swept forward. Lin An's final memory was of Huicheng's hand tightly clutching him and the indistinct echoes of his calls. "Brother," he suddenly gasped, eyes wide open, only to swiftly clutch his head, inhaling sharply. Upon lowering his hand, he discovered it smeared with congealed blood. Had he cracked his skull? Dismissing such thoughts, he hastily opened his eyes again and propped himself up with his elbow, only to realize he was lying in a place resembling a warehouse. A musty odor permeating the air. The damp concrete floor was strewn with decaying straw, and a faint, dim light streamed through a high, small window. The large door ahead was tightly shut. Where was he? Lin An's senses heightened abruptly. The pitch-black warehouse was eerily silent. He retrieved an emergency lamp from his spatial pocket and switched it on, using its glow to approach the door and push against it. Yet the steel door remained firmly closed. The door bore no keyhole, secured tightly from the outside with an iron chain, leaving not even a sliver of a gap. He was imprisoned. Who could be responsible? What about Hui Chung? Was he also confined? Was he injured? A tidal wave of anxiety surged through Lin An, catching him utterly off guard. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to push against the warehouse door. When that proved futile, he began to kick it desperately, urging himself to escape swiftly and find Hui Chung. He rummaged through the space, unearthing a fire axe, a machete, and a wrench, all the tools at his disposal. With a cacophony of clanging, he struck vigorously at one spot on the door. Several strikes from his spatial blades left deep gashes, yet the door remained unyielding. Amidst the tumult of his attempts to break through, a series of footsteps echoed ominously from outside. Lin An halted abruptly, instinctively withdrawing all external items into his space, and drew a handgun, standing poised behind the door. The exertion of his spatial confinement during the fall had drained his energy, leaving his mental fortitude only partially restored. He could not summon the spatial confinement technique again. The murmurs accompanying the footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Third brother, that brat has regained consciousness. Didn't they say he was severely injured? Damn it, I didn't expect him to wake up so soon. Let me teach him a lesson. Don't be rash. Third brother, that ass someone Captain Gene wants. If we harm him, it could spell trouble. Curse that Gene. I'm not afraid of him. The curses emanating from the front were punctuated by the clinking of the iron chain being pulled, followed by the faint sound of a key turning in the lock, a subtle noise that was not lost on those with abilities. Lin An inhaled deeply, attempting to disregard the throbbing pain in his head, gripping the gun tightly in his hand. With a creak, the door swung open halfway, and 4 men entered in succession, glancing towards the pile of straw where Lin An lay, only to find it utterly deserted. Where is he? The man previously referred to as third brother immediately grew alert, swiftly turning to look back at the door. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and one of his companions collapsed beside him. In that moment of astonishment, a figure darted swiftly out the door. That kid has a gun. Damn it, don't let him escape. Third brother quickly drew his pistol, leading the other 2 men in pursuit, firing a shot at the retreating silhouette, but missing. Chase him, hurry, with the orders from above echoing in his mind. Third brother's expression darkened ominously. His duty was to guard this place, and they absolutely could not allow anyone to enter or exit. That reckless gold peg leg insisted on bringing people here for his own amusement, and now one had escaped. It would surely bring him to ruin. The footsteps and shouts behind him grew increasingly numerous. Lin An, enduring the pain in his injured foot, continued to twist and turn, slipping through a small door. It appeared to lead into a gymnasium, a closed indoor basketball arena, where all the doors were tightly shut except for that small entrance. With pursuers hot on his heels, Lin An had no choice but to sprint along the spectator seats, racing up to the second floor. Where are they? Dozens of armed men surged in from outside, some wielding handguns like third brother, while others, clad in combat uniforms and brandishing rifles, resembled soldiers. Chapter 59. The indoor basketball arena lay desolate, devoid of any sound save for the presence of themselves, as if no one had ever ventured into this space. Search, came the command from the leader, and the sole side door was promptly shut. The arena's bright lights were activated, illuminating the entire venue. The individuals organized themselves into groups of 3, methodically sifting through the lowest tier of the spectator seats, leaving no crevice beneath the benches unchecked. Upon reaching the uppermost tier, they reported back to the leader below, "Boss, there's nothing." The leader frowned, casting a glance at the man known as third brother. They had not actually seen anyone. They had only come in response to a report that someone had intruded and fled. Third brother wore an expression of uncertainty. He, too, had not witnessed anyone enter, but had merely heard the sound of a door being pushed open from a distance. He asserted, "Boss, I'm not misleading you. That gold-legged man somehow secured a kid and locked him in the warehouse yesterday. The moment I opened the door, he bolted. That kid had a gun and even took down one of my men." The leader nodded and instructed those above, "Check outside the windows." He was well aware of gold-legged man's unscrupulous nature. His audacity knew no bounds, having previously abducted individuals and hidden them within. Third brother would not deceive him. That kid had escaped with remarkable speed. Boss, still nothing, came the reply. It seemed there truly was no one inside, confirming the absence of any intruders. The leader commanded his men to disperse and search outside, while also exercising caution by leaving individuals stationed outside the arena and locking the side door from the outside. The individuals confined within were of paramount importance. They absolutely could not allow outsiders to gain entry. With a faint sigh, Lin An trembled as he forced himself to crawl through the window, collapsing onto the ground. The brief confinement had utterly drained his mental fortitude, leaving him too fatigued to take another step. Outside, the sounds of chains clinking and the movements of the guards engaged in conversation echoed, sealing his fate. In truth, he lacked the strength to escape. With chairs obstructing his view, he felt no fear of being seen. He slumped to the ground, retrieving a packet of biscuits from his space. Trembling, he managed to shove a couple into his mouth, choking on the dryness. Yet too weak to even reach for his water bottle, he closed his eyes, breathing slowly, and awaited the return of his strength. Clang, clang. The heavy metal door creaked open slightly, and soldiers armed with rifles entered, their nerves taut, moving in silence as they surrounded the seated figure on the floor. Their gun barrels trained on him. Blinding light flooded the room as the leader of the pursuit stepped in, slowly sweeping his flashlight around to count the number of individuals present, allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape him. After sending someone to search the rear restroom, he was assured there were no additional figures, and he finally felt at ease, casting a glance at the high window on the smooth wall, securely shut. He approached the group confined within, while the soldiers who had been seated on the ground stood rigidly, ignoring the surrounding gun muzzles, positioning themselves protectively in front of the elderly man at the center, their weary faces betraying an undeniable ferocity and threat. The leader, upon seeing the old man, chose to remain silent and did not advance any further. Instead, he raised his voice over the crowd to address the elder. Old Master Do, I apologize for the inconveniences you have faced these past few days. Our boss has stated that our actions were compelled by circumstances. Please do not hold it against us. The old man, steadfast as a mountain, remained seated on the ground, his round face devoid of any signs of despair, even in his seated posture. His gaze, reminiscent of someone accustomed to authority, surveyed the lesser individuals with an air of indifference and subtle superiority. Indeed, the man before them, who appeared as an ordinary elder, had been in a position of prominence long before any of them were born. While he had once served in the military, had it not been for the current predicament, he would likely never have had the opportunity to face them. The leader's countenance shifted from pale to flushed upon hearing this, yet he merely retorted, Elder, do not be anxious. When the time is right, our boss will surely come. He then hurriedly departed, leading his men away. Bah, a dog for Lu Fei. That scoundrel still dares to face my grandfather, cursed Huadong, seated beside his grandfather. The leader hesitated for a moment, but did not turn back, hastening his exit as the heavy doors creaked closed once more, plunging the spacious room into a deep, oppressive silence. After being confined for so many days and deprived of sustenance, the group had little strength left to voice their thoughts. Huadong fared slightly better. He ruffled his cousin's hair and unscrewed a bottle filled with a mixture of compressed biscuits and water, offering it to him. Lele, here, have a sip. Upon hearing a sound, Do Lele opened his wide eyes and glanced at his elder brother, taking a sip from the bottle without uttering a word. The child, despite his silence, comprehended everything within. As night descended, the gymnasium grew increasingly dim, with slender beams of moonlight filtering in, illuminating Huadong's weary visage. He tightly shut his eyes, but suddenly, his ears twitched, and in an instant, his eyes sprang open in the darkness. Lin An initially perceived this abandoned gymnasium as a gathering place for disparate factions, as individuals within bore the unmistakable demeanor of soldiers and others appeared as ruffians, suggesting a conglomeration of scattered forces. Outside, guards remained vigilant, the doors securely locked, with patrolling figures frequently passing by, maintaining a tight security. As night fell, he regained some strength and stealthily approached the door to overhear the guards' idle chatter, learning that he had been brought in by someone referred to as Golden Lame. It seemed outsiders were not permitted entry here. After listening for a while, he gathered from the fragmented conversations that only he had been brought back by Golden Lame, indicating that Huacheng was not present. Lin An returned to the window on the second floor, consumed a small amount of food, and then climbed out, intending to traverse the rooftop to escape to an area devoid of guards. However, he was taken aback to find that the closer he approached the edge of the gymnasium, the more guards he encountered, with each 20 paces revealing another sentry. Any descent would result in immediate detection. Taking advantage of the night's concealment, Lin An found himself immobilized on the rooftop, uncertain whether to retrace his steps to seek another solution or to persist in finding a way forward. He dared not make a sound, yet he was reluctant to retreat. Clinging to the rooftop, he cautiously leaned over the edge to observe. The architectural style of the gymnasium bore a resemblance to a renowned foreign opera house, forming an obtuse triangle with numerous sharp angles. Lin An discovered a secluded corner where only 3 guards were stationed outside a relatively narrow rear wall. There was no door on the wall, only a tall window, protected by a narrow iron grill, which was locked from the outside, the padlock already rusted. Similarly, 3 guards were positioned at the corner, separated from this group by an angle not too far apart. However, their line of sight was effectively obstructed. Surely, these individuals must have a rotation schedule. Lin quietly lay on the rooftop, counting their shifts. After 2 rotations, he had roughly grasped that this group changed shifts quite frequently, indicating ample manpower every 3 hours. This corner was relatively vulnerable, with a gap of 4 to 5 minutes during each shift change. Indeed, around 3 o'clock in the early hours, the third group of guards was also about to leave. The 3 glanced at their watches, stifled yawns, and departed. They exchanged greetings with the 3 guards on the opposite corner. "It's time." The latter replied, "You 3 can head out. We'll wait here a bit longer for the replacements." "Very well, thank you, gentlemen." This location was not adjacent to the door, and the defenses were less stringent, often leading to a few minutes' delay for the replacements. Now was the moment. Lin An was startled by the commotion, blinking away any remnants of fatigue. He lightened his body and swiftly climbed along the roof, approaching the window. With both hands gripping the iron railing, he extended his feet downward, waiting for them to find purchase on the wall below, descending silently. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from afar, drawing nearer. Remarkably, the guards changing shifts were punctual this time. Hiding behind a corner, they paused to exchange idle chatter with their counterparts. Tension gripped Lin An, who remained suspended from the wall. In an instant, he made a decision, not to retreat, but to deftly pry open the rusty lock of the iron window cover. He pushed the glass window ajar and squeezed through the narrow opening, just wide enough for one. With a firm grip on the window ledge, he pulled the iron cover shut and loosely hung the lock above it. At that moment, the conversation outside concluded, and 3 guards approached, standing beneath the wall, oblivious to any irregularities. Lin An sighed in relief, contemplating whether to seek an alternate escape route. However, upon glancing down, he was taken aback to find a silent row of individuals seated below, each gazing up at him with intense eyes. One even grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. A closer inspection revealed to him that this space, originally resembling an indoor basketball arena, had been transformed into a detention facility. It was a far cry from his previous indoor basketball court, where at least he could have escaped through a window. Upon further inspection, the once orderly rows of seats and steps had long been dismantled, leaving behind only 4 stark, vertical walls. He himself dangled precariously from a 2-story high wall. Without delving into whether a slip might result in dire consequences, the sound of his fall would undoubtedly alert the guards outside. Lin An clung to the window ledge. Caught in a dilemma, jumping seemed unwise, yet remaining still was equally troubling, especially with so many eyes fixed upon him, rendering him utterly uncomfortable and somewhat humiliated. "Buddy, leap. You can't hold on much longer." A young man who had just grinned at Lin An silently mouthed these words, perhaps aware of Lin An's predicament. He exchanged gestures with his companion, swiftly unloading their hefty backpacks and shedding their jackets, which they quietly piled beneath Lin An, creating a surprisingly thick cushion. With 3 hours remaining before the next shift change, he was indeed at his limit. After a brief hesitation, Lin An relinquished his grip and plummeted onto the makeshift pile, landing with a muffled thud that failed to stir the outside guards. As he caught his breath and rubbed his sore arms, Lin An rose and surveyed his surroundings. A sinking feeling gripping his heart. This was it. He was trapped. The barren walls offered no footholds like the ledges outside, rendering a hand climb impossible. Anxiety surged within him as he circled the 4 walls, wishing fervently to be a nimble gecko, able to scale the heights with ease. Chapter 60. Buddy, stop staring. Worrying 1T help. If there were a way out, our brothers would have already escaped. It's futile. The young man approached, casually picking up a coat from the ground and draping it over his shoulders. He patted Lin An on the shoulder and, with a hint of glee, whispered, "It's bad enough that we're trapped here, but how could you willingly walk into this predicament?" Lin An spun around twice, ultimately resigning himself with a wry smile. Just my luck. I was about to descend from the rooftop for my shift when this happened. As he drew closer, he realized that those confined within were all dressed in military uniforms, deepening his sense of foreboding about the nature of the individuals outside. Thanks for your earlier help. He recalled the silent assistance they had provided and quickly expressed his gratitude in hushed tones. If they had startled those outside, not only would he have remained trapped, but capture could have led to far graver consequences. Not a big deal. The young soldier waved his hand dismissively, pulling Lin An to sit beside him. Suddenly struck by an idea, he leaned in with sparkling eyes and asked, "Hey, do you have any food on you?" Aware that these people had indeed saved him, Lin An felt compelled to share. It was then that he noticed the pallor on their faces, unmistakably indicating their dire hunger. Without hesitation, he reached into his coat pocket, discreetly retrieving 2 chocolate bars and a handful of candies, careful not to draw too much attention. The soldier's eyes gleamed with the fervor of a starving wolf encountering prey. It wasn't just him. Those who had previously been seated nearby also fixated their gaze on the offerings. "Man, you're a lifesaver. This is truly a blessing." Wadong, filled with excitement, hurriedly gathered the items, grasping Lin An's hand and shaking it a few times, resembling a large dog that had just fetched a bone. Bringing the treats to his companion, the chocolate was broken into small pieces, one for each person, and those who did not receive chocolate were given a piece of candy. One for each as well. Though the portions were modest, the high sugar content provided a swift remedy for the dizziness and weakness caused by low blood sugar. Huadong tucked the remaining 2 candies into his pocket, clutching a small portion of chocolate as he made his way to the corner, nudging the plump old man who was snoring lightly amidst a pile of clothes. "Grandfather, wake up and have something to eat." Even in times of scarcity, the discontent among those present was palpable. Lin An observed from the side, realizing that the old man's status was rather distinguished. The old man jolted awake, still dazed, as his grandson swiftly shoved a piece of chocolate into his mouth. The rich and sweet flavor stirred excitement in his long-neglected stomach, which reflexively swallowed it. The old man, slightly bewildered, furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "I am not hungry." Huadong quickly reassured him, "We all ate, truly. It was given by the new little brother." He gestured towards Lin An, who had entered through the window while the old man was dozing. The old man followed his grandson's gaze, smacking his forehead in realization, exclaiming repeatedly, "Alas, I am growing old." In his youth, he was so alert that even while asleep, he could hear the slightest disturbance. Now, however, he remained oblivious to the arrival of visitors. "Young man, come over, come over." The old man beckoned Lin An to come over, his expression warm as he invited him to sit down. "What is your name, and where do you hail from? Do tell me how you ended up here." Lin An replied that he was from Jin City and had come to Zhao City with his brother to escape disaster. On their journey, they encountered an earthquake, causing their vehicle to plunge from a bridge. He lost consciousness, and upon waking, found himself in this predicament. In truth, he was also uncertain of his current whereabouts, so he inquired, "Elder, do you have any idea where this place is, and who are the ones that captured me?" The surroundings bore no resemblance to a stronghold of any faction. Rather, it appeared to be a facility specifically designed for confinement. He believed he had not offended any significant figures, rendering it excessive to mobilize such efforts to detain him here. The old man pondered Lin An's words before shaking his head. "If that is the case, you ought not to be imprisoned here. It must be mere coincidence." He observed Lin An's unfamiliarity and speculated that, given Ru Fei's character, he would not seize an unrelated individual at this juncture. Lin An furrowed his brows, but refrained from asking who the captor was or the reason for his confinement. Instead, he simply queried, "Is there any possibility of leaving?" The old man waved a short, stout hand and replied cheerfully, "You won't be leaving today. However, fret not. Those in this room are not in any real danger. At most, you'll experience some hunger. Young man, bear with it." Observing his demeanor, which exuded a certain calmness, Lin An found himself less reassured. Hunger? Was that meant to weaken him or to bring him to the brink of starvation? He paused momentarily, observing the old man's calm demeanor, aside from his weariness. There was no evident anxiety. Tentatively, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that we cannot leave today, but we will be able to tomorrow? If I may ask, how long has it been since you last had something to eat?" "You are quite astute," the old man replied, recognizing Lin An's probing without any hesitation, and he chuckled. "Tomorrow is uncertain, but it should be soon, just a matter of 1 or 2 days. Today marked the 4th day. If 1 or 2 more days passed, Lu Fei would achieve his objective." Lin An's eyes flickered at this revelation, leading him to speculate. These individuals did not appear to be on the brink of starvation, suggesting that their deprivation had not been prolonged. They sat listlessly on the ground, minimizing their movements. Although they would not perish in the next couple of days, they certainly lacked the vigor to exert themselves. The absence of food was manageable, but without water, based on their current condition, they would likely be on the verge of fainting within 2 days. Those who held them captive seemed intent on depleting their strength. The old man, seeing Lin An's understanding, smiled amiably and offered reassurance. So, there is no need to rush. In a couple of days, you will be able to leave. Come, lie down and conserve your energy. The old man remained remarkably composed, nestled in the corner with his garments, half closing his eyes to rest without a hint of urgency or panic. Lin An found himself somewhat admiring this tranquility. He, however, could not find a moment's respite, even with the knowledge that liberation awaited him within 2 days. His thoughts were consumed with concern for Huacheng. Who knows what changes may unfold in these recent days? Is his brother injured? What encounters might he have faced afterward? Is there sustenance available, or is he enduring hunger like those less fortunate? Such thoughts, once entertained, stirred Lin An into a restless state, unable to remain seated. His gaze fixated on the small window suspended high upon the wall, yearning for wings to soar beyond. The old man seemed almost otherworldly, sensing the young man's anxiety even with his eyes closed. In his advanced age, it took him a while to drift back to slumber after awakening. So he leisurely squinted and began to converse softly with Lin An. The elder inquired, "What troubles you so, that someone waits for you outside?" Lin An, having little to conceal, felt an unsettling turmoil within him. Engaging in conversation might distract his restless mind, so he replied, "It is my brother. Upon awakening, I found him absent and remain unaware of his current state." The elder nodded, his tone calm and reassuring. "There is no need for undue worry. An incident on a single vehicle does not pertain to you. You can run, jump, and even scale walls. What harm could possibly befall your brother?" Indeed, the more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Often, it is the most casual words of comfort that bring solace. Lin An felt reassured that his brother would not come to harm, especially since he had awakened abilities that enhanced his physical prowess beyond that of an average person. Though this was mere self-reassurance, it did bring him a measure of calm. That's the way it should be. Fretting serves no purpose. The old man yawned, his chin quivering slightly, half awake, and asked, "How is your brother's health?" "Stronger than I," Lin An replied, his heart growing lighter with each passing moment. "Huacheng is considerably sturdier than him. Surely nothing can go awry." "No, it is imperative that nothing happens. My friend, you still have a brother." "And I too, though is he truly my blood?" Nearby, Huadong, wrapped in a coat and leaning against the wall, had eaten a little, feeling reassured with a full stomach, and was nearly dozing off. In a daze, he overheard Lin An conversing with his grandfather and mumbled, "I also have an elder brother. One by blood. If not by blood, then simply a brother by name." Huadong acknowledged with a hum, half opening his mouth before turning over and softly snoring. Lin An was uncertain whether he had grasped the conversation. As for the old man, well, he too had succumbed to slumber, his gentle snoring matching that of his grandson. Who was it that claimed to have a greater age and lesser sleep? Lin An found himself unable to drift into slumber. Glancing around, he noticed that everyone else was either wrapped up in their garments or reclining, taking their rest. Having consumed something, the weariness was somewhat alleviated, and thus they seized the opportunity to recuperate their strength. The surroundings were enveloped in a serene silence, preventing Lin An from moving about and disturbing anyone else's rest. Instead, he leaned against the corner, lost in thought yet wary of letting his mind wander too far, fearful of conjuring up unsettling thoughts that would compel him to fidget. The rhythmic sound of the grandfather and grandson's gentle snores resonated distinctly in the dim, quiet room. Rather than being bothersome, it provided a sense of solace. In this confined, hushed environment, even amidst strangers, one could feel a sense of companionship, dispelling the feeling of solitude. Lin An himself was growing hungry, noticing that none were awake. He discreetly retrieved a sausage from his pocket to nibble on. A faint rustle of fabric stirred nearby, prompting Lin An to lift his gaze, only to be met by a pair of round, innocent eyes. It had escaped his notice until now that a child was nestled beside the young soldier. The child, appearing somewhat dazed, sat up and surveyed his surroundings, his nose twitching as he caught a whiff of something enticing. Just as Lin An anticipated the child would approach him, the little one blinked, momentarily lost in thought, and then nestled back against the soldier, lying down once more. Children are often sensitive, upon noticing Lin An's gaze. The child pressed himself tightly against the soldier, desperately attempting to conceal himself with his clothing. displaying an unmistakable timidity. In contrast, the young soldier merely twitched his nose and turned over, murmuring in his sleep about meat. Chapter 61. Lin An found himself inexplicably amused, his hunger mysteriously dissipating. Rarely inclined to kindness, he quietly approached and took a piece of the sausage he had bitten off, tossing it into his mouth. He nudged the bundle of clothing that concealed the child, revealing a small opening. With a soft chuckle, Lin An slipped the remaining half inside. A tiny hand emerged from the gap, neither visible nor audible as it accepted the offering. Such remarkable shyness. Lin An grinned and retreated to his original position, watching with keen interest. After approximately 5 minutes, the bundle began to shift, resembling a mouse cautiously venturing from its burrow, revealing a small head that peeked out. Sensing the absence of anyone nearby, the child cautiously crawled out once more. Upon noticing Lin and still observing him from a distance, the child blinked blankly, seemingly shy, and slowly lowered his head, turning away as if believing that turning his back would render him invisible. Lin An found himself unexpectedly amused by the antics of children. Previously, he had perceived these soft, squirming beings who cried, fussed, and possessed an astonishingly loud voice as nothing short of little devils. His younger brother, clutching a piece of ham sausage in both hands, turned his back to Lin An and took dainty bites. Just then, he heard his second brother smacking his lips and calling out for meat. Lin An paused, momentarily at a loss, unsure of what meat truly was. However, seeing that his brother had something to eat, he broke off a small piece and gently placed it into his second brother's half-open mouth. Huadong was utterly greedy, having dreamt of meat before, but this was the first time he savored its taste in a dream. He chewed eagerly, even knowing to swallow before opening his mouth again. The child was indeed simple-minded. Whenever his second brother opened his mouth, he would feed him small morsels, but given that the half piece of sausage was limited, it quickly dwindled down to just the skin. Yet, Huadong, having experienced the sweetness of the meat in his dream, kept his mouth agape. The little one, in a fluster, glanced at the remnants in his hands, licked the sausage's packaging, realizing it was inedible. After a moment of contemplation, seeing his second brother still chewing, he tentatively lifted his little hands to close his brother's jaw, which, to his surprise, actually worked. Lin An watched this scene unfold, finding it amusing. Yet his heart inexplicably softened for this child he had just met. This was indeed a rare moment of tenderness. He had encountered many unfortunate children in his past life during the apocalypse, but never one as obedient and naive as this. To feel compassion for a youngling, perhaps it was an innate instinct of humanity. Ahem. He cleared his throat, and the little one immediately flinched, burrowing into a pile of clothes, only to cautiously peek out with a pair of wide eyes after a while, glancing in Lin An's direction. Lin An waved his hand, silently mouthing the words, "Come here." The child, with his large, round eyes blinking in comprehension, cautiously poked a small part of himself out from his clothing. Lin An smiled gently and beckoned him closer. The little one hesitated for a moment, noticing that Lin An was still watching him, before emerging a bit more. "Hurry up." Lin An feigned a stern expression, but immediately regretted it, realizing that scaring a timid child was counterproductive, as it would only prompt him to retreat further. Unexpectedly, the child, with wide, innocent eyes, gazed at him in awe and, emboldened, swiftly crawled out and approached Lin An. For a moment, Lin An was taken aback. Was this child more susceptible to firmness than gentleness? He shifted to the side and patted the empty space next to him, inviting the little one to sit. In a display akin to magic, he produced a piece of bread from his pocket. The child, oblivious to the absurdity of the situation, stared wide-eyed at Lin An's pocket, filled with a deep sense of reverence, too intimidated to reach out. Lin An stifled a laugh, feeling his spirits lift considerably after a long period of suppression. As he tore open the bread bag, just as he was about to hand the bread to the child, the plump old man sleeping nearby turned over, mumbling in his dreams. He instinctively pulled the warm source beside him into his embrace, cradling it like a hot water bottle as he continued to slumber. The child, now bewildered, found himself enveloped by his grandfather and, paralyzed with hesitation, remained motionless, unable to reach out for the bread. What a peculiar old man, to be tormenting a child in such a manner. The stout old man, when awake, exudes reliability. His demeanor calm and unhurried, adorned with a gentle smile that imbues him with an aura of conviction. However, once he succumbs to slumber, peculiarities arise. He snores, murmurs in his dreams, and instinctively reaches out in search of something to hold, much like his eldest grandson beside him. The child, remarkably obedient, nestles quietly in the old man's embrace, wide-eyed as he gazes at Lin An. Previously, Lin An had not harbored any particular fondness for children, finding no extraordinary charm in such small beings. Yet, he finds himself irresistibly softened by the pure and innocent gaze of this child. Opening his mouth, the child silently signals for Lin An to feed him. Without hesitation, Lin An tears the bread into small pieces and offers it to the child. The little one dutifully complies, opening his mouth as instructed, and upon receiving the morsel, he continues to gaze intently at Lin An. Momentarily taken aback, Lin An encourages him. Go ahead and eat. The child begins to chew thoughtfully, and suddenly, he rewards Lin An with a shy smile, his beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, sparkling with innocence, truly a sight that melts the heart. In that fleeting moment, Lin An muses, indeed, children can be quite endearing, provided they are as obedient as this one. Meanwhile, the young soldier turns in his sleep, mumbling in his dreams, meat, steamed buns. This time, he adds a mention of steamed buns. Perhaps the scent of flour has wafted into his dreams. The child, hearing his older brother's murmurs, yearns to glance back but is held firmly by his grandfather, rendering him immobile, caught in a dilemma. Ignore him, Lin An urges, feeding another piece of bread to the child, signaling him to focus and hasten his meal. The steamed buns. The steamed buns. Murmurs began anew from that direction, causing Lin An to genuinely question whether that individual had truly fallen asleep. For even in slumber, his nose remained remarkably perceptive. After offering some bread and allowing the child a sip of water, Lin An felt a swell of pride within himself. Convinced of his aptitude in caring for children, observing the little one nestled in the embrace of the portly elder, lacking even the slightest covering, he instinctively retrieved a blanket from his spatial storage to drape over the child. However, this action could not be concealed by mere clothing. After all, it was a sizable piece of fabric. The child gazed in wide-eyed wonder as the blanket materialized from thin air, his expression transcending mere awe, resembling that of common folk from ancient feudal societies beholding a celestial being. Anyone who met such a gaze would find it impossible to remain unaffected. Yet, the moment Lin An summoned the blanket, he felt a pang of regret. This act unmistakably revealed his spatial abilities. The child was innocent enough, but should others witness it, complications would surely arise. In this era, where the first wave of awakened abilities had emerged, Lin An's spatial powers could indeed be flaunted openly. However, given the perilous environment outside, surrounded by formidable foes, the individuals within the confines, despite their assistance, were not easily discerned as friends or foes. Thus, exposing his spatial abilities was not a prudent course of action. Regretful, he wished to retract the blanket while no one was watching. Yet he found himself halted by the child's gaze, filled with the reverence one might reserve for a deity, making it difficult to withdraw. In that moment of hesitation, the plump elder, clutching a hot water bag, subconsciously sensed something far superior to his makeshift warmth in his dreams. With a swift motion, he stretched out his chubby hand, drawing himself and the hot water bag snugly together, smacking his lips in contentment as he slumbered soundly. Lin An was left speechless as he leaned over for a closer look. Indeed, the corners of the blanket were firmly pressed beneath the old man, making it impossible to pull it out without waking him. Were these two, grandfather and grandson, up to some mischief, or were they merely pretending to be asleep? Unwilling to back down, he waved his hand in front of the old man's face and feigned a threatening punch, only to be met with a series of contented snores. Disheartened, Lin An withdrew his hand and decided to retrieve a blanket from his space, wrapping himself in it to sleep, reflecting on the foolishness of his day. Indeed, one must not be too soft-hearted. Unbeknownst to Lin An, not far from him, several soldiers who had already fallen asleep were silently and swiftly gesturing. They glanced at the old man wrapped in a blanket, shaking their heads and mouthing silent exchanges. After all, he hadn't genuinely intended to harm him. He had even fed Lei earlier. What was that? Some kind of superpower? It was unexpected to possess such a beneficial ability. Among them, several soldiers who had awakened their own powers expressed their embarrassment. Why is our power so useless in comparison? Be quiet. Stay still. He hasn't fallen asleep. Huidong, leaning against the wall with his eyes wide open, subdued the restless soldiers. You too, be quiet. The child is alert. Old Master Do opened his eyes and shot a glare at Huidong, then cast a discreet glance at the young man beside him, who was half asleep, with a sly smile creeping across his face. He looked remarkably like a sly old fox, or rather, a well-fed old fat fox. Fortune was not entirely absent. Having initially thought they were in dire straits and that they would drag the second brother down with them, it turned out that fate was still smiling upon them. Thus, it is said that experience holds its own weight. Lin An is indeed quite astute, but that only applies among the common folk. Before the break of dawn, at nearly 6 o'clock, the sound of the gate being pulled open echoed once more. Lin An abruptly opened his eyes to find the plump old man beside him already awake, the blanket he had been wrapped in nowhere to be seen. With a beaming smile, he glanced at Lin An and handed him a military jacket of uncertain origin. Awake? Best to tidy up your belongings first, he said. Lin An understood the implication and, without further ado, rolled up the blanket and stored it away, donning the military jacket. The gate creaked open, allowing the bright morning light to flood in, its brilliance almost blinding. Lin An squinted and saw a middle-aged man, around 40, striding in with purpose. As he approached, Lin An discerned the man's square face and fierce eyes, his gait exuding confidence and authority. Clad in a perfectly tailored military uniform, he embodied the essence of righteousness. Chapter 62. Lin An noticed that upon the man's arrival, the atmosphere around them shifted, with those present, especially the old man's grandson, a young soldier, visibly tensing, his fists clenched, ready to charge at any moment. Old man, I have come to see you, the middle-aged man proclaimed, stopping a good distance away from Lin An and the others. His gaze sliding past Lin and without a second thought, landing on the old man beside him. Oh, the plump old man adjusted his collar, nodding in acknowledgement. You are thoughtful. Lin An could distinctly sense a palpable change in the old man's demeanor, an aura of authority that immediately instilled a sense of pressure. He had sensed earlier that these individuals were no ordinary folk, perhaps, as the old man had remarked. It was indeed his misfortune that had inadvertently entangled him in this situation. Facing the composed gaze of the elder, Lu Fei slightly averted his eyes, seemingly reluctant to meet his stare. Old sir, you have suffered greatly. Rest assured, you shall be able to depart from here by tomorrow night. I apologize for any offense during these days. I hope you can forgive me. The elder, Do, appeared to understand, inquiring, has the second son arrived? Lu Fei fell silent for a few seconds, uttering nothing. He merely instructed those behind him to advance with their cameras, snapping pictures of the individuals present, before hastily turning to leave. Just before exiting, he spoke over his shoulder, the kindness you have shown in the past, I, Lu Fei, shall never forget. However, one must prioritize their own interests. Consider this my transgression against you. What more is there to say? I shall regard this as feeding a wide-eyed wolf. Do, with a tone of indifference, leaned against the wall, cradling his grandson as he gently patted him, not deigning to look at Lu Fei. Lu Fei, with his back turned, remained silent for a moment before finally departing with heavy steps, though his conscience was troubled. The thought of seizing an opportunity amidst chaos to forge a legacy paled in comparison to betraying the kindness he had received. The door creaked shut once more, firmly locked. Do stroked his grandson's head, letting out a long sigh. To misjudge one's character, to misjudge indeed. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin An, who sat silently nearby. Young man, do you have no inquiries? Lin An, unfazed, replied, as you said, old sir, I have merely found myself unfortunate to be caught up in this. Tomorrow night, I shall leave with you. What more is there to ask? He gleaned some understanding from the recent conversation. The middle-aged man he had just encountered appeared to be a traitor. Capturing so many people and leaving them to starve was not merely an act of cruelty, but seemed more akin to a threat aimed at the elder regarding that elusive second-in-command. Whether this was a threat or a bargaining chip remained to be seen. Upon witnessing Lin An's demeanor, the elder chuckled and, embracing his young grandson, remarked, You are a clever child, albeit a tad too tender-hearted. This was the first time Lin An had been labeled as soft-hearted. He had always perceived himself as rather indifferent. He recognized that it was that tattered blanket that had led to this predicament. He ought not to have shown compassion towards a child he had just met. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he had acted impulsively the previous night. In retrospect, he bore no regrets. If one wishes to act, then one should do so, he asserted. Your temperament suits me well. In this life, one ought to follow one's own inclinations. The elder nodded with a smile, foregoing further trivialities and steering straight to the point. I recall you mentioning that you have a brother who has gone missing. In these dire circumstances, finding a lost person can be quite the challenge. What say you? Do you require assistance? Shall we embark on a collaboration? The elder's gaze was shrewd. He understood precisely what would resonate with Lin An, aware of the underlying motives. Lin An nevertheless found himself ensnared without hesitation. The elder's assertions were not unfounded. He indeed had a soft spot for his own. Presently, Huiqing was the only person he could truly call his own in this world. The secrets of space and sustenance paled in comparison to the weight of Huiqing's significance. According to the elderly gentleman, or rather, now referred to as Old Master Do, the young soldier, who introduced himself as Dongzi, was his grandson. Lin An automatically interpreted this as Do Dong. As for the child from last night, he was the Old Master's little grandson, named Do Lele. In Old Master Do's words, the middle-aged man he mentioned earlier was named Lu Fei, an old subordinate he had nurtured for many years. This lad had been honest for over 2 decades, and Do did not suspect him of harboring ulterior motives. Reflecting on his advanced age and the betrayal from one he had raised, Do could not help but smile wryly, lamenting that he had become senile. However, young Lin need not worry. Once we are out of here, not only do we have these people at our disposal, but my second son also has a few capable hands to ensure we locate your brother. Thank you, Old Master. Lin An nodded, tacitly agreeing to the collaboration. Oh, mutual benefit, mutual benefit. Old Master Do waved his hand and inquired with a smile, how tall is your brother, and what does he look like? We can arrange for some sketches to assist in the search. The young man was commendably principled. In such times, he remained loyal to his kin. Lin An described Ho City's appearance in detail, mentioning everything necessary, yet he inadvertently forgot to mention the name. What a coincidence that was. As Old Master Do listened, a nagging feeling lingered, sensing an uncanny resemblance to his own grandson. However, upon realizing that it was someone else's brother, bearing the surname Lin, and observing Lin An's affectionate tone when speaking of him, he dismissed his concerns as mere overthinking. The young lad at home is as silent as a mute gourd, scarcely uttering a few words within the household, entirely different from Lin An's gentle and considerate portrayal of an elder brother. It was a case of overthinking on his part. The relationship between the grandfather and grandson is quite amiable. Whenever his grandfather converses with Lin An, he eagerly leans in to listen. He hears Lin An speak of his brother and interjects, I have a brother too, though he isn't as remarkable as yours. However, he does care for our family, albeit he is not one for many words. The mere mention of Huiqing evokes a myriad of memories for Lin An, reminding him of their time together. And warmth spreads across his features as he smiles and shakes his head. That is different. He and Huiqing share a romantic bond, naturally fostering a closeness that surpasses that of ordinary siblings. Huidong, misunderstanding, lets out a sigh. Indeed, it is not the same. Your bond with your brother is truly admirable. Unlike his elder brother, who only seems to reprimand him rather than offer genuine care, Lin An refrains from further comment. He alone comprehends Huiqing's worth. He recalls the terms of his collaboration with the old gentleman Do and senses that this elder will not deceive him. Lin An resolves to take a chance. When weighed against Huiqing, material resources seem trivial. Casual as ever, he inquires of Huidong, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Upon hearing the word food, Huidong's spirit lifts, exclaiming, how could I not be hungry? Lin An scans the gathering, noting fewer than 30 robust young men, each possessing an impressive physique, even though they have been weakened by hunger in recent days. Their tall and strong forms still exude a formidable presence. Enlisting their help in locating Huiqing would be advantageous for him. Lin An calculated the number of heads and began to retrieve items from the space. Compressed biscuits, canned goods, sausages, and steamed buns neatly packed in plastic bags, all generously portioned. Since he had already promised to take care of their meals, it would be futile to be stingy. The closest to him, Huidong, was not merely eyeing the food with gluttonous anticipation. He resembled a large dog, fixated on Lin An's hands, seemingly wishing to devour the sausages whole, packaging and all. With just a glance, Lin An had witnessed Huidong's insatiable appetite since the previous night, even managing to hoodwink his younger siblings into sharing their treats while asleep. The intensity of Huidong's gaze was somewhat unnerving, prompting Lin An to hand him a sausage to placate him. Huidong's face lit up with joy as he eagerly snatched the food and instinctively carried it to his grandfather. You eat first, he insisted. Old Master Do waved his hand dismissively, refusing to partake in his grandson's offerings. With a buoyant spirit, Huidong then lifted his little cousin, Lele, saying, second brother will feed you. Upon hearing his elder brother call him, Do Lele redirected his awestruck gaze from Lin An, tilting his small face upwards to listen attentively. Nodding earnestly in response, Huidong found this endearing and playfully kissed him, exclaiming, why should a child be so clever? Look at our Lele, so well behaved. Lin An, observing from the side, felt a twinge of affection, It was the first time he realized he quite liked children, especially those who were calm, obedient, and soft to hold. Once he had gathered enough provisions, he didn't distribute them but nodded at old Master Do and approached Huadong, extending his arms and asking, "Shall we go eat? May I hold the child?" Huadong, feeling generous, cheerfully passed his little cousin over, his mouth full of sausage as he proudly inquired, "Isn't he soft?" Lin An gently tapped the small body in his hands, lowering his gaze to meet the pair of earnest, unblinking eyes that regarded him intently. His expression softened. It was quite warm and comforting. No wonder he had been embraced like a hot water bottle last night. Huadong, having found a kindred spirit, was suddenly filled with excitement. He swallowed the morsel in his mouth and, unable to contain himself, almost wagged his tail as he exclaimed, "Indeed. Let me tell you. Currently we have no conditions. Once tomorrow night comes and Uncle rescues us, I will give Lei Lei a thorough and fragrant wash. Then it will be delightful to hold him, just like a little white pig." Do Lei Lei, somewhat slow on the uptake, evidently failed to grasp that his second brother was indulging in fantasies about his physique. At the sound of his name, he looked over with utmost seriousness, pursing his lips into a smile that radiated friendliness. Huadong's joy only grew. "See, even Lei Lei agrees with what I said, doesn't he?" Do Lei Lei nodded earnestly. Lin An observed his small figure, short arms and legs, pale and tender, albeit a bit slender. As he pondered, a smile flickered in his eyes. Envisioning the child after a fragrant wash, plump and well-fed, snugly nestled in the quilt like a little white pig, how comforting it would be to hold him. Huadong uttered a few more words, but could no longer resist the allure of the food nearby, eagerly approaching with half a sausage in his mouth. The quality of these soldiers was truly commendable. Although they were immediately captivated by the sight of food, their eyes gleaming with hunger, none displayed any signs of competition. Instinctively placing the tender morsels in front of the old Do. With an abundance of food, old Master Do, despite his earlier claims of hunger, cheerfully picked up a bun and eagerly devoured it with canned meat, demonstrating an appetite that belied his age. Just moments ago, he had insisted he wasn't hungry. Lin An sat down with Do Lei Lei, offering him a pancake wrapped around a sausage, canned meat, and some pickled vegetables, encouraging him to eat on his own. Do Lei Lei, like a small mouse, obediently cradled the food in both hands, taking tiny bites. When Lin An offered him water, he refrained from claiming he was not thirsty. Instead, he leaned in for a sip, his large, grape-like eyes reflecting gratitude, bestowing a profound sense of accomplishment upon his caretaker. Chapter 63, The Second Uncle. When Huaqing returned with his companions, a distinct air of dejection was evident on his countenance, prompting curiosity in second Uncle Hua. This was an unusual sight. In the past, his nephew had always concealed his emotions, whether joyful or sorrowful, beneath a stoic facade. Second Uncle Hua glanced at the iron mass they were carrying, an automobile shell, contorted by external forces, along with the seats and airbag, forming a relatively secure and enclosed space. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired of Huaqing, "Did you do this?" "Yes," Huaqing acknowledged openly. Second Uncle Hua, intrigued, continued, "You were in such a rush to find this person upon waking. Were they originally confined inside?" "Yes," Huaqing confirmed without hesitation, pausing momentarily before adding, "I will take him to see grandfather. The most crucial task is to locate him first. At present, Huaqing is still wrapped in bandages." The mere thought of Lin An causes him to furrow his brows as he gazes vacantly at the iron lump, a remnant of the moment it fell from the bridge. Activated by his latent abilities, yet the individual it once sheltered has vanished. Alas, Uncle Hua, perceiving his nephew's distress, understands all too well that after years of endeavor, his beloved nephew has finally found a suitable companion, only to lose them in such a manner. It is no wonder he is so troubled. With a sympathetic pat on Huaqing's shoulder, Uncle Hua reassures him, "Enough, my dear nephew. I comprehend your anxiety. You are injured, so please take care of yourself. Do not allow your own well-being to deteriorate before we have a chance to locate the person you seek. With so many of us, we shall undoubtedly find them." Huaqing nodded, refraining from further words. Uncle Hua is well aware of his nephew's tendencies. No amount of encouragement will suffice while the individual remains unfound. Such pent-up worry is detrimental. Just as Uncle Hua opened his mouth to offer further counsel, he was interrupted by another voice. "Commander." In the midst of their conversation, a weary soldier appeared at the door, prompting Uncle Hua to sigh and cease his dialogue with Huaqing. A gesture with his hand signaled the soldier to enter, who promptly approached and handed over a white envelope, stating, "Report to the commander. This was delivered this morning. Our brothers have apprehended the individual, and they are currently detained in the building at the back." Bah! That scoundrel, Lu Fei, I shall surely flay him alive one day. A mere messenger is of little use. That rascal is cunning. Nevertheless, let us keep him confined for now. Upon receiving the letter, Uncle Hua's expression darkened, and as per his usual practice, he began to unleash a tirade of invective. As he tore open the envelope, he spoke to his nephew with an irritable tone. Look, the negotiator has arrived. Regardless, we must go retrieve your grandfather tonight. Raising such an ungrateful wretch, the old man must be suffering in silence. He is undoubtedly enduring torment within those walls. I shall deal with this scoundrel sooner or later. Hua Cheng furrowed his brow, an increasing sense of anxiety emanating from him. Two of his most significant individuals had already gone missing. Hua Ershu, with a grim expression, pulled a sheet of white paper from the envelope, glancing at it twice. His brow alternating between furrowing and raising. He remarked to Hua Cheng, "This rascal is quite clear in his intentions. He seeks control over the territory of Zhao City and whatever treasures your grandfather has brought from the capital. He will not resort to violence until he secures what he desires." A cold laugh escaped him, his eyes glinting with malice. "This time, we have faltered. Failing to see this wolf in sheep's clothing, we shall reclaim what is rightfully ours with interest in due time." To Hua Ershu, his father and nephew were the most cherished individuals in his life. Ru Fei had audaciously targeted all three, igniting a deep-seated animosity within him towards this man. "First, let us rescue our kin," Hua Cheng thought, his tone remaining steady, yet the dark depths of his gaze foretold an impending storm within his heart. There exists an old adage, barking dogs seldom bite. Hua Ershu raised his eyes, assessing the injuries on his nephew with resolve. "Let him have the possessions and the territory for now. The priority is to bring our people back. You will accompany your second uncle tonight. There is no need for violence. Utilize that new ability of yours." "Understood." Hua Cheng nodded and said, "I have fully recovered." Hua Ershu glanced at his wound with mild surprise and remarked, "You are indeed far from fully healed, yet your recovery is remarkably swift. Pray tell, what is this special ability of yours?" "I have individuals under my guidance who have awakened similar powers, yet their physical recuperation pales in comparison to yours. Just yesterday, my eldest nephew was unable to rise from his bed, and today he is already running about." Hua Cheng recounted the peculiar incident of mistakenly consuming a certain bottle of water while trapped in the vehicle, explaining, "It was Shaun who discovered something within the crystal core, though we initially paid it little heed." Hua Ershu listened with great intrigue, responding, "Could it be due to that so-called crystal core? I shall find a way to verify this. If it is indeed the case, your Shaun is quite fortunate. He is truly a boon to you." As he spoke, he pulled out several photographs from an envelope, his brow furrowing upon glancing at them. "Who is this person draped in your grandfather's clothing?" The photograph depicted an elderly figure and a frail youth slumped against the wall, their faces sallow and haggard, something that had long been anticipated. That scoundrel Lu Fei is up to no good. He knows that administering drugs could lead to unforeseen complications. So he simply starves them. Once they are weakened, they become easy prey. Curse that scoundrel. One day, I shall see him starve. Yet, amidst his anger, a trace of confusion creased Hua Ershu's brow. "Nephew, come take a look. Is this young man not from beside Grandpa?" Could it be that he failed to recognize the person? However, the guards surrounding the master were all brought out by his nephew years ago. Anyone could discern this with a mere glance. Uncle Hua, filled with suspicion, noticed the prolonged silence and turned around to find his eldest nephew's gaze nearly glued to the photograph. What on earth was happening? "Hold on, don't just stare. Who is this person?" Seeing Hua Cheng reaching for the photograph, Uncle Hua swiftly pushed him aside, exasperated. "Isn't this your Lin An? Why are you fixating on a photograph when you could be out retrieving the person instead? Hurry up and investigate how on earth your people managed to infiltrate the old master's circle. Could it truly be miraculous? With so many of us searching, we still can't locate Lu Fei, who has been holding someone captive. It's said that Lin An has never even met the old master. Wasn't it reported that he went missing after the earthquake caused him to fall off a bridge? How do we find him?" Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed outside the temporary residence initially anticipated that delivering the envelope would soon result in the commander kicking the table and cursing loudly, berating the Lu family to their ancestors. To their surprise, after a while, not only did the expected outburst fail to materialize, but a series of hearty laughter echoed instead. The soldiers outside caught snippets of conversation, heavenly assistance, truly fortunate, and similar remarks. As for what was so fortunate, they scratched their heads in confusion, exchanging glances. Utterly baffled, what had gotten into the commander? Why was he not angry today? On the other side, Merely half an hour's drive from the temporary encampment of the Hua family was the central sports arena of Zhao City. From the outside, the wandering zombies and the desolate, unwelcoming gate suggest an abandoned place. Little do they know that within lies an entirely different world. Lu Fei has nearly deployed half of his personnel to guard this area, fearing any disturbances from those confined in the rear warehouse. Yet, despite his meticulous calculations, unforeseen events quietly unfold right before his eyes. In the dimly lit cells, the once lethargic men gradually awaken after satisfying their hunger. Following several meals, they grow increasingly close to Lin An. This phenomenon seems to reflect the adage that those who provide sustenance are like mothers. After all, soldiers fundamentally fight for food and shelter, especially after enduring prolonged hunger. Those who offer nourishment naturally become allies. Among them, Huadong was one of the first to express goodwill towards Lin An and has now become the closest to him. Lin An enjoys conversing with him from time to time, appreciating his straightforward demeanor and candidness, though he mistakenly believes Huadong's name is Do Dong at this moment. Huadong, wielding a curved knife, inquires, "Brother, this knife of yours is quite impressive. Where did you acquire it?" Such items are not easily obtained. "It was procured with the help of acquaintances," Lin An succinctly replies, his gaze fixed intently on the old man, silently demanding an explanation for how he managed to coax weapons from his space so easily. The old man, under such scrutiny, remains unperturbed, leisurely leaning against the wall, a smile gracing his face as he plays with his little grandson, clearly feigning ignorance. Lin An could not tolerate being so easily deceived. He spoke up, "Old man, what we discussed earlier was that I would provide you with food, and in return, you would send someone to help me find my brother after we get out. This food does not include these items, does it?" He observed that the meager equipment he had acquired from the police station had been entirely distributed among this group of soldiers. They donned bulletproof vests, concealed tear gas canisters, and tucked away daggers, along with various other paraphernalia, all of which were imperceptible from an external glance. Truly professional. As Lin An watched, he felt a twinge of resentment mixed with a pang of sympathy. He was accustomed to hoarding items in his space, and now he felt a sting whenever he had to relinquish them. The bitterness stemmed from a hint of jealousy, as these soldiers had received professional training, their skills far surpassing his haphazard abilities. Yet, no matter how skilled they were, all these items rightfully belonged to him. "Youth, do not be so impatient." Old Master Do chuckled at Lin An's pained expression. It was refreshing compared to those who pretended to be magnanimous while merely putting on a facade. The old man assured him, "Rest assured, your contributions will not go unacknowledged. Once we